Chapter 161. Who can bear this? Wen Qian looked determined, and would not change her mind. Wen Rang and Gu Ran looked at each other helplessly and nodded. As long as she was happy, it was fine. Just accompany her to do whatever she wanted. Fu Yuan lay on Wen Rang for a while, then slowly turned back to look at Wen Qian, asking with a tangled and struggling look, "Sister, do you have mine?" "Wen Qian, aren't you afraid? I'll be as scary as you guys after I put it on." "I shouldn't be afraid anymore. Typical case of if you can't beat them, then join them." Wen Qian and the other two were amused. Wen Qian couldn't bear to leave the child alone, so he went into the space and searched again, and finally found a mask for children. The mask was a thin plastic sheet with a faceless man printed on it. There were white elastic bands on both sides of the mask to fix it, making it easy to wear. Fu Yuan had watched that animated movie at home before, so he was not afraid of this and took it without hesitation. Just as several people were struggling here, a burst of gunfire was heard in the distance. Several people turned their heads and saw that it was the destination they wanted to go to. This supply point was targeted by others. Chinese people love to watch the excitement in their bones. Wen Qian's eyes lit up immediately when he saw the two sides fighting, and he immediately took people to a closer place to see how they fought. Although the population here is not large, the survival rate is very high. Firstly, because the land is vast and sparsely populated. Most people live far away from shopping malls and supermarkets, so they are used to buying at least a week's worth of food every time they go out. Secondly, because gun control is not strict. Most people have this thing at home, so when they find something wrong, they have a certain ability to protect themselves. The group of people who are now coming to rob supplies are residents living nearby. After the end of the world, living in a high-rise building is actually safer than living in a single-family villa. Excluding the reason for the flood, most of the ordinary villas here are facing the street, and there are no high walls in the front and backyards. The house structure is wooden, so it is easy to be washed into the house. Therefore, the number of survivors living in the high-rise apartments here is obviously much larger than the area where Wen Qian came from. Helicopters appear regularly at the supply point, which is hard not to attract attention. Some people who are starving will naturally focus on this place. Wen Qian stood on the high-rise building and observed the two groups of people with interest. There were about 20 people in the group that came to rob supplies, both men and women, driving several off-road vehicles, with not only guns in their hands, but also handheld rocket launchers. Wen Qian held up a telescope and watched a real-life gunfight movie, seeing that the zombies below were increasing. But both sides had not used their superpowers, which made Wen Qian a little anxious. "What do you mean? You have to hide good things and not take them out until the very end, right? If you are like this, then I will take action." Wen Qian threw the telescope into the space, and threw Wen Rang and the other two into it. She stretched her muscles and bones, and saw that the fight was still going on over there. So she teleported directly over there. Just as Wen Qian had worried before, she really bumped into someone. The landing point was not ideal, and she accidentally moved into the toilet, where there was a bald, strong man who took off his pants to urinate. Wen Qian was afraid of getting sty, so she didn't even dare to look. When she heard the other person curse hack, she quickly deflated the person, and then ran out in a panic, looking quite embarrassed. It was easy to deal with once we got there. Wen Qian didn't even need to find the specific storage location of the supply point. The system automatically helped her to get things done. Previously in Ningxing, because she collected too many supplies, she accidentally unlocked a special achievement reward, automatic search. So as long as Wen Qian was here, the system could automatically find the supplies in the entire building and move them into the space for her. Every time Wen Qian used this skill, she couldn't help but praise her magical system. Such a perfect work. No wonder Wen Rang jumped up and down every time he mentioned it, and exuded a sour smell all over his body. He always said that her system was unsafe, had loopholes, and the programmer who wrote it was an idiot. Wen Qian summarized his behavior and called it jealousy. Wen Qian didn't need to take risks everywhere, so he simply found an empty room, locked the door, and leaned on the window to appreciate the panic outside from a close distance. She still had the scary mask on her head, and the room she found happened to have a semi-enclosed corridor and balcony outside. So when someone hurried past and turned around to see a ghost face on the window, they really screamed on the spot. Wen Qian saw that she was discovered, so she had to move to the next room. The person outside blinked and found that the ghost had disappeared. He thought he was nervous and saw it wrong. So he continued to walk forward. As a result, he turned his head again. And there was another ghost face inside. The man's face turned pale with fear. And he raised his gun and fired a burst of bullets at the window. The glass was shattered and fell off the window frame. The man looked at the empty room. His expression became more and more panicked. His legs were weak. And he staggered to the crowded place. Wen Qian finally found the fun, thinking that it was better to share the fun with others than to enjoy it alone. So he pulled Wen Rang and the other two out of the space. So, the supply point, which was already full of tension and blood, became more terrifying. The man who was holding a gun and concentrating on fighting the robbers outside suddenly felt a cool breeze blowing behind him. When he turned around, he saw 3 ghost faces standing behind him. His eyes widened. And before he could swear, he felt something pulling his trouser legs. He looked down and saw a little ghost waving at him. The man came to his senses and was about to shoot. But the 4 ghosts suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the miserable screams of his companions piercing the clouds came from afar. There are zombies, enemies, and ghosts. Who can stand this? The system took 10 minutes to collect all the supplies in the building. Wen Qian and the others played for 10 minutes. Not only scaring the people inside, but also scaring the people outside who came to steal things. Trying to treat everyone equally. With her efforts, the group of people who had originally retained their strength finally began to use their abilities. For a while, all the abilities of strength, speed, water and fire were thrown out. If Wen Qian hadn't been used to it, she might have been scared by them. Wen Qian heard the system prompt sound, saying that the supplies had been collected. She sighed, reluctantly led the others away, and retreated to the rooftop hundreds of meters away. It was the first time for little Fu Yuan to play such an exciting game. He was a little addicted. He pulled her arm and shook it gently, saying unsatisfiedly, "Sister, I want to play again." "Be good. Wait a moment. After you are done here, Sister will take you to play somewhere else." Wen Qian did not rush to leave. She held up the telescope and observed the battle situation over there for a while. Then she found that there was indeed a reason why they did not use their superpowers easily. Chapter 162 Weapons. Tanks and RVs. All hers. The information Mohan gave me before was correct. Although their power was very strong, it lasted for a short time. After bursting for a while, it was difficult to use superpowers again, and they returned to the fighting state of chickens fighting each other. This side effect is really too time-consuming. No wonder they are in a hurry to steal so many crystal cores back. They must continue to develop crystal core medicine. Wen Qian estimated that the time for the high-intensity output of superpowers by this group of people in the distance is about an hour. In this hour, their superpowers are definitely stronger than Yi Xinghua and others. As for the difference, it is about 2 or 3 times. Of course, it is not ruled out that there are strong people who use it for a longer time. Or maybe they still retain a certain amount of strength and have not used up all their strength. It is not known how long it will take for them to recover their superpowers. But if it continues like this, it will definitely be disadvantageous to us. Wen Qian thought that if these people can use their superpowers for about 3 hours, the time to recover their superpowers will also be 3 hours. Then, as long as the battle starts, several teams will take turns to play, and in the end, they will just fight to exhaust Yi Xinghua and his team. This won't work. Wen Qian pondered for a while, and asked Wen Rang and others to continue watching, while she went into the space first to see what good things were brought back. In addition to clearing out the food in the building, the system also brought back their weapons and equipment. Wen Qian looked at the dozens of guns of various models, and thousands of boxes of bullets piled on the open space, and couldn't help laughing. She shifted her gaze, and looked at the collected food again. Just as she had thought before, most of them were canned food. All kinds of canned food. There were also some frozen meat, frozen fish, frozen bread and noodles. There were electrical equipment in the building, and the freezers were all powered. The system directly moved all the freezers back, leaving nothing for them. Wen Qian looked through the food, and when she found a cabinet of canned herrings, she immediately rolled her eyes and took the cans out of the space. She found a small shop on the street and threw all the canned herrings in. If there is anyone who can stand this, take it and eat it. But is there anyone in this world who really likes to eat canned herring? Wen Qian doesn't believe it. Anyway, she can't eat a single bite of this thing. Just smelling it makes her sick. She has a lot of supplies, so she is qualified to be picky about food. She won't allow this stinky thing to pollute her precious space. Xiaobai was thrown into the space by Wen Qian for a long time. And he was already crazy inside. Wen Qian was afraid that it would come back to retaliate against him, pounce on him again, and sit on his head. So he found a place a little further away and released it, letting it hunt zombies on the street. The taste of foreign zombies may be a little different from that of domestic ones. Xiaobai froze in place after taking only one bite, and turned to look at Wen Qian. Seeing its stunned look, several people laughed out loud. After killing a wave of zombies nearby, they drove to the next destination. Wen Qian emptied 2 supply points in one day, and the second supply point was much larger than the first one. It was not in a commercial building, but a factory. There were high walls and electric fences outside the factory, which looked like a small base. But these devices can protect against zombies, but not against the elusive Wen Qian. When Wen Qian slipped in, most people inside were sleeping. The remaining patrol guards were not alert, and gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to chat and smoke. Even the people sitting in the monitoring room were drowsy, opening their eyes only every few minutes, scanning the monitoring screen and closing them again. So Wen Qian's invasion was very smooth, and even when she left at the end, no one noticed her presence. Wen Qian didn't show up to scare people this time, because she felt that it would be more frightening if all the supplies disappeared silently than to play tricks. Wen Qian also found a large number of guns and ammunition at the second supply point. Apart from other things, these foreigners had a lot of weapons and equipment. When Wen Qian retreated, she also took away 2 light tanks and a motorhome parked in the yard. In short, the smile never disappeared from her face. In addition to these weapons, she also found a large number of food, protective equipment, and medical supplies here. Masks, gloves, protective clothing, matches, flashlights, lighters, hammers, axes and knives, as well as commonly used painkillers, cold medicines, anti-inflammatory drugs, bandages and gauze, etc. There are a lot more items in her space. Wen Qian returned with a full load, driving the RV she found back, stopping and starting on the road, and harvesting another wave of crystal cores, which means that today's trip was not in vain, because other supply points are not in the same direction as this place. If you want to go to other places, you have to drive nearly 100 kilometers away, and you have to pass by where they live on the way. So Wen Qian simply decided to stop. When Wen Qian drove back, Imo Han had already set off again and went somewhere unknown. This time, he took Lin Yin and others with him, leaving Yi Xinghua and his group to rest. The people who were caught in the basement were also taken away by Imo Han, and the woman named Xia Ren also disappeared at the same time. Wen Qian parked the car in the backyard of the house, used the earth-related supernatural power to casually build a wall around it, and then asked Yi Xinghua and his group to go to the car to wash up. The RV had water, electricity, and complete facilities. Wen Qian disliked their stinky smell, and after they took a shower, he generously provided them with new clothes, all of which were looted today. After taking a shower and changing clothes, everyone felt like they were reborn. Wen Qian asked them to go into the room to rest. She wasn't sleepy anyway, so she just helped them keep an eye on the place. She calculated the time again, and called Liemo and Wen Chongming to chat for a while. Outside the house, zombies with their eyes rolled back and rotting all over their bodies wandered aimlessly on the street. In the sky, flocks of crows were calling and looking for food everywhere. Wen Qian leaned against the wall boredly, looking at the scene outside the window sideways. Suddenly, he thought of the woman named Xia Ran again. She endured the severe pain in her head and tried to capture the occasional fragments of memory that flashed by, trying hard to piece them together. She was so serious about herself that after just a few minutes, her face turned pale and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Wen Rang found that something was wrong with his sister. Seeing her reaching out to knock on her head, he hurried forward and asked nervously, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Wen Qian replied in a low voice, "I just want to get back some memories. But my head hurts so much." Wen Rang actually had this feeling. But unlike Wen Qian, he sometimes dreamed about some fragments. Wen Rang used to think that those were just his dreams. But after seeing the photo in Imo Han's hand, he began to waver in doubt, because the person that Imo Han said was his girlfriend before also appeared in his dream. Chapter 163. Their house is exactly the same as the one in Wen Qian's space. In addition to dreaming about things that he couldn't tell his sister, Wen Rang also had some other things he could tell. For example, in his dream, he and Imohan graduated from the military academy together. Or in his dream, their house is exactly the same as the one in Wenqian's space. The brother and sister leaned against the wall and chatted. After Wenqian listened to Wen Rang, he pondered for a long time and had a splitting headache. Yi Xinghua and others rested for a few hours. When they woke up, they saw Wenqian and others sitting on the first floor. And their mood was inevitably a little complicated. A bunch of straight men, not very good at expressing their thoughts. They are truly grateful to Wenqian. She has saved them many times and helped them a lot. They remember all of this and have not forgotten it at all. They know she is capable. But she can obviously choose not to take that risk. Did you sleep well? Wenqian heard footsteps and turned his head to look. A group of people nodded in unison. And the scene looked a little funny. Eat something when you wake up. Wenqian had seen what they were eating before. This group of people didn't bring any other food except compressed biscuits and water. Wenqian brought back a lot of supplies today. The amount of supplies in her space has long exceeded the scope of her own use and the supply of the residents in her base. It would be a waste to keep them like this. Wenqian didn't dare to bring out the food her mother cooked. For fear of scaring them, she brought them some instant noodles in a bucket, and some self-heating pots and other things. Although they were all fast food, they were called junk food before the end of the world. But now, they are rare treasures. Yi Xinghua looked at the table full of delicacies and quickly refused. We can't take it. We don't know when we can return home. You should keep it for yourself. What if? There is no such thing as what if. Just eat it if I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I said I brought too much, and I'm too lazy to carry it back. Wenqian sat on the sofa, folded his hands in front of his chest, and said fiercely. Yi Xinghua and others looked at each other, and then said, but you have already distributed the supplies you won from Mubei Chuan to us. So I didn't bring you braised meat and sausages. I know you have them. Wenqian lifted a corner of the curtain and urged. Don't waste time. Take your food to the RV behind the yard to eat. Otherwise you won't be able to eat when Imohan and the others come back. There are people she doesn't know around Imohan. And that woman. She doesn't want to give her food to people she hates. There is electricity in the RV, so they can boil water for them to make instant noodles. Yi Xinghua and the others were still hesitating, and were finally dragged to the backyard by Wen Rang and Gu Ran. Yi Xinghua and his group were crowded in the RV, smelling the aroma of food, swallowing silently. Their eyes were a little stiff. What kind of fairy is Wenqian? Someone whispered, which resonated with everyone, and the others couldn't help but reply. Yes. What kind of fairy? So beautiful. She is beautiful. Kind and powerful. Wow. I want to marry her. To be honest, when I knew she would come here with us, I felt relieved instantly. Who isn't? Fortunately, she's with me. Otherwise, I'll only be able to see your ugly faces until I die. Fuck you. Apologize to us. As if you're so good looking? This is the first time I've been out with Wenqian. Is she really that powerful? That's for sure. Didn't you hear Lin Yan call her Qianshen? She's a real god. I heard that she asked the commander for Lu Bai from the second base. TSK. I'm so envious. Really? No. What's the reason? How would I know? But to be honest, that guy is really good looking. You think Qianshen would fall for him? Right? You're right. She doesn't seem to have a boyfriend. What? Isn't that Gu Ran her boyfriend? I always thought they were a couple. No. I asked Gu Ran before, and he denied it himself, saying that he only regarded Wenqian as a sister. This guy is a great man. He can stay calm even when he is so close to her. Awesome. Since it's Lu Baixing, why can't we do the same? Brothers, we are not bad looking. Right? Yi Xinghua stared at the instant noodles in front of him, and frowned as he heard their chat gradually go off topic. He glanced at these fearless people and shattered their dreams with a cold voice. Do you think someone like Wenqian would find someone who is not as good as herself as a boyfriend? The car was instantly quiet. Everyone thought about it seriously, and felt that Wenqian did not seem to like to keep a gigolo. But why did she still want Lu Bai? That guy is not that strong. Right? Soon. Someone else refuted Yi Xinghua. Brother Hua, what you said is not right. Then tell me, is there any man who is better than her? There is none. You don't say there is none either. Our boss must be one. Don't tell ghost stories late at night. Boss and Wenqian? Wouldn't the house have to be demolished if they had a fight? I can't imagine the scene of them being together. Stop spreading rumors. Boss has a girlfriend. Ah? Who? I don't know. But this is definitely true. I heard from Lin Yin that the two have been together for a while. So don't match them up randomly. Otherwise the real sister-in-law will be so angry when she shows up later. And the boss and Qian will also be embarrassed. Yes. You can't talk nonsense about this. Since the boss has no hope, the brothers still have hope. You hide. I just have some urine. I'll pee on his face to wake him up. Everyone was chatting. And the atmosphere in the car soon became lively. And there was no tension after the end of the world. But Yi Xinghua still couldn't relax. In the whole base, he should be the person who has the most contact with Imo Han. How come he didn't know that Imo Han had a girlfriend? But Imo Han rarely talked about his own affairs. So it was normal for him not to know. Maybe he was just bumped into by Lin Yan when he was on the phone by accident. So that guy knew it before him. But Lin Yan's mouth really needs to be controlled. If Imo Han knew that everyone was talking about him in private, he would definitely be unhappy. When Qian didn't know that people in the backyard were talking about her and Imo Han, she looked out the window in a daze, wondering where Imo Han took people. And then she thought of another thing. She now strongly suspected that Imo Han also had a space. Otherwise, why did he look so clean every day? When Qian remembered that when Imo Han approached her, she smelled the scent of laundry detergent on him. And she felt that her guess was more reasonable. She planned to wait for him to come back and ask him about this. Otherwise it would be unfair that only he knew about her space. When Qian waited until Yi Xinghua and others had eaten and drunk enough and came back to change shifts, she couldn't sleep. So she went out again, wanting to go nearby to collect some more crystal cores, and then go into the space to make some medicine to test the efficacy. Chapter 164. You are so scared of me. But you still want to kill me? When Qian chose a place about 10 kilometers away from their residence and stopped. The number of zombies here is really small, which makes the few people who are used to the zombie tide in China a little uncomfortable. Even Fu Yuan said, "Sister, there are so few zombies here." When Qian was too lazy to run around, so she simply used the attraction skill. She sat on the roof with a few people, waiting for the zombies to gather from all directions. She watched them surrounding the house, stretching their arms, opening their mouths, trying to catch her, smiled, and jumped directly from the roof. The moment she landed, a bullet flew from a distance and hit her right shoulder accurately. It happened so suddenly that when Rang and Gu ran on the roof didn't react. They panicked and shouted, but saw when Qian turned his head to look in the direction where the bullet came from, with a smile on his lips. The wound on the shoulder healed quickly, and the bullet embedded in the flesh was pushed out little by little. When Qian had already discovered that someone was following her, but she didn't know the other person's identity or purpose, so she couldn't take the initiative. What if he was just an innocent survivor? She followed them just to see where they were looking for supplies, to find some life-saving food for herself? But now it seems that her worry was a bit unnecessary. When the second bullet hit Wen Qian again, she was more certain that their target was not the zombies around her, but her. Wen Rang felt distressed and annoyed when he saw Wen Qian was shot twice. Although she can heal herself, it doesn't mean she won't feel pain. What are you doing standing there? Hide. Wen Rang shouted angrily. I can't hide, Wen Qian said calmly. The bullet seems to be locked on me. She just dodged sideways, and the trajectory of the bullet also shifted. The other party is a superpower. After Wen Qian realized this, she immediately rushed to the location she confirmed. She arrived at the destination in an instant, which stunned the people who were still looking for Wen Qian's figure in the scope. Wen Qian saw 3 completely unfamiliar faces, 2 men and 1 woman, but they were wearing combat uniforms that looked familiar to her. The search base had taken a photo of her ID card to look for her everywhere. And in the photo, she was wearing this outfit. The 3 people saw Wen Qian's face and were terrified. Wen Qian looked at their expressions and sneered, "You are so afraid of me. But you still come to kill me?" These 3 people came because they received Xia Ran's secret order. When they knew who they were going to assassinate, their subconscious reaction was to refuse. After all of them have heard of Wen Qian's name. But they also have a kind of hidden excitement. Many people have tried to hunt down Wen Qian, but no one has succeeded. What if they can? Although Wen Qian is very powerful. So powerful that she is like a myth. Her combat power has long been cleaned up by the system. It is said that when processing her memory and combat power, the system spent 2 days and repeated it many times before it succeeded. This matter is an open secret. And the main control station has also publicly announced the punishment for Wen Qian. So they finally chose to chase after her, hoping that this former ceiling of combat power would die in their hands. But they didn't expect. They had just hit her. Why was she not hurt at all? This shouldn't be the case. After a brief moment of confusion, several people attacked Wen Qian at the same time. Wen Qian hadn't fought in close combat for a long time, so it was unnecessary to spend so much effort to deal with zombies. She dealt with 3 people at the same time, and she was so comfortable that she could even distract herself to greet Wen Rang, who had come over. Wen Rang saw his sister being entangled by 3 people, and after seeing clearly their combat uniforms, his eyes darkened. At this time, Wen Rang wanted to help but couldn't. He was smarter than his sister, but not as good as her. Going up at this time would only make things worse. He didn't want to chop his sister's head with a knife. Otherwise his father would definitely skin him alive if he knew about it. The 3 people were extremely brutal, and every move was aimed at the fatal point on Wen Qian's body. Wen Qian dealt with them, and there was a long-lost sense of familiarity. When they changed their target and rushed towards Wen Rang, she immediately pulled him back. She grabbed one of them by the collar, tilted her head to avoid his counterattack, and sneered, "Aren't you coming for me? Are you scared so soon? Do you deserve the clothes you are wearing?" Wen Qian's ridicule made the 3 people more and more murderous. But even if they joined forces, they still couldn't beat the woman in front of them. Suddenly, they seemed to understand why she was called the ceiling. But what they don't understand is why she is still so powerful. When Gu Ran finished dealing with the zombies in the distance and rushed over with Fu Yuan, Wen Qian had already tied them up. The 3 struggled frantically, but the ropes that Wen Qian used to tie them up were bought from the Space Mall, and the quality was superb. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break free. Wen Qian squatted on the ground and looked at their faces carefully. He stared at them for a while and gave up. "No, I can't remember. It should be a few minions. I haven't seen them before." What she said was true, but it was very unpleasant to the ears of the minions. Wen Qian stepped back, and Wen Rang came over to look for a while, still shaking his head. That Xiao Ran would at least make them feel disgusted. And these 3 were useless. Wen Rang stood up and looked at Wen Qian, asking, "What should we do? Take them back?" "It's useless to take them back." Wen Qian played with the dagger in his hand and scanned the faces of the 3 people with cold eyes. These few people are just following orders, and they won't know too many secrets. But I am a little curious about who sent them. Wen Qian was not very patient when she was judging people, and she didn't want to waste time on them. So after she was sure that she couldn't get any useful information from them, she decided to kill them. At the other end of the city, Xiao Ran was stunned when she received a system prompt that the vital signs of the 3 team members had disappeared. Although those 3 were not top-notch fighters, they should be more than enough to deal with Wen Qian and Wen Rang now. How could this happen? Xiao Ran secretly glanced at Imo Han beside her. Although she didn't understand why Imo Han didn't take action against Wen Qian, she didn't dare to ask about it. "Do you know why you couldn't be the captain of the special forces when Wen Qian was here?" Imo Han looked straight ahead and suddenly asked such a question, which made Xiao Ran stiffen and almost lost control of her facial expression. She curled her lips stiffly and said, "Because I'm not as strong as her." Imo Han glanced at her, as if he didn't expect her to have such self-knowledge. He retracted his gaze and continued to stare at the target in the distance, saying, "It's difficult to cultivate a combat power like Wen Qian, but it's very simple for you. If I find you distracted again, don't even think about returning to the main control console." Chapter 165 Orcs. Xiao Ran didn't say a word after listening to Imo Han's words. She was alert and didn't dare to think about anything else. She focused on the task at hand. After Wen Qian killed the 3 people, she killed zombies outside for a few hours before going back. When she returned to her residence, Yi Xinghua and others had just eliminated a group of enemies who came to encircle them, and the number of zombies nearby increased a lot. Wen Qian stepped on the corpses on the ground and entered the house, sat on the sofa, and said directly, "When are you going to change places? It is definitely not possible to continue staying here. The enemy underestimates the enemy, but it does not mean they are stupid. The people sent here disappear in batches. They will definitely realize the seriousness of the matter." When Qian suspected that they would send bombers to bomb this area directly next time, they made a move. Yi Xinghua and the others seemed to have planned it long ago and immediately replied, "We will leave when our leader comes back." "Okay. Then I will go upstairs and rest for a while." Wen Qian was not tired, just a little annoyed. After going upstairs, She went directly into the space, threw the crystal core into the processor, and stared at the screen, and then found that there was no abnormality in the machine. Processing these crystal cores was the same as processing them in China. They were all low-level crystal cores, and they were processed quickly. Wen Qian casually threw 2 into her mouth, and the taste did not change much. As for the efficacy, this level of medicine can only increase the strength of the supernatural power by 3%, which is too little for Wen Qian, and she can't feel it at all. Wen Qian put all the medicines into the box, then left the villa, sat on the ground, and stared at the house in front of her in a daze. Wen Rang said that he had dreamed of this villa, which was their original home, which made Wen Qian feel very confused. Even if her rebirth caused some errors in the memories of their whole family, some things were still beyond the scope of memory deviation. This villa is about 600 to 700 square meters, which is totally beyond her family's reach. Although her family made some money from the business later, villas are often something that they can afford but cannot afford to live in. According to Bincheng's housing prices, this villa would cost at least 30 million. The decoration cost would be at least 5 million, plus the subsequent property fees, water and electricity fees, and daily maintenance and cleaning costs, which are not a small amount. In addition, there is no trace of Wen Rang and her attending military school. Given their ages, how could they possibly go to college twice? So, where did those so-called forgotten memories come from? It wasn't from this life, nor from the previous life, but it couldn't be from her previous life. Right? The more Wen Qian thought about it, the more headache she had. The nerves in her brain seemed to be stimulated by something, twitching and making it difficult for Wen Qian to breathe. She leaned back and simply lay on the ground, curled up and endured it. She didn't know how long it had been, until her clothes were soaked with cold sweat, and the deadly pain completely disappeared. Wen Qian got up expressionlessly, went into the house to take a shower and change clothes, and then left the space. She was a little hungry, so she called Wen and the others back upstairs, and they locked the door and hid in the house to eat a big meal. Pickled fish, malkschwing, sweet and sour pork ribs, cola chicken wings, Cuban beans, Thai tom yum goong soup. Their meal was luxurious, and after such a big meal, Wen Qian stood in front of the window for half an hour, then fell headfirst onto the bed and fell asleep. She slept very deeply and for a long time. Wen Rang knocked on the door twice but didn't wake anyone up, so he knew his sister's old problem had come back. Wen Qian likes to sleep when she is under pressure. Although she doesn't say some things, she keeps them in her heart. Wen Rang felt distressed, but there was no good way, so he stood guard at the door of Wen Qian's room until she woke up, and then dragged them out to collect supplies again. Instead of thinking about it at home, it's better to find something to do. Wen Qian drove to another supply point, and then found that this place was much more strictly guarded than the previous 2 supply points. I don't know if it was originally like this, or if he heard some rumors, in order to prevent them from transferring the supplies to other places. Wen Qian decided to deal with the remaining supply points within 1 day. Wen Qian put on the hood, put the car into the space, stretched his muscles, and then started to move. In the supply storage building, all the fighters were nervous. There were people patrolling back and forth with flashlights on each floor, and they didn't know when the mysterious ghost would appear. They did receive calls from the other 2 supply points. They thought it was just a boring joke, but they realized the seriousness of the matter after receiving reminders from their superiors. They definitely didn't believe in the ghost story, but it was a foregone conclusion that the supplies had been stolen. There were people patrolling the corridor, and there were also people guarding the warehouse. The location where Wen Qian flashed this time was perfect, and she teleported herself into a coffin. It took Wen Qian a long time to realize what this place was in the dark and narrow space, but she didn't understand why there was a coffin here. She pushed the coffin lid, carefully poked her head out to look outside, and then found that she seemed to have arrived at a morgue. The room was full of coffins. She was lucky not to lie down in one with a dead body. Wen Qian thought about it, and simply lay down again, letting the system start working automatically. So, those guarding the warehouse watched the supplies disappear in large quantities. Soon, the alarm sounded throughout the building. Wen Qian listened to the panic outside and scratched the wall of the coffin out of boredom. Then, when someone pushed the door open, she quickly stopped. The 2 men had been guarding outside the house and did not notice anyone coming in, but they still checked it. But they didn't check inside the coffin, because there were too many corpses here. and most of them looked disgusting. Wen Qian lay there safely, and when the system had cleared all the supplies, she went into the space to take a look. Wen Rang and the other three were in the space, and when they saw her appear, they immediately pulled her over and asked, "What is this?" Wen Qian took a closer look and was also a little dumbfounded, because in front of her was a large glass display cabinet. Inside the sealed glass was a half-human, half-beast creature, with tubes all over its body, and it was lying in the cabinet with its eyes closed, as if it was asleep, in a trance. Wen Qian seemed to understand why there was a coffin in that room. She seemed to have accidentally entered a laboratory in the enemy camp. There were 10 such display cabinets in the space, all of which contained half-beasts. Wen Qian clenched her fists and quickly dodged out of the space. She opened the tops of several coffins, and after seeing the bodies cut into pieces inside, she pulled Wen Rang out and burned all the bodies with fire. Chapter 166, Who do you think you are? Why do you want to mind my business? It seems that they are not only developing crystal core medicine here, but also conducting experiments on genetic modification and half-orcs. So disgusting. Wen Qian couldn't help thinking in his heart. There are at least hundreds of coffins in that house. But why don't they just throw the corpses out and burn them? But keep them in coffins? Do they want to take them out later and splice them with other animal corpses? Wen Qian couldn't determine their purpose, and she definitely didn't want to keep this laboratory. She told her brother to set as big a fire as possible, and it would be best if the place was burned to ashes. After making a mess of the place together, Wen Qian hurried to the next target. She asked Wen Rang to drive, and she couldn't help but enter the space again to see the 10 orcs she brought back. Fu Yuan was afraid and didn't dare to stay in the space, so he went out to be with Wen Rang. In the eyes of children, this thing is much scarier than zombies. Gu Ran stayed in the space. When he saw Wen Qian coming in, he whispered, "They are all breathing and alive." Wen Qian scanned the 10 display cabinets one by one. The upper bodies of the orcs inside were all human, while the lower parts were different. Some were snake bodies, some were deer bodies, and there were even 2 that were a combination of humans and zombies. Wen Qian frowned, not knowing how to deal with these things, and not knowing how many finished products had been successfully developed here. What do these people want to do by creating this kind of creature? To deal with zombies? Isn't that a bit of a waste of time and cost? I'm not sure about their combat power yet, so let's put them in the space first. I'll try them out when I get a chance. Wen Qian left with Gu Ran. The 3 adults and 1 child sat in the car silently and arrived at the next place in silence. Wen Qian's several surprise attacks made the enemy more and more vigilant, and she was not always so lucky that she could teleport to a corner where no one was. So, when they found several ghosts and were scared to the point of numbness, they also raised their weapons and attacked them reflexively. But no matter what, they can't be opponents. Wen Qian quickly tied up all the people, seized a large number of weapons, and turned away. Cars, phones, radios, all ways to leave here and contact the outside world were cut off by her. But she didn't kill the people here, and didn't leave them any water and food. It was obvious that she wanted to force them to go out and fight the zombies without weapons. This vicious mind, coupled with a grimace on her face, was really suitable. All the remaining supplies were emptied in one go. When Wen Qian returned to her place, it was already a day later. Imohan and others had also returned at this time. Everyone was discussing whether to contact her in the house, fearing that she had encountered some trouble outside. Wen Rang kicked the door in first, holding the sleeping Fu Yuan. Because there were orcs in the space, the little guy didn't dare to go into sleep, so he kept running around with Wen Qian and the others. As soon as he entered the house, Wen Rang heard Lin Yan say, "You came back at the right time. We were planning to move." Wen Rang paused as he was walking upstairs and asked, "Let's go now." "Yes." "Okay. You guys drive and lead the way." Wen Rang was so tired that his eyelids were fighting, and he leaned against the wall to signal them to go first. Wen Qian had put the bed and the small tent upstairs into the space before she left, so she didn't need to go upstairs to get any luggage, and simply sat on the sofa to rest. She was in a bad mood now because she was too sleepy. Xia Ran, who was not afraid of death, ran into the gun at this time. She looked at Wen Qian leaning on the sofa, looking lazy and relaxed, and spoke softly. "Since Miss Wen is not working with us and is not one of us, there is no need to live together. Right, Miss Wen? What do you think?" Wen Qian was resting with her eyes closed, and when she heard this, She opened her eyes lazily, looked at her, and said word by word, "Who do you think you are? To care about my business?" Xiaoran was rude. And when Qian was even more rude than her. She could feel the hostility in Xiaoran. And coincidentally, she didn't like this person either. When Xiaoran spoke just now, everyone was a little nervous. Now when Qian's reply made the atmosphere in the room freeze. When Qian was about to say something more unpleasant, but was beaten to it by someone beside her. "Who is it about you and us?" Lin Yan looked at Xiaoran unhappily. "We just love to be with her. Why do you open your mouth to chase people away?" "That's right. We are not familiar with you. If you don't know anything, just shut up and don't say anything, so as not to embarrass yourself. Except for you. No one here treats them as outsiders. Our boss hasn't spoken yet. Who do you think you are?" Everyone was talking at once. And for a moment, they forgot that Xiaoran was Imohan's spy here, because she was so angry at her 2 words. When Qian didn't expect that this group of people would protect her so much, leaving her with no room to play. Even Yi Xinghua, who was always calm and restrained, frowned and looked at Imohan. "Sir, we don't want Wen Qian to leave." Xiaoran froze in place, her face red with anger. She looked at Imohan with a last glimmer of hope, and then heard Imohan say, "Since you are so unsociable, why don't you leave?" Xiaoran, "Sir, I don't mean that. I'm just worried that she will reveal our whereabouts and bring us unnecessary trouble and danger." Imohan looked at her coldly. Xiaoran bit her lower lip and lowered her eyes. "I was wrong. Sir, I shouldn't have made this suggestion." Xiaoran clenched her fists tightly, not daring to make eye contact with Imohan. The anger and unwillingness in her heart intertwined. She tried to suppress the emotion and said to herself silently, "It doesn't matter. Wen Qian will die sooner or later. No matter how much these stupid humans protect her. It's useless. No matter where she hides to survive. She can't escape the pursuit of the main control console." Xiaoran glanced at Wen Qian not far away with her peripheral vision. She was looking at herself. Like the person in Xiaoran's memory. She was still indifferent, arrogant, and insolent. Her greatest ability has never been a high combat power, but to bewitch people. She once messed up the control panel, and now she has made these humans loyal to her. Why didn't the commander kill her? What value did she have? Xiaoran really couldn't figure it out. Just as she was thinking hard, she heard Imohan's voice. "Find a place to stay first, and I'll contact you later." Someone was kicked out of the team, but that person was not Wen Qian, but her. Chapter 167. Judging from their hair color. Are they Chinese? The room was completely quiet. Yi Xinghua and the others looked at each other. They guessed that Imohan would protect Wen Qian, but they didn't expect him to say such harsh words. Xiaoran blinked, and his expression was also somewhat incredible. And under that surprise, there were many other emotions. Mu Beichuan leaned against the wall and watched the fun silently. He crossed his arms over his chest and stared at Xiaoran's face with interest. Although they were far away, he was sure that Xiaoran's eyes were filled with reluctance, grievance, and sadness. She liked Imohan. Mu Beichuan had been in the love field for more than 10 years and knew everything about love. He had a playful smile on his lips and spoke softly, breaking the silence in the room. Too impatient, Mu Beichuan's smiling voice attracted everyone's attention. When Qian turned her head to look at him, and then she remembered that there was such a person. She thought he had run away long ago, but it turned out that he hadn't. Mu Beichuan has been forced to stay with Imohan these days, and he almost lost his life several times. If he couldn't beat him, he would have run back to his country. Mu Beichuan stood up and walked out of the shadows. He walked straight to Xiaoran, met Xiaoran's unhappy eyes, and said, "Those of us actors know that we have to endure loneliness to succeed. You can't eat hot tofu if you are impatient." Xiaoran frowned. "What do you mean? Huh? Don't you like Chief Mo? What? Am I wrong?" Xiaoran froze for a moment, and denied in panic, "Don't talk nonsense." Mu Beichuan chuckled, shrugged his shoulders, and shut up. He walked to the backyard first and got in the car, choosing a comfortable seat for himself. Leaning on the seat, Mu Beichuan closed his eyes and thought about some scenes of getting along with Xiaoran in the past few days. He had never seen a woman as powerful as Xiaoran, and even among this group of men, only Imohan was better than her. Logically speaking, she should be the type that Imohan would like. But why doesn't Imohan like it? Mu Beichuan poked his cheek with the tip of his tongue and thought of Wen Qian. To be fair, Wen Qian is indeed prettier than Xia Ran. But is there anything better than Xia Ran besides her face? Is Imohan the same as me? Only looking at the face and not considering other things? That would be really surprising. Mu Beichuan ran out to enjoy the quietness by himself, and didn't care how awkward the atmosphere in the room became because of his words. Inside the room, except for Lin Yin, Yi Xinghua and others were all stunned. For some reason, they suddenly remembered the rumor that Imohan had a girlfriend. They were a little nervous and uneasy, afraid that Xia Ran was Imohan's girlfriend who had never shown up. If that was the case, should they consider packing their bags and running away to Wen Qian's base? Wen Qian was not interested in listening to what they were talking about, so he winked at Wen Rang and went out first. The RV they had driven back was still parked outside. Wen Qian wanted to drive it away, so he got in the car directly, and then found that Mu Beichuan and his bodyguards were already in the car. Mu Beichuan opened one eye when he heard footsteps, and was happy when he saw Wen Qian. "Why are you here? I should be the one asking you that," Wen Qian said bluntly. "This is the car I picked up. Get off. Don't be so ruthless. I gave you a bag of food after all." Correction. I won it with my own ability. Wen Qian turned sideways and let Wen Rang and Gu Ran, who were following behind, come in. Wen Rang put Fu Yuan on the bed and heard Mu Beichuan asking them, "What on earth are you doing here?" Mu Beichuan was very curious. They were not Imohan's subordinates, nor were they forced to come here like he was. Then why did they come to join in the fun? Are they really not afraid of death? "I'm here to pick up junk," Wen Qian replied casually, yawned and sent them away. "Go back to your car. I want to wash up and go to bed." She hadn't slept for almost a day and a night, and she was so sleepy that she was about to explode. Mu Beichuan didn't want to leave. He sat up silently, lowered his voice, and discussed with a flattering tone, "Can I stay here? I'll sit here and promise not to go anywhere. The sofa in the RV is much more comfortable than the back seat of the SUV." Mu Beichuan looked at the car with electricity and water, and the two words envy were written on his face. He also wanted to go out and pick one up, before Wen Qian could say no. Imohan got in the car and picked him up. When Mu Beichuan saw Imohan's figure, he immediately became obedient. He didn't know what he had suffered from Imohan in the past few days. Anyway, he didn't dare to resist at all. Imohan turned his head to look at Wen Qian, and wanted to say something, but heard Wen Qian speak in a calm voice. "Everyone, get out. I want to sleep." Mu Beichuan laughed fearlessly. "Hey." The chief was also rejected. Wen Qian drove everyone out of the car, locked the door, and went to the space with Wen Rang to wash up. Gu Ran sat in the driver's seat, and after Imohan and the others drove to lead the way, he also started the car and followed behind. In the dark night, he saw Xia Ran standing alone at the door of the room from the rearview mirror, watching them leave expressionlessly. The convoy gradually went away, and Xia Ran turned and walked in the opposite direction. Soon, his figure disappeared in the night. Tanshan Base. The underground conference room was brightly lit, and a few enlarged close-ups of ghost faces were displayed on the huge screen. A dozen people sat around the conference table. They looked at the screen with serious expressions, discussing the major events of several supply points being looted one after another. The most important thing now is not the stolen supplies, but the finished experimental subjects and experimental data. The man sitting in the middle of the table spoke in a cold voice. "So far, this is the only clue we have. We must find out their identities as soon as possible, find their whereabouts, and get the things back. But what can we find out based on these few surveillance screenshots?" Someone replied, "We can't even see the other party's face. We can only see their masks. How can we find it? And now it's polar night. It's really difficult to find them." Soon someone else said, "Look at the color of their hair. It seems to be black. Could it be the Chinese?" According to reliable information, a group of Chinese have indeed sneaked into our country recently, but they should not have the ability to do so. That's right. Those stupid sick men of East Asia definitely don't have the courage and strength to do so. Maybe they just wore wigs and wanted to deliberately mislead us to guess wrong. But I heard that none of the men we sent to encircle and suppress the Chinese came back safely. We may have underestimated the enemy. We never underestimate the enemy. If the Chinese really have this strength, do you think they will sit back and not take this opportunity to attack us? They never take the initiative to attack any country. That was in the past. Not now. Those cunning rabbits will never give up the opportunity to attack us. Chapter 168. It was the orcs she helped to develop and transform. The meeting room soon became noisy. More than a dozen people were discussing passionately. When Xiaoran pushed the door open, she saw their faces flushed. Seeing Xiaoran appear, everyone gradually lowered their voices and looked at her in unison. She walked to an empty seat and sat down as if no one was around. Then looked at the picture on the display and frowned slightly. "What is this?" Xiaoran asked coldly. "It's the thief who stole our experimental results and supplies." "That's right. The genetically modified orcs you helped to successfully develop were all stolen by them. Ran! Help us find them. Catch them." Xiaoran glanced at the dozen people in front of her and cursed them in her heart. She was able to provide Imohan with so much useful intelligence information. So it was not just guesswork. She had been here for a long time, and had arrived here before the end of the world, and had reached a very high position. Xiaoran stared at the big screen intently. For some reason, she had a familiar feeling, and subconsciously the figure of Wen Qian emerged in her mind. 3 people? Could it be them? Is this the reason why Imohan didn't kill her? Wen Qian has other unfinished tasks? Xiaoran pondered for a moment and asked how much supplies were stolen. Then, after hearing their answers, she became more certain of her guess. The several supply points that were looted were exactly the ones she told Imohan about before. It seems that Wen Qian was indeed following Imohan's orders to carry out the mission. No wonder she was able to get rid of the people chasing her. I'm afraid even her superpowers were given by Imohan. Thinking of this, Xiaoran felt much more comfortable. She looked at the men with sad faces, smiled, and said, "I will handle this matter, and I will bring these people back to you in a while." Her words made everyone feel relieved. Although she was a woman, they had to admit that she was a very smart and powerful woman, which made them look at her with new eyes. Xiaoran changed the subject and asked, where were the crystal cores brought back from China sent to? There was no communication between each city here, and even between each base. Therefore, Xiaoran was completely unaware of the crystal core matter in the early stage. Even now, she is not very sure about the final destination of the crystal core, but has a few guesses. When everyone heard her ask about this matter, they immediately shook their heads to indicate that they did not know. Xiaoran was not angry when she saw this, but just smiled and said, "If you still want me to help study the orcs, you'd better find out about this matter for me. I need a large number of crystal cores to improve the combat effectiveness of the orcs. The previous crystal cores have been used up." Xiaoran got up and left. After returning to the dormitory, she lay down on the bed a little tiredly, still thinking about Wen Qian. To her, Wen Qian was like a thorn in her heart. Every time she thought of him, she would be upset. She had captured Wen Qian herself, and even the things like clearing her memory and combat power were handled by her. Wen Qian was indeed very strong. After the system cleared her memory and combat power, it had almost no effect on her, which made everyone feel scared. Xiaoran could hardly remember how many times she pressed the button repeatedly. The electric shock became stronger and stronger. In the end, even the machine sounded an alarm. You can imagine how much damage Wen Qian's body suffered. But even so, she is still alive today. Xiaoran sighed heavily and clenched her fists. No matter what, Wen Qian must not be allowed to go back. As long as she dies, her subordinates will have no thoughts, and it will be easy to deal with. Although Wen Qian has been away for many years, the Special Forces members who followed her are still wishing that she can go back. Some members have been punished by the system. Their memories have been cleared and their positions have been demoted. But some people still escaped from the main control console. Xiaoran came out this time. In addition to completing the system's tasks, another task is to find a group of people and bring them back to be punished. Mu Beichuan is right in saying that you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. She has been waiting for so many years, and she is not in a hurry for this moment. Xiaoran figured it out and got up and went into the bathroom. At this time, Wen Qian had already been in the space with Zhou Gong. Wen Rang, Gu Ran and Fu Yuan stayed in the RV to rest, while Wen Qian slept in the space with Xiao Bai. She fell on the bed and slept for more than 10 hours before waking up. After taking off the eye mask, she saw the light outside the window and was a little uncomfortable for a while. Unlike the polar night outside, there was no night in her space, and it was always daytime. Wen Qian stayed in bed for a while, then got up, washed, changed clothes, and after choosing breakfast, took Xiao Bai out of the space. In the RV, Wen Rang and the other two also woke up. I was watching cartoons with Fu Yuan on TV. Wen Qian put breakfast on the table and leaned over the window to look outside. Where is this place? Wen Qian asked in confusion. Downtown? Yes. Wen Rang replied while eating. They are all upstairs. The RV was parked under an apartment building. Because Fu Yuan activated his superpowers. The zombies outside kept passing by. But they didn't find any living people in the car. The four of them ate and drank enough. Wen Qian listened to the strong wind outside and gave up going to the rooftop to set up a tent. The weather is particularly bad today. And the wind is so strong that it can blow Fu Yuan up to the sky like a kite. This kind of weather is best for staying at home and curling up on the sofa to watch horror movies. So Wen Qian decided not to go anywhere today and choose a spacious house to be a homegirl. She put the RV into the space and ran into Imohan as soon as she entered the building. It was a coincidence. Wen Qian raised her eyebrows and asked, "Are you going out?" "No. I came down to see if you are awake." Wen Qian smiled and followed him upstairs. The zombies in the building had been cleared out by them. This building is not particularly tall. And the highest floor is only 20. Right now, Yi Xinghua and the others are on the 20th floor. Wen Qian didn't want to go up and squeeze with them. So she stopped on the 19th floor. Seeing that Imohan had no intention of leaving, she asked him, "What do you want to talk to me about?" "I want to talk to you." Gu Ran turned around wisely after hearing this, holding Fu Yuan's hand, and also dragged Wen Rang, who was leaning against the wall and looking like he wanted to hear what he wanted to talk about, into the room. After closing the door, Wen Rang's voice could still be heard. "Why are you pulling me? Let me hear what that scumbag wants to say to fool my child." Imohan sighed helplessly, looked at Wen Qian seriously, and spoke softly. "I have to go out in 2 hours. Can you accompany me? Is it not enough for you to have so many people accompany you? You are different from them." Imohan took out 2 pieces of candy from his pocket, which he got from somewhere, and handed them to Wen Qian. Wen Qian looked down and smiled. "Are you really here to fool the kids?" Chapter 169. Wen Qian is going on a blind date. Wen Qian reached out to take the 2 candies, and her fingertips gently stroked Imohan's palm, which was a little itchy. Wen Qian was curious about where the candies came from, and was about to ask Imohan, but heard footsteps coming from the stairs. They turned their heads at the same time, and then saw Mu Beichuan appear there. Mu Beichuan walked over, looked at Wen Qian and said, "Do you know how many zombies were around your car while you were sleeping?" Mu Beichuan looked downstairs with a telescope, and his scalp was numb. The number of zombies in this area is completely different from the area where they stayed temporarily before. So Wen Qian was able to sleep peacefully in the car under such circumstances, which really made Mu Beichuan admire her. After listening to him, Wen Qian walked forward a few steps, leaned on the windowsill, and looked down. Sure enough, there were a lot of zombies below. There was a very busy commercial street nearby, and next to it was the financial center. Before the apocalypse, it was a well-known crowded and traffic jam area. And after the apocalypse, it became one of the main gathering places for zombies. Why did Imohan bring people here? Want to collect a wave of crystal cores? He just said he would go out in 2 hours. Where is he going? The wind outside the window is getting stronger and stronger. How strong is it? There are zombies being blown away. It is completely at the level of a typhoon. Wen Qian retracted her gaze and looked at Mu Beichuan, asking, "Do you have something to talk to me about?" Mu Beichuan stared at her for a few seconds, then chuckled, "Can't I talk to you if there is nothing? It's boring to stay up there. I want to chat with you for a while." After he finished speaking, he looked at Imohan. "Commander Imo, do you have something important to talk about? Then you two can talk first." Mu Beichuan understood first come first served, and he didn't think Imohan had anything serious to do with Wen Qian. Feeling Imohan's unfriendly gaze, Mu Beichuan sighed. "Commander Imo, you should be reasonable. Wen Qian is not yours. You can't stop others from talking to her. Right?" Others couldn't see Imohan's feelings for Wen Qian, but Mu Beichuan saw it clearly. But even so, what? They are not together. Mu Beichuan is used to being a playboy. In the past, he had hooked up with many people, not to mention being single, even when he had a boyfriend. Although each of his relationships did not last long, he was generous and generous. He gave all kinds of gifts when they were dating, and he would also give a compensation after breaking up. So in all these years, he has never met anyone who said bad things about him after breaking up. Mu Beichuan and Imohan looked at each other and said seriously, I also need a chance to show myself. So that she can know who is the most suitable one for her. Right? Imohan's pupil shrank. And he suddenly felt a little flustered. Imohan would listen to Lin Yin and the others' occasional gossip. In just a few days since Mu Beichuan arrived at the base, he was able to get along well with the women in the base. And every time he chatted with them, he made them smile. This showed that he was really good at pleasing girls. He used to be a star. A job that depended on others likes to make money. He was very good at this. But Imohan was not. Imohan recalled what efforts he had made when he pursued Wen Qian. But the final result was that he did not pay much. The main control panel was full of surveillance cameras. The only place where people could take a breath was Imohan's office, which was a little privilege for him as an executive. So when Wen Qian was first assigned to work with him, she always sneaked into his office to eat snacks. At that time, Imohan spent the most time with her, and basically took her with him on any mission. Because she was the best among the graduates, she was the one to be trained. But at that time, Imohan had no other thoughts at all. The only thing he thought about was that he had to train this person well, and that she was Wen Rang's sister, and he tried not to let her get hurt. That period of time passed very quickly, and Wen Qian's growth was also outstanding beyond everyone's imagination. Every time she went on a mission, she would have a qualitative breakthrough. Her excellent performance made her promotion path extremely smooth, and she was soon transferred away from Imohan. When he heard the news that she was leaving, Imohan didn't react much. He just thought that he would have one less capable assistant in the future. He really started to panic when he accidentally heard her talking to someone else about going on a blind date. He still remembers what she said at the time. She said, after all, you can't escape this disaster. So it's better to get in touch earlier. Maybe you can really cultivate some feelings. Everyone at the control center was like this, including Wen Qian's parents, who were also arranged by the system to form a new family. Wen Qian received a list with information about several people. She could choose at will, but she could only choose from this list. Imohan's heart stopped for a moment, and then he felt annoyed that he couldn't even explain. And this annoyance reached its peak when he saw her having dinner with her blind date a few days later. Imohan didn't sleep all night that day. He called people to his office early the next morning with an emergency notice and then cornered them. Wen Qian was shocked at the time, and the panic expression on her face was just like the first time he caught her cheating in his office. She blinked, held her breath, and asked carefully, have I gotten into trouble again? Is there anyone who has complained to you again? What did Imohan answer at the time? He said, the people on your list are not as good as me. Do you want to try with me and be my girlfriend? Wen Qian was really scared, and accidentally choked on her own saliva, coughed and her face turned red. And then she ran away from his office. Imohan watched her leave, and then he looked for her every now and then. It was also from that time that some people thought he disliked Wen Qian. Even when Rang came to ask him why his sister made him unhappy, and why he called her to the office every few days to scold her, no one suspected that Imohan had other purposes, because in the entire system, he was the least likely to make mistakes. But it was he who made the biggest mistake. He asked Wen Qian again and again if she wanted to be his girlfriend. At first, Wen Qian thought he was sent by the system to test her, but later she found that it was not the case. Imohan didn't remember how many times he asked. But one day Wen Qian got angry and grabbed his collar and asked, what do you want to do? Do you want to fight with me? Or do you want me to be kicked out of the main control station? I want to fall in love with you. Imohan answered softly, is it okay? Wen Qian's eyes were red at the time, and she didn't know whether she was embarrassed or angry. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Imohan said again, let's fall in love secretly, without letting them know. Chapter 170. He's such a green tea. Until today, when Imohan thinks about what happened at that time, he is still a little unsure whether he succeeded in wooing Wen Qian in the end, because Wen Qian liked him, or because he was too clingy at that time and she had no other better choice. After they got together, because of their identities, and because they had something to hide, they rarely communicated in front of others. Wen Qian was also very busy at that time, with tasks coming one after another, almost without stopping. If Imohan wanted to see her, he could only wait for her to come back and call her to the office. Time and again, when everyone thought Wen Qian had violated some rules and was called in for a lecture, they held hands, hugged, and kissed in the office. This was not something to show off or be happy about. In their relationship, he could give her too little. Now that he came to this world, there were no surveillance cameras everywhere. But he still didn't have that much time to accompany her. She had lost her previous memories, and she had more choices. For example, Mu Beichuan in front of her, and those who would appear by her side in the future. Imohan leaned against the wall, half closed his eyes, and his mood became very bad. Wen Qian stood beside him, and felt his mood change almost immediately. As for Mu Beichuan, in his eyes, Imohan basically had no expression change. From morning to night, he had a coffin face, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. And although this man was not very old, he always gave people a sense of distance and oppression. So Mu Beichuan didn't want to talk to him very much. Wen Qian raised her foot and kicked Imohan's calf. Imohan raised his eyes and heard her ask, "What are you going to do in 2 hours?" "I found out about the professor. I'll go over and confirm it." As soon as Imohan finished speaking, a billboard blown up by the wind passed by their window. Wen Qian's sight followed it until it disappeared. Then she retracted her sight and asked again, "Fly?" The wind was much stronger than when she was outside just now. Wen Qian suspected that she would have to go to the sky if she went out now. But from another perspective, a surprise attack in this kind of weather is indeed the most effective. Wen Qian lay on the windowsill and looked outside again, and suddenly felt a little moved. Mu Beichuan also followed her to look outside, then turned to Imohan and said, "I'm not going. I can't stand such a strong wind." Wen Qian blurted out "rookie," which made Mu Beichuan stiffen. He slowly turned his head to look at her and asked, "Is this a personal attack?" Wen Qian smiled at him and asked back, "Do you want to pursue me?" No one expected Wen Qian to ask this question so bluntly, and the corridor was silent for a while. After a long while, Mu Beichuan laughed softly. "Yes, I want to pursue you. Will you? But I never date noobs." Mu Beichuan. Wen Qian patted his shoulder. "If you want to pursue me, you have to show some sincerity. I have money and more supplies than you. Why don't you go with him, and let me see how much you like me?" Mu Beichuan, "Excuse me. Is this considered PUA?" Wen Qian smiled sweetly and shook her head. "I don't know. If you think it is, you can refuse." Mu Beichuan began to regret coming here. He calmed down and refuted Wen Qian's point of view. You can express your sincerity to like someone in many ways. You don't have to risk your life to show your strength. This is too extreme. Only people with abnormal psychology would like to use this method to reflect the value of their existence. Wen Qian nodded thoughtfully. "What you said seems to make sense. But are you saying that I have a mental problem?" "No. Absolutely not." Mu Beichuan raised his hands to express his opinion. "How could I have such an idea?" "Then tell me. If you don't follow him, what other ways do you have to pursue me?" Mu Beichuan was silent for 3 seconds, and answered seriously, "I am handsome. Look at my face. Isn't it pleasing to the eye? I can also sing, dance, and act. I can cooperate with any type of identity you like." Wen Qian was also silent for 3 seconds, and suddenly remembered the Otome game in her game console. Mu Beichuan added, "And I'm very strong. I can protect you at the critical moment." Wen Qian raised her eyebrows and glanced at Imohan. After seeing Imohan shaking his head, she couldn't help but laugh and said, "You are really scolding me." Wen Qian was curious about what level she was in his eyes. He had been with Yi Xinghua and Lin Yan for so many days, so he should have heard some of their stories. Right? How could he still think she was weak? She laughed so hard that Mu Beichuan felt cold on his back. Mu Beichuan felt something was wrong and asked Imohan in a low voice in front of her, "She's better than me?" "Nonsense. How about you?" "She's better than me too." Mu Beichuan was full of questions, thinking that Imohan had lost all his dignity in order to please Wen Qian, and could say anything. Better than him? Is he still a human being? Mu Beichuan didn't believe it, and neither did Wen Qian. The two of them watched Imohan confront him without saying a word. But Imohan looked back quietly, with a completely righteous expression. Of course, all his eyes were on Wen Qian. Wen Qian felt that she had a good temper. Otherwise she should have fought with him right now. As long as he fought back and won, she would tell him lying will be punished. Wen Qian turned around, not wanting to waste time standing in the corridor with these two stinky men. She wanted to go back to her room, lie on the sofa, eat snacks and watch a movie, or listen to the wind and rain outside, or use a telescope to watch the zombies below being blown away and soaked. but she had just taken a step out when the corner of her clothes was grabbed by the person next to her. Wen Qian looked down at the hand that was holding her clothes. The fingers were long and slender, with distinct joints, and very beautiful. Wen Qian looked at the owner of the hand again and asked him, "Han, want to fight?" "No. My injury hurts a little. Help me take care of it." "When did he get hurt again?" Wen Qian frowned, and then saw Han tapping the band-aid under his eye. "That's it. It hurts a little." Han also knew that this excuse was a bit too fake, but he couldn't think of any other reason at the moment. So he could only bite the bullet and say it. "It really hurts. If I don't take care of it, it might leave a scar, which is ugly. Of course, if you don't have time, you don't have to help me. I don't mind. At most, it will be a little ugly, and people will point fingers and gossip when you go out in the future." Wen Qian didn't say anything, and Mu Beichuan was shocked. What is Chief Mo doing? Acting like a spoiled child? Showing weakness? Wow, he is such a green tea. Mu Beichuan was stunned, watching Wen Qian silently pull Han's clothes and pull him into the room. Closing the door, he stood outside the door and looked up at the sky, thinking seriously for a while, and realized it. Chapter 171. What kind of person do you like? Inside the house, Wen Rang was standing by the French window with Gu Ran and Fu Yuan, looking at the scenery outside with night vision binoculars. When he heard the door open, Wen Rang turned his head subconsciously and saw his sister pulling Han's clothes in aggressively. Han was very tall, a little taller than Wen Rang, and more than 10 centimeters taller than Wen Qian. Because of his height, he usually looked down at everyone, looking aloof and fierce. But now, he was followed by Wen Qian by the collar, looking dumb and obedient. In comparison, Wen Qian looked like a bully. He was the kind of big bully who had just captured a village beauty and brought her back to his lair, intending to execute her on the spot. Wen Rang couldn't bear to watch, so he turned around silently, pretending not to see his sister's evil deeds. Wen Qian looked around as soon as he entered the room, and found the door next to him, and immediately pulled people in. Han was silent, and when Wen Qian closed the door and looked at him expressionlessly, he took the initiative to tear off the bandage on his face. This band-aid was the one Wen Qian had given him last time. It was pink and had cartoon patterns printed on it. When he came downstairs with this band-aid on, Yi Xinghua and the others were shocked. They looked like they wanted to say something but didn't dare. They suspected that Han didn't look in the mirror, so he didn't know what was stuck on his face. But then, they thought that this pink thing was probably given by Wen Qian. They didn't have the courage to stir up trouble between the two bosses, so they could only hold it in and say nothing. Wen Qian stared at Han's actions. The room was dark, and outside it was covered with dark clouds and heavy rain. Not even a little moonlight could come through. So she had no choice but to take out her phone and turn on the flashlight. Han was so shaken that he closed his eyes. Wen Qian did it on purpose. She looked at the scab-like scar under Han's eyes, and wondered how he had the nerve to say the word pain. Han opened his eyes to adjust to the light, and met Wen Qian's gaze. Neither of them spoke. After a while, Han spoke in a low voice. "Wen Qian, it hurts." Wen Qian knew he was lying, but she still held her breath and asked unhappily, "Where does it hurt?" "It hurts." Han said it in his heart, but he changed the subject. "He has bad intentions towards you." Wen Qian raised her eyebrows. "How dare you say such a thing?" Wen Qian pushed him. There was a desk behind Han. The room they entered was a study. Han sat on the desk. Wen Qian put the phone in his arms and said, "Take care of it yourself." Wen Qian walked to the side, brought out a medical kit, picked and chose, and finally found a tube of ointment. She turned around and walked to Han again, holding a cotton swab dipped in medicine, and pushed it against Han's face, saying, "Take the medicine with you when you leave. Remember to apply it several times a day to prevent scars." Wen Qian looked at this pleasing face from a close distance, and didn't want it to have any flaws. Han lowered his eyes to watch her carefully applying the medicine to herself. They were very close. So close that he could hold her in his arms as long as he stretched out his hand. He smelled the pleasant light fragrance on her body, his eyes surging with emotions, and asked softly, "What kind of person do you like?" Wen Qian was slightly startled by the question, stopped the movement of her hands, raised her eyes, and looked into his eyes. "What kind of person do you like?" Wen Qian silently repeated this question in her mind. and then found that she didn't seem to have an accurate answer. She had never thought about this question. But when a suitor appeared, she would come to a conclusion in her mind that she didn't like him. If she had to say it, she liked good-looking people. She was a superficial person, and she didn't want to lie to herself. Of course, having a good-looking face alone would not work. She didn't have the hobby of keeping a gigolo. She liked people who could fight side by side with her. Wen Qian was stunned for a while, and Imohan's name flashed in her mind. She exerted force on the cotton swab and broke the cotton swab stick. Wen Qian lowered her eyes, threw away the cotton swab, picked up a band-aid, and put it on his face while answering. I am fickle, and the type I like changes every once in a while. Wen Rang always said that Imohan was a scumbag, and Wen Qian also thought that he must have had a girlfriend before, and he was quite good at making girls happy. Maybe others don't like this, but it works well for Wen Qian. Therefore, Wen Qian did not want to admit that she was a novice in love and had never had a boyfriend before. She quickly put the band-aid on him and said casually, seemingly relaxed, I have had many boyfriends, so I can't answer your question for the time being. Many boyfriends? Imohan was silent for a long time, and then spoke again. When was your last love? Before the end of the world. Campus love. You know? Wen Qian snatched back her phone, turned off the flashlight, and answered with a stiff face. She was a little glad that the room was dark, and he couldn't see her expression clearly. Imohan curved his lips and asked, What about your first love? When? Wen Qian didn't expect him to ask this, and her mind suddenly got stuck, not knowing how to answer. She had already established a persona of a playboy with many boyfriends. So if she said that she had her first love in college, it seemed a little too obedient and didn't fit her persona. Elementary school was a bit too much. So she kept wavering between the two options of junior high school and high school. And finally she was a little angry. Are you checking the household registration? Why bother? Wen Qian was desperate. I forgot about something that happened so long ago. Who would remember it? Wen Qian thought that she might have an illusion. So she felt that Imohan was a little sad when he heard this. Wen Qian threw the garbage in her hand into the trash can, and Imohan was still staring at her, which made her regret her previous boast. She took a deep breath, walked away from him as if running away, and turned to the window. The storm outside the window made people subconsciously think of the rainstorm that lasted for a month at the beginning of the end of the world. I don't know when this rain will stop. Wen Qian heard the footsteps behind him and asked him, if the rain doesn't stop, will you still go out? Yes, I will go. With whom? Myself. Wen Qian turned back in surprise. Going into the enemy camp alone? Are you crazy? Or is there someone to support you over there? Xia Ran? The place we are going to is not far away. We just need to confirm the accuracy of the information. It is inconvenient to bring them with us. No one will pick us up. And Xia Ran doesn't know what I am doing today. Imohan patiently answered her questions one by one. Wen Qian frowned and asked, Why 2 hours later? Can't we do it at another time? Because 2 hours later is their shift change time. Imohan carefully observed Wen Qian's expression and asked her uncertainly, Are you worried about me? Chapter 172 Imohan's Space. Wen Qian subconsciously wanted to deny it. But then she changed her mind and thought, what if she admitted it? This is a very normal thing. Right? Yes. I am worried about you. You are a very important fighting force. If something goes wrong, then all the subsequent action plans will have to be changed. It is even uncertain whether this group of people can return to the country safely. So Imohan, don't take risks. Wen Qian spoke seriously, and Imohan said him after hearing it, and replied in a calm voice, Don't worry. I know my limits. Since he said so, Wen Qian couldn't say anything else. She continued to look at the raindrops on the window, and then remembered something. Looking at Imohan again, Wen Qian hesitated a little, but couldn't help asking, Do you have a space? Imohan didn't expect her to suddenly mention this, and smiled and said, Yes. But it's very small, and can't hold any supplies. But how did you guess it? Wen Qian glanced at the clothes on his body. After the end of the world, water is scarce, and no one would be so extravagant as to take a bath and change clothes every day, unless they are like Wen Qian, who has the capital to ruin the family. Yi Xinghua and his group of people couldn't take a shower for 10 days or half a month in the base, and their clothes were full of the smell of sweat. But Imohan was always refreshing, different from others. After hearing her answer, Imohan asked, "Do you want to go to my space and take a look? Is it okay?" "Of course." Wen Qian was so curious that she nodded. The next second, the two of them changed their environment. Imohan had never mentioned to her that he had a space before because it was not worth mentioning at all. He didn't lie. His space was really small. It was so small that besides a bathroom and a closet, there was only a sofa. The whole space was less than 10 square meters. Wen Qian took a quick glance after entering and saw everything here. The bathroom was separated by a glass partition, so the things inside could be seen clearly. Shower, toilet, sink, washing machine. That's it. Compared with her space, his looked like a slum. "Stay here or go out?" Imohan asked softly, and Wen Qian quickly said, "Go out." It was pitch black outside, and she didn't feel any psychological burden when she was alone with him. But this space was well lit and narrow, and she was really a little uncomfortable. Imohan immediately took her out and returned to the darkness. Wen Qian first breathed a sigh of relief, then remembered some things in her space, and said, "I'll take you into my space." Imohan had never entered her space, even though he had been bound to her system for a long time. As soon as the two entered, Xiaobai rushed towards Imohan. Imohan took 2 steps back and stood firm, then turned to look at the familiar house beside him, slightly widening his eyes. Wen Qian noticed his expression change, and asked, "Have you seen this house?" Imohan looked at it for a long time, nodded. "Yes, I have seen it." Wen Qian curled her lips. It seems that Wen Rang's dream is quite credible. If nothing unexpected happens, this house is their former home. Wen Qian did not bring Imohan in to see the house. She took him to the 10 experimental cabins and explained to him, "I've been to the supply points you gave me before, and I found these in one of them. It must be an accident. You found the newly moved laboratory," Imohan said as his eyes slid across the transparent experimental chambers. "These orcs were transformed from combatants in the base." "Why are you so sure?" "Because I've seen these 2 people." Imohan raised his hand and clicked twice. "And the people in their team will tattoo marks on their tongues. They are very small, but easy to distinguish. Tattooing on the tongue. He is indeed a ruthless person. Creating such a group of orcs is undoubtedly to improve combat power and perform difficult tasks. But no matter whether the target of the early tasks is zombies or something else, the final result will be used against us," Imohan said again. "Do you know what field the kidnapped expert is researching?" "Wen Qian, didn't you say before that he was engaged in weapons research and development? He is a genius. In addition to weapons, he is also a biological expert. I was wondering why they captured him. But now I have the answer. There is no shortage of weapons developers here. The real purpose of capturing people is to study these things in front of them. Looking at these orcs, they seem to be finished products. Are they researching so fast?" Imohan was a little confused. And then he suspected Xia Ran, and his face became a little gloomy. "Imohan, have you tested the combat power of these people?" "No. There are too many tubes on them. I dare not touch them. And there are so many buttons inside. I don't know which one to press." "Well, let me try," Imohan said, took 2 steps forward and opened one of the experimental chambers. Wen Qian silently stepped aside and watched him operate. He seemed to be very familiar with the control panel inside. He walked in and turned on the switch, and tapped it a few times with his fingers casually. And then the orc suddenly opened his eyes. Wen Qian was a little nervous. She looked at Imohan and turned his head to look at the orc. After seeing that its eyes were stiff and unresponsive, she moved her fingers again. This time, the orc slowly pulled out the tubes on his body one by one, then stood up and walked out of the experimental chamber. Imohan followed behind him, and as soon as he stepped out, the orc launched a fierce attack on him. The experimental chamber was instantly shattered. Wen Qian took a breath, looked at Imohan's disappearing figure, and smiled. He can also teleport. The dogman can hide things. And now Wen Qian doesn't know how many superpowers he has. Anyway, every time he sees him take action, there will be surprises. Wen Qian sighed, called Xiaobai over, and sat on the ground. She even grabbed a handful of melon seeds and ate them while watching. She didn't remind Imohan until she saw him hiding somewhere. "Stay away from my dad's land. These vegetables haven't been harvested yet. He won't forgive you if you damage them." The vegetables and fruits in the space were all planted by Wen Chongning, and they were very precious. As soon as Wen Qian finished speaking, A large area of corn was blown down. She looked at Imohan with regret and gave him 4 words. "You're dead." Imohan quickly accelerated to knock down the orc. This thing also needed a heavy blow to the brain to make it faint for a short time. He threw the orc back to the seat of the experimental cabin. Although the cabin door was broken, the equipment inside was not broken. Imohan turned off the switch, looked at the screen operation page again, and said to Wenxian, "You can program them and change their owners. I don't know how to do this. Call Wen Rang in." As the former technical leader of the main control console, this matter is as simple as eating and drinking water for him. For Wen Rang, Imohan never doubted his strength. Chapter 173. Wen Rang saw the program he wrote. After hearing what Imohan said, Wenxian immediately dragged Wen Rang into the space. The surrounding environment changed instantly. Wen Rang turned his head and saw the half-orcs close to him. The visual stimulation made him pause for a moment. He took a deep breath and discussed with Wenxian. "Promise me that you will give me some hints before scaring me next time." "Okay. Don't blame me. He was the one who wanted to find you." Wenxian was happy to pass on the blame. Wen Rang turned his head again and saw Imohan and the crooked cornfield behind him. Wen Rang's expression was a bit complicated. He thought the two of them were hiding in the room to talk about love. But they went into the space to pick corn? As expected of his sister. She is a career-minded person. He must give her a thumbs up. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Wen Rang looked at Imohan and asked. "Look at this." Imohan gestured to him to look at the half-orc, who had temporarily lost his reaction. And Wen Rang said with a face full of resistance, "To tell you the truth, I feel a little sick when I see this thing. If I hadn't known that the guy named Ouyang Yong had been killed by you, I would have thought that he made this thing. People are people. Animals are animals. And zombies are zombies. They have to combine these species together, making them neither human nor ghost. If these people still have their own independent thinking, I really don't know what they would think." Wen Rang reluctantly walked to the control panel that Imohan pointed to, and heard Imohan say, "Ouyang Yong's ideas and thoughts were also influenced by the people here. Long before him, they had already started human experiments and research. Look at this embedded system and change its owner to yourselves." These 10 experimental subjects were half-orcs and robots, with chips in their heads, controlled by a very complete and sophisticated system. Wen Rang walked up and casually browsed the contents on the screen. And then his expression became more and more serious. He changed his previous nonchalant attitude and said to Wenxian, "Bring my computer here." Wenxian did it immediately, and then saw Wen Rang connect his computer to the half-orc control panel. And then his fingers began to move quickly on the keyboard. Lines of code appeared on the computer screen. Wenxian couldn't understand them, so she stood quietly aside and admired her brother's performance, until Wen Rang suddenly stopped moving, and his expression seemed to be frightened, with his eyes wide open. Wenxian didn't know what Wen Rang saw. She leaned over and glanced at the computer screen. It was still those weird symbols. Nothing special. But Wen Rang's expression told her that the content on it was very abnormal. Wen Rang's breathing became rapid. He repeatedly confirmed the information he saw, then gritted his teeth and looked at Imohan, asking, "Do you know who made these things?" "Imohan, isn't this what you collected? I haven't seen it before, and I don't know the answer you want. But there are a few suspects, and I'll give you the information later." Wenxian saw her brother's ugly face and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Is there anything wrong?" Wen Rang was silent for a moment, then smiled bitterly and replied, "Yes. It's so wrong. I actually saw the program I wrote. Wen Rang has a little problem. That is, he likes to show his work when he is satisfied with it. Leave your own name in it. It is not a simple and crude way to sign creator Wen Rang directly, but to add some marks that only he can understand without affecting the operation of the program. And now, in this half-orc control program, he saw something that belongs to him. Wen Rang rarely swears on weekdays, and it can be seen that he was really stimulated. Wenxian was also stunned after hearing his words, but Imohan was still calm, as if he was not surprised at all. Imohan was still doubting whether Xia Ren had helped make these things, but now he was sure. It seemed that she had directly brought some things left by Wen Rang for them to use, but she probably didn't expect that Wen Rang would recognize her work. And under such circumstances, Wen Rang was in a very complicated mood. He was cursing in his heart a second ago, wondering which bastard had made such a disgusting thing. But the next second he found out that the program that controlled such a disgusting thing was written by him. He also suspected it was a coincidence at first. After all, geniuses always come together. Maybe there are other people who like to leave marks. But Wen Rang soon overturned his previous speculation. Because after putting those marks together, it was his name. Will there be another idiot named Wen Rang in the world who would do such a thing? It can't be such a coincidence. Wen Rang felt indescribably uncomfortable. Could he have done other stupid things before? Could he be a villain? He wanted to be a good person. Wen Rang felt uncomfortable and wronged. But since things had come to this point, he could only bite the bullet and continue to work. He quickly changed the systems of these orcs so that they could only obey Wen Qian's orders. At the same time, he also found that these orcs had tracking systems in their bodies. But because of the special nature of Wen Qian's space, the signal was blocked, making it impossible for the other party to locate their specific location, while the other party was trying to start the orc program, wake them up and kill the surrounding humans. Wen Rang reversely invaded the other party's computer, hacked their security system, cleared everything in their computer, and located their location by the way. It's here. Wen Rang opened the map, clicked on the specific location of the enemy, then looked at Wen Qian and Imohan and asked, "What are you going to do?" Imohan looked at the place he circled, which was exactly the destination he planned to go to in 2 hours. Only a dozen kilometers away from here. Imohan told them about this. And Wen Qian lowered his head and thought for a while, then said, "Since it's such a coincidence, we can't just go to get information. Since we're already taking a risk, we might as well play it bigger." Imohan, how do you want to play? If the person you are looking for is really here, then just rescue him. Today's weather is perfect for a surprise attack. I don't want to waste this opportunity. Being in a foreign country, no matter what, you lack a sense of security. Wen Qian wants to return home as soon as possible, and even wants to leave today. I have cleared out the few supply points you gave me before. If your mission here is almost done, why don't we do a final settlement today and leave after a big fight? Wen Rang, but it's so windy and rainy outside. How can we leave? In this weather, the plane can't take off at all. If this city doesn't work, go to another city. We will act separately. Let Gu Ran take it into the airport to put the plane into the space, and then meet up with us. Chapter 174. Who is stronger? Wen Qian or Xia Ran? Wen Qian's mind worked quickly, and he told them his plan. These RVs in the space are heavy enough to withstand the typhoon outside, and can accommodate all of us. So we can drive away after this. Even if the whole country is in such bad weather, it will be safer to stay away from the crime site. If we are lucky and only this city is experiencing strong winds and heavy rains, then we will set off to return home immediately, and never give them a chance to chase us. Imohan's main purpose of coming here is to rescue the professor. As for the stolen crystal cores, if they can be found, they can be found. If they can't be found, there is no need to feel bad, because the materials that Wen Qian robbed are enough to make up for the cost. In addition to these orcs, there are also the bases and laboratories they are going to blow up next. To put it bluntly, it is equivalent to taking half of their lives directly. The three discussed in the space for a while, and then went out to gather everyone together. Wen Qian set Gu Ran and Fu Yuan downstairs, moved the 14-ton RV in the space out, and teleported to the car with people and gave instructions. Be sure to be careful and safe. Remember yourself first. The mission second. Don't worry. Gu Ran nodded. Wait for me to come back. Wen Qian returned to the building and watched the car slowly drive away. The wind was too strong, so there were not many zombies on the street. In addition, with Fu Yuan's ability, as long as there were no human enemies, there would be basically no problems on the way. Wen Qian turned around and went back upstairs. Imohan was already talking to others about the next task assignment. The task came too suddenly. Everyone looked at the horrible weather outside with worry. It was not because they were afraid of death, but because they were afraid of being blown away. If you come out like this and fight the enemy with real weapons, there is nothing to complain about if you die. If you are bitten to death by zombies, there is nothing to complain about. However, if you are blown into the sky by the wind and killed by the enemy without doing anything, wouldn't it be a bit unfair to die? After listening to their concerns, Wen Qian spoke softly. I promise to send you directly into the enemy base, but I can't guarantee your safety after you go in. The group of people who had acted with Yi Xinghua before were no longer worried when they heard her say this. But those who had never met Wen Qian before still didn't trust her. But because it was an order, they couldn't disobey. So no matter how reluctant they were, they still didn't say anything. The house was quiet. Everyone started eating to replenish their energy, and then closed their eyes to recuperate. Wen Qian had slept too long before, and now she didn't feel sleepy. So she simply walked to the window and started working. She used the attract firepower skill to attract all the nearby zombies. Then, Wen Rang and I each carried a sniper rifle and started to harvest heads. The wind was too strong, and the zombies might be blown away as soon as they arrived here. So the timing of shooting was very important. After trying a few times, the two of them quickly mastered the trick. As long as the zombies appeared in their sight, they would not be able to walk away alive. At first, the others did not notice what they were doing in the other room, but they just felt that the wind in the room seemed a bit loud. But when Mu Beichuan went to chat with Wen Qian out of boredom, and then found out what this lady was doing, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "This works?" Everyone heard his voice, and came to see what was going on. As a result, they looked carefully and found that Wen Qian and the other man were standing by the window with their backs to them, holding guns in their hands. Who are they going to shoot in this kind of weather? And the windows were all closed. How could they shoot? Everyone was confused and couldn't help but move over to find out. Some people even thought about how to ridicule them later. Isn't this obviously playing house? But when they really walked up to the two people and found out how they operated, they were shocked and speechless. This is a high-end residential apartment, and the windows are bulletproof. And even if a bullet hole is punched in the window, such a strong wind will blow the glass directly along the crack. So Wen Qian didn't hit the glass, but the window frame. There are two small holes on the window frame, and Wen Qian and Wen Rang fixed the muzzle of the gun there, and every bullet was fired from that hole. This scene shocked everyone. After being stunned for a moment, they all raised their binoculars to see what they were doing. Did they really hit the target? Or were they just firing to kill time? Soon, they were shocked by what they saw. The zombies were stimulated by something, and gathered from all directions in the strong wind towards them. And every time the two fired a shot, a zombie was knocked down on the ground. Every shot hit the target. Wen Qian fired another shot, frowned and turned his head, looking at the crowd behind him, who were watching monkeys like in a zoo, and asked, "What are you doing?" This room was not big to begin with, but now they made it look like a tourist attraction, crowded with people. Soon, the tour guide who first discovered this tourist attraction, Mu Beichuan, spoke up. "We should be the ones asking. What are you doing? Fighting zombies. Didn't you see them?" "I know. The key is that you can hit them?" Mu Beichuan thought it was outrageous. "What did you two do before? It's a bit unreasonable not to participate in competitions to win glory for the country with such shooting skills." "Right." The others were also shocked. Although they were all selected elites with good marksmanship, they knew how difficult it was to hit the target with such a wind speed and hit the target without missing a single shot. The wind speed would cause a huge change in the trajectory of the bullet, and it was impossible to predict the bullet's impact point. Wen Qian thought about it and felt that this was a bit outrageous, although the wind outside was strong. To be honest, the bullets they fired did not deviate much. Wen Qian thought that it might be because the gun and bullets were bought from the system mall, so there would be a skill bonus, which was different from ordinary guns and ammunition. But she couldn't explain this, so she made up a reason. "I was a garbage collector before, and I accidentally got some superpowers, so I'm a bit accurate. All the people who came here have superpowers." So Wen Qian's statement is very tenable. They suddenly realized and then dispersed, no longer surprised by Wen Qian's strength, but envious of the usefulness of this superpower. Wen Qian easily dismissed the person and looked at Mu Beichuan, who was still standing beside her and had no intention of leaving, and asked, "Anything else you want to ask?" "No. I just find you more and more interesting and hard to figure out." Mu Beichuan leaned against the wall and laughed. "You were just lying to them, weren't you?" "Wen Qian, why do you say that? If it's really a superpower, just close your eyes and shoot randomly. Or just use a machine gun and finish it with a volley of bullets. Is it necessary to aim so carefully?" Wen Qian and the other person didn't shoot very fast, so Mu Beichuan was sure that the reason they were able to hit the zombies was not because of their superpowers. Mu Beichuan looked at Wen Qian and asked with interest, "Tell me, who is stronger between you and that Xia Ran?" Chapter 175. The orcs were picking corn in her space. Mu Beichuan asked the question, and was heard by two people who turned back to ask him about something. They had been in contact with Xia Ran more these days, and had also gone out to perform tasks together. They already had a clearer positioning and impression of Xia Ran in their hearts. So after hearing what Mu Beichuan said, they couldn't help laughing and said, "What are you talking about? Is this comparable?" "That's right. Don't compare blindly." Mu Beichuan didn't expect that others would hear this, and his expression was a little awkward for a moment. He looked at Wen Qian, wanting to explain something, but saw Wen Qian smiled, as if she didn't care. The people at the door also realized that what they said was wrong, so they made amends. But Wen Qian is also very powerful. That's right. How could he be weak to come here? Wen Qian is still young, and in a few years, who is stronger and who is weaker? While they were making up for it, Wen Qian killed another zombie. She looked at the time and said to Wen Rang, "It's almost time. Get ready and go." "What are you doing here?" Imohan's voice suddenly came from outside the house. He just went to the next room to do something, so he didn't know what happened. Before Mu Beichuan could stop him, he heard the person at the door saying with a smile, "Nothing. Just chatting. Master Mu is more curious about who is stronger, Wen Qian or Xia Ran." Mu Beichuan wanted to go back 2 minutes ago and beat himself to death. He was just curious and asked casually. Although Imohan had said before that Wen Qian was better than Xia Ran, he felt that this was not objective at all and must have been meant to please Wen Qian. But just now, he suddenly felt that maybe Imohan was telling the truth. So his mind was twitching. In fact, Mu Beichuan regretted it the moment he said that. Men don't like to be compared, and women are the same. Mu Beichuan sighed heavily because he made a wrong move. Imohan heard the man's reply at the door, frowned slightly, and said, "There is no comparison." The man didn't expect Imohan to say that. He was stunned for a moment and then chuckled. "Really? I just did the same." He didn't finish his words when he heard Imohan say again, "Xia Ran is far behind." Man, Imohan didn't lie. When Xia Ran first joined the special forces, he didn't even have the chance to meet Wen Qian. The two of them are so different in strength. Comparing Wen Qian with others is a joke in itself. After Wen Qian left, the control center had thought about creating a stand-in who could match her. But after so many years, they still couldn't do it. Wen Qian was a very special existence. If it weren't for this, those people wouldn't be so afraid and try every means to kill her. "Don't talk about this anymore." Wen Qian stopped the topic from continuing and asked Imohan, "Is it time to go?" "Yes. Let's go now." The two people at the door looked at each other, thinking that Imohan said that to give Wen Qian face. After all, she was right in front of him. But Xia Ran was not. But on second thought, he felt that Imohan was not the kind of person who would understand this kind of worldly affairs. So he found it very strange. Without giving them time to think, Imohan gave an order and everyone began to pack up and prepare to go downstairs. Wen Qian put the gun back into the space and went in to put the things together to make the open space larger, so that it would be convenient for Gu Ran to bring the plane in. Wen Rang followed behind his sister, glanced at the planting area, and silently sighed in his heart that his sister was a talent. Those orcs with combat power and survival ability beyond humans, as well as various different superpowers, were now buried in the field picking corn. They probably didn't expect that they would retire immediately after changing their masters, no longer having to go out to fight and kill, but returning to a pastoral life, farming and raising chickens. If the people who made them saw this scene, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. Wen Qian didn't think so much. She just knew that free labor should not be wasted. Everyone was ready and left the house to go down the fire escape stairs. Wen Qian was lazy, so he teleported down directly and took them all with him. Changing positions in the blink of an eye made many people dumbfounded. Yi Xinghua and others were not surprised. When they saw two RVs outside, they immediately understood what was going on and asked everyone to get in. Mu Beichuan followed Wen Qian and got in the same car with her. He was still thinking about the previous things and hadn't figured out how to explain it. So he could only ask her, "Was that your ability just now?" Wen Qian looked back at him and felt that he was just making small talk. She went straight to the second floor and entered the living room, opened the refrigerator and took a bottle of water, sat down and looked at the situation outside. Because of her previous skills, there were more zombies around, but everyone had already gotten in the car, so just ignore it. The car door was closed, and the two cars were driven by Yi Xinghua and Lin Yin respectively. After a brief communication on the intercom, they started the car. The wind speed was too high, and the car was not driving fast. Wen Qian leaned on the sofa, listening to the wind and rain outside comfortably, and looked through the window at the zombies outside who were constantly retreating. The sound of the car attracted many zombies to chase, but unfortunately none of them could catch up. Wen Qian watched for a while, and received a call from Gu Ran. He had already arrived at the airport, and put the plane into the space. After hearing this, Wen Qian immediately told him the address of the meeting, and asked Gu Ran to go there. After hanging up the phone, Wen Qian got up and went downstairs. Imohan and his people were on the first floor, and even Mu Beichuan was detained by him downstairs. Wen Qian stopped at the corner of the stairs, met Imohan's eyes from a distance, and said to him, "The plane has been taken care of." Imohan had just finished talking to his men about the next action plan, and when he saw Wen Qian coming down, he walked over directly and handed her something. Wen Qian took it and looked at it. It looked like an electronic watch, but the content displayed on the screen was a map of a base. Wen Qian raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. "Is this the base we are going to in a while?" Yes. He actually got the internal map of the base, and every area was clearly marked. It was not given by Xia Ran. "I have other spies here, and will see them in a while. When we return to China, let him go to your base to help." Wen Qian couldn't refuse such a good thing that was offered to him. Judging from Imohan's tone, this person was more like his. "Wen Qian, you said it. Don't regret it. What's there to regret? Go upstairs and rest, and come down when we get there." Wen Qian happily went back upstairs and studied the electronic map with Wen Rang. She didn't know what Imohan and the others were planning, and she didn't plan to join in. She just planned to wait for them to start, then go around and pick up some junk, so that this trip would not be in vain. Chapter 176, Raiding the Enemy Base. Wen Qian had no idea what Imohan and the others were doing during the days they were in a foreign country. However, he sometimes heard Lin Yin and the others chatting, and knew that they seemed to have collected a lot of crystal cores. In any case, crystal cores are the key to combat effectiveness, no matter which country or base. They are the most needed things. Wen Qian and Wen Rang locked on a few places they wanted to go. They repeatedly looked at the map and imprinted it in their minds. They didn't want to run around without a clue when they arrived at the place, and waste time flipping through the map again. The upper and lower floors of the RV gradually became quiet. Wen Qian and the other person were leisurely eating snacks and playing games upstairs. The people below were not in such a relaxed mood. Everyone knew that this would be their last operation here, and whether they could return home alive depended on today. Although they had been carrying out dangerous missions before, collecting crystal cores everywhere, arresting traitors in the country, and blowing up the base that wanted to encircle them. But people always seem to be like this. The closer they get to the final critical moment, the more nervous they tend to be, because as long as they lose later, all the efforts made in the past will be meaningless. This tense atmosphere continued until Wen Qian went downstairs to the bathroom, and saw them all with funeral faces, and asked, "Are you so particular? You haven't even arrived yet, and you've already started to mourn for the enemy who is about to die in your hands?" Wen Qian was shocked. "If that's the case, then do you want to go upstairs and sing karaoke? Because the customs here are more open. Maybe they prefer parties to your kind of silence?" Everyone was shocked when they heard her words. Does she want to hear what she is saying? In the silence, Mu Beichuan smiled bitterly and said, "Is there a possibility that we are mourning for ourselves and worrying that we will not survive today? Sorry to bother you." Wen Qian apologized readily and added a sentence. "I didn't expect that strong people like you would have such troubles." Wen Qian did think they were strong. Before the end of the world, this group of people were all special elites who could fight against hundreds of people and were good at all kinds of things. Although the speed of evolution after the apocalypse is a little slower, this trip abroad still proves that they are very strong. After a few days, Wen Qian has been paying attention to the changes in the number of people in the team. After a few days, except for the traitors who were killed at the beginning, the rest of the people are all alive, and no one is left behind. To be honest, this is a bit surprising to Wen Qian, because they have not taken any crystal core potion. Their strength should be far behind that of the people here, fighting with fewer people, defeating the strong with the weak. This is not something that everyone can do. Wen Qian glanced at the bathroom door and regretted coming down. In fact, she should have gone into the space to use the bathroom. But she can't hide her good stuff. She has never used the bathroom in this RV. She couldn't help but want to try it. Even if she knew that all toilets have the same function, she couldn't come up with any tricks. Wen Qian thought for a moment and spoke again. Well, although it seems that this kind of word should not be said. You can run if you can't beat it. Run behind Imohan. I guarantee you won't die. Imohan. He wanted to watch the fun quietly in the corner. Why was he called out? Imohan coughed lightly and reminded Wen Qian, I'm still here. You can talk about this when I leave. Sorry. I really bothered you. Wen Qian really didn't see him, because he was standing in the blind spot over the refrigerator and was completely blocked. She thought he went to the cab to accompany Yixinghua. Wen Qian didn't even go to the toilet, turned around and ran back upstairs, and quickly left this embarrassing place. After Wen Qian's disturbance, everyone felt relieved and thought this girl was interesting. Wen Qian hid on the top until the car arrived at the destination, then followed her brother and came down slowly. Gu Ran arrived here almost at the same time. The place where they met was an underground parking lot. After driving the car in, everyone came out to simply clean up the zombies in the parking lot, picked up the crystal core, and then discussed how to get to the base. This place is only more than 1 kilometer away from the base, which is already within Wen Qian's teleportation range. So she said, I will send you in. But I really can't guarantee that you will not be discovered when you go in. Wen Qian had just entered the space and printed out a copy of the map. She walked over, took out the map, and drew a circle at one of the locations. When you complete the mission, come here to find me, and I will bring you back to your current location. Everyone was confused after hearing her words, and even Lin Yin couldn't help asking, God Qian, is your teleportation range so wide? Yes, there is no limit within 2 kilometers now. So as long as we meet, I can bring you out safely. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they heard this. Wen Qian turned her head and looked at Imohan. It's still the same old rule. I'll go in and walk around and not get involved in your business. Well, be careful. Imohan looked at the time. There were still 3 minutes before the shift change. Everyone stretched their muscles, and when the time came, Wen Qian immediately moved everyone over. Before leaving, Wen Rang quietly went behind the crowd and put the 2 cars back into the space. The place where Wen Qian landed this time was perfect, although she had thought about locating this location before she set off, and had repeatedly studied the map many times and imagined its general direction. She didn't expect that she would actually succeed. The location that Wen Qian locked onto happened to be the monitoring room of this base. In front of the monitoring screen, several people were staring at the big screen, chatting in a relaxed manner. In this kind of weather, even the zombies near the base disappeared, so they felt that there would be no danger. Dozens of people suddenly appeared behind them, so they didn't notice them at the first time, because the door didn't make any sound. These people didn't make any footsteps. Wen Qian and others were stunned for a moment, and after confirming their position, they immediately took action, holding a dagger and slashing the throats of those base members who didn't have time to send any distress signals. The group didn't expect them to attack in this way, so they relaxed their vigilance. In addition, the people who did it were all professionals, and there was no chance of survival after one cut. So in just a few tens of seconds, they killed all the people in the monitoring room. And they could also see the situation in the entire base through the monitoring screen. This was a perfect start, and Wen Qian herself felt very satisfied. She leaned in front of the monitoring screen, confirmed the storage room of the base again, and turned to look at Imohan. I'll go over first. See you at the assembly point later. Chapter 177. Looking for supplies found a zombie nest. Wen Qian and Wen Rang Gu Ran left together, while Fu Yuan had been sent into space by them. He was hiding in the villa, riding on Xiao Bai, secretly watching the monsters squatting in the fields working hard in the distance. Xiao Bai stared at the orcs, drooling, but because it was warned not to touch those snacks, it could only bear it. The entire base was inside a building. Unlike the outside, every floor here had power support. There were 2 people standing guard outside the monitoring room. They didn't hear any movement in the room, so they didn't go in to check. They just waited impatiently for someone to come and change shifts. After all, one station lasted for 6 or 7 hours, which was really boring and tiring. Wen Qian took them away with her. She felt that she had gradually mastered some skills, which could make the location of the arrival more and more accurate. This time, she led people to appear directly in front of the warehouse. Although it was a little regretful that she couldn't go in directly, Wen Qian was quite satisfied with the result. There were 6 combatants guarding outside the warehouse. and the warehouse door behind them required double verification of fingerprints and pupils. Wen Qian only glanced at the door and became excited. How much supplies must be stored in it to deserve such a safe door? The three enemies who suddenly appeared made the 6 people outside the door burst out swearing reflexively and raised their weapons at them at the same time. One of them reacted the fastest and immediately turned around and raised his hand, wanting to press the alarm button on the wall. But before his hand touched the wall, he froze in place, unable to move. In the monitoring room, everyone watched the 6 men fall to the ground before they could even fire a single shot, and the other 4 were frozen into ice sculptures, with no chance to fight back. They couldn't help but be a little surprised, but at the same time, they felt it was natural. No wonder they dared to act alone without following the large team. They were indeed powerful. Wen Qian looked around, moved all 6 people into the warehouse, and then took Wen Rang and Gu Ran in as well. There was no surveillance in the warehouse, so Imo Han and the others could not see them. Imo Han retracted his gaze, walked towards the door, and whispered, "Don't stand there. Move." Wen Qian was shocked when he entered the warehouse, because this was not a material storage room at all. Inside the room, there was an infrared alarm visible to the naked eye. What was piled on both sides of the wall was not traditional materials, let alone guns and ammunition, but zombies placed in experimental cabins. There is no main light in this room. Only the tops of the transparent experimental chambers emit a faint blue light. Wen Qian frowned, looking at the zombies standing inside. Eyes closed, motionless, she felt the hair on her arm stand up. What a hell of a place! Wen Qian roared in her heart. As expected, being too greedy will be punished. I told you to find supplies. I told you to light up when you see supplies. Now it's good. You found the zombie nest. Wen Qian didn't want to do heavy work, didn't want to take risks with Imo Han and the others. As a result, she ran to the most dangerous place in the entire base. Wen Qian regretted it, but it seemed too late to leave now. A faint sound sounded above her head. Wen Qian looked up and met the red flashing surveillance camera. It's not that there is no surveillance camera in this warehouse, but the surveillance camera is not projected in that surveillance room. It is connected to a higher level surveillance room. When the enemy invasion was discovered, the defense program was immediately activated in the surveillance room. At the same time, the alarm sounded in the whole building. Gunshots were heard in the distance, and Imo Han and others had already fought with the enemy. Wen Qian sighed helplessly, looked in a certain direction deep in the warehouse, and said to Wen Rang, "Brother, you guys go out first. Let me handle this." As soon as she finished speaking, a girl who looked only 6 or 7 years old walked out of the darkness. She was wearing a red suspender skirt, a white short-sleeved top, and a pair of Converse sneakers on her feet. If it weren't for those white eyes, she would really be no different from an ordinary foreign girl. A special zombie, and more powerful than any other one Wen Qian had seen before. Wen Qian's heart sank, but her expression was the same as usual. In this way, she was almost certain that the person Imo Han wanted to save was here. "Hello. I'm glad to see you." In the silence, the zombie's childish voice sounded. It stood in front of Wen Qian and the other 2 and asked without any change in expression, "Are you here to play games with me?" "No." Wen Qian answered straightforwardly. "We just got lost here by accident and are leaving now." "Really?" The little zombie tilted his head and grinned. "But you can't leave without playing games. Even if you leave, you have to leave something behind." Wen Qian was a little unhappy after hearing this. Isn't this forced consumption? Wen Rang and Gu Ran looked at her speechlessly, and they admired her for still having the leisure to joke at this time. But Wen Qian was serious. "Why can't you leave if you don't play games?" This is even more unreasonable than her. Wen Qian curled her lips and asked patiently, "If you want to leave, what do you need to leave for you?" "Your life." The little zombie laughed out loud, and the sound made Gu Ran's scalp numb. Then he heard the little zombie say again, "I want you to stay here with me like them." They? Wen Qian and the other 2 immediately realized that it was talking about the zombies on both sides of the wall. Could it be that all of them were killed by it? After the little zombie finished speaking, it jumped up and rushed towards Wen Qian. Its jumping ability is very strong. Wen Qian looked up at its pale and colorless face and its exaggeratedly large and scary eyes, and suddenly remembered a famous ghost movie she had seen before. The Grudge? This little face is really similar to the poster of that movie. The little zombie originally wanted to get rid of Wen Qian first, and then deal with the two men who looked more difficult to deal with. But it didn't even touch a hair of Wen Qian, and its body was imprisoned and stopped in midair. Wen Qian trapped it with a water prison, and at the same time used one hand to send Wen Rang and the other two out of the warehouse. Go find Mohan and the others. The danger level of this base is higher than they expected. If nothing unexpected happens, there must be more than one special zombie here. They must fight quickly and leave here as soon as possible. Otherwise the trouble will only increase. Moreover, this warehouse is dark and narrow. Wen Qian was afraid that he would have to worry about Wen Rang and the other two later, and it would be difficult to perform. So he simply threw them out. The little zombie was trapped in the water prison, kicking his legs and feet. It watched the two men disappear in front of it, and after a moment of stunness, it let out a sharp cry. Chapter 178. The little zombie begs for mercy. You let my prey go. I'm going to kill you. Its cry was so harsh that Wen Qian, who heard it from a close distance, couldn't help but cover her ears. Then she saw it break free from her water prison. This was the first zombie that could escape from her water prison. It's worthy of being a special grade, and it really has some skills. A smile flashed in Wen Qian's eyes. She felt a gust of wind coming from behind her and immediately dodged sideways. As expected, it was that little ghost. The little zombie's fingertips barely touched Wen Qian's clothes, but missed, which made its anger level rise a lot. It has speed ability, Wen Qian said in her heart. She suddenly remembered the little zombie with invisibility ability that was kept in captivity at Fu Xing's base. She didn't know how far it had evolved now. She was distracted by her thoughts, and the little zombie attacked her one after another, and its strength was getting stronger and stronger. It was the first time that Wen Qian saw a zombie who would hold back his strength and didn't attack with all his strength right away. Sure enough, it already has advanced human thinking. The little zombie felt a little angry because it found that it couldn't hit the woman at all. And not only could it not hit her, but she looked very relaxed. Wen Qian took the time to use the water ability again. Countless water droplets floated in the space, then flew to different locations, breaking all the surveillance in the room. Wen Qian didn't like the feeling of being monitored. She dealt with the surveillance and activated the system's automatic search function. Since we are here, there is no reason to leave empty-handed. The little zombie seemed to notice that Wen Qian was distracted by other things. It felt that it was underestimated, so it became even angrier. Bang! Wen Qian tilted his head to look at the footprints left by the little zombie on the heavy door behind him, and said in his heart, there is also a power-related ability. Speed plus strength. This seems to be a matching combination. So Wen Qian was not surprised. The little zombie's kick was off the mark again. It originally wanted to kick Wen Qian on the head. It angrily looked at the woman who was as cunning as a fox and always managed to dodge its superpowers. And a flash of red suddenly flashed in its white eyes. Wen Qian noticed it, and was wondering what superpower it was. But then a strange sound came from behind her. She glanced out of the corner of her eye and saw that all the zombies trapped in the experimental chamber had opened their eyes. And the glass doors were all opened. Wen Qian, what do you mean? You can't beat the people, right? Wen Qian was soon surrounded by dozens of zombies. The leading little zombie's crisp laughter sounded again. And the more it listened, the more it sounded like a haunted noise. The zombies rushed forward, as if they wanted to tear Wen Qian to pieces alive. The space in the house was too narrow, so Wen Qian accidentally kicked down the door. The door fell to the ground, making a loud noise, attracting the attention of other people nearby. Lin Yan happened to lead a team of people to run nearby. He took a closer look and saw that his goddess was being chased and bitten by dozens of zombies. And he immediately became anxious. Isn't this bullying? How can there be so many to fight one? Lin Yan paused and was about to order someone to help. But he saw his goddess suddenly break and stop, turn around and started to attack the zombies, hitting them so hard that their heads fell off. Lin Yan blinked, thinking that he was really overestimating himself, and even thought he could save Wen Qian. A few people from other bases followed him, and they opened their eyes wide in surprise when they saw the scene. Wen Qian turned around and saw them, waved to Lin Yan and said hello. Get away. Okay. Lin Yan immediately responded and ran away with his men, not daring to delay for a moment, because he had already seen the red-clothed zombie chasing them. Wen Qian didn't expect that the kid wanted to change his target halfway through the fight. She stepped forward to stop him. As soon as she grabbed the zombie's collar, she was blown by a gust of wind and couldn't open her eyes. The little zombie looked at the zombies killed by Wen Qian on the ground and said viciously, "I'm going to pull your head off and kick it like a ball." Wen Qian didn't reply. After all, no matter what she said to a bad-tempered and angry kid, it was useless. Wen Qian forced out another ability of the little zombie, Wind. This was the first time she had seen this ability. She saw the walls around her cracked by the sharp wind, and her body was inevitably cut with blood. Wen Qian's coat was torn, and the smell of fresh blood filled the air. The little zombie looked at Wen Qian's skin with satisfaction. But before he could be happy, he saw the wounds healed automatically. The little zombie was stunned, because he had never seen such a magical thing. He even forgot to continue to use the skill. It looked up at Wen Qian's actions, and saw that Wen Qian killed its toys one by one very easily, and the bloody smell on its body disappeared. It tilted its head in confusion. Why is it like this? No human can do this. She is very powerful. More powerful than anyone he has ever seen. And she will be a good playmate. The little zombie finally found a toy that is not so easy to die. And it immediately became happy again. Wen Qian didn't know why this little ghost suddenly looked so happy. Even if he was beaten away by him, he ran back with a smile. And no matter whether she used water prison, ice prison, or even earth-based supernatural power, none of them could trap it. This made Wen Qian a little headache. This life-saving supernatural power was a bit too much. She really wanted it. Wen Qian's eyes flashed. The little zombie was stabbed by the ice knife in her hand. The ice instantly melted into water droplets and attached to its body. The air suddenly became humid. The little zombie sniffed very keenly and felt the water vapor, but didn't understand what it was used for. The next moment, Wen Qian gave it the answer. "Ah!" The little zombie screamed in pain. For some reason, half of its arm was cut off. Wen Qian frowned as he looked at the blood spurting out. Normally, there shouldn't be so much blood in a zombie's body. There are only two possibilities for this situation. One is that the little ghost died not long ago, and the other is that it has been fed with human flesh for a long time, like the zombie in Fu Xing's base. No matter which one, the result made Wen Qian unhappy. The little zombie's limbs were constantly torn, and the expression on its face became more and more panicked. Looking at Wen Qian, he shouted loudly, "It hurts! Let me go! Please, let me go! I don't want to die! Don't kill me! Ah!" The little zombie howled again and again with a crying tone, and a few tears actually fell from its eyes. Wen Qian looked at it expressionlessly. No matter what, she would never be soft-hearted towards a zombie. Finally, she found a cage that it would not break free from, and Wen Qian immediately took action to kill it. Chapter 179 Resurrection Armor. The little zombie still lacks combat experience, so even if he has many superpowers, he cannot use them to the maximum extent. Wen Qian found that as long as it can see the cage with the naked eye, it can break free. For example, the water prison and ice prison she just used. However, when Wen Qian turned the water into water vapor and attached it to its body to control it, it had no choice. This little ghost is too fast. If you don't catch it, it's really hard to hurt its fatal point. Wen Qian raised the gun in his hand and aimed at the little zombie's brain. "Dad, save me!" The little zombie cried in pain and shouted to the distance. Wen Qian's eyes flickered slightly, and just as he was about to pull the trigger, he saw the zombie in front of him suddenly disappear. Wen Qian was slightly stunned. Does it teleport? No, it's not teleporting. Wen Qian suddenly thought of someone. The Wang who he met in Ningxing before. At that time, he suddenly disappeared in the chaos, leaving his sister alone to escape. Later, Mo Han told her that Wang Hu's ability was to shrink. He could shrink himself to the size of a grain of rice in an instant. But the length of time he could maintain this state was determined by his own strength. Wang Hu took advantage of the chaos and escaped to the plain, thinking that he could leave Binsheng without anyone noticing. But his physical condition was not ideal during those days, because he was injured and could not continue to maintain his ability. He returned to his original state before the plane landed, and by coincidence, he came face to face with Yi Xinghua and was immediately knocked down by Yi Xinghua. Wen Qian thought of this and looked at the ground. Unfortunately, the light was too dim, and she couldn't lock the target immediately. Wen Qian sighed, because the troublesome kid showed a trace of impatience on his face. She raised her gun and shot at the ground a few times. Every time a bullet hit the ground and left a mark, a high wall would appear. This wall divided the entire corridor into several partitions from the ground to the roof, and the space inside the partition was filled with ice. This way of blocking the road, let alone rice grains, ant-sized creatures, even dust was frozen in it. When Qian stood there expressionlessly, she waited for a moment and heard a sound. The little zombie was able to break free from this tangible cage, but it didn't mean it was comfortable inside. If that was the case, it wouldn't have struggled in pain. The little zombie was forced to return to its original state. The huge destructive force caused the ice wall to explode. When it regained its freedom, it also saw Wen Qian standing in front of it. In an instant, it seemed to break through the defense and cried again. This was the first time Wen Qian saw a zombie crying so sincerely. She didn't know whether it was anxious or angry. Finding that it couldn't escape, the little zombie simply stopped running. It rushed straight towards Wen Qian, gathering its strength to fight her again. The flesh on the little zombie's body began to rot as it fought with Wen Qian, just like the zombie that Wen Qian had met in Ningqing before and wanted to kill her, and the special zombie that Imohan knew. Its skin was like an apple that had lost moisture, becoming wrinkled and shrunken. The bones at its joints were exposed, and before long, it was impossible to tell what it originally looked like. Feeling his appearance change, the little zombie became even angrier. In the distance, the personnel who were assigned to come to support and capture Wen Qian ran straight to the location on the locator. As a result, they were almost sent away as soon as they ran to the vicinity. The whole corridor was shaking. The wind was raging, and the temperature was so cold that people shivered. They stood there and did nothing. But their clothes were torn off, and their skin was scratched with blood marks one after another. The walls and ceilings were constantly cracking and falling, and the interior of the base could not withstand such a fierce fight. If it continued like this, the whole building would be collapsed. Everyone squinted their eyes and looked towards the center of the ruins, when they saw a young woman with an oriental face grab Lena's head and pull it off her neck. They were all stunned. The wind in the corridor stopped instantly. Wen Qian held the head of the little zombie and looked down at the corpse on the ground. Seeing the red skirt of the little zombie soaked in blood, she frowned in annoyance, threw away its head, and raised her hand to wipe the blood splashed on her face. The people in the distance were frightened by this scene and retreated one after another. Wen Qian tilted his head to look at them, which made their legs and feet weak. Lena is dead? How is that possible? She is immortal. It is the most advanced weapon in their institute. Wen Qian ignored the horrified expressions on these people's faces. She had already got what she wanted, so there was no need to stay here any longer. Wen Qian heard the gunshots from afar and wanted to find when to meet them, but she stopped before she walked 5 meters. Wen Qian hesitated for a moment and looked back. Then, she saw that the little zombie, who should have been dead, stood up again from the pool of blood. It even left its head on the ground. Wen Qian slightly widened her eyes, holding her breath, watching the little zombie bend down to pick up the head on the ground and put it on its neck. Then, the intersection of the head and the neck magically connected bit by bit. Wen Qian had a lot of dirty words to say. The little zombie dealt with its head, and its appearance gradually turned back into that ordinary little girl. It stared at Wen Qian with resentment, and just when Wen Qian thought it was going to rush up to kill her again, it turned around and ran away. Wen Qian thought she had never seen the world and didn't know that zombies could come back to life. So she stood there for a while, watching the little ghost disappear. She came to her senses and teleported to the crowd, who were also shocked. Without saying a word, she slapped one of them in the face and asked him, "Does it hurt?" The man didn't answer, but you could tell from his grinning expression that he was in pain. If it hurt, he wasn't dreaming. Wen Qian thought to herself, that stinky little ghost could really come back to life. What kind of supernatural power is this? There is also such an outrageous thing as a resurrection armor. Wen Qian had a headache. Her subconscious told her that she couldn't just leave this little ghost alone. Otherwise, there would be big trouble in the future. But how could she kill that ghost? She twisted its head off, but it didn't work. What else could she do? Wen Qian was worried that the little ghost would run to find Wen Rang, so she didn't dare to delay and left here immediately to find someone. She released the orcs to follow behind her to help deal with those who came to catch her, and the zombies that came out of nowhere. In this way, she cleared the obstacles along the way and finally met her brother. Chapter 180: Escape from the Base. Wen Rang was with a few people from Imohan's group. They were not familiar with each other, but since they met on the way, they just stayed together. He turned around and saw his sister with a cold face. He could tell at a glance that she was in a bad mood. Gu Ran, who was beside him, also felt it very experiencedly. He silently reminded himself to be careful in what he said and did, and not to provoke her again. Both of them had seen those orcs, so they didn't react much when they saw the things behind Wen Qian. But it was different for the others. They saw so many half-human and half-ghost monsters, and subconsciously thought that this base had created something else, and that they were their enemies. But the next second, they saw those monsters blocking bullets for Wen Qian and killing the zombies that attacked her. They were all stunned. Wen Qian walked straight to Wen Rang and heard him ask, "What happened?" Wen Qian sighed unhappily and replied, "Let the little ghost run away. Is there any zombie that can escape from your hands?" Wen Rang was a little surprised. "Then this little ghost is really powerful. I pulled its head off, and somehow it came back to life. It's outrageous." Wen Qian looked around. "I'll leave the orcs with you. If you see the little ghost, let me know, and I'll look for it somewhere else." Wen Rang replied okay. Wen Qian thought about it, and didn't move. Instead, she used the summoning skill again. She called all the zombies in the base to her. And even because there were not enough zombies, she brought a lot of them from outside. 1,000 zombies crowded the place tightly. But Wen Qian still couldn't see the shadow of the little ghost, which made her feel confused and irritated again. She tisked, and gave orders to the zombies to protect the safety of Wen Rang and others. After that, she disappeared from the spot. The rest of the people were shocked. "What do you mean by pulling off the head and living again? What do you mean by leaving the orcs to you? What do you mean by letting the zombies protect their safety?" And these zombies actually did it. They looked at Wen Rang and Gu Ran's calm faces, and suppressed their curiosity to continue the mission. But it was really a bit too painful. They couldn't lose their vigilance against these zombies that suddenly appeared just because of Wen Qian's words. What if they suddenly bite them back? There were so many zombies, more than the enemies they had encountered in this base. But seeing how these zombies were conscientiously helping them deal with the enemies, and the orcs, they were so powerful that they couldn't bear to watch. These inhuman things formed a team, and this team quickly killed their way through the floor with the humans they protected. Wen Qian felt that the little zombie would not leave the base, although the door of the warehouse where it was locked was heavy, and could not be opened by ordinary people. It could definitely not stop the little ghost. The door was to prevent outsiders from entering by mistake, not to prevent it from leaving. The room was more like its bedroom, and the zombies placed in the glass cabinets on the wall were its dolls. Wen Qian thought of the little zombie's cry of "Daddy, save me" when she beat him, and guessed that its father must also be a member of the base. And his status is not low. Otherwise, how could he have the right to prepare such a room for his daughter? But Wen Qian searched almost the entire base, and couldn't find the little ghost. It is estimated that it has used its ability to shrink again, and hid in some corner. Wen Qian killed and killed all the way in a rage, and finally returned to the meeting point agreed with Imo Han, and others with blood all over his body. In just a few dozen minutes, the entire base was turned upside down. Imo Han had obviously found the person he wanted to save. When Wen Qian saw the man's appearance, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. I had always heard Imo Han talk about experts and professors, and I thought he was an old man. Unexpectedly, this man looked only in his 40s. No wonder Imo Han said he was a genius. After rescuing people, nothing else mattered. Wen Qian immediately recalled the orcs and zombies, and took them all away from the base amid the panic expressions of dozens of people. The scene in front of him changed instantly. In the blink of an eye, Wen Qian had brought people to a safe place, back to the underground parking lot. Everyone ran up immediately after seeing the RV. They didn't dare to stop for a moment, and drove away from here as planned. At the same time, they started the car. A deafening explosion came from the direction of the base in the distance. Wen Qian looked at the red flames from afar, and frowned when she thought of the little zombie. She sat on the sofa in silence, turning her head to look at the dark night outside the window. The others were also panting, calming their breathing and heartbeats. So no one in the car spoke for a while. The RV drove all the way to the edge of the city. After an unknown amount of time, someone asked hoarsely, "Can we go home?" This sentence made many people's eyes red. Although they were not out for a long time this time, the risk factor was higher than any previous time. In the battle just now, several people had stayed there forever. No matter how careful they are, sacrifices are inevitable. This is war, a reality that people have to accept even if they don't want to. "Well, let's go home," Someone answered, with a choked voice. Wen Qian still looked out the window, her heart hanging in the air. She couldn't tell why, but she always had a bad feeling. Just like that, the car drove forward, leaving the city at the fastest speed possible on the deserted streets. 3 hours later, the storm gradually weakened. 5 hours later, they arrived at an airport in the next city. The RVs stopped and everyone got off one by one. Under everyone's gaze, Imohan put his hands on the RV and put them into Wen Qian's space. As long as they are members bound to Wen Qian's system, they can now collect things into the space at will. His actions were seen by everyone, and naturally they thought that these cars were in his space. So next, when Wen Qian moved the plane out, no one suspected her. But, be careful, accompanied by Mu Beichuan's exclamation. The little zombie that had run away before suddenly appeared in everyone's sight with the plane. Wen Qian took a breath. How could it be here? Wen Qian was shocked, and the others were even more frightened. But fortunately, Wen Qian was not completely stunned. She and Imohan acted almost at the same time and caught the little zombie. The little zombie was grabbed by the collar by Imohan and looked at Wen Qian with his hands and feet kicking, shouting loudly, "Don't kill me! Please!" Chapter 181. Is she being entangled by a zombie? The little zombie begged for mercy, but his body still didn't give up running. Imohan felt the weight on his hand lighten. And then the little ghost he caught disappeared. Imohan raised his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't expect it to have such a skill. The others saw the little zombie suddenly disappear, and they all became alert, defending and ready to attack at any time. Wen Qian took a deep breath, and all the irritation in his heart was reflected on his face. It was still raining. Not heavily, but continuously. Wen Qian stood there, closed her eyes, and felt the raindrops falling. The ground was wet, and the air was full of water vapor. Wen Qian felt like she was in a water world, which made her senses, as a water-based superpower, more acute and clear. She stood there quietly for a few seconds, then opened her eyes, and a smile appeared on her lips. Everyone didn't know what she was laughing at, but they saw the raindrops falling from the sky gathered together to form a water snake. The water snake seemed to be alive. It quickly coiled around Wen Qian and headed in a certain direction. The location where the little zombie was hiding was discovered. It was forced to flee from the spot, but it could not get rid of the tracking of the water snake behind it. Wen Qian looked at her new move, and it seemed to be pretty good. The only flaw was that it was missing something else. Just when Wen Qian had this idea in his mind, Imohan used the lightning ability. Lightning rushed into the water snake and spread along the ground. Soon, an arc-shaped wall of lightning and water formed around the little zombie. The little zombie was numbed by the electricity and cried as it revealed its original form. It fell to the ground and was picked up by the hand that turned into a water snake. Wen Qian stood a few meters away, looking at it with a slightly depressed look, and remotely controlled the hand. Amid the gasps of the crowd, she once again pulled off the little zombie's head, and also removed its arms and legs. There was silence all around, and only the sound of rain could be heard. Wen Qian stared at the little zombie's torn body expressionlessly, while many people stared at her in horror. Their brains were working rapidly, recalling what had just happened. Can superpowers be used like this? Can zombies be killed like this? Those scenes were so shocking that their scalps went numb. Then, they realized that all these things were done by Wen Qian. Is she so strong? Or is the little zombie just average? Everyone kept wavering between these two options. And then another scene that made them hold their breath happened. The body parts of the little zombies on the ground actually gathered together little by little, and soon formed a complete body again. It slowly sat up from the ground, then picked up the head that was thrown aside, and put it on its neck to complete the last step. The little zombie sat on the ground, with the corners of his mouth drooping down, looking at Wen Qian with a very aggrieved look. Wen Qian looked at it and laughed out of anger. The little zombie was surrounded by a burst of black mist and wind, which expanded little by little, causing those who were still doubting its strength to have distorted expressions in pain. They looked down at their clothes and skin cut by the wind, with expressions of pain and disbelief. "You little brat. If you don't stop, I'll chop you into mincemeat." Wen Qian saw that the wind was about to blow to the plain, and warned coldly. The little zombie shuddered when he heard this, and the strong wind stopped suddenly. It looked at Wen Qian and said in a crying voice, "Don't do this to me. It hurts." "Hurt?" Wen Qian laughed at herself. "Do you know how much pain I feel when I failed to kill you twice in a row?" Wen Qian did not hide her anger. She was a little shocked because she really wanted to kill it these times, and showed no mercy. Wen Qian sighed and asked the little zombie, "Why are you following me?" Wen Qian had figured out why it appeared here during the time she had just started. In fact, when she used the summoning skill in the base, the little ghost was beside her, and might even be on her body. It was just that it was in a shrunk state at the time, so she couldn't see it at the first time. It followed the RV she got on, and came all the way here. So when Imohan sent the RV into the space, it was thrown out by the space. Her space does not allow any living creature to enter without her permission. Just like the mice and insects hiding in the granary before, they will be screened out by the space. After Wen Qian figured out these things, she was a little scared for a moment. Because if this little zombie had the heart, it could kill everyone in the car. Did it have no intention of killing? Or was it not smart enough to think of that way to kill? When the little zombie heard Wen Qian's question, he got up from the ground, wiped his tears, and whispered, "I want to be with you." Huh? Wen Qian thought she had misheard. "What do you want?" "I want to be with you." The little zombie repeated his answer, looking at Wen Qian with a serious expression. "I like you." Wen Qian was full of question marks. Many people have said "I like you" to her, but the zombie was the first one. Wen Qian calmed down and asked again, "What do you like about me?" "You are great. You can play with me. Others will just run away when they see me." Wen Qian thought to herself, "I want to run now, too. Please give me this chance." The little zombie took a few steps forward, walked in front of Wen Qian, stretched out his hand to grab the corner of her clothes, and looked up at her. "I listen to you. Don't abandon me." Wen Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was entangled by a zombie? Wen Qian, come with me. Then you don't want your father? He's dead. Killed by you. Wen Qian, so what do you want to do by following us? The enemies who killed your father? Revenge? The little zombie shook his head quickly, looking a little anxious, but didn't know how to explain for a moment. Just then, Wen Qian heard a strange voice next to her. She looked over, and saw the genius professor who was rescued by Imohan. Its so-called father is just the person in charge of the laboratory, and he should have no blood relationship with it. He often cuts this zombie into pieces for experiments, because this zombie is a little special. It is also called undead zombie by the people in that base. The little zombie nodded vigorously after hearing what he said. Yes, he is not my father. What about your family? You can go find them. The little zombie looked even more aggrieved. Tears shed from her big eyes, which made Wen Qian feel overwhelmed. After all, she is a corpse. Can she stop crying all the time? It makes her look like she is bullying a child. She will cry when she is pushed to the limit. Who wouldn't cry? Not only will she cry, she will also roll on the ground. Chapter 182 The Reason for Not Dying. Wen Qian was really angry, and had a headache. What to do? If you can't kill this little ghost, you can't guarantee that it won't shrink its body, and hide on someone else's body to get on the plane. Wen Qian desperately hid behind her brother, her forehead against Wen Rang's back, and spoke in a muffled voice. Brother, save me. Wen Rang had never seen such a scene before. He protected Wen Qian behind him like an eagle catching a chick, blocking the little zombie in front of him. He stretched out his hand and pressed on the top of the little zombie's head, pushing it back and increasing the distance between them. Why can't you kill me? Wen Rang asked curiously. The little zombie opened his mouth, but swallowed his words in the end. It shook its head vigorously and said, I won't tell you. You should kill me if you know. Wen Qian whispered. I will kill you even if you don't tell me. Next time, I will chop you into dumplings and feed you to the fish. The little zombie staggered back a step when he heard her words, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. The rain was still falling, and everyone's clothes were wet. It was not a solution to continue to stalemate here. The most important thing they should do now was to leave here and leave this country. Wen Qian waited in his mind, and then he stuck his head out from behind Wen Rang, looked at the little zombie, and asked it, You just said that you listened to me? Yeah. Then I told you not to follow me. Wow. The little zombie cried loudly. Wen Qian rolled his eyes, took 2 steps forward, and casually took out a steamed bun from the space and stuffed it into its mouth. The little zombie was caught off guard and suddenly lost his voice, and his expression was stunned. Stop howling, Wen Qian said unhappily. I'll take you away. The best way to solve this situation now is to take it into the space. This way, it can be prevented from hiding on others and causing trouble after boarding the plane. ensuring the safety of everyone. Wen Qian turned his head to look at Imohan and said, "I'll take it into the space." "Okay." After Wen Qian finished speaking, he grabbed the little zombie's collar and disappeared, leaving everyone dumbfounded. It felt like they were watching a magic show of a living person. "Boarding." Imohan spoke in a calm voice, allowing them to come back to their senses and quickly line up to board the plane. The plane door was closed, and everyone was sitting in their seats, still immersed in recalling what had just happened. After Wen Qian entered the space, he sent Fu Yuan out to prevent the little ghost from attacking him. It is necessary to be on guard against others. Not to mention that this is a zombie, and it may lose its mind and go crazy at any time. In the space, only Wen Qian and Xiaobai were left, as well as 10 orcs and little zombies. When the little zombie saw the orcs, his expression looked very happy. It subconsciously felt that this was proof that Wen Qian took it in. They look so strange. Have they mutated? The little zombie tilted his head and asked, "Will they play with me in the future?" "Little ghost, I'm not in the mood to joke with you now." Wen Qian was rarely so serious. "If you dare to make trouble, I will throw you into the juicer. I don't believe you can survive if I turn you into a paste." Wen Qian has thought of several ways to kill it, and she is just waiting to verify the feasibility one by one. If she still can't kill it after trying them all, she will throw it in the space as a tool for sparring. Anyway, she couldn't let it go out, or it would have a chance to hurt her family. But what made them have to go into space? So Wen Qian was really annoyed when she thought about it. The little zombie shrank his neck when he heard her words, and said in a low voice, "My name is not Xiaogui. My name is Lina." After saying this, it was quiet for a while, and then spoke again. "Why do you all want to kill me? You are like this, and so are others." Wen Qian was stunned for a moment, and answered as a matter of course, "Because you are a zombie, different from us. But I don't want to either." Lina recalled the process of her transformation into a zombie. Her face is pale as a piece of white paper. "I don't want to become a zombie. I don't want to be alone. I don't want to be cut into pieces." It looked at Wen Qian and asked, "Can you let me stay with you?" "Wen Qian, let you stay with me. Bite me when you are hungry, and turn me into a zombie like you, so that you will have a playmate forever. Right?" Wen Qian would not easily believe even the words of people, let alone zombies. "Lina, I won't bite you." "Oh," Wen Qian sneered. "Then tell me, where did all those zombies in your room come from? Weren't they bitten to death by you?" Lina shook her head aggrievedly. "They are gifts from my father." "Then he is really a piece of shit, and his death is not unjust at all." Wen Qian has never seen who the father is, and she doesn't know who killed him. She plans to go out and ask, and give that person a banner to praise him. Wen Qian rolled up her sleeves, wasting no more time, and fought the little zombie again. Because of the safety of the space, she had no worries, and soon knocked the little zombie to the ground again. She wanted to chop it up a little with a tang sword in her hand. But then she remembered what the professor said outside before. He said that this zombie was often cut into pieces for experiments. Since it couldn't die that way, there was no point in her trying again. So she chose to chop its head in half this time, and then watched it revive again. Wen Qian didn't even want to curse this time. Her mentality was as steady as an old dog. Wen Qian sat down on the ground with a frown. Lina also followed her movements and sat on the ground. The man and the corpse stared at each other for a long time, and Wen Qian thought of a possibility. "Your crystal core and fatal point can be changed at will?" Wen Qian asked tentatively, and then saw Lina's body stiffened. This reaction made Wen Qian more certain of his guess. No wonder it couldn't die so many times, because its most important thing was not destroyed at all. Wen Qian thought he had aimed at its fatal point several times, but it was not the case. Just like it can shrink its body, perhaps its crystal core and fatal point can also shrink. At the critical moment, these two things shrink and move to other places, so that no matter how serious the damage to the body is, as long as they are still there, it still has a chance to survive. Wen Qian figured it out, and was shocked into a cold sweat. If other zombies evolve into this in the future, then humans will really have no hope of survival. Wen Qian looked at Lina steadily. She realized that she had discovered her secret, so she had to confess. "You're right." Wen Qian didn't know what to say. What's the point of fighting? No more fighting. It's a waste of time and energy. Wen Qian stood up and said, "You stay here. I'll go out and calm down." After she finished speaking, she left the space and returned to the side of others. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw her appear safely. Chapter 183. Don't believe the zombie's words easily. During the time when Wen Qian entered the space, the plane had taken off smoothly. At this time, everyone slumped in their seats, exhausted physically and mentally. They also got a reasonable explanation for the sudden disappearance of Wen Qian with the little zombie. She brought the zombie into Imohan's space. After so long in the apocalypse, everyone has become accustomed to various superpowers. Space-related superpowers are not rare, and 1 or 2 will appear in each base. But their spaces were not big, and they had never heard of spaces being shared with others and being able to enter. So when they knew that Imohan's space had this function, everyone was shocked. When Wen Qian came out, they had already digested this emotion and looked calm. Wen Rang whispered this to Wen Qian, who thought it was a good idea. In this way, if they wanted to use space skills at critical moments in the future, they could directly push it to Imohan, saving a lot of trouble. Wen Qian came out to talk to the professor. He had been in the base for a while, so he should know something about the little zombie. Imohan sat in the front row, surrounded by people Wen Qian was unfamiliar with. One was the professor, and the other was a face she had never seen before. Wen Qian briefly spoke to Wen Rang, and then went to find the professor. Wen Rang and Gu Ran did not accompany her, but stayed to accompany Fu Yuan, and then seemed to be frightened by the little zombie, and was still very scared. Lin Yan sat in the same row with Imohan and the others, with an aisle in between. Seeing Wen Qian, he immediately greeted her and asked, "Qian, where is the little zombie? Is it in the space?" "Yes." Wen Qian glanced at the empty seat inside him, and motioned him to move inside. Lin Yan immediately did as he was told. Wen Qian sat in his original seat, turned his head to look at the people on Imohan's side, and got straight to the point. "Professor, I want to ask, how much do you know about that zombie?" Hearing this, the man pushed the frame of his glasses on his nose. "Just call me Yuan Chen. I don't know much about it. I just know that it is the strongest combat force in that base." Wen Qian frowned slightly, and heard Yuan Chen say again, "I was not in this base when I first came here. I was sent here a few days ago. After I arrived, I saw that they used the little zombie to do several experiments, but they didn't show me the experimental data." Wen Qian thought about it, looked at the one she had never seen before, and asked Imohan, "Is this the spy you mentioned?" "Yeah." Wen Qian looked at the man, who looked very young. She even doubted whether he was an adult. The boy saw Wen Qian looking at him, and looked back with his neck stiff. It seemed that if his momentum weakened, he would lose. Wen Qian saw his cockfighting posture and asked, "What about you? How much do you know about the zombie?" The boy did not answer, but looked at Imohan. Imohan said in a calm voice, "I'm asking you. Why are you looking at me? Can I tell?" Wen Qian smiled and wanted to tease him, but he heard Imohan ask the boy, "Do you know who she is?" The boy was slightly stunned and shook his head. Imohan smiled meaningfully, but did not give an answer. He said in a suspenseful tone, "Answer whatever I ask you." The boy was silent for a moment and spoke again. "I have been in this base for a little longer, but I don't know much about the zombie. Only a few people can come into contact with it, and there are people guarding where it lives. Everyone is afraid of it. I was lucky enough to see it training combatants once before. It is really powerful." "Wait, you said the combatants in the training base of the little zombie?" "Yes." Wen Qian's face changed, and he asked again, "The person in charge of the base is the father mentioned by the little zombie?" "Yes." Wen Qian asked again, "So who have you killed that man? After all, he is the person in charge of the base, and it would not be an ordinary person who could kill him." Wen Qian looked around, and those who had the ability to kill him happened to be nearby. But after hearing this, they all denied it, which made Wen Qian's face darker. Wen Qian remained silent. Seeing that she was in a bad mood, Lin Yan asked in a low voice, "Qian, what's wrong?" Wen Qian crossed her arms over her chest, lowered her eyes, and spoke softly, "I wonder what the purpose of that little ghost following me is." Lin Yan smiled and said, "Didn't it come to find you? It said you were so powerful and wanted to be with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he was stepped on by Wen Qian, and he gasped in pain. Wen Qian turned his head to look at him and asked, "Does it hurt?" "It hurts." "If it hurts, remember it. Don't believe the zombies easily." The people sitting nearby heard what they were talking about, and couldn't help but join in. If the zombie is really obedient, it wouldn't be a bad thing to leave it behind. That's right. And we can also use it for experiments. Yes. It can actually be resurrected. This is fucking terrifying. We must study how it does it. Everyone started talking at once. And Wen Qian gave them the answer directly. Normally, the zombie's crystal core and fatal point are both in the head. So as long as you attack its head, you can kill it. According to past experience, if you cut off the zombie's head, it is assumed to have been killed. At the same time, the crystal core in its brain will automatically be collected by Wen Qian's space, and she doesn't have to do it again. But this zombie is an exception. Its fatal point and crystal core position can be controlled by itself. Everyone was stunned after hearing her words. Wen Qian said again, "How could such a powerful zombie willingly submit to humans? Put yourself in their shoes. If you were to encounter a powerful zombie and it wanted to kill you, would you choose to chase it after you successfully escaped and say that you like it and want to stay with it? No matter what others think." Wen Qian doesn't believe it. No matter how miserable the little zombie cries or how pitiful it looks. She doesn't believe it. And now she not only doesn't believe it, but also doubts the little zombie's true identity. Is it just an experiment of a base? Which base would let an experiment help with training? The little zombie said that its father died and was killed by them. But now no one admits to doing that thing. And no one has even seen that person. How to explain this? Wen Qian now has a guess. And it is also the worst guess. She suspects that the real leader of the base that Imo Han and his team just blew up is the little zombie. Its so-called father is just a puppet. That man might even be killed by the little zombie. Why? Because he is incompetent? Let so many people invade the base and mess up its home. Chapter 184. She will never sympathize with zombies. This speculation gave Wen Qian goosebumps on her arms. She never liked to assume the worst of others. But in the end times, only by doing so and being alert at all times could she survive to the end. What's more, she is not facing a person now, but zombies. To be frank, Wen Qian felt that she was the one who killed the most zombies on this plane, and the one who understood the zombies' despicable nature the most. The arrogance that zombies have in their bones that look down on humans is the first thing they have when they become zombies and have independent consciousness. This is their nature. So from the beginning, facing the little zombie's cuteness, Wen Qian never softened her heart. Because she softened her heart the first time, there will be a second and third time. She is very clear about her position. She is a human being. She will never sympathize with zombies, and will not associate with zombies. Wen Qian locked the little zombie in the space. In addition to being afraid that it would hurt others, she also had other concerns. She was afraid that there would be trackers in the zombies' bodies, allowing the enemy to track their specific location. Therefore, locking it in the space is the best choice. And now, Wen Qian is even more glad that she made this decision. The zombie must not be allowed to leave the space. It must be killed in the space. Wen Qian suspected that the ultimate purpose of this little ghost following them to leave was to find their nest and catch them all in one fell swoop. As long as it ran away, it would be difficult for them to catch it again. Wen Qian sorted out these clues, and her mind became clearer. She didn't understand why the little zombie was pestering her. And now it all made sense. The damn kid is playing the long game to catch a big fish. Fortunately, she is not a soft-hearted person. Otherwise she would have been fooled by it. Wen Qian sneered, rested for a while, and returned to the space. In the space, the little zombie was sitting on the ground board. Seeing Wen Qian come back, he was a little happy. "Where is this place?" Lena asked curiously. "Where did you go just now? I have been looking for you here for a long time. But I can't find you." When Wen Qian was not there, it had already turned around in the space. "This place looks like a small town. And there are even factories here," which surprised Lena. Wen Qian looked at it indifferently, still thinking about how to kill it. Wen Qian had noticed when he fought with it before that it actually had a short buffer time before dying and resurrecting. Instead of resurrecting immediately, although the time was short, it was enough for her to do something. Wen Qian also sat on the ground casually, leaning against the wall of the villa. Lena tilted her head to look at her, and was a little angry when she saw that she ignored her and didn't speak. "Why are you ignoring me?" "Be quiet. I'm thinking." Wen Qian spoke in a cold voice, looking into the distance with a dim gaze. There is a steel plant in her space, with many equipment in the plant. The blast furnace can burn at high temperatures, up to thousands of degrees. If you throw the corpse of a zombie in there, there will definitely be no bone residue left. In addition, can she control the blood in its body? When it died before, blood spurted out. And the blood contained water. And she could control it if it was water. When Qian went through all the possible solutions in her mind, she closed her eyes, and the warm sunlight in the space shone on her, making her a little sleepy. Xiaobai lay a few meters away from her, staring at the little zombie with a fierce look, ready to pounce on it at any time. Lena looked at it for a while and murmured, "Are you a cat or something else? Everything here is so strange." Of course, the strangest thing is the person next to it. She has abilities it has never seen before. Lena shifted her gaze to Wen Qian, and saw that she closed her eyes and couldn't see herself. A hint of greed and murderous intent flashed in her eyes, making her face look even more gloomy and terrifying. But in just a moment, those desires disappeared, and her expression returned to normal. Wen Qian pondered for a while, slowly opened her eyes, and saw the little zombie staring at her, looking a little pitiful and innocent, and asked it, "When did you become a zombie?" Lena didn't expect that she would suddenly ask herself this. She was stunned for a moment, and then answered, "It's been a long time. The end of the world has only been 3 months. How long can it last? It's a ridiculous thing. In just 3 months, 100 days, the world has changed drastically. People once claimed to be the masters of the earth, but they didn't know that they were just pets raised by the earth." Lena fell into memories, and she nodded slowly and said, "Yes, it's only 3 months. But it seems like a long time. Maybe it's because I don't have enough food. No one is with me, and I'm very lonely. So I feel that time is very long." This does make sense. In his previous life, Wen Qian also felt that every day was like a year when he ate soil and bark. But the question arises again. How can a zombie not be full? With its power, it is too easy to hunt and kill humans. Wen Qian's eyes flickered slightly, but Lena didn't notice her abnormality and continued, "So don't leave me. I really want to stay with you. You are a zombie, and I am a human. If I keep you by my side, and you can't help biting someone to death in the future, what should I do? Does this person count as being killed by me? I won't kill people randomly. I'm very obedient." Wen Qian chuckled. Some words seemed too deliberate when repeated too many times. "What are you laughing at?" The little zombie didn't understand the smile on her face, and asked angrily, "Where are your parents? Your real parents?" Wen Qian didn't answer but asked instead. The little zombie was quiet for a few seconds after hearing it, lowered his head to look at the ground, and answered in a low voice, "Dead. Bitten to death by it." "Is that so?" Wen Qian smiled. "Then they should miss you too." "No, they won't. They are very afraid of me. They run and scream when they see me, which annoys me." Lena remembered the scene when they screamed and pointed guns at her after seeing her resurrected. It couldn't control its emotions, so there was a gust of wind around it again. It slowly turned its head and looked at Wen Qian. "Will you betray me like them?" "No." Wen Qian answered it without hesitation. She looked directly at the joy in its eyes, stood up, stretched her muscles briefly, and said again, "Betrayal means leaving your original beliefs and not fulfilling your promises. You have always been my enemy, so there is no betrayal." "Lena, you are lying. You promised to take me away." "I did say that. And I did take you away from the airport. Didn't I?" Wen Qian laughed sarcastically. "Little ghost. Your sister, don't believe in crocodile tears the most. You want to kill me and take away my superpowers. Why didn't you think that I also have this plan?" Chapter 185 Wen Qian's Secret. Lena was still sitting on the ground, but after hearing Wen Qian's words, her eyes changed a little. Although there was only white in its eyes, Wen Qian still saw full of malice in them. It stared at Wen Qian motionlessly and asked, "Do you have to treat me like this? I obviously like you very much." Wen Qian smiled and had nothing to say to this stubborn kid. She turned her head to look at the open space nearby, and a wall of water appeared wherever she looked. This water wall separated the residential area, planting area and breeding area from the outside, ensuring that these areas would not be affected in the fight. Lena saw what she did and said with a bit of disdain, "Your water prison can't trap me. Creating such a water wall is just a waste of energy." Wen Qian ignored it and walked into the water wall. Lena looked at her back, then lazily stood up, tilted her head left and right, and her neck suddenly made a crackling sound. It followed Wen Qian and stepped into the water wall. When it was sitting there just now, it could only see one side of the water wall. Now it came over and realized how wide the area covered by the water wall was. Wen Qian almost circled all the open space, and the top of the water wall was also capped. Lena looked at Wen Qian. She was still very relaxed. It seemed as if these were not made by her. This woman is very strong. Lena sighed in her heart again. Whether it is the intensity of her ability, or the duration of her ability, it is beyond everyone she has seen. Only such a powerful person would taste the sweetest, and make it feel full. Lena licked the corner of her mouth with her tongue, staring at Wen Qian's actions with a sinister and greedy look. It had eaten other humans with superpowers before, but it was not able to successfully take away their abilities every time. Lena thought that it might be because some people's superpowers were too weak, so they disappeared after death, and there was no extra remaining power for it to absorb. But the person in front of her was different. She was so powerful that as long as she ate her, this thought flashed through Lena's mind. The woman in front of her still had her back to her, looking defenseless. Lena grinned and launched a fierce attack on her. However, Wen Qian disappeared in an instant, and appeared behind her the next second. The dagger in Lena's hand glowed coldly, and she missed. She heard the person behind her say, "You like me so much, but you still attack me?" Wen Qian's words were full of sarcasm. After hearing this, Lena turned around and fought back angrily. "You wanted to kill me first." Lena found that the closer she got to this person, the more she couldn't control her desire to eat her. She originally wanted to wait until she got to the place before taking action, but now her plan was completely disrupted. And Wen Qian's calm expression seemed to be not afraid of it at all, and even made Lena feel that she had always looked down on it. Lena attacked Wen Qian frantically, but in Wen Qian's view, she was just like a child throwing a tantrum, beating without any rules. Wen Qian's simple and casual hiding made Lena so angry, so she accidentally used another supernatural power. Fire. Wind and fire together are a perfect match. Lena threw fireballs at Wen Qian in a venting manner. The fireballs, which were originally only the size of a fist, turned into a sea of fire after being catalyzed by the wind power. "You can't beat me. I didn't even use my full strength before." Lena shouted at Wen Qian loudly, and couldn't help laughing when she saw Wen Qian surrounded by the sea of fire. "Your power will soon become mine, and this magical space is also mine." As soon as Lena finished speaking, she saw that the raging fire surrounding Wen Qian seemed to be suppressed by something. Lena opened her eyes wide, watching Wen Qian standing in the middle of the flames unscathed, and couldn't believe that she hadn't hurt her at all. Wen Qian looked at it from a distance, a sneer on her lips, and said, "You didn't use your full strength, did I?" As Wen Qian's last word fell, the fire that Lena had released was suddenly extinguished and turned into a piece of water vapor. Because the temperature of the water vapor was too high, it burned Lena so much that she couldn't help but scream, "Pain!" Lena's skin fell off piece by piece, and soon she became half human and half white bones. It did it on purpose. Anyone who saw it like this would be scared away. It thought Wen Qian would be the same, but she still stood there. Wen Qian looked at the little ghost's trick and sneered. It would be more effective to throw 2 firecrackers at her feet than to scare her with a ghost. Wen Qian walked towards Lena, who subconsciously took a step back with a flash of fear in her eyes. "It's impossible. It's impossible for a human to beat a zombie." Lena comforted herself in her heart. She clenched her fist, and then rushed to Wen Qian like a flash of lightning. Passing by Wen Qian, Lena looked at the arm of Wen Qian in her hand, and laughed out loud. The wind was raging, and Lena threw the broken arm on the ground, stepped on it, and turned to look at the people behind her. It thought it would see Wen Qian fall down, or at least her wailing in pain. After all, it broke her whole arm, and no one could bear such pain. But it was wrong again. Wen Qian's clothes were stained red by the spurting blood. But strangely, the part where she was injured was no longer bleeding. Lena had never seen such a thing. She remembered the scene of her skin healing after being scratched when she fought with Wen Qian at the base. But she didn't expect that her healing ability was so strong that she could even heal such a wound. In an instant, Lena's desire to kill her penetrated it completely. It burned out the last bit of its rationality. It rushed forward again, trying to cut off another arm of Wen Qian. But this time, it failed to do so. Wen Qian just deliberately didn't hide, thinking that it would give her some new surprises and come up with another superpower. But it didn't. Lena was knocked to the ground by her heavy blow. When she looked up, she saw that Wen Qian's arm had grown back. It sat on the ground in a daze. It couldn't beat him. This thought suddenly occurred to Lena. The next second, she got up and ran. It ran towards the edge of the water wall. It thought it would escape from her cage like before. But it was electrocuted by the water wall. There is electricity in the water? How could she have electric powers? I didn't see her use it when they fought before. Lena turned to look at Wen Qian in disbelief, but saw that Wen Qian had appeared in front of her like a ghost. Wen Qian looked at her and smiled friendly. She raised her hand and grabbed its yellow hair, forcing it to look up and look at her. Promise me. Don't tell this secret to others. Okay? Wen Qian asked gently. Chapter 186 New Skill. Copy. What secret? Lena was stunned for a moment. And before she could figure it out, she immediately answered, okay. I will never tell anyone. Its scalp was scratched and it hurt. It wanted to shrink its body and escape. And it did so. But soon, it was blown onto the water wall by a gust of wind from nowhere. And then its body fell to the ground and returned to its original shape. Lena couldn't figure it out this time. What was going on? Could this woman have wind-related abilities? Copy. Wen Qian's voice came with the wind, explaining its confusion. As long as it is a creature within 10 meters of me, no matter what kind of superpower it has, I can copy and use it. This is a skill she has only recently acquired. It was not absorbed by eating crystal cores, but awakened by herself. To be more precise, this happened after she went abroad. She didn't tell anyone because she was a little scared and worried about whether this skill would affect others. What if it was like absorbing zombie crystal cores, and other people's superpowers disappeared after she used it? Then what should she do? Because she was afraid of this, Wen Qian had been holding back and didn't dare to use it. Until the day she met Xia Ran. She did an experiment on the woman she hated, and then found that she had no reaction. To be honest, she was a little disappointed at that moment. But after that, she still didn't use this skill. One was that she didn't have the opportunity to use it, and the other was that she herself was not ready. People's physical strength is limited, and using superpowers is a very physically demanding thing. Wen Qian didn't want to waste her energy on superpowers that she was not familiar with. If she could use her own superpowers to exert 100% of her strength, then using other people's superpowers would only be 50% effective. But the effort required is still the same. And more importantly, this skill is not very stable. Specifically, Wen Qian secretly practiced last time, and it should have been copied to Lin Yan, and he has plant-related abilities. But the leaves grew from her head, and she felt that the green light on her head was not a good sign. So she didn't try it again recently. Wen Qian looked at Lena, who was retreating little by little. You can't escape. Be good. I'll let you die quickly. You can't kill me. You've tried it before. You said that was before. As long as your mind doesn't slip, there are always more solutions than problems. Wen Qian smiled and said, look, you can't even escape this small water wall now. What else can you do? Lena could see the water wall, but couldn't see the fine mist in the air. The water wall, including the ground, was all covered by Wen Qian's water power. So no matter what form it takes or where it hides, Wen Qian can find it at the first time. She had lightning powers in the water wall, and had other preparations outside the water wall. She couldn't let this kid escape from this range. If she messed up the space, her father would cry when she got home. Lena didn't know what she was thinking of. She was not afraid when she heard Wen Qian's words, but laughed instead. Then you can't kill me. You don't even know what my powers are. It's transfer, Wen Qian said with certainty. I asked you before if your crystal core and fatal point can change positions at will, and you told me yes. I originally thought that this was the reason why you didn't die. But then I thought about it again and realized that you fooled me. Lena froze. I have to say, you are really good at deceiving people. It's a pity that you met me. Wen Qian has a skill called calibration. The details of the calibration skill are hit any part of the zombie's body, and the damage can be automatically transferred to the fatal point. So no matter where its fatal point is changed, as long as the damage is still on its body, it cannot survive. Lena's real life-saving ability is transfer. Transfer the ability that others have applied to themselves to other creatures. In the base, when Wen Qian killed it for the first time, it transferred the damage to nearby combatants. Later, when Wen Qian used the summoning ability, it transferred the influence of the ability to other zombies. Just now at the airport, it was also a nearby zombie that died for it. It is very smart. And Wen Qian was almost fooled by it. Lena's face finally showed real fear. Not pretending. But it soon calmed down. Even if she found out the truth, what would it matter? She still couldn't kill herself. Lena turned to look at Xiao Bai outside the water wall and asked, Are you willing to let it die? Wen Qian snapped her fingers, and Xiaobai disappeared, being moved out of the space by her. Lena's expression froze, and she was almost furious. Its breathing became more and more rapid, and it looked at Wen Qian angrily and asked her, "Do you have to go against me? What's wrong with being a zombie? After becoming a zombie, you can become more powerful. There's nothing wrong with being a zombie. But I don't want to be like you, killing my own parents because I can't control my emotions and bloodlust." Wen Qian's words made Lena's white eyes stained with a hint of blood. Wen Qian had nothing to say to this kid, who was full of lies. No matter what, she would never let him leave alive today. Lena had nowhere to escape. Every time she ran to the edge of the water wall, she was either electrocuted and fell down, or she rushed out and was thrown back by the ankles of the water snakes crawling on the ground. Gradually, it couldn't even keep up with its physical strength, and couldn't even maintain its human form. Wen Qian waved her hand casually, using the wind as a blade to cut it into several pieces again. At the same time, she got Xiaobai back. While the little zombie hadn't reacted yet, she let Xiaobai eat part of its body. Xiaobai could now bite off Wen Qian's head with one mouthful. Eating meat and bones was as easy as eating melon seeds, and he swallowed it in 2 bites. No! Lena's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and she screamed in fear. Don't do this. I was really wrong. I am willing to be your slave. Forever. Wen Qian ignored what it was shouting, and took its remaining parts and flashed directly to her steel plant, where she cremated it in one step, listening to Lena's voice of begging for mercy weakening and disappearing in the furnace. Wen Qian breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the ground against the wall. She sat like this for more than 10 minutes, then slowly got up and returned to the villa, going upstairs to check the crystal core. Only when Lena's crystal core is recovered by the system, it means that it is truly dead. Wen Qian stood outside the door and took a deep breath. To be honest, she was afraid that she would not see the crystal core when she pushed the door in, which meant that the little ghost was still alive and hiding in a corner of her space. Wen Qian hesitated for a moment and pushed the door open. Then, she froze in her place, because she not only saw the crystal core, but also saw a lot of. The entire table and the ground were almost all crystal cores. It looked like there were at least hundreds of thousands of them. Wen Qian was stunned. Chapter 187, she gained the wind element, fire element, and shrinking abilities. Wen Qian thought of the hundreds of thousands of crystal cores that were stolen from several bases in China. It couldn't be such a coincidence that Imohan and his team had found them by chance. Right? Imohan had bombed a base before, and also took Yi Xinghua and his team to collect some crystal cores outside. Of course, what they collected must be a minority. Wen Qian suspected that most of these crystal cores came from the base where Lena was. She leaned against the door, looking at the things in the house, and fell into deep thought. How to say it? She felt that this was a test of her humanity. There were so many crystal cores in her space, and no one would know as long as she didn't say it. If she made these crystal cores into medicine and gave them to herself and her family, their strength would definitely increase a lot. Even if one let them know, he would not tell outsiders. So whether to take these crystal cores for herself now was up to her. Wen Qian stood there for a while, then sighed heavily. She walked into the house and began to pack up the crystal cores while cursing. If possible, she hoped that her system would not be so sensible in the future. Can we just take our part and not give them a free warehouse? Otherwise, it would be really itchy to see it. Wen Qian buried her head in work. She found a few large woven bags from the space and threw crystal cores into the bags. What made her relieved was that the enemy base had already helped her collect all the crystal cores. 100 crystal cores in a box, with labels on them, saved her life. She divided out 150,000 crystal cores, and looked at the remaining ones. There were about 60,000 to 70,000 left. She decided to make the remaining crystal cores into medicines, and then split them with Imohan. As for the other bases, they would just return the crystal cores. Wen Qian was not familiar with them, and did not want to do something that was thankless. There must be some loss when turning crystal cores into medicines, and it is impossible to have a 1-to-1 ratio. Most of these crystal cores are level 5 and level 4, and the ratios of them to make capsule medicines are 100-to-1 and 50-to-1 respectively. Those bases lost hundreds of thousands of crystal cores, but she gave them thousands of crystal core potions. The difference in quantity was too big, and it was inevitable that some people would suspect that she had swallowed some of the crystal cores. So, She would never trade with people she didn't know well. Also, she didn't want to spread the news that she could make 100% harmless potions. People's hearts are unpredictable. And she didn't want to cause herself unnecessary trouble. When she unpacked up the box crystal cores and started to pick through the pile of loose crystal cores, Xiaobai was lying outside the door when he heard the noise inside. He thought she was using cat litter to cover her poop. So he poked his head through the crack of the door. When Qian dug a few times, his eyes flashed, and a smile rose on his lips. The crystal core of a special grade zombie is easy to identify because it is larger than the low-grade crystal core. She picked up the crystal core and walked to the table, quickly throwing it into the crystal core processor. While it was working, she took a shower and changed her clothes. Then she processed her broken arm. She didn't forget how scary her brother's expression was when he saw her arm torn off by a zombie last time. This time she did it quietly, without letting him know. After Wen Qian had finished everything, she went back upstairs. At this time, the crystal core had been successfully processed. Wen Qian saw the words on the display and was completely relieved. Successfully synthesized a special crystal core potion, which can give the user the transfer skill, greatly improve physical fitness, and extend life by 5 years. Transfer skill details: can transfer fatal damage to any creature within 100 meters. This skill is automatically triggered and is limited to once a day. In this way, it can be completely confirmed that this is Lena's crystal core. Wen Qian happily threw a pill into her mouth, and soon she heard the system prompt. She gained the wind, fire and shrink abilities, and at the same time, the strength and speed abilities doubled. A little zombie actually has so many abilities. I have to say, this is really terrible. Fortunately, it is just a child, and does not have much combat experience. If it lives for another 10 years, it will be really difficult to kill it. Wen Qian thought, this might be the so-called beating children early. The truth, when they grow up, you really can't beat them anymore. Wen Qian was in a good mood. After processing a batch of crystal cores, he left the space with satisfaction. The plane was quiet, and many people had fallen asleep. Wen Qian tiptoed back to Wen Rang, met his eyes, and made an okay gesture. Then he smiled smugly, with a face full of praise, looking like he deserved a beating. Wen Rang also smiled, threw the blanket on his body to her, and whispered, "Great. Sleep for a while." The plane flew smoothly, and Wen Qian slept peacefully beside her brother. After a few hours, she heard the announcement that the plane was about to land. The plane they were on had a range of more than 18,000 kilometers. They had filled up the tank when they left China, so they didn't need to refuel on the way there. They left in a hurry when they came back, so they didn't refuel. Although they haven't arrived in Bincheng yet, they have finally arrived in China, and can find an airport to land and refuel. Wen Qian took this opportunity to go down and breathe fresh air, while Lin Yin and the others ran out to clean up the zombies nearby. Wen Qian stood there and chatted quietly with Wen Rang and Gu Ran. When she suddenly heard footsteps, she turned her head and saw that it was Mu Beichuan. Mu Beichuan looked her up and down and asked, "Where is the little zombie?" "Killed it. What do you want with it?" Mu Beichuan was stunned and shook his head, then heard Wen Qian ask him, "What is your special ability?" Wen Qian still remembered that at the airport, before Lena showed up, Mu Beichuan shouted, "Be careful," to her. How did he find out? Wen Qian was very curious. Mu Beichuan did not hide it, and told her the answer. "I can foresee the scene in the next minute." Wen Qian did not expect such a magical ability. She raised her eyebrows and asked with a smile, "Then tell me, what will I say next?" Mu Beichuan looked at her steadily and sighed. "You can't." When Mu Beichuan first met her, he found that his ability did not work on her. And it was not only her, but also Wen Rang beside her, Mo Han, and even the little ghost that Xia Ran and Mo Han had just brought back. This made Mu Beichuan a little irritated, and he couldn't understand why. Wen Qian listened to his words, and turned to exchange glances with Wen Rang. Wen Rang also frowned slightly after listening, and silently guessed the reason in his heart. Soon, the plane was refueled, and everyone got on the plane again, and set off to fly towards Bincheng. Wen Qian fell asleep again soon after getting on the plane, and when he opened his eyes again, he was back to a familiar place. Chapter 188. Don't you remember what happened at the main control desk? They returned to Bincheng smoothly. Someone had come to pick them up at the airport. It was Xinyu. She led people to wait downstairs. Seeing Mo Han and the others return safely, The tense and serious expression on her face finally relaxed a little. No one thought that they could complete the mission in such a short time. And no one even thought that they could return safely. Everyone got off the plane and felt like they had survived a disaster. Cheers rang out, and everyone was immersed in joy. Wen Qian and the others were the last to leave, following slowly behind, looking lazy as if they had just returned from a trip. She didn't expect Xinyu to take the initiative to greet her. And when she heard the other party calling her name, she could only step forward to deal with it. Xinyu looked at Wen Qian and said in a gentle voice, "Thank you for helping us complete this difficult task." "You're welcome. I didn't do anything," Wen Qian said matter-of-factly. "I followed him to pick up the leaks." Wen Qian was anxious to go back to her mother after being away from home for many days, and she was in no mood to exchange pleasantries with them. She was about to say goodbye to them. And then she heard someone making a phone call not far away, as if reporting the situation to the base. Yes, the professor has been rescued, but the crystal core has not been found. When Qian then remembered the crystal core, she quickly pretended to turn around and look for her brother, and then pretended to take out several large bags of crystal cores from their empty luggage bag and threw them in front of Imohan and the others. Everyone looked down at the plastic bags marked with chicken and duck feet at their feet, looking confused. "Qian Shen, what is this?" Lin Yan couldn't help asking. "Crystal cores," Wen Qian replied calmly. "A total of 150,000. If it's not enough, you can find a way. If there are more, just consider it a gift to you." Everyone, even Imohan, didn't expect that she would bring back so many crystal cores. Wen Qian said calmly and looked at Imohan. "If there's nothing else, I'll go home first." Imohan looked at her with burning eyes, thought for a moment, and pushed the boy beside him. "Take him back." The boy didn't expect that he would be sold out just after meeting the boss. He collapsed and said, "Why? I don't want it." He took 2 steps back in resistance, and then heard Imohan ask him the same question again. "Do you know who she is?" The boy looked at Wen Qian in confusion and answered uncertainly. Isn't she just a woman who looks a little pretty and maybe a little powerful?" Imohan smiled, pulled him to his side, and whispered, "She is the captain of the special forces." Wen Qian, the boy. Imohan didn't need to say anything else. The boy turned around to find his luggage bag, and ran quickly to Wen Qian. Before Wen Qian could react, he saw the man stand up and salute him. "Qi Chen from the special forces. Come to report." Wen Qian tilted his head, looked past the person in front of him, and looked at Imohan behind him, communicating silently. "Wen Qian, what do you mean?" "Imohan, I promised you before. I'll give you the person." Wen Qian retracted her gaze, looked at Qi Chen's excited face, and nodded reluctantly. "Okay. She's short of people, so there's no reason to be picky. Then I'll take him back. Bye." Wen Qian waved at Imohan perfunctorily, turned around, and left under everyone's gaze. Lin Yan stared at the new guy with envy and jealousy, ran to Imohan, and asked in confusion, "No. Why is he treated so well when he just arrived?" Imohan glanced at him. "You can leave if you want. Then I still want to stay with my brothers." The boss was testing his loyalty. He had to hold on. Wen Qian walked away from everyone's sight. She had been sitting on the plane for too long and her legs were weak. Qi Chen followed her all the way with his backpack. Wen Qian turned around and saw that he didn't know what was wrong with him. With a silly smile on his face, Wen Qian suspected that Imohan had left her a mentally retarded child. Wen Qian walked a long distance and moved a car out of the space. In the 7-seater business car, everyone sat down comfortably. Gu Ran was driving. Wen Rang was sitting in the passenger seat. Fu Yuan was in the last row, and Wen Qian was sitting in the middle with Qi Chen. Wen Qian lazily leaned back in the chair, looked at Qi Chen, and asked, "When did you go there?" Qi Chen was stunned for a moment. "Are you talking about country A? More than 3 months ago. Before the end of the world?" "Yes." Wen Qian frowned slightly. She didn't expect Imohan to have arranged his people to go there so early. He was really good at forewarning. Wen Qian thought for a moment and asked again, "Are you willing to follow me to my base?" "Of course." Qi Chen said without hesitation, "You are my idol." Wen Qian chuckled and definitely didn't believe him. Seeing her expression, Qi Chen said anxiously, "Really? I didn't lie to you. I've wanted to see you for a long time. Before, I didn't know your identity. I thought it was just a person with the same name. But I didn't expect it was really you." Wen Qian was stunned when she heard this. Even Wen Rang, who was sitting in front, could hear something was wrong. He turned to look at Chi-Chen and asked him, "Do you know Xia Ran?" Chi-Chen nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Logically speaking, I am also Xia Ran's subordinate, but I obey my superiors directly, so I don't have much contact with her. Xia Ran is now the captain of the special operations team of the main control station. But when Chi-Chen first joined the team, Imohan transferred him to his side." Chi-Chen had heard many legends about Wen Qian when he was in school. Although her name had become a taboo in the main control station, everyone still liked to get together to talk about her privately, especially in school. I heard that all the training records of their school were refreshed by Wen Qian, and no one has been able to break them for so many years. However, after she left, the main control desk deleted all her photos, and only a very few senior personnel could retrieve her information in the system. Chi-Chen had not reached that level yet, and had never even seen her photo, so he did not recognize her when he met her before. Chi-Chen had never been so nervous. When he thought that he was sitting with the legendary figure, he couldn't help sweating in his palms. The car was quiet for a while, and Chi-Chen realized it later, and asked Wen Qian in a low voice, "Don't you remember anything about the main control panel?" The main control panel. The moment Wen Qian heard these three words, her head ached. The same happened to Wen Rang, who was sitting in front. He took a breath, and his face turned pale. Chi-Chen realized that their reaction was wrong and quickly shut up. Wen Qian and the other man closed their eyes, their emotions surging in their hearts. This should be the first time they heard the three words main control panel. But for some reason, they felt so familiar. Chapter 189. Do you believe that this world is parallel? At this moment, not only Wen Qian and Wen Rang felt uncomfortable, but even Chi-Chen was affected, because he said something he shouldn't have said. He was reminded by the system and received a little punishment. Chi-Chen was in pain and was still wondering why this happened. But he soon understood. Wen Qian had already been removed from the main control desk. According to the rules there, she was now an ordinary person, and mentioning things there to ordinary people was against the rules. Chi-Chen lowered his head and thought for a while, and felt that it was just as the superior said. In order to kill her, the main control center has gone crazy. Since Wen Qian is no longer a member of the main control center, why do they want to drag her into this world? Isn't this a violation? Wen Qian leaned against the window with her eyes closed, until the car stopped and they returned home. She slowly opened her eyes. Under the moonlight, Wen Qian looked at the four big characters Xiaobai base carved on the wall. And then she felt a sense of reality that she had really returned home. After staying abroad for so many days, although they didn't deliberately adjust to the time difference, they still couldn't tell the difference between night and day. Wen Qian turned on the screen of his mobile phone and looked at the time on the screen. 9 hours 85 minutes. Wen Qian breathed a sigh of relief, put the car back into the space, opened the gate of the base, and stepped in. In the yard, some residents of the base were working hard, while the rest were exercising in the small square. After so many days, they also confirmed that the birds, insects and ants would not hit the glass and break into the base. So they gradually became braver and dared to go out to move around. But at night, they would still go back to the underground garage when they went to bed. At this moment, several people nearby heard the door open and turned their heads to look over reflexively. After seeing that it was Wen Qian and the others, they immediately dropped their work and ran towards them. "You are finally back." "Yes, you are back. Are you all okay?" Everyone was concerned about them and looked them up and down, as if they wanted to see if they were injured, although they could not help much. This subconscious concern still made Wen Qian and the others feel warm in their hearts. "Yeah, I'm back. Everything is fine," Wen Qian replied softly, asking them, "No one has come to the base to cause trouble recently?" "No. It's so dark. Who wants to go out? You should go home soon. Your dad misses you so much." Wen Chongqing has not come downstairs these days, just sitting at home staring at the monitor, waiting for his daughter to come back. Liamo, on the other hand, takes Gu Wanwan downstairs every day to play with her and the children in the base. After hearing this, Wen Qian quickly said goodbye to them and walked into the building. Chi-Chen followed them and looked around curiously. The residents of the base also looked at him curiously, wondering who he was. Upstairs, Wen Chongqing had noticed their return as soon as possible and was about to put on his shoes and go downstairs to meet them, but was stopped by Liamo by grabbing his collar. Don't waste electricity. Your daughter's teleportation is much faster than your elevator. There was no choice but to open the door and walk around anxiously at the door. Wen Qian led people directly to the staircase between the 2 floors. And when she looked up, she met her father's sight. She smiled and called Dad, almost making Wen Chongning cry. He knew his daughter was amazing. And Wen Qian had not come back for a few days before. But no matter what, she was in the city and in the country at that time, and had never gone so far. And this time, she was away for a longer time than before. Wen Chongning was so worried that he couldn't sleep well every day, and only slept 2 or 3 hours a day. On one hand, he hated his stinky hands. After all, if he hadn't drawn the card because of his stinky hands, he could have gone with him. On the other hand, he made up his mind that if his hands were still so stinky next time, he would definitely exchange cards with Gu Ran. He didn't care about whether he was an elder or not, or whether he had shame. Wen Qian went upstairs and walked in front of Wen Chongning. Her father hugged her, patted her back, touched her head, and then took her hand into the house. Wen Rang, who was following behind, didn't even get a look, and called Dad. Being ignored directly was very embarrassing. Everyone went into the house, and Wen Chongning talked to Wen Qian for a while, and then he found a strange face. He looked at Qi Chen and asked, "Who is this?" "His name is Qi Chen, and he will be in our base from now on," Wen Qian replied with a smile. Wen Chongning looked at Qi Chen carefully, leaned close to Wen Qian's ear, and asked again in a voice that everyone could hear, "Is he reliable?" Qi Chen felt wronged. "Uncle, I am absolutely reliable." Wen Chongning looked at him again, nodded, and said, "Okay." It seemed as if he was accepting him reluctantly. Then he turned his head to look at Wen Rang standing next to him. "Oh, you're back too." Wen Rang. "Oh, uncle, you finally saw me." Wen Chongning sneered and ignored him again. Wen Rang sighed helplessly. It was not the first day that he realized his position in this family. He happily accepted this reality, pulled Qi Chen away, and said, "Come on, I'll take you to your room. The 2 houses of the Wen family are connected, and you can go to the next door from the rooftop." After the end of the world, their family and Gu Ran's siblings all lived in Wen Qian's house. Later, with Fu Yuan, all the empty rooms were occupied, but no one lived in the house next door. Wen Rang took Qi Chen there, arranged a place for him to live, and then asked him, "Can you tell me more about the main control console?" Qi Chen paused while packing his luggage and looked up at him. The two looked at each other for a while, and Qi Chen stood up and asked back, "What do you want to know?" Wen Rang. Qi Chen had heard of this name before. After all, he was a big shot in the technical department. Even though he had been away for a long time, people would still mention him from time to time. What's more, the system programs currently used by the main control desk were all created by this genius. And not only him, but also the 2 people downstairs. Qi Chen really didn't expect that he would be lucky enough to meet this family again. "What do you want to know?" Wen Rang silently repeated this sentence in his heart, thinking that he wanted to know too much. He said, "Tell me first, what is that place?" Qi Chen was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect him to ask this. "You really have forgotten it completely." "That's right. I heard that the equipment used to deal with you was developed by you, and it was still in use even after you left, which shows that the thing is really powerful." Qi Chen only said these few words, and felt a strong discomfort in his body, but he still endured it and continued. "Do you believe that this world is parallel?" Wen Rang frowned slightly. It was not the first time he heard the parallel world talk, but this time it seemed to feel different. Chapter 190 Dog Control Station. "I will blow you up when I get back." Seeing that he didn't say anything, Qi Chen continued. "This world is made up of many parallel worlds. But because there are too many worlds, some unexpected situations are inevitable. Just like many people, sometimes at a certain moment, they suddenly feel extremely familiar with a certain place or a certain thing, and feel that they have been here before, or have experienced something before. But no matter how hard they try, they can't remember when these things happened. This kind of small incident is just a little impact brought by the parallel world, which is small and not enough to cause serious consequences. But some people will accidentally break into the parallel world, which is a little serious. I don't know when the main control desk was built, but its original purpose was to deal with some special events that occurred in the parallel world. Unfortunately, later, Qi Chen spoke slowly and sniffed. He thought that the temperature in this room was too different from that outside, and he couldn't adapt to it for a while. So he was frozen and had a runny nose. But he raised his hand and wiped it casually, only to find that his hands were covered in blood. And Wen Rang's expression also seemed to be frightened. Chechen blinked, and after confirming that he had a nosebleed, his vision gradually became blurred. He only heard Wen Rang curse hack. And then his eyes went black and he fainted. Wen Rang hurriedly caught the man, gritted his teeth, picked him up by the waist, and ran back to the next door. In the living room, Wen Qian was still chatting with Liu Mo and Wen Chongming. Several people heard the panicked footsteps and looked over in unison, and then saw Wen Rang running back with Chechen in his arms. "Mom, check on him." Wen Rang laid the man flat on the sofa. Wen Qian and the others came over and looked at the unconscious Chechen with different expressions. Wen Chongming said with mixed feelings, "How could you hit someone? Although I suspected that this man was unreliable. I didn't ask you to kill him so quickly. Dad, I'm really wronged." Wen Rang had no words to say. "I just asked him something, and he just closed his eyes and passed away." After saying that, he exchanged glances with Wen Qian. Wen Qian understood what he asked instantly. But was the price so high? Liu Mo went forward and briefly checked, his expression somewhat serious. She turned to look at Wen Qian and asked, "Can I bring him into the space?" "Yes." Wen Qian nodded repeatedly, although he was not a member of the system yet. Wen Qian remembered that when Gu Ran brought Gu Wanwan here, the system also made an exception and allowed Gu Wanwan to enter the space. At that time, the system prompted that the unconscious injured person had 0 attack power, and asked her if she wanted to open the authority to bring the injured into the space for treatment. Wen Qian immediately took Chechen into the space, and the others followed. As soon as they entered, Liu Mo and Wen Chongming were startled by the orc standing guard in front of the villa. "What is this?" Wen Chongming shuddered and blocked his wife behind him. "Don't be afraid. This is the orc I brought back from abroad. It listens to me," Wen Qian hurriedly explained. Wen Chongming's expression was hard to describe. Imported zombies are like this? They evolve too fast. Right? Why are the zombies near his house only sneaking around like thieves? And their other skills have not improved, but their escape speed is getting faster and faster. Wen Rang carried the man into the elevator, went up to the 4th floor, threw him into the medical room, and was dragged away by his sister. Wen Qian jokingly asked, "Did you threaten him that you would dig up his ancestors' graves? Why did you just go there?" Wen Rang laughed angrily. "If it really came to that, I wouldn't be wrong. But it didn't happen. We just talked about parallel worlds." Wen Qian had a puzzled look on his face. "What's the big deal? Even elementary school students talk about this now." "Yes, but he said that parallel worlds really exist. The main control console appeared because of parallel worlds." Wen Rang told Wen Qian about their conversation, and Wen Qian couldn't help cursing. "What a shitty console. You can't even mention it? Damn it. I'll blow it up when I get back." Wen Rang laughed. "Maybe you thought so before. And you got kicked out. Didn't you kick me to death? Besides, it's as if you weren't kicked out. You're as useless as me." Wen Qian rolled her eyes at him and turned away angrily. Wen Qian went downstairs and sat at the door of the villa, staring at the orcs. Liu Mo was busy in the medical room alone, and Wen Chongming couldn't help, so he came out with Wen Rang. Then he looked at the monsters and asked, "You brought them back. Didn't you just let them stand guard as security? Not only that, they can also pick corn." Wen Qian stood up and performed for her father on the spot. The orcs lined up, walked into the field obediently, and started to work on the farm. Wen Chongming looked at the scene in the distance, wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say for a while. At the critical moment, Wen Rang pointed to a place and complained to his father, "Dad, look at that. That's the cornfield with the most corn falling. That whole field was knocked down by a Mohan." Wen Qian, Wen Chongming, "What? Why did he hit my cornfield?" Wen Rang, "I don't know. Ask him next time." Wen Qian looked at Wen Rang speechlessly, thinking he was so childish. Wen Chongming hadn't been in the space for a long time, and he couldn't rest once he came in. He talked to Wen Qian and the others for a few more words, then quickly picked up the basket to pick up chicken eggs, duck eggs, and goose eggs, then inspected the other livestock, and found a duck with a blown head by the river, and ran back to ask Wen Qian, "How did it happen? Wasn't it also beaten by that kid named Mo?" Wen Qian looked at the duck and immediately realized, it wasn't. It was done by a little zombie named Lena. But if you want to blame him, it's not impossible. Lena randomly picked this poor duck to divert the damage. But since it died, it couldn't die in vain. Wen Qian decided to eat roast duck tonight. Wen Changning listened to her order and immediately went to cook. Wen Qian and Wen Rang continued to chat in front of the villa. After a while, Liamo came out. It's okay for now. But he's still unconscious. What's going on? Liamo looked at Wen Rang and said, his heart is fluctuating very strongly. You can't stimulate him again. Wen Rang, I know. I won't dare to do it again. His sister is right. You dog control the station. I'll fucking blow you up when I get back. Liamo went back to watch him again. But fortunately, the boy had good physical fitness and woke up an hour later, which made everyone feel relieved. When he woke up and saw Wen Rang, he wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Wen Rang. Shut up. If I want to know something, I'll ask him Han. He's more resistant than you. I guess he can say a few more words before fainting. Chapter 191. All the major official bases are trying to recruit Wen Qian. As soon as Qichen woke up, he was asked to leave the space by the system. And even the memory of entering the space was cleared. So when he woke up, he found himself lying on the bed. And there were people around the bed, looking at him with pity, as if they were there to see him off. This thought made Qichen shudder. And then, he quickly remembered what happened before. Did he faint while chatting? Did he have a nosebleed before fainting? Qichen subconsciously touched his nose, and saw the bloodstains on his sleeves, and his face turned red. It was so embarrassing. He had just arrived at his idol's house, and put down his luggage. He fainted before he could say a few words. Qichen blushed and glanced at Wen Changning, who had suspected him of being unreliable before, and couldn't help explaining, Uncle, believe me, today was an accident. I am usually quite reliable. Wen Changning heard from his wife that the reason why the child fainted was that his unlucky child Wen Rang asked something he shouldn't ask, which stimulated his head and heart. So he was feeling uneasy at the moment. Hearing Qichen's words, he nodded and said, Uncle knows you are reliable. Don't get excited. Let's lie down. So on the first day Qichen arrived at Xiaobai base. Because of Wen Rang's mistake, his status rose sharply, even to Wen Rang's head. Seeing that he had nothing to do, everyone went about their own business. Soon only Qichen, Wen Qian, and Wen Rang were left in the room. Although Qichen was still a little uncomfortable at the moment, this little problem could be completely ignored. So he struggled to get out of bed and asked Wen Qian, what are your plans for today? What do you need me to do? This question made Wen Qian a little confused. What plans? Her plan for today was to just stay at home and relax. No, it would be like this for the next few days. Wen Qian told the truth, which shocked Qichen. After all, he has been busy every day since he came to this world. He has been busy from morning to night in several bases and has never stopped working. Don't you need to go out to find supplies? Is there enough food? Or should I go out and get some crystal cores? Qichen proposed one by one, and was rejected one by one. Then he was bound to the system by Wen Qian. Qichen seemed to be very familiar with the system operation. When he heard Wen Qian mention this, he immediately understood what was going on and nodded in agreement. Soon, the system successfully bound his information. Name, Qichen. Gender, male. Height, 850 cm. Age, unknown. Blood type, O. Occupation, unknown. Loyalty, 100%. Wen Qian looked at the two unknown options and thought of the information about Han that he saw last time. Wen Qian talked to him for a while, and soon went back into the space to make crystal core potions. She hadn't given the potion made from Lena's crystal core to Wen Rang and others yet, because she wanted to go back to Han and ask him to help process it. Han's base can dilute the potion and process it, so that one special grade potion can be turned into 10. She made 10 potions with Lena's crystal core and ate one herself. If the remaining potions can be processed into 90, it would be really great, because the potion's additional skill is transfer, which can transfer fatal damage to any creature within 100 meters. Although it is limited to once a day, it is enough, which is equivalent to an extra life at a critical moment. Grab a handful of the remaining crystal cores and throw them into the processor without worrying about them. Wen Qian took advantage of the time when the machine was running to collect the junk picked up from abroad. Wen Qian was busy dealing with Lena, the little devil, and didn't have time to see what the system had collected for her. Now, after flipping through it, I saw that in addition to basic food and weapons, there were also several computers, and some new research materials. She called Wen Rang to check the contents of the computer and found that they were all research data reports, mostly about zombies and human experiments. Wen Qian was not interested in these, and it would only be a waste of space to keep them here. She thought of the genius that immortal brought back, and thought about sending it to him to see if it would be of any use. Wen Qian was busy packing up her belongings here, and Wen Rang went to help Wen Chongning pack up the crops. The food, vegetables, and fruits in the space have ripened again. Now the fresh things that are completely unseen outside are simply too much to eat in their house. The fish in the fish pond and the seafood in the big pond next to it were also increasing. Liamo and Wen Chongning waited for them at home for so long and finally waited for them to come back. They felt completely relieved. They were so happy that they simply spent a day in the space and made a lot of delicious food. Both of them had specially signed up for a chef class before, and they also learned different cuisines. So as long as they can name it, they can basically make it, including spicy hot pot, fried chicken burgers, crayfish, stewed food, milk tea and other things. In their eyes, everything was simple and easy. The two worked hard all day, making delicious food for the children. At night, everyone gathered together for hot pot, barbecue and beer. It was so luxurious that Chi-Chen felt like he was in another world, and didn't feel that he was still in the end of the world. Wen Qian enjoyed herself, but she didn't forget the residents of her base. She was a bit bad-mouthed sometimes, but more often she was hard-mouthed but soft-hearted, and she was especially protective of her children. For those who were already in her base, and were well-behaved and didn't cause any trouble for her, she would definitely not let them suffer any loss. Now that there were enough supplies, she didn't need to let everyone suffer. So she brought a few boxes of fresh fruits and vegetables, which surprised and delighted them, and finally sent Wen Qian away with tears in her eyes. It had been 3 months since the end of the world, and even the most naive and brainless people had long realized that survival was not easy. So they knew even more how precious the things Wen Qian gave them were. Eating the sweet fruits, they burst into tears and racked their brains to think about what they could do for this base. It was really unreasonable for such a large group of people to rely on a little girl to work hard all day to support them. People are all made of flesh and blood, and no one can take it for granted that Wen Qian risked her life to get the supplies back. On the other side of the city, the combatants, who were also shocked and moved by Wen Qian's generosity, were also those who were given 150,000 crystal cores by her. They had already given up hope, and even called back to the base to report the fact that the crystal cores were not found. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden turn of events. So, while Wen Qian was eating, drinking and having fun at home, immortal's phone kept ringing in the base. All the major official bases in other cities are calling him to inquire about Wen Qian's information, hoping to recruit this person. Immortal, I know you have a lot of talents over there. How about this? You lend this person to us for 2 months, and we will give you 50,000 crystal cores as a thank you. What do you think? Immortal, bad signal. Hanging up. Chapter 192, Little Wen Qian. Do you know what jealousy is? Wen Qian is not from my base, and will not follow anyone's arrangements. Immortal had said this countless times. So in the end, he was too lazy to say it, and just said bad signal, and hung up the phone. However, after hitting a wall with Immortal, he was unable to dispel the group's idea. So the other members of the base, who were supposed to return immediately after completing the mission, stayed in Bincheng for the time being. He began to inquire about Wen Qian, hoping to talk to her alone. There are many people in Bincheng base who know Wen Qian, but only a few are really familiar with her. Among them, the only 2 lucky ones who know where Wen Qian lives, besides Immortal, are Yi Xinghua and Lin Yan. Heard that the 2 of them have been to Wen Qian's base. So those people couldn't get any useful information from Immortal, so they came to them instead. Yi Xinghua is okay. He is an old hand. Although he is not good at speaking, he can scare a group of people with a stern face and say he knows nothing at the critical moment. But Lin Yan couldn't do that. He was a chatterbox and didn't get angry easily. So he naturally became the target of this group of people, and was tempted by all kinds of things. Wen Qian didn't know that someone was looking for her, and she didn't expect that they would even stay in the Immortal base to poach her. She lay at home for 3 days, eating and sleeping or watching anime, and playing games every day. Although such a life is leisurely and comfortable, it still makes people reflect on whether they are too unmotivated. Wen Qian thought of Lena, the powerful kid, and finally couldn't sit still on the afternoon of the 4th day. So she took people out to Imohan. Now she not only has Chi-Chen, but also 10 orcs to help her. Although they are ugly, they are indeed very powerful. So Wen Qian left them at the base as security guards when she left. Gu Wanwan hasn't been out for a while, and Wen Qian was afraid that the child would be suffocated. So she simply took her and Fu Yuan out for a walk. Gu Ren drove the car and headed straight to Bincheng base. Once Fu Yuan's superpowers were activated on the road, they basically had a smooth journey, and the zombies passed by them without even looking at them. They arrived at the place very quickly. The guard at the gate of the base let them in without asking any questions, as if they were from the base. When Wen Qian saw how skillfully the other party opened the door, she couldn't help but doubt herself. Has she come here too many times? Has she become so familiar with Imohan? If she has a falling out with Imohan in the future, can she go in and throw a bomb directly? After entering the base and driving to the parking lot, Wen Qian saw a figure running towards her as soon as she got out of the car. After a closer look, it was Lin Yan. Auntie, why are you here? He ran so fast that he was out of breath and even called her casually. Why can't I come? Wen Qian raised an eyebrow and asked, not welcome? No. That's impossible. The key is that the situation is a bit special now. You are already a wanted criminal. Lin Yan used random words, but he didn't think it made much difference. The person standing guard at the door today happened to be his friend. So when he saw Wen Qian, he immediately notified him through the intercom, so he could run over so quickly. He lowered his voice and told Wen Qian about the recent bad things. In order to find you, they bribed me. You didn't see how dark our boss's face was. It was unbearable to look at. Wen Rang leaned against the car door and laughed. 50,000 crystal cores for 2 months. This price is good? Wen Qian was also happy. Isn't it? I think so too. Why don't we talk to them and see how much you are worth? And then we can split up and go out to work to earn crystal cores? Lin Yan was stunned when he heard this. No. Don't be like this. I'm not telling you this to persuade you to leave. If you really want to earn this crystal core, you can talk to our boss. He will definitely be willing to pay this price. Lin Yan didn't dare to think about what would happen to him if Wen Qian left with someone else. Wen Qian's smile faded. He is willing, but I am not. While they were talking, someone heard the news and rushed over here. Wen Qian was directly blocked in the parking lot. Seeing that the other party said with a smile that he wanted to talk to her, she quickly found an excuse to escape. I have something to do with Imohan. Let's talk later. Lin Yan escorted them all the way and sent them to Imohan's office. Wen Qian hurriedly pushed the door open and went in. Imohan just hung up a phone call, and it was another person who came to ask her for news. Although Wen Qian was joking just now, she actually didn't want to earn this crystal core at all. As the saying goes, money is hard to earn, and shit is hard to eat. The other party offered a high price of 50,000 crystal cores for 2 months. I don't know what they want her to sell her life for. Wen Qian was used to being free and easy in her own base. She didn't want to be controlled by others, and she didn't care about those crystal cores. Imohan saw her and his eyes softened. Wen Qian got straight to the point. I'm here to give you something and ask you for a favor. What favor? Crystal core potion. Help me dilute it. Wen Qian walked to his desk and took out 2 boxes of crystal core potion. This is the medicine I want to deal with. And this is for you. Wen Qian shared the medicine he picked up abroad with him. Seeing that Imohan wanted to refuse, he said, brothers should settle accounts clearly. If you don't want it, I can't cooperate with you in the future. Imohan, who is your brother? He thought it was a big deal. So he took the box and took her to the laboratory. Wen Qian also put the special medicine he had saved in it. And after handing the things over to the professor and the others, he asked Imohan to find an empty space with no one around and give him a batch of supplies. You should have enough guns and ammunition. So I'll keep them all and give you more food. Wen Qian was talking to himself. And then he felt that the people around him were walking slower. So he turned around to look at him. What's wrong? There is no one else around them now. Wen Rang, Gu Ran and Chi-Chen have already taken the 2 little guys out for a walk. Imohan listened to the noise in the distance and looked at the clear eyes of the people in front of him, feeling a little uncomfortable. Recently, many people have called me to ask about you. Oh, I just met Lin Yan and heard him talk about it. I heard that the offer is not low. Wen Qian smiled. This group of people is really interesting. It's indeed not low. They lost more than 100,000 crystal cores, and were in a hurry to send people abroad to find them. In order to win you over, I am willing to exchange 50,000 crystal cores for it. Excuse me. Why do I feel that this doesn't sound right? Wen Qian turned around, leaned lazily on a large container, and looked up at him slightly. Sir, are you jealous that I am worth more than you? Imohan looked at her steadily, was silent for a few seconds, and answered, Little Wen Qian, do you know what jealousy is? Imohan has not been comfortable these days. He obviously wants everyone to know how powerful his baby is. But when the time comes, he is more afraid than anyone else that she will leave. Chapter 193, Grievance. Wen Qian had a cocky expression of you are so envious. But I can't help it. I am just so good the previous second. But she became listless the next second, without any momentum. Somehow, she remembered what he said to her privately a few days ago. I will start to pursue you. In fact, since he said that, there was no difference between them as before. He still led his team, and she followed her brother to run around every day. Of course, Wen Qian also knew that they were abroad and had a heavy mission, so that way of getting along was the right way. But she still felt a little concerned and curious about what he would do. It's not like Wen Qian had never been pursued before, but she was the first one to be so calm. At this moment, she listened to his question, lowered her eyes, and answered, I know. I ate dumplings with vinegar last night, Wen Qian said with a joking smile, and then raised her head to look at him. Hurry up and find a place. I'll give you the things and go back. Imohan didn't move, just stood there and looked at her. Wen Qian urged, What are you doing? Let's go. Imohan didn't want to leave, because he knew that the faster he went, the faster she would leave. They were together less often, and if there was no special event, they would only see each other 2 or 3 times a month at most. Every time they met in a hurry, they chatted for a few words and then separated. And most of the time, they didn't even see each other. Their bases were far apart. And now it was polar night. Going out was not safe. And Imohan was dragged by various complicated affairs every day. If he hadn't found reasons to ask her out every now and then, he would always be a slightly familiar stranger to her. He knew all these problems, and he was trying to solve them. But this was not what he wanted. Imohan's thin lips moved slightly, and he had something to say to Wen Qian. But at this moment, footsteps came from a distance. Imohan frowned, and subconsciously wanted to pull Wen Qian's wrist to hide in the dark, so that no one would know they were here. But Wen Qian dodged, and while Imohan was stunned, the man had already walked towards them. I heard them say you were here, and I thought they were lying. Mu Beichuan looked at Wen Qian with a smile. Are you free? He asked knowingly. He knew Wen Qian didn't come here for a walk, and he knew Imohan didn't want to be disturbed. But he still came. Imohan lowered his eyes and stared at his hand that had just grabbed nothing. Why did she hide? Imohan's chest was full of sadness. And then he heard Wen Qian say, Not now, but will be available soon. What do you want to talk to me about? Yes. You know, the base where the most crystal cores were lost a while ago was my grandfather's base. He heard that you helped find a crystal core, so he asked me to thank you very much. Actually, he wanted to come here by himself, but I persuaded him to stop. Wen Qian's mouth curled up. Then I really have to thank you. Imohan and I will go over to deliver some things. You wait a moment? Okay. Then I'll wait here. After Mu Beichuan finished speaking, he glanced at Imohan's stiff body and smiled meaningfully. Wen Qian retracted his gaze to Imohan. Let's go. Further inside is not a place that Mu Beichuan can enter. There is a big door about 10 meters ahead, where supplies are stored, and there are guards outside the door. Imohan stood there for a moment, said nothing, and walked forward. Wen Qian followed him and raised her eyebrows when she saw the big door, because it was not there when she came last time. The guard saw that it was Imohan and opened the door quickly. After entering the door, no one could follow. The dark night was quiet, and a group of crows flew over their heads. But they were not discovered because of the nearby shielding device. Wen Qian, on the other hand, looked up at the group of beasts, squinted slightly, and said to herself, I don't know if this thing can be eaten. You want to eat everything. Are you hungry? Imohan's voice sounded indifferent, without any emotional ups and downs, as if he was deliberately restraining himself. No. I'm just curious about what it tastes like. After all, I've never tasted it before. Wen Qian answered lazily, and then thought that after so long in the apocalypse, there must be people who are starving and have tasted these animals. I wonder if they have been infected. If they are infected, will they also become zombies? Or will there be other reactions? Wen Qian thought absent-mindedly, and then vaguely felt that the person next to her seemed to be looking at her. So she turned her head and met his gaze. Why did you hide just now? Imohan couldn't help asking. And Wen Qian asked back, can't you hide? She didn't ask what to hide, which meant she knew what he was talking about. And she didn't hide from his hand unintentionally. She was just innocent and didn't want to have physical contact with him. This thought made Imohan's heart sink instantly. And he heard Wen Qian say again, I don't know how he will thank me. Will he treat me to a meal? Imohan didn't know how Mu Beichuan would thank her, but he knew he was about to be tortured to death. Wen Qian was still looking around. When she saw an open space in the distance, she quickened her pace and went over to take out the supplies for him. These 2 boxes are frozen goods. It's best to eat them as soon as possible. Wen Qian pointed at the 2 containers and reminded Imohan. It turned out that he seemed distracted, and his eyes were always on her. Wen Qian waved in front of him. What are you thinking about? Did you hear what I said? I heard it. Okay. Let's go back. After saying that, she turned around and was about to go back, as if she didn't want to be alone with him at all. Imohan was really anxious, and reached out to grab her wrist again, not letting her go. I got up at 5 this morning, led the team out to kill thousands of zombies, and came back to hold a meeting for several hours, and answered countless calls. I haven't even had a meal yet. His voice was hoarse and his tone was very calm. But Wen Qian felt that she seemed to hear a hint of grievance between the lines. Imohan felt the temperature on her wrist and said again, I haven't seen you for a few days. Can't you let me see you for a while? What's so good about Mu Beichuan? How can I not compare to him? The 2 were very close, and Wen Qian's breath was filled with his cool scent. She felt moved and wanted to do something but held back. She lowered her eyelids to hide the emotions in her eyes and spoke slowly. I didn't say it was impossible. Nor did I say he was better than you. Why are you in such a hurry? It was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He hadn't eaten for a day? He couldn't be so busy. Could he? Did he also think that the food in their base cafeteria was not good and he was tired of it? So he didn't want to eat unless he was very hungry? Wen Qian secretly guessed in her heart, raised her eyes, and glanced at Imohan again, just in time to see his throat rolling. Wen Qian quickly shifted her sight again, looked away, and whispered, I'll treat you to a meal. You let me go first. He pressed her on the container, and then stood in front of her, close to her, as if he was hugging her. Chapter 194 Jealousy. Wen Qian just had this thought in her mind when she saw Imohan lower his head slightly and hug her, holding the little person in his arms. Imohan took a deep breath, his eyes showing an emotion that Wen Qian didn't understand at all. Wen Qian's body froze, and after a moment of shock, she reached out to push him, and then heard him say, just 1 minute. Okay? Wen Qian's hand unconsciously grabbed his clothes, and then slid down weakly. Imohan's brows relaxed, and he coveted this moment of intimacy. The breeze blew by, and Wen Qian felt that her ears were a little hot. Fortunately, it was dark and no one could see. Imohan was a man who kept his promises. He would keep his promises for a minute, and he also had other concerns in his mind. When he brought Wen Qian in just now, someone was watching, and Mu Beichuan was still waiting outside. If they stayed here for too long, it would be easy for people to misunderstand. Imohan was not afraid of what others said about him, but he could not say anything about Wen Qian. He slowly stood up, looked down at her, and did not let go of his hand holding her wrist. Wait a little longer. I'll go to your base after I'm done with this. This wasn't the first time he said this, but Wen Qian had always thought he was joking. Go to my base? Wen Qian smiled and said, my small temple can't accommodate a big Buddha like you. Why would the head of Bincheng base go to her small base? Well, go to your base. Imohan whispered. Leave this to Shinyu and Lu Bai. Hearing the crybaby's name again, Wen Qian still felt a little grudgeful. After all, he had rejected her invitation and stayed here. Shinyu was with her grandfather before, and she is an experienced person. Although Lu Bai has never managed a base, he knows a lot from what he has seen and heard. So when he said he wanted to stay and learn something, I didn't stop him. Because I also have my own selfish motives. Mo Han knew that if he had persuaded Liu Bai a few words, Liu Bai would definitely go to Wenqian. But he didn't. He couldn't stay in Bincheng base forever, and let the current situation continue. When he came to Bincheng, he had already told the higher-ups that he would only be responsible for the early stage, and he would leave once the base was on the right track. Going abroad to rescue people this time can be regarded as a deal between him and his superiors. Mo Han pulled Wenqian and walked out slowly. Wenqian was shocked when she heard him talking, and forgot to shake off his hand. She was thinking that this man was crazy. These people are still inexperienced. If two such large bases are suddenly thrown to them, they will definitely be in chaos. So it will take some time. I will slowly delegate some of my authority to them, and then withdraw? You? Wenqian hesitated. You don't have to do this. It's necessary. I can't spend all my time on them. Qian, we still have things to do. Mo Han turned to look at her. Wenqian paused because of his call, and then heard him ask, Did Qichen say anything to you? He mentioned something about the main control console, and then fainted. Mo Han smiled and was about to say something, but was stopped by Wenqian. Mo Han knew what she was worried about, and said calmly, It's okay. I'm not as weak as him. Since he told you where the main control panel is, did he tell you how to get back? He didn't mention that. He probably fainted before he even got to that point. You and Wen Rang don't remember anything? What should we remember? Wenqian carefully observed Mo Han to see if he was about to faint. Mo Han sighed, then said, Come back to the dormitory with me later. I'll give you something. Wenqian was puzzled. What is it? Is it important? Don't you have a space too? Why don't you put it in the space? It's very important. But it can't fit into the space. Is there something that can't fit into the space? Wenqian was shocked. She thought about the size of Mo Han's space, and guessed what he wanted to give her. But it couldn't even fit into the room. The two of them walked out while talking, and Mo Han saw the person standing in front of him. His eyes flickered slightly. Mu Beichuan is a social butterfly. He can't sit still at all. He has walked to the door and started chatting with the guard. He saw Mo Han and the other person appear from a distance. His eyes fell on their holding hands, and his smile froze on his lips. Mo Han walked closer. Then he let go of Wenqian's wrist. Then he looked at Mu Beichuan and said, We need to go back to the accommodation area. Will you come with us? Sure. Let's go together. Mu Beichuan nodded unceremoniously and walked back with the two of them. After walking a distance, he glanced at Wenqian beside him and couldn't help asking, Are you two dating now? Wenqian opened her eyes wide. Who told you that? Mu Beichuan smiled. I didn't hear anyone say it. I just guessed. It's okay if it's not true. It's not your turn whether you have one or not. Mo Han said in a cold voice. Stop thinking about it. Why? What if Wenqian really likes me? Chief Mo. You can't forcibly stop something that we both want. Right? Mo Han looked at him with a mocking face, not knowing what he was dreaming about. Mu Beichuan turned his head to look at Wenqian, and asked her in a good mood, Tell me, what are your standards for boyfriends? Do you think I'm suitable? Although I know I didn't have a good reputation in the past. A prodigal son who returns to his right side is worth more than gold. Believe me, for you in the future, I will definitely keep male virtues and be a good boyfriend. And I will never go out to mess around with other girls. Mu Beichuan was serious. He had been thinking about Wenqian these days since he came back from abroad, and he was more and more certain that he liked this girl. But in other words, who wouldn't like a beautiful and powerful girl? Although Wenqian didn't fight in front of everyone during this trip abroad, she is now famous, and all official bases in China know her name. If she does something big in the future, more and more people will want to know her. Therefore, Mu Beichuan felt that he must seize this advantage of being close to the water tower. Wenqian, didn't I say last time? I don't like noobs. Actually, I'm not noobs either. But I'm definitely a little worse than you. Don't worry. I'll go out to kill zombies and get crystal cores from tomorrow, and work hard to improve my own quality, so that I can meet your admission requirements as soon as possible. Mu Beichuan is an old hand at coaxing girls, and he has a set of words. Wenqian was amused by him, and remembered that he said he wanted to thank her before. So he asked, How are you going to thank me for the crystal core? Mu Beichuan subconsciously wanted to say I will pledge my love to you. But then he changed his mind. It was too frivolous, and she wouldn't like it. So he changed his words. I heard that your base is short of people. Can I go over to work for you? It just so happens that I need to find my disappointing brother. I will go out to find people every day and collect crystal cores for you. Just give me a place to live and food. Wen Qian smiled slyly. You know what? I am a little tempted. Imohan listened to the conversation between the two with an expressionless face. He felt like a pickled cabbage with a vinegary smell all over his body. Chapter 195 Return Wen Rang's computer to him. The happier Wen Qian and Mu Beichuan chatted, the more uncomfortable Imohan felt listening beside them. At some point, he even wondered if this girl did it on purpose. But he repeatedly reviewed what had happened in the recent period, and couldn't figure out where he had offended her. In this way, Wen Qian and Mu Beichuan chatted all the way until they arrived outside Imohan's dormitory. Mu Beichuan also lived nearby, but in a double dormitory. He was just thinking about visiting Imohan's residence to see what the legendary single dormitory looked like. But then, he was locked outside the door by Imohan. Bang! With a sound, the door just brushed past his nose and almost hit him in the face. Mu Beichuan took a breath and saw that Wen Qian had been dragged in. He couldn't help but scold, what a stingy man. Can't he even take a look? Wen Qian entered the house and casually glanced at the living room, and found that it was no different from the room next door where he lived before. There was just one of his coats hanging on the hanger at the door, and a cup of water on the table, which added a little more life. Wen Qian was about to sit on the sofa and wait for him, but he took her upstairs to the study. There was an iris lock on the door of Imohan's study. Wen Qian was a little surprised when she saw it. She didn't know what treasures were hidden in this room. She followed Imohan into the room. The room was still simple and clean, with a row of bookcases on the wall and a computer desk in front of the window. Imohan stopped in front of the bookcase and took out a safe from it. Wen Qian couldn't help but move closer to see what the priceless thing was inside. And she saw a shabby computer. Wen Qian, an heirloom? It's so carefully protected. It won't break if it's touched. Right? Wen Qian was a little confused, but she didn't dare to ask what was in her mind. She was a little confused when she saw Imohan handing her the computer, and heard him say, take it back to Wen Rang and say it's a gift for him. Wen Rang was a person who liked to leave a way out for himself when doing things. When he gave the computer to Imohan, he said that he would return it to him when the time was right. Imohan didn't know when the time would be right. But now that they knew about the existence of the main control console, there was no need to hide some things. There were several encrypted folders in this computer, and Imohan couldn't open them. It was probably left by Wen Rang for him. Now Wen Qian's system has basically stabilized, and Imohan doesn't need to operate anything. So it's better to return it to Wen Rang. Imohan remembered some of the things Wen Rang had said before, and he had already thought about what he would ask him the first time he saw him next time. What kind of idiot do you think you are? This is it. It's quite suitable. Wen Qian carefully took the computer and asked in surprise, for Wen Rang? Yes. He left it with me. I thought it was for me, Wen Qian whispered. And Imohan was slightly stunned after hearing it. To be honest, he can't give her much now. When he was at the main control desk, the management was strict, and he could occasionally make some strange and fresh things to make her happy. But now, without control, she has everything. Imohan thought quietly for a while, then said, when I'm done, I'll take you out to play? Play? Wen Qian was interested, but puzzled. Where can we go to play in this kind of weather? Fu Sheng has come up with a new idea. It is said that he wants to build a zombie park with many entertainment facilities, but more zombies. It is not clear how the tickets are set, but life and death will be determined by fate after entering. If you can come out alive and find the grand prize inside, then both the grand prize and the crystal core obtained by killing zombies will belong to the player. But if he dies in there, he can't be held responsible. Genius. He's still thinking about doing business at this time. However, he's clearly trying to trick people into feeding the zombies. Right? Wen Qian thought of the little zombie that Fu Sheng raised, and her eyes lit up. Yes. Imohan followed her words and said, first of all, there is a threshold for people to enter. They must be people with superpowers. To put it bluntly, it is to tempt capable people to give their lives to the zombies he feeds. Wen Qian's evaluation of this kind of people is, they are so immoral that they will get their comeuppance sooner or later. But she felt itchy in her heart. So she asked Imohan, if we go and kill all the zombies inside, will the old man be angry? So what? It's not like we can't beat him. If he really dares to bite back, then his new amusement park can't be run anymore. First blow up his place, then blow up his base. What do you think? Wen Qian listened to his ruffian words and suddenly wanted to laugh. I don't think you sound like a good person at all. Which boss of the official base would think about bombing other people's territory? Emohan looked at the faint smile on her lips and couldn't move his eyes away. Deep in his eyes, emotions were inexplicably surging. Some emotions have been suppressed for a long time, and you don't know when they will suddenly burst out. Emohan forced himself to shift his sight and didn't pull her into his arms to do something. Mu Beichuan stood outside and saw that the light in the study was on. He stretched his neck to look upstairs and could just see the heads of the two people. He didn't know what they were talking about, but he saw Wen Qian smiling happily, while the person next to him still had a blank expression on his face. Mu Beichuan said TSK and felt that Emohan was really wasting his opportunity. Wen Qian glanced at the person downstairs, who was jumping and trying to see what was happening in the house. So he said to Emohan while holding the computer, "Let's go down first. I'm afraid he will pick up stones and smash the glass later." Mu Beichuan might really do such a childish thing. Emohan turned his head and glanced out the window, his eyes slightly gloomy. She said nothing else and walked out. Mu Beichuan was puzzled when he saw Wen Qian holding something out. There was a power outage and the internet was down. Why did Emohan give her a notebook? Several people walked towards the laboratory. Wen Qian was going to retrieve the crystal core medicine, and there was something for them. She had no use for the experimental data she brought back from abroad, and it was a pity to throw it away. So she gave it to the big guys at the base. The professor who was rescued by Emohan stayed here. When he saw what Wen Qian gave him, his eyes lit up, and he thanked her repeatedly, which made Wen Qian a little embarrassed. After all the things were done, Wen Qian had no reason to stay here any longer, so she planned to go find Wen Rang and go home. When Mu Beichuan saw her leaving, he was a little anxious and stopped her to ask, "Don't leave yet. We haven't talked about our business yet." Wen Qian stopped and looked at him. Her eyes slightly turned. "Do you mean to work for me at my base? Well, if you agree, I will go back and pack my luggage and go with you now." After Mu Beichuan finished speaking, Emohan beside him gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to take him away by the collar, he heard Wen Qian slowly say, "It's not impossible, but I have to think about it first. How about this? I will give you an answer when I come next time. How about it?" Chapter 196. It feels good to be a nobody. Wen Qian tortured two people with one sentence, and she felt that sometimes it was really good to be a nobody. Mu Beichuan certainly didn't dare to push it any further. She didn't refuse, but said she would go back and think about it, which was the best answer for him. But Emohan felt that she shouldn't pay attention to this person. After Wen Qian finished speaking, she called Wen Rang and asked where he was. Wen Rang wanted to go with her, but was asked to help by his junior Ji Fan, so he was embarrassed to refuse. At this time, the problem was almost solved. Gu Ran and Chi Chen were walking their kids in the base, and they hurried back after hearing the call on the intercom. The group reunited in the parking lot, and Wen Qian was about to get in the car with her computer, but suddenly she remembered something and turned back to Emohan. "The meal I invited you to has been placed on the table in your study, and it should still be hot when you go back now." Emohan blinked, and a smile appeared on his lips. "Yeah, I got it." Wen Qian then returned to the car, leaning on the seat and looking down at the computer in his arms. After Wen Rang got in the car, he saw his sister with a smile on her face. He didn't know what kind of sugar-coated bullet the MO guy had used to fool this girl, who had never seen the world. Gu Ran drove away quickly, leaving behind those who wanted to talk to Wen Qian. Wen Rang sat in the co-pilot seat, staring at Wen Qian sideways, and couldn't help asking, "What kind of broken thing are you holding? Did Emohan give it to you?" Wen Qian looked up at him and nodded. Wen Rang sneered, "Is your computer missing at home? Throw it out through the window. I don't care about his antique items. For you." "What?" Emohan said, "It's a gift for you." Wen Qian looked at her brother's confused reaction and was very satisfied. She handed the computer over, and Wen Rang took it reflexively, his mind still a little confused. Why would Emohan give him something? Being nice to him is either a traitor or a thief. And what is this gift? Who still uses this kind of computer these days? Wen Rang looked at the heavy notebook in his hand that he had stopped using many years ago, glanced at Wen Qian suspiciously, and then heard her say again, "You left it with him before." and he asked you to go back and study it carefully. Wen Rang sat back silently, opened the computer screen, and pressed the power button. Well, it couldn't be turned on because there was no electricity. He endured not speaking all the way. His emotions fluctuated. It was left with Imohan before, so there must be traces of him in it. Wen Rang's headaches had been getting more and more severe recently. He didn't dare to tell Wen Qian, and he suspected that Wen Qian was the same as him. It didn't feel good at all, as if countless insects and ants were gnawing at his brain, and it hurt so much. Occasionally, it would bite a nerve, and suddenly there would be a sharp pain that would make people gasp and break out in cold sweats. Wen Qian and Wen Rang didn't talk, and the only sound in the car was the two children whispering and playing in the back row. They went home like this, and Wen Rang went straight into the study room with his computer without saying a word after entering the door, and also hung a do not disturb sign on the door and closed the door after entering. Wen Qian ignored him, washed up briefly, changed into home clothes, and curled up on the sofa, chewing rabbit heads and watching cartoons. Wen Rang plugged in the computer, threw a lemon candy in his mouth, and waited patiently for the computer to start. Soon, the dark screen responded. Wen Rang stared at it intently, his eyebrows slightly raised. Why? Because the startup system of this computer was something he had never seen before. Wen Rang's eyes lit up slightly, and he quickly scanned the picture flashing on the screen. It was an animation drawn by a series of code symbols. The speed at which the computer started was beyond his expectations. It only took a few seconds for the user login page to be displayed. It seems that this computer, which he has identified as an antique, is indeed something. Login name, Wen Rang. Wen Rang stared at these words, his heart beating faster and faster. He stared at them for a while, and then his eyes moved to the password input position below. Trouble, Wen Rang muttered to himself, reached out to take the intercom thrown on the table, and asked the fool in the living room, who was so spicy that he stuck out his tongue and fanned himself with his hands. Did Imohan tell you the password when he gave you the computer? There was no response from the intercom, but soon there was a sound of slippers outside the door. Wen Qian ran to the door, but because she had things in both hands, it was difficult to knock on the door, so she bumped her head twice, then clumsily pressed the door handle with her little arm, and then hooked the door handle with her little finger to open the door a crack. She didn't go into the house, but just poked her head in, looked at Wen Rang curiously, and asked, there is still a password? Didn't you see what was hanging on the door? You are the one who disturbed me. Otherwise I wouldn't bother to talk to you. Wen Qian snorted, thought for a while and said, how about I call him and ask? No. Go out and watch your cartoons. Imohan is not a person who forgets things when doing things. There is only one reason why he didn't tell Wen Qian the password. That is, he thought Wen Rang could guess or crack it. Wen Rang could imagine that if Wen Qian's call went through, Imohan would definitely let him answer the phone and then ask him, don't you know this? In a tone that was as sarcastic as possible. So Wen Rang would never let him succeed. Wen Rang stared at the screen, his hands resting lightly on the keyboard, thinking for a while, then typed a string of characters, and then pressed the spacebar. Wrong password. Wen Rang was quiet for a while, and tried it a second time, but the result was still the same. He tisked, Ed, leaned back in the chair, crossed his arms, and frowned slightly. After an unknown amount of time, he tried to type the simplest string of pinyin numbers, and the moment he pressed the spacebar, the computer screen also changed. Wen Rang was stunned for a moment and sneered. The password was indeed very simple. The initials of a certain little girl outside the house plus her birthday. Most of the passwords used by everyone in the house were this. But he didn't expect that this computer that he had long forgotten was also the same. Wen Rang breathed a sigh of relief. His mouth slightly raised, and he was in a very good mood. He supported his face with one hand and held the mouse with the other hand, wanting to see what gift Imohan gave him. There were several folders on the computer's main page, and Wen Rang needed a password to enter them at random. Just as the smile on his lips faded and was about to disappear, he finally succeeded in opening one of them and said to himself, let me see what this is. Wen Rang didn't finish his words, and he froze in place. His pupils shrank slightly. He held his breath and stared at the content on the interface motionlessly. If Wen Qian pushed the door in at this time, she would definitely see her brother as if he was struck by lightning. Stunned, Wen Rang fell into a long silence and self-doubt. Chapter 197 Wen Rang, I am the idiot. Wen Qian has a system. And Wen Rang has known about it for a long time. Including that space. It can only exist with the support of the system. This matter is a bit fantasy. But after the end of the world, zombies are running all over the streets. And various superpowers have appeared one after another. In addition, Wen Rang's work direction in recent years is mainly based on artificial intelligence and virtual world. So this is the easiest for him to accept. During this period of time, Wen Rang has made many comments on Wen Qian's system. But no matter whether it is awesome or his bugs, he has always looked at this thing from the perspective of a bystander. And never thought that he could have any connection with it. And now, he looked at the content on the computer screen. And his whole body was numb. Qianqian Combat Power Recovery System. Space Expansion Plan Process. System Binding Member Management. Mall Weapon Reserve Supply. Base Defense Attack Plan. There are more than a dozen main options. And every click is something that Wen Rang is unfamiliar and familiar with. He looked at the contents on the screen carefully. And his head was about to explode. But he remained calm, not even frowning. And let the cold sweat on his forehead ooze out. He looked for a long time. And when he saw the last few programs were empty. And the title said, "I don't have time to edit them. I'll make a backup later." He couldn't help but chuckle. How should I put it? It's definitely his style. Not to mention that he was afraid that someone would steal his limelight and credit. So he marked each small program with his signature watermark. Just like a dog peeing to mark its territory when it goes out for a walk. Wen Rang closed his eyes, thinking of the mocking reaction of Imohan when he talked about Wen Qian's system with him. He really wanted to travel back to that time and strangle himself for saying such outrageous things at that time. Which idiot wrote this? This idiot deserves to die. The corner of Wen Rang's mouth twitched. He really didn't expect that the idiot he had scolded more than once was actually himself. Wen Rang silently digested this fact. And after a long time, he regained the courage to look at the things in other folders. There was a public folder with several documents. Wen Rang explained all the information about the main control console to him clearly. He quickly read through them and went to study the private files with passwords. This time, the password was not as simple as turning on the computer. Wen Rang's fingers moved quickly on the keyboard. After more than 10 minutes of struggling, he successfully opened a folder. I am so awesome. Wen Rang smiled proudly and said to himself that I am worthy of being this good. There are so many useful things in the public folder. Could this locked one be the ultimate weapon left for himself? Wouldn't he also prepare a combat power recovery system for himself? That's really foresight. Wen Rang laughed until he couldn't laugh anymore. He froze again, staring at the hundreds of photos on the screen with only one woman as the protagonist. His ears reddened. Damn! What is this? Is he a pervert? He secretly saved so many photos of others. Wen Rang couldn't help but curse in his heart. He pushed his hands hard on the table. And the ergonomic chair slid back several meters. Wen Rang walked away from the computer desk. Stood up. Turned around like he saw a ghost. Quickly walked to the bed not far away and lay down. Pulled a quilt over himself. And pretended to be dead. After a while, he suddenly reappeared. Got up and locked the door. Then came back and closed his eyes and died on the spot. Wen Qian felt that her brother was a little strange tonight. He was nowhere to be seen at dinner time. She ran to the door of the study and shouted at him. If you don't come out, I will eat all the sweet and sour spare ribs and leave nothing for you. But he was as calm as an old dog and didn't rush at all. Just said to her, eat it all. You can treat me as a dead person tonight. Wen Qian. What stimulated him? Wen Qian felt something was wrong. But she couldn't knock on the door. And she was afraid to break in and see her brother crying in the dark. So she could only go back to the restaurant and report the situation to her parents. I think Wen Rang has reached his rebellious stage. Wen Qian complained in a low voice. Liam O sneered. Then he's a little late for rebellion. Wen Chongying even said with disdain, I'll beat him up a few times, and he won't be rebellious anymore. Don't worry about him. Let's eat. Wen Qian was eating, glancing at the study room. Still worried. So she went into the room after finishing her meal. Took out her phone and dialed Imohan's number. As soon as she heard the other party's voice, she asked anxiously, What kind of weird stuff did you give my brother in his computer? My brother didn't even eat dinner after reading it. Imohan thought about the contents of the computer and thought it was not a bad idea to describe it as weird stuff. It doesn't matter if he eats or not. He won't starve to death after a meal. What about you? Have you eaten? Imohan is in the dormitory now. He just took a shower and is completely relaxed. Even his tone of voice is lazy. They don't talk on the phone often. Even if Imohan misses her sometimes, he won't call her easily, for fear that she is out, and the phone ringing may bring her some danger. Today he is free, and no one is around to disturb him. So even though he just met the person on the other end of the phone a few hours ago, and had a sumptuous dinner given by the other party, but he is still surrounded by surging thoughts. Imohan leaned back on the sofa, feeling itchy. How come you are so good at changing the subject? I tell you, if my brother doesn't eat tomorrow, I will settle the score with you. Well, how about I take 2 hours tomorrow to go to your base, and let you vent your anger? Imohan replied with a good temper, and a hint of smile could be heard between the lines. When she gritted her teeth and didn't say anything, listening to him again. Don't worry. Your brother is fine. Maybe he just discovered a little bit of his own dark history. So he is now in a state of embarrassment and unwilling to admit it. Dark history? When Qian tried to think about it. In her current memory, Wen Rang didn't embarrass herself very often. When they were young, he would mostly play games with her at home. He took advantage of her young age and couldn't tell good from bad. So he always cheated her. Then, when Wen Chongqing found out, he beat him up. When Qian still remembered that once, when they were playing house at home, he used white flour to smear Wen Qian's face. And he used Li Mo's eyeshadow and eyebrow pencil to paint his face black. Then he found 2 pieces of red paper from somewhere and held them in his mouth, pretending to be the black and white impermanence. At that time, when Chongqing happened to go home to get something, when he entered the house, it was dark. When he turned around, he saw 2 little ghosts holding flashlights in their hands, which scared him. Later, he turned on the light and found out what was going on. He was so angry that he chased Wen Rang around the community for several laps, beating him up, and scared Wen Rang so much that he lost his shoes. Chapter 198. Now that I'm an adult. It's not considered premature love. That night, the neighbors in the entire building were attracted by the noise of the child being beaten, and people were lying on the windows of every house to watch the excitement. When Qian couldn't help laughing when she thought of that scene. The laughter spread in Imohan's ears. He listened carefully and spoke with a hoarse voice. Qian? When Qian was still recalling, and subconsciously responded, what's wrong? You told Mu Beichuan today that you would consider asking him to go to your base. Are you serious? When Qian almost forgot about it. He must not be serious. Mu Beichuan's family background is there. When Qian doesn't want to invite an ancestor back. Although she also knows that Mu Beichuan is not so delicate. He came back alive from such a dangerous place abroad. Just like he said, he is not as weak as she imagined. But now in this end of the world, no one can guarantee what will happen. If he really died in Wen Qian's base, the Mu family will ask for an explanation no matter what. Wen Qian is not afraid of causing trouble, but she is afraid of trouble. If the Mu family keeps sending people to pursue the matter, wouldn't it be annoying? Imohan listened to the silence on the other end of the phone, frowned slightly, and then said in a lost tone, if others want to go to your base, you say you will consider it. If I say I want to go to your base, you don't welcome it. Wen Qian, I know I can't sing, dance, or act. Well, it's my problem. Imohan sighed softly, because the phone was pressed against his lips, so any sound could reach the other party's ears. Wen Qian was so stunned by him that she recalled what Mu Beichuan said when he confessed his love to her abroad a while ago. I can sing, dance, and act. I can change my identity to suit any type you like. Is that what he said at the time? I didn't expect Imohan to remember it clearly. Imohan continued to output. I don't know where your ex-boyfriends are now. If they come back to get back together with you, it must be easier than it would be for me. It's okay. I'll just wait. When Qian took a deep breath, her fists hardened. Imohan. When Qian gritted her teeth and said, if you are free now, come to my base. What for? Fight. Knock him out. Or even better, make him lose his memory. How come his broken head remembers everything? When Qian is really afraid that he will mention her ex-boyfriends, who never existed in front of Wen Rang one day. What will she say if Wen Rang asks? Say that she deliberately lied to Imohan to save face. Wen Rang will laugh at her for the rest of her life. When Qian regretted it, and warned Imohan, if you dare to let slip in front of my brother and tell others that I had a boyfriend before, you'll be finished. Can't tell? Can't. Why? I'm afraid of being scolded for falling in love too early. Is that not okay? Although it happened in the past. My brother will bring up the past. Okay. Imohan smiled and nodded. But now I'm an adult. It's not considered a premature love. If we talk about it again. Can I tell him? Wen Qian subconsciously felt that there was a trap in this sentence, and pursed her lips and said nothing. Imohan was imagining her current appearance over there, and wanted to say something else, but heard a knock on the door from her side. Wen Qian turned her head to look at the door, and heard Wen Rang's voice from outside. Are you asleep? Is she dead? Finally willing to leave the house? Wen Qian got out of bed with the phone, opened the door, and looked at the person outside. Wen Rang had a blank expression on his face, and looked no different from usual. He lowered his eyes to look at the satellite phone in Wen Qian's hand, and asked, Imohan. Yeah. It's just right. Ask him if he's free now. I'll go find him. Now? Wen Qian was surprised. Is there anything that can't be said on the phone? After saying that, she handed the phone to Wen Rang. But Wen Rang didn't pick it up. Well, it can't be said on the phone. Imohan had listened to the conversation between the two through the microphone. He guessed that Wen Rang wanted to talk to him about something. So he said, if you are free, come to the accommodation area to find me directly. After hearing this, Wen Rang turned around and was about to leave. Wen Qian was anxious and grabbed his clothes. Wait a minute. I'll change clothes and go with you. No. I'll go by myself. I'll call you when I get there. Dear. Wen Rang raised his hand and rubbed her hair. Let's go. Wen Qian stood there, looking at her brother's back, worried and concerned. She went back to the room, leaned against the window, and looked downstairs, and said to Imohan absent-mindedly, I rarely see my brother so serious. Imohan also rarely saw him. Wen Rang was different from him. Most of the time, he was a talkative and good-tempered person, at least on the surface. Imohan calculated the time when Rang had arrived here, and still lazily lay on the sofa, one hand behind his head, the other holding the phone, and said to Wen Qian, Are you going to discuss something? You say. Wen Qian looked downstairs eagerly, and frowned slightly when she saw her brother driving out of the base. Can you turn off the silent mode on your phone when you go out next time? Wen Qian was stunned for a moment, then came to her senses. Why? I want to call you, but I'm afraid that your ringing outside will attract zombies. The phone bill is very expensive. Well, bring a few phone cards back next time you come. Wen Qian's heart softened for a moment, but she was confused again, because she was really worried about Wen Rang. Wen Qian was not in the mood to chat with Imohan anymore. Fortunately, Imohan was sensible. After saying that he would give her a satellite phone card, he said, I have something else to do. I'll go and arrange it first, and tell you when Wen Rang arrives. Okay. Wen Qian hung up the phone and sat on the bed in a daze. Imohan put down his phone, used the intercom to greet the guards at the door and the patrols in the accommodation area, so that Wen Rang could pass through unimpeded when he arrived. After doing this, he had nothing to do. He turned around and poured a glass of water and waited quietly for the fool to come. When Wen Rang arrived at Imohan's dormitory building, he saw that the door was open. The person he was looking for was leaning against the door frame, wearing black trousers and a white short-sleeved shirt, with his hands folded over his chest, looking at him lazily. This dogman who was always thinking about seducing his little girl was really good-looking. Wen Rang thought to himself, looking at his performance today. If he performed well, he might be able to help a little. But just as he finished thinking this, he heard Imohan speak in a calm voice and greet him. Idiot? Imohan changed his usual indifferent appearance in front of others. He leaned against the door without standing, casual and comfortable, with a sly smile on his face. He looked at Wen Rang and said arrogantly, Is it unfair to call you that? Wen Rang, your mother. I will never help you even if I help a pretty boy to chase my sister. Wen Rang snorted coldly and went straight into the house. He asked him for a cell phone to report to Wen Qian that he was safe. As a result, he heard him say, I called her when you entered the base. Since I have to create all the opportunities to contact her now, I must not miss this opportunity. Even if it's just a sentence when Rang is here, it might be good to show your presence. Chapter 199, he didn't plan to go back alone. Wen Rang listened to his undisguised words, and he endured and endured. But he couldn't help but said, Are you flirty? Imohan raised his eyebrows, not caring at all what he said. He closed the door and poured him a glass of water. I have to lead the team out tomorrow morning, so I won't drink with you. You are not flirty, but you come to me in the middle of the night. Tell me, what's the matter? Imohan asked knowingly, and then sat lazily on the sofa and waited for his answer. Wen Rang felt that Imohan was a very split person. How to describe him? Wen Rang thought about it seriously for a while, and thought of the words indifferent in front of people, frivolous behind people, in front of strangers. He was well-dressed and serious, and looked fierce and unwilling to say a word. Wen Rang and Wen Qian were surrounded by his people in the mall, and when they saw him, they were fooled by his fake appearance. So much so that when they saw him again for a while later, Wen Rang was against his will and madly flattered him in his heart, saying all kinds of good things about him. After all, he had used mind reading to trick Wen Qian, and Wen Rang had really never seen the world at that time, so he was fooled as well. In order to avoid accidentally saying a few words to curse him, Wen Rang muttered Chief Mo is awesome in his heart when he saw him at that time, forcing himself not to think about anything else. But he didn't expect that Chief Mo was dishonest. What a bullshit mind reading. It's all a lie. Wen Rang now thinks of that memory, angry and funny. He decided to keep this to himself and never tell anyone. If Imohan knew, he would be laughed at for the rest of his life. Maybe if he died in an accident, Imohan would ask him, do you still remember how you flattered me in your heart when he stood by his grave? And then he would be so angry that he would come back to life and crawl out of the grave. Wen Rang sighed. Until now, he finally believed the fact that he had a good relationship with Imohan in the past. How should I put it? Being with him makes Wen Rang feel relaxed. It seems that the other party is the same as him. Otherwise, he would not be talking to him like this now. Wen Rang glanced at Imohan, who was lying on the sofa with his legs stretched out and lazily relaxed, and said, don't pretend to be confused when you know the truth. You know why I came here. That makes me feel a little wronged. After all, I am not sure. You came here to discuss with me why you scolded yourself like that before. Or are you here to ask me what the hell the console is? Or are you here to find out if I have seen the private files in your precious computer that cannot be seen by others? Wen Rang took a breath, and his ears turned red again. At this point, he was no longer polite to Imohan and cursed, you be serious. TSK. You are so angry. Imohan nodded and said, I don't have the habit of peeping into other people's privacy. Not to mention your computer. I don't have the ability to crack it. So don't worry. I only touched the programs you asked me to touch. That is, the programs related to the system and space. Imohan was noisy, but he didn't like to joke about things that others cared about. So he calmed down Wen Rang's uncomfortable feeling with a few words. As for the main control panel, wait a minute. Imohan just started talking when Wen Rang stopped him. He looked at Imohan with a complicated expression and asked, you won't faint after a few words like Chi-Chin? Why are you asking me about this? It's really hard to stay at home. I want to talk to someone. I have no other place to go but you. Wen Rang confessed that he didn't want Wen Qian and his parents to know about some of the things in the computer for the time being. And Chi-Chin was weak and not suitable for talking about this. Gu Ran was an outsider, and Wen Rang didn't want to involve him. So after thinking about it, Imohan was the only option. Wen Rang looked at Imohan and asked, why don't you come home with me? If you faint, my mom can still save you. Imohan was so angry that he laughed. What kind of impression do you want me to leave in Aunt Imo and Uncle Ning's mind? What should we do? Can we talk about this or not? Give me a definite answer. I won't ask too many questions. I just want to know how to restore my memory and how to go back. Wen Rang only mentioned some information about the main control center in his computer. As for what he wanted to know, he didn't mention a word. I guess he was worried at the beginning, afraid that this part of the content would be seen by others if something unexpected happened. Although Wen Rang didn't remember some things, he knew that there were people and things that were very important to him at the main control center, and he had to go back. And Imohan must have come here to take them back. We can talk. What can't we talk about? Imohan said in a relaxed tone. You came all the way here. If I don't let you return satisfied, you will do bad things to me next time I see Qianqian. This man always mentions his sister. Wen Rang doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. You are in love. Right? You can even think of her? Nonsense. If it weren't for her, who would care whether you live or die? Imohan didn't hide how plastic the brotherhood between them was, but he still gave him a straightforward answer. He spoke casually. But Wen Rang listened carefully. As time passed, Wen Rang's brows furrowed more and more, and his face became colder and colder. In the end, his face was so dark that he wanted to kill someone, and his whole body exuded a biting coldness. He was about to say something, but suddenly he found the cold sweat on Imo Han's forehead, and his body stiffened. When Chi-Chen mentioned the main control console, the system would remind him to stop. And the same was true for Imo Han. Everyone, including Wen Qian and Wen Rang, who had lost their memories, were affected by the main control console system all the time. It's just that compared to others, Imo Han's strength makes him more tolerant. He said everything he was not allowed to say, and did everything he was not allowed to do. He would accept any punishment. If he couldn't take them back, he didn't plan to go back alone. When Wen Rang realized that something was wrong, he had been chatting with Imo Han for more than an hour without realizing it. He looked at Imo Han's face and turned away. No more. I'm going back. Your sister specifically told you to stay here tonight, and she'll pick you up tomorrow, in order to see her more. I agreed. So today, you must stay with me. Imo Han stood up from the sofa while speaking. He had finished washing up before Wen Rang came. So he said to Wen Rang, I'm going back to the room to rest. There is water in the bathroom. You can go to the study to sleep after washing up. Wen Rang looked at his back and couldn't help asking, Are you okay? Don't worry. I won't die. I still have to marry your sister. Imo Han's figure quickly disappeared from Wen Rang's sight after he finished speaking. Wen Rang stood there in a daze for a long time before he sighed and turned into the bathroom. Chapter 200 When they meet me. They are the ones who should run away. Wen Rang washed up briefly and went upstairs. The door of the study had already been opened by Imo Han, and there was an inflatable bed and bedding on the floor, all of which were prepared before Wen Rang arrived. Wen Rang lay on the bed, but he couldn't fall asleep, and his mind was full of thoughts about what he had talked about with Imo Han. In this way, he didn't sleep all night. After an unknown amount of time, he heard some noise outside, got up and took a look, and found that Imo Han had already gotten up. Wen Rang looked down at his watch. It was only 5 o'clock. Imo Han saw Wen Rang standing at the door and asked, Did I wake you up? No. I couldn't sleep. Where are you going? He remembered that Imo Han said last night that he would lead the team out this morning. But there are no supplies outside Bincheng now. Is he going to take people out to kill zombies? Imo Han didn't deny his guess after hearing it. Well, the combat power in the base is still insufficient. While we are free now, take them out to get more crystal cores. Are you going to sleep in my room? No. I'll go out with you. I'm just sitting there doing nothing. Why not find something to do? When the two of them were leaving, the night patrol just walked outside Imo Han's house. Seeing them walk out one after another, they were all stunned. Although there were outsiders staying at the base before, no one had ever lived in Imo Han's dormitory. The accommodation conditions are not very tight recently. Right? Why are they all crowded into the boss's room? While they were confused, they didn't forget to say hello to Imo Han. After hearing this, Imo Han nodded at them and left with Wen Rang. The two walked side by side, and Wen Rang was still picking things up. I'm not saying that your bed is too small. Can't you change it to a bigger one for me? Are you planning to stay here for a long time? I'll come to see you when I'm bored. The two walked and talked, not noticing the shocked expressions of the people behind them. Wen Rang followed Imo Han and led people out of the base, and was taken home by his sister when he came back. Wen Qian slept until she woke up naturally, and when she went to the restaurant for breakfast, she heard her parents talking about Wen Rang. Wen Chongming, I knocked on the door, but there was no response. Could this naughty kid really be in his rebellious phase? Liamo, did you say that to him again? Wen Chongming, I didn't. He's been abroad recently, so I don't have the chance to bully him. Liamo, then go and call him again, and tell him that you've made his favorite food, and ask him to come out and eat. Wen Chongming nodded and turned around. Seeing Wen Qian standing not far away, he immediately smiled and discussed with her. Baby, wake up. It's raining outside today, so we won't go out to play with zombies. Okay? It's raining? Wen Qian looked out the window in surprise. But I have to pick up my brother. Your brother? Wen Chongming was stunned. Isn't he home? No. He went to Imo Han's place last night, and said he had something to do with Imo Han. I thought it was too late and unsafe, so I let him stay there for one night, and agreed to pick him up today. Wen Chongming looked at Liamo in confusion. When did this kid get so close to that Imo guy? Liam shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. The two looked at Wen Qian in unison. Wen Qian thought for a moment and said, "When we were abroad, maybe we found that we had a lot of common topics. So we became friends. And then our relationship became good." Liam and the others nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, it was very easy for boys to make friends. They were relieved to know that Wen Rang was not angry and refused to eat. Wen Qian had breakfast at home and lay on the windowsill to look out. Seeing that the rain outside was not stopping, he was worried that it would not stop. So he decided to go out to pick up Wen Rang. She took Qi-chen with her, while the others stayed at the base. After going downstairs, Qi-chen saw the residence in the courtyard and looked up at the glass shed above his head and couldn't help but sigh. "Our base is really good. The best of all the bases I have ever seen." "Isn't the base you stayed in abroad also good?" "Not even close," Qi-chen said seriously. "You also know that foreigners love freedom by nature, and the base needs to be controlled. So over there, generally capable people will not join the base, but choose to start their own business, or form a team with a group of people. In this way, even if they don't get along and have a dispute, it is easier to solve. Most of those who are willing to go to the base are women with children or those with physical illnesses. There are many single mothers abroad, and they also have many children. It is normal to have 3 or 4 children. In order to protect their children, they have to find a shelter. But think about it. What is the most common thing in the base? It is stinky men." Qi-chen said this and shook his head helplessly. "Anyway, it's very chaotic. I don't want to think about those things." Wen Qian thought about what he said and sighed helplessly. The two of them left the base and got in the car. Because they were not in a hurry. They didn't drive very fast. Wen Qian was lost in thought, looking out the window, while Qi-chen drove seriously. The two didn't talk for a while. The car was so quiet that only the sound of rain outside could be heard. Just when Qi-chen thought that today was going well, and he would probably be able to reach his destination without any obstacles, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the car. Wen Qian fastened her seat belt when she got in the car, fearing that she would be thrown out by a sudden break one day. Unexpectedly, it saved her life today. The car stopped after a violent collision. Wen Qian blinked and turned to look at Qi-chen, whose face was pale. "Tell me quickly that the person you hit was not a human." "It looks like a human, but it could also be a zombie." Wen Qian hurriedly got out of the car and saw a creature lying on the ground a few meters away. She took a deep breath. Desperate. "It's over. It's a human. If it was a zombie, it would have gotten up by now. There weren't many people alive now, and they killed one of them. This is a sin." Wen Qian walked over quickly, still holding a glimmer of hope, wanting to see if the man had any breath. But she was also wondering why someone suddenly appeared on the road. And when she got closer and saw the man's face clearly, she couldn't help but be stunned. She knew this man. Once when she went to the port, she happened to meet Yi Xinghua and his team there. And there was also a little accident. Ji Fan was captured by zombies. Wen Qian helped them when they met. Besides them, there were also Qi Huan from the search base, and 3 people from the sincere base. The one in front of him was one of them. Qi-chen followed Wen Qian, and saw all of Wen Qian's reactions. He was terrified. Damn. He wouldn't run into his idol's friend. Would he? Wen Qian's eyes flickered, and he looked around. At this moment, the person they bumped into also opened his eyes with difficulty, and looked at Wen Qian with blurred vision. He looked at her half dead for a few seconds, then seemed to recognize her, and tried to speak, "Run away." Wen Qian lowered her eyes and glanced at him, saying in a calm voice, "They are the ones who should run away when they meet me." Chapter 201 The Man Who Killed Fu Sheng. Anyone who has the ability to survive until now and dare to wander around in the polar night sky must not be an ordinary person. And the man lying on the ground now, the reason why he is in this state is definitely not because of the collision with Qi-chen. He was hit by others and happened to hit their car. The headlights of the car were still on. Wen Qian looked at the blood on the man's chest and frowned slightly. Was he being chased by his enemies? Or was there a dispute inside the base? While Wen Qian was guessing, several figures appeared in her sight. In the distance, there was a lewd laugh. "Hey, it's a woman!" After he finished speaking, several companions responded one after another. "Let me see what she looks like." "You are so picky. It doesn't matter what you look like when you close your eyes." "That's right. According to your way of playing, you will kill the goddess." "What's the difference between good-looking and ugly?" Wen Qian stood there and listened to their conversation quietly. Until she saw their appearance clearly, she had a little reaction. Well, it's an acquaintance again. From Fu Xing's side. The first time Wen Qian went to Fu Xing's base with Imohan. Before she saw Fu Xing himself, she saw them throwing a thin woman outside the door and being bitten to death by a dog. He showed her and Imohan his power, without any courtesy. When several men approached and saw Wen Qian, they stopped and looked at each other. Because this woman was too beautiful. So beautiful that people could not forget her. And the rain was pouring down. But she was still dry. Even the man next to her, and the one lying on the ground were not dripped by the rain. Several people looked up at their heads in confusion. But they didn't find anything blocking their view. This was amazing. The leading man was the first to react. Looking at Wen Qian and smiling. Isn't this the lover of Chief Mo? Why? Was she dumped? After he finished speaking, his eyes moved around Qi-Chen. Qi-Chen had a blank expression on his face. Turned his head and looked at Wen Qian. He was already in a very bad mood. And he would take action as soon as Wen Qian said something. Wen Qian's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile. She didn't rush to take action, but said, "Aren't these the dogs raised by Fu Xing? Why? Did the master let you out for a walk today? You?" A certain man was instantly enraged, but was stopped by his companions. After all, she is Imohan's woman, so he should give her some face. If her relationship with Imohan is still intact, then if Imohan really asked their boss for an explanation, this matter will be difficult to resolve. What do you mean by me? You can't even speak clearly. It seems that you haven't evolved completely yet. Wen Qian didn't give them face. She tilted her head and nodded at the man lying on the ground, and asked directly, "Tell me, what's going on? You bitch. Don't be so shameless. This has nothing to do with you. Get out of here." The man who was angered by Wen Qian cursed angrily, and then walked over and tried to drag the man on the ground back. The injured man was still breathing, and said to Wen Qian anxiously, "What are you still standing there for? Run!" Wen Qian raised his leg and kicked the man in a rage, knocking him unconscious. "Run your sister. If you can beat him, you don't have to run. But if you can't beat him, you can't run away. Stop dithering. Make me unconscious for a while." No one, including Qi-Chen, expected Wen Qian to do this. The man who approached was stunned and laughed out loud. "Hey, the girl is quite interesting. I like her temper." He turned around and looked at his companions. "Brothers, Imo is not here now, and he can't see what happened. Why don't we try something new?" After he finished speaking, the eyes of several men on Wen Qian also became obscene. This woman is so beautiful that they had evil thoughts when they first saw her. Her skin is white and tender, and it can be seen that she is well fed and has never suffered. Although she has been wearing loose combat uniforms, you can tell from the curve of her chest that she is well endowed. Her face is even more beautiful, with delicate features and a sense of coolness. After all, a woman who can be favored by the boss of Binsheng Base must be of high quality. And what men like to do most is to press such a woman under them, tear the expression on her face to pieces, and make her beg for mercy. Just thinking about such a scene made their blood flow down their bodies, and they reacted. Qi-Chen listened to their dirty words, and was furious. He looked at Wen Qian again, but saw that Wen Qian closed her eyes. Rainy days are what water-based superpowers love the most. Wen Qian carefully felt the raindrops falling from the sky and everything in the rain. After confirming that there were no other people lurking nearby, he opened his eyes and looked at the garbage in front of him again. "Qi-Chen, take the people to the car." Wen Qian spoke softly, and Qi-Chen was slightly startled after hearing it. He immediately picked up the person on the ground and walked to the car. Although the front of their car had a dent, it did not affect their continued driving. Qi-Chen looked up at the sky, squinting his eyes and observing carefully. And then he found that there was a horizontal curtain of water about 1 meter above his head. All the rain falling from the sky was integrated into it, so he was not wet at all. Qi-Chen did not have water-related abilities, so it was conceivable whose masterpiece this was. He smiled happily, saw the man standing in front of him, and heard him say, "Put him down. This is our prey. You're a dog, and you're really calling me a dog," Qi-Chen sarcastically said, and the man wanted to attack reflexively, but he suddenly felt an invisible force suppressing him. As the force grew stronger, he squatted down involuntarily, and in the end, the ground under his feet was crushed by the powerful force. Chechen walked past him without changing his expression. And when he opened the car door and put the man in the back seat, the man had been crushed into a meat pie. The man's companions were incredulous when they saw this scene. They were all superpowered people. How could they be killed so easily? Why didn't that idiot resist just now? Just standing there? They panicked for a moment, thinking about what happened just now. Just then, they heard a whistle, and subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Wen Qian a few meters away, smiling at them. Although everyone has the responsibility to protect animals, those with rabies cannot be kept alive. So, have a safe journey, she spoke softly, and after saying these 2 words, her eyes suddenly changed. Before the men could react, their heads were pressed down by a huge object weighing 10,000 tons. They were like their dead companions, with a huge pit several meters under their feet, and their bodies were instantly crushed into mincemeat. Chechen, who was not far away, was stunned when he saw this scene. This is his ability, right? Could it be that his idol's ability is the same as his? Wow! Is there such a coincidence? Chapter 202. The healing ability is so powerful. After killing the people, Wen Qian stood there and waited for a while. After not receiving any system prompts, she frowned and looked at the bodies that had already been deformed, and cursed waste. She stared at the 2 holes on the ground that were big enough to bury the car, thinking that she didn't use this ability well the first time. Why did Chechen do it so recklessly? Wen Qian sighed, used the earth ability, and surrounded the 2 big holes with a large circle of protective walls. Helping others helps oneself. This road they often take themselves. It was dark in the sky. If she drove into the pit without seeing it, she would really want to strangle herself with a rope. After doing all this, Wen Qian returned to the car. He glanced at the person whose life or death was unknown in the back seat and said calmly, "Go home." Chechen quickly started the car and drove back, then asked in a low voice, "He didn't get kicked to death by you?" Wen Qian turned her head to look at him dissatisfiedly. "Even if this person is dead, he was killed by you, Chechen, but he was still breathing when I hit him. It was still there when I kicked him. Don't quibble. It's your fault if he dies." Wen Qian turned his face and put all the blame on Chechen. Chechen silently endured everything, returned to the base, and carried the man upstairs. Liemo was drinking tea and reading in the living room, while Wen Chongqing was cleaning the house. Gu Ran took the 2 children to play downstairs. Seeing Wen Qian bring back a bloody person, Liemo quickly stood up and asked, "What happened?" Wen Qian, "I picked him up on the way. I met him once before, so I know him. The man was too dirty, so Chechen threw him to the ground." Liemo squatted down to check and found several injured spots. And then a ball of white light appeared in his palm. This was the second time Wen Qian saw her mother activate her superpowers. The last time was when their family discovered that the superpowers had awakened and showed it. Compared with that time, the white light in Liemo's palm was lighter in color and larger in range. Wen Qian saw the wounds on the man's body healed little by little under the treatment of the white light, and couldn't help but marvel. This healing superpower is really amazing. "Mom, don't we need to take him to the medical room?" Wen Qian asked in shock. "No. Why? He's already injured like this. Didn't Chechen use it 2 days ago?" Liemo answered without raising his head. Chechen didn't have any external injuries. His brain and heart are unstable and need to be monitored, which is different from this person's situation. Wen Qian said "Oh," and stepped aside silently. In the end, Liemo glanced at her and asked, "Aren't you going to pick up your brother? Why don't you leave?" "Then I'm leaving?" "Yes." Since her mother had spoken, Wen Qian followed her instructions. Before leaving, she called Gu Ran upstairs and asked him to keep an eye on the man. She took Chechen out again. This time, there were no more accidents on the road, and they arrived safely. When she arrived, Wen Rang had just returned with Imo Han and the others. Although everyone was wearing raincoats, they were still a little embarrassed. Wen Qian ran to her brother, looked at Wen Rang's hair that was a little wet from the rain, and asked curiously, "Where have you been?" "Working for free." Before Wen Qian could ask more questions, she heard someone behind her calling her name. Looking back, it was Lu Bai. Wen Qian hadn't seen this little crybaby for a while, and once thought he was deliberately avoiding her, because he didn't want to go to his base, and didn't want to make it too awkward. He avoided her whenever possible. Wen Qian thought that a forced melon would not be sweet, and she didn't have to have this person, so she didn't insist on looking for him. Unexpectedly, He actually took the initiative to greet her today. Wen Qian was a little surprised, smiled and said, "Hello, long time no see." Lu Bai also smiled shyly, scratched his head, and looked like he wanted to say something to her, but was embarrassed because of the crowd. He looked around, his eyes locked on a corner where no one was, and asked her, "Can we go over there and chat for a while?" "Sure. Let's go." Wen Qian nodded without hesitation, wanting to hear what he had to say. The two left side by side. Wen Rang looked for a while, and asked the people around him with a smile, "My sister is quite popular, right?" Imohan glanced at him indifferently and said nothing. Wen Rang elbowed him. "Brother, be reasonable. Who wants to be your brother? Scumbag." Wen Rang went out with him today, firstly because it was meaningless for him to stay alone in the base, and secondly because he was worried. Imohan told him so many things that he couldn't say last night, and Wen Rang was worried that his body would be affected. If he got hurt because of this, Wen Rang would be a sinner. So when he went out today, Wen Rang kept observing him. Fortunately, everything was fine, and he didn't look unusual, which made Wen Rang feel relieved. Imohan was too lazy to talk to Wen Rang. He absent-mindedly dealt with the questions from his subordinates, but his eyes kept drifting towards Wen Qian. Wen Qian and Lu Bai walked away, and the surroundings became quiet. Lu Bai said softly, "Commander Mo told me before that you wanted me to go to your base. I'm sorry. I've been too busy recently, so I haven't been able to reply to you in person." Wen Qian nodded and listened to him continue. "The people who were brought back from Ningxing at that time are now placed in this second base. After I came here, I have been following Shinyu and taking care of the affairs of the second base. I missed you several times before, and finally met you today, so I wanted to talk to you a little more." Wen Qian smiled and said, "I thought you were avoiding me on purpose." Lu Bai was slightly startled and hurriedly denied. "How could it be? I am very grateful to you. Wen Qian helped a lot in the smooth transfer of people from Ningxing here. Lu Bai is not an ungrateful person. He knows what Wen Qian has done. I know you came to me because you think highly of me, and I also know that it will definitely be better to go to your place than here. But," Lu Bai paused and said, "but when I see those refugees, I always feel that I have things to do here that I haven't finished yet." Lu Bai's expression was complicated, and he laughed at himself. "It sounds hypocritical, but I just can't abandon those people. They are the people my parents saved with their lives. I want to see them and find an answer with my own eyes." "What answer?" Wen Qian asked softly. "I want to know if what so many people have exchanged for with their blood and lives is worth it. Countless people died after the end of the world. Some were eliminated by nature and turned into zombies. Some died from floods and hunger. Some died at the hands of zombies and robbers. And some died on the way to protect others. Lu Bai's parents were among them. And so were his friends. Lu Bai didn't want to die, but he wanted to see what these people who were saved at the risk of their lives would become in the end." Chapter 203 Call. Secretly, after listening to Lu Bai's words, Wen Qian completely understood what he meant, although he didn't admit it himself. Wen Qian knew that he also wanted to protect those people who were saved by his parents with their lives. "That's good." Wen Qian sighed in her heart, and at the same time, she was relieved. There are selfish people in this world, like her. There are selfless people, like them. This group of people fought hard and died for some unrelated strangers. They are not afraid of death. But what is more important than living is the mission and responsibility engraved in their bones and blood. The game of the end of the world has never been a personal war. If everyone is selfish and plunders and kills each other, then there is really no difference between them and the beasts in the primeval forest. Animals still know the interests and honor of their families and tribes. It is good for people to live like human beings. There is nothing wrong with it. Moreover, it is precisely because of them that people can see a glimmer of hope in this rotten end of the world. Wen Qian said with a smile, "Then I wish you peace and success in getting the answers you want. If there is anything I can help you with in the future, just let me know. Of course, it's up to me to decide whether to help or not." Lu Bai smiled shyly and nodded. Wen Qian looked him up and down. In fact, it wasn't long since they last met. But this time, he seemed much more mature. This damn end of the world is really tormenting. After the two finished chatting and returned to the crowd, Wen Rang immediately approached Wen Qian and asked curiously, "What did you talk about?" Wen Qian rolled her eyes at him. "Why are you so nosy? It has nothing to do with you. Hey, the little girl has grown up and has a secret from her brother. Stop making trouble. Pack up, and let's go home. So urgent? If there's nothing else. Just stay a little longer, and go back in the evening? I've worked for nothing. So I have to get a meal before I leave. Right? Wen Rang got a lot of information from Imohan last night. So he thought about helping out a little. Unexpectedly, he heard Wen Qian say, "But we have something to go home for." Wen Rang, what's the matter? Qi Chen, who was standing by, finally had a chance to interrupt and quickly answered. She picked up a man and took him home. Wen Rang? Imohan. Wen Rang glanced at Imohan's face and almost laughed out loud. I don't know if it was because it was dark or something else, but he always felt that Imohan's face was a little dark. Wen Rang held back his laughter and nodded. Okay. Let's go. I don't have anything to pack. Let's go now. After saying that, he pulled Wen Qian and turned to leave, but stopped after only 2 steps, because his sister was taken away by someone. Wen Rang's hands were empty, and he turned his head to see Wen Qian being pulled to his side by Imohan. Wen Qian's body tilted due to the force, and she staggered and almost fell into his arms. Imohan grabbed her arm with one hand and pressed his other hand on her waist. After she stood firm, he calmly let go of the hand on her waist and asked her, "You see I'm not talking?" Wen Qian looked up and looked at him, silent for a few seconds, and said, "Hello?" Imohan smiled. Compared with before, there are fewer people around. It rained a lot today, and the wind was strong. So many people wore raincoats, but still got their clothes wet. Although there is no condition to take a shower anytime and anywhere in the base, it is still possible to go back and wipe the body with a wet towel and change into dry clothes. Most people left, but a small number of people stayed there, waiting to go to the meeting with Imohan. Imohan lingered here for so long just to say a few words to Wen Qian, but she didn't want to pay attention to him at all. A CEO rarely gets such treatment. So he looked at the person in front of him and asked again. Besides the 2 words hello? Wen Qian thought about it seriously and answered, "Goodbye?" As soon as she finished speaking, she felt the hand on her arm tightened and pulled her forward again. Wen Qian could feel the curious eyes of others, and her face was a little thin and blushed, and said, Okay. I saw you were busy. Thank you for taking my brother in last night. To show your gratitude, I will treat you to a meal again? Okay. Imohan nodded happily. Just when Wen Qian wanted to ask him what he wanted to eat, and was about to give it to him, he heard him say again, "But how about going to your house this time? Takeout can no longer satisfy you. Right?" "Yes." Wen Qian was shocked and stared at Imohan for a long time. Finally, he squeezed out 2 words. "Okay." Imohan was satisfied and curled his lips. Then, he thought of something and said again, "Wen Rang occupied my bedroom last night and made me sleep on the sofa in the living room." Wen Rang, who was standing not far away and eavesdropping, said, "Is the wind too strong? What nonsense are you talking about? I don't think I heard it clearly." Imohan remained calm, not feeling embarrassed at all, as if he had been exposed by the person involved. It was precisely because of his self-righteousness that Wen Qian believed the truth of his words. After all, her brother was someone who could really do such a thing. Wen Qian glanced at Wen Rang, who looked incredulous, and asked him, "So? What do you want to do? Go back and call?" Imohan lowered his head slightly and whispered in her ear, secretly. Wen Qian's body stiffened slightly. She shook off his hand and coughed lightly. "I'm leaving. Bye." She threw down the words and ran back to her brother without looking back, dragging Wen Rang's arm to leave quickly. Wen Rang turned his head to look at Imohan, raised his middle finger to him, and said goodbye to him with this international friendly gesture instead of goodbye. Imohan watched the few people leave, and waited until their figures completely blended into the night before slowly retracting his sight. At the same time, the warmth in his eyes disappeared. "Meet in the conference room in 5 minutes." He spoke in a clear voice and turned to leave. Wen Rang got in the car and began to ask Wen Qian who he had taken home. Wen Qian answered truthfully, and Wen Rang sat quietly in his seat without saying anything. He hadn't slept all night last night, and he went out to kill zombies for a long time today. He was now sleepy and tired, and sleepiness was coming up, and he might fall asleep at any time. After returning home, Wen Rang first went to the guest room to take a look at the man who hadn't woken up yet, and then went into the space to take a bath in the hot spring and change clothes. By the time everything was done, it had been an hour. He had agreed with Wen Qian on the time before entering the space. And when the time came, Wen Qian directly pulled him out of the space. At this time, the man who had been unconscious before just woke up. Gu Ran was guarding him, and was the first to notice that he had opened his eyes, and immediately went out to inform Liu Mo and others. Soon, a group of people gathered in the guest room. Liu Mo briefly checked the man's injuries, and after confirming that there was no major problem, he nodded to Wen Qian and said, "Ask whatever you want to ask." After she finished speaking, she pulled Wen Chongning away, leaving the place for the young man. Chapter 204, Capturing the Superpower. It's called a guest room, but it's not in Wen Qian's house, but in Zhang's house downstairs. Now only Wen Qian's family lives in the whole building, and all other rooms are arranged randomly, because the conditions inside the Wen family are too superior. As the saying goes, wealth should not be exposed. So they don't want to easily let people who are not familiar with them know what a good life they live. Before Wen Qian left, he called Gu Ran back upstairs and specifically told him to wait until Liu Mo finished treating the man and take him downstairs while he was unconscious. The man opened his eyes in a daze and looked at the people around him in the dim light. He was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. "Where is this? I took you back to my base." Wen Qian replied softly, "Do you know who those people who chased you today are?" The man still felt a little sore all over. He subconsciously touched the wound, but was surprised to find that the wound had healed. He was shocked for a moment, then sat up with difficulty, leaning on the head of the bed to answer Wen Qian's question. "They are from the West City base." Wen Qian raised her eyebrows slightly. "So he knew. How did you offend them?" Wen Qian asked again. The man shook his head and smiled bitterly. "No. How dare I offend them? They are crazy now, arresting people everywhere." Wen Qian has never paid special attention to the dynamics of the West City base. The recent known news is almost all heard from Imohan. So, what intelligence did she miss? The man's eyes were full of anger and powerlessness. There was no way. There were too many people in the West City base, and the supplies were abundant. They were no match at all. The man looked at Wen Qian and said, "The West City base has been capturing people with special abilities recently, so you must be careful and try not to run into them." "Capturing people with special abilities?" Wen Rang asked with interest. "What new tricks is Mr. Fu trying to come up with? Do you think his base doesn't have enough combat power?" No one would think they have too much combat power, but they seem to have other purposes for capturing people this time. I don't know the details, but today I heard those men talking about seizing special abilities. Seize the superpower. When Qian heard the key words, her eyes flashed, and she looked at Wen Rang. In fact, she was looking forward to it when she killed the two men today, but the system did not prompt her to obtain any new superpowers, or upgrade the original superpowers. From the end of the world to now, she has killed many living people, but the only superpower she has taken away is Zhang Xiang's space. Wen Qian didn't know what was going on. According to her guess, it might be because Zhang Xiang was too weak, and after a period of evolution, the superpowers of others could no longer be taken away. But now she was a little uncertain after hearing what the man said. Can the superpower be taken away again? But why can it only be taken away from the West City base? What is Fu Shen doing? Instead of developing the Crystal Core Potion, he is very attentive to these fancy things. I don't have much information at the moment. If I find anything else in the future, I will inform you as soon as possible. Anyway, I really want to thank you for saving my life today." The man was about to get up and leave, but was stopped by Wen Qian. "It's still raining outside. I'll take you back when the rain stops." The man was stunned for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Okay." Wen Qian didn't think of being a good person to the end. The reason why she offered to take the man back was just because he had arrived at her base, and she also wanted to know where his base was. Wen Qian and the others left the room, leaving the man to rest alone. Wen Qian left Qichen to guard the living room, and the others went back upstairs first. Wen Rang was so sleepy that he couldn't open his eyes, so he said to Wen Qian, "I'll go back to the room and sleep for a while. Call me when we leave. Go to sleep. I'll take Qichen and Gu Ran with me when I leave. I won't call you." Wen Rang thought about it, and thought it was okay. So he nodded and went back to sleep. The rain lasted for several hours. Downstairs, the man was lying on the bed, groggy and fainted again. When he opened his eyes again, he didn't know what time it was, but he heard that the rain outside seemed to have stopped. He was a little thirsty, and vaguely heard some movement outside the door. So he got up and pushed the door open to go out. In the living room, Wen Qian was playing landlord with Gu Ran and Chen. When they saw the man wake up, they all greeted him. The man stared at the mineral water on the table and swallowed his saliva. Wen Qian saw this and threw him a bottle. "Thank you." The man was very thirsty. He took the bottle and drank it in one breath. Then he calmed down again, and then stared at the light source in the house in a daze. Since the polar night began, he rarely saw the light source. There are a few flashlights and rechargeable night lights in the base, but the resources are really limited, so they are all saved. Most of the time, everyone is crowded in a room, and a candle is enough. Wen Qian threw the last 2 cards in her hand, stood up and stretched. "Let's go. I'll take you back." After going out, Wen Qian did not use the elevator, but directly took the person down with teleportation. After all, at this time, superpowers are more common than electricity. The man had seen Wen Qian's ability at the port before, so he was not surprised to see her teleportation now. Several people got in the car. The man reported an address, and Gu Ren started the car and drove there. "By the way, I don't know your name yet." Wen Qian looked at the man and asked. The man whispered, "Su Yang." "How many people are there in your base now?" Wen Qian remembered that the last time he met him, he said that they only had 5 people, and it was not a real base. So he didn't say anything on the radio. More than a dozen. Still not many. Su Yang sighed, as if he wanted to say something to Wen Qian. But in the end, he swallowed his words back. The car drove on the road for nearly an hour, and finally arrived at the destination. The other side's base was also in a residential building, but it was a very old community. Only 5 stories high, and there were many zombies downstairs. The car stopped. Wen Qian and the others got out and worked for a while, killing all the zombies nearby. And Su Yang's people also appeared. They heard the noise upstairs and confirmed it with binoculars. They went out after seeing Su Yang. Su Yang left yesterday, after being targeted by the people from the West City base. He hid for a day, but was finally surrounded and caught by those people. The people in the base were anxious when they didn't see him come back, but they were not sure where he was. And it was windy and rainy outside, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Su Yang. Several people rushed to Su Yang first, looked at Wen Qian and the other 2 warily, and asked, "Who are they?" Before Su Yang could answer, he heard someone behind him calling out Wen Qian's name. "Qian Qian?" Wen Qian looked in the direction of the voice in confusion, and was slightly startled when he saw the other person. "Senior?" Chapter 205 Merge Base. Wen Qian didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here. She looked at the boy standing at the back of the crowd and smiled. "Long time no see." The boy walked through the crowd and came to her, and the corners of his mouth rose. "It's been a long time. Why are you here?" He knew Wen Qian was from Bincheng, but he hadn't seen her for so long after the end of the world, let alone around here. Su Yang answered first. "She saved me and sent me back." Mu Ci. "Do you know her?" "Yeah." Mu Ci looked around and asked Wen Qian, "Let's go upstairs and talk. The zombies will come over soon." "Okay. Let's go upstairs and talk." Everyone entered the unit door, locked the door, and went up to the 3rd floor along the dilapidated narrow stairs. The room was dark, and nothing could be seen. The first person who entered the room lit a candle, and Wen Qian could barely see the furnishings in the room. The room has 2 bedrooms and a living room, about 50 to 60 square meters. Not big, but clean, and no peculiar smell. There are only men here, which is rare in this situation. There are 2 2-meter-long tables in the living room, with a radio on the table and more than a dozen chairs beside the table. They usually eat together here or have meetings. After everyone sat down, Mu Ci looked at Su Yang and asked, "Are you being targeted?" "Yes. It's the West City base." Su Yang frowned and said, "They are crazy, arresting anyone they see." The room fell into a dead silence. Wen Qian looked at their reactions and felt that they seemed to have become accustomed to the bully-like behavior of the West City base. She didn't understand the situation, but it wasn't her fault. After the apocalypse, she had enough resources and wasn't as anxious as others. Even when she went out to collect supplies in the early stage, she didn't run into people from the West City base. And at that time, the people in West City weren't that crazy yet. But later, around the time when she and Imohan went to Ningxing, that group of people started to make trouble. They first took advantage of the lack of manpower in the official base and swept through shopping malls, grain stores, and other places with supplies in Bincheng. Bincheng is not big, but it is not small either. No one knows how they did it, but they did empty all the supplies in Bincheng. This made life difficult for others. They also arranged guards at some important locations, and did not allow people from other bases to enter. Even if the supplies found by other bases were seen by them, they would grab them. Previously, the future base had a dispute with the West City base over supplies, and many people were killed and injured. Wen Qian listened to Su Yang's description and nodded thoughtfully. She knew about the fight between future base and West City base. She heard about it from Gu Ran when she came back from Ningqing. At that time, future base was still looking for someone to form an alliance on the radio station. In the end, the future base sent them food, which solved the urgent problem. But Wen Qian didn't expect that the cause was like this. Su Yang, although we know that there is little hope, we still have to survive. The large material points in Bincheng have been cleared by West City base, but they should not have found some small shops in some old communities. We went out every day with this idea in mind. It was my turn yesterday, but I didn't expect to meet one of their people. After Su Yang finished speaking, he looked at Wen Qian and thanked him again. I really want to thank you today. If it weren't for you, I would have died in their hands. You're polite. You also helped me find my friends when we were at the port before. We should help each other. Wen Qian said polite words, and then heard Mu Xi asked in surprise. The person they met at the port last time was you? Yes. Is there any problem? No. Mu Xi shook his head. When Su Yang and the other two came back, they said they met a very powerful girl at the port, but they didn't say her name. If he knew it was her, Mu Xi would have contacted her long ago. Mu Xi looked at the status of Wen Qian and the other two, especially Wen Qian. She looked no different from before the end of the world, and seemed to be healthier and more energetic. He thought for a while and asked, which base are you in now? My own? Didn't Su Yang tell you that I set up a base called Xiaobai? Su Yang said so. And at that time, he also brought back the satellite phone number she gave him. Mu Xi realized what he had missed again and sighed. He pondered for a moment and asked Wen Qian, are you interested in merging bases? The combat effectiveness here is okay, but there are too few people. The situation in Bincheng will only get worse in the future. The base for finding people has been merged with the future base. In addition, Bincheng now only has the official base and the West City base. I don't like the atmosphere of those bases, and I don't want to listen to others. How about we cooperate? Wen Qian smiled and said, it's not impossible to cooperate, but after merging, who will listen to whom? You know me. Just like you. I don't want to listen to others. Mu Xi and Wen Qian are from the same school. He is a year older than her. The two met in the club. Based on the past experience of getting along with each other, Wen Qian thinks Mu Xi is a good person. At least he is smart, not hypocritical, does not take advantage of others, and is not a fool. And Wen Qian also knew that the people in the Jingcheng base were all mercenaries. Just as Mu Xi just said, they were strong. But a dozen people would hardly fight against the tens of thousands of people on Fusheng's side. When Wen Qian first met Su Yang, he gave him his contact information, and he was interested in recruiting him. Now everyone was sitting together again, and the other party had his own acquaintances. So Wen Qian was definitely not opposed to cooperation. But before cooperation, some things must be made clear. Wen Qian, how much supplies do you have now? How will everyone's supplies be distributed after the merger? There are more than 50 people in my base now, and they will definitely not come to your side. Wen Qian has enough supplies, let alone the dozen of them. Even if there are hundreds or thousands of people, she can afford it. But the key is, she provides them with supplies. What can they provide her? Wen Qian thinks that merging bases is a big deal, and it must be decided after careful discussion. But she didn't expect Mu Xi to reply happily after hearing her words. As you say, we can go to your base, become residents of your base, and follow your instructions. As for supplies, I don't have much left. Only enough for us to use for another month at most. So we plan to go out of the city and try our luck in a nearby town. In this way, if we find supplies and survive to come back, I will contact you and give you the supplies. How about going to your base? Chapter 206 Plan to kill Imo Han. Mu Xi had the final say in the Jingcheng base. Except for him, who was a college student. The rest of the people had low education levels. Otherwise, they would not have gone abroad to risk their lives for money. They knew that their brains were not enough. So they usually did whatever Mu Xiai said. Now they had no objection to what Mu Xiai said. Moreover, Wen Qian saved their brothers' lives. So they were willing to work for her. Wen Qian didn't expect this group of people to be so straightforward, which made her a little confused. She looked at the people in front of her and asked, "Then, don't you have any requests?" Mu Xiai, "No. Just be united and don't fight among yourself. The West City base is annoying me. We must increase our combat power as soon as possible. Otherwise we will suffer from them sooner or later." "Okay. Then do as you say. And contact me when you come back." In fact, Wen Qian can also take them back now. She has plenty of food and supplies. But she didn't do that, because she didn't want them to think she was too easy to talk to. And she didn't want them to think that they could rest easy when they went to her place. Merging the bases should have been a very troublesome matter. But Wen Qian and Mu Xiai finally settled it in a few words. It was getting late, so Wen Qian planned to leave after the conversation. She got up and walked to the door. As soon as she opened the door, she bumped into the person outside the door face to face. It was a strange face, not very old, and looked about the same age as her. He was wearing a black sweater, and looked like he hadn't woken up yet. With his eyes downcast and indifferent, he saw a girl coming out of the room, and was slightly stunned for a moment, and asked her, "Who are you?" Before Wen Qian could speak, Mu Xiai behind her had already answered for her. "Bai Ju. Her name is Wen Qian." "Oh." The boy nodded, looked at Wen Qian twice, and wanted to go into the room. Wen Qian, on the other hand, became interested when he heard his name. "Bai Ju. Qin Bai Ju?" Wen Qian remembered this name. In his previous life, the base commander of the Jingcheng base was called this. He was said to be very powerful. It turned out to be him. If such a person joins her base, she will definitely make a profit. Wen Qian smiled, brushed past the boy, and went downstairs to leave. They drove back home, and Wen Rang had already woken up. Wen Qian told him about the merger of the bases and some of Fu Xing's tricks. Wen Rang didn't have any objections after hearing this. After all, the number of people that their base can fight now can be counted on 2 hands. In the context of Fu Xing's malicious troubles, there is no harm in adding more combat power. Besides, Wen Rang also had other concerns. Xiaoran should catch up here soon. Compared with Fu Xing, Wen Rang cares more about this woman. He glanced at his heartless and silly sister, who arranged to play mahjong after returning. He sighed, said nothing to her, and went back to the study to study his computer. There were still a few unopened folders in the computer. He planned to work overtime tonight to get them all done. Wen Qian didn't find anyone to play with him, so he simply took a telescope to the rooftop to observe the zombies nearby. A few months later, the zombies were gradually evolving. Compared to the beginning, their reaction speed was much faster now. Even the lowest zombies no longer walked in a shaky manner. "Let's go out and kill zombies tomorrow," Wen Qian said. She had been abroad for a while, and ignored the zombies in China. They must be lonely. If it didn't rain tomorrow, she would run farther away. If she was lucky enough to meet Fu Sheng's people, she would kill a few more. Wen Qian made a decision happily, and after observing the situation near her home, she returned to the bedroom. After washing and changing into pajamas, she climbed into bed and tried to hypnotize herself to go to sleep quickly. As a result, the more she wanted to sleep, the more she couldn't sleep. Finally, she sat up and cursed. What the hell is that bastard Fu Sheng doing? Did he get some new superpowers? Can he take away other people's superpowers at will? Then isn't he a full-fledged banquet now? Wen Qian leaned back and lay back on the bed, thinking about Fu Sheng. But what she didn't expect was that at the same time, Fu Sheng was also talking about her. Xiqing base. Fu Sheng heard his men come to report that several people who went out to perform a mission suddenly lost their whereabouts. Now all the combatants in Xiqing base have trackers and life characteristics monitors embedded in their bodies. The base is equipped with a separate monitoring room, and the location and basic body indicators will be displayed behind each person's name on the computer, because Fu Sheng was worried that someone would turn into a zombie. After all, the crystal core potion they took was not 100% harmless, and could mutate at any time. So he thought about monitoring them at any time. Not long ago, several people's life signature monitors and trackers lost signals at the same time. Such a situation is rare, and it means that there is basically no possibility of survival. But who killed him? And killed him at the same time. The person in charge of monitoring discovered this situation and quickly reported it to Fu Sheng. After listening to it, Fu Sheng subconsciously thought of Imohan. Now in Bincheng, the only one who has the strength to compete with him is the Bincheng base. Fu Sheng sat on a large sofa, holding a young and beautiful woman in his arms. He frowned and listened to his subordinate's report without saying anything. The man who reported carefully observed his expression and said, "This Imohan is stubborn. Not only does he refuse to cooperate with us, but it's not the first time he has touched our people. Mr. Fu, shouldn't we think of a way to get rid of him?" Fu Sheng looked up at the person who was speaking and nodded. "Yes, it's time to think of a way to deal with our chief MO. Fu Sheng recently got some new information. It is said that the higher-ups intend to build Bincheng into a safe city. It may be because of Bincheng's special geographical location and the fact that it is the city with the largest number of survivors. So it has received attention from the higher-ups. They intend to gather a large number of forces to clear all the zombies in Bincheng, and then transfer the people outside here to restore Bincheng's production facilities first. Then, using Bincheng as a starting point, they will capture other cities in the same way. This is undoubtedly good news for the people of Bincheng. But for Fu Sheng, it is not so good. Although the truth of this information is still unknown. And even if it is true, it will take some time to implement. But if this thing really happens, Bincheng will be a hodgepodge in the future. Fu Sheng's current status will definitely no longer exist. This is something he absolutely does not allow. How to prevent this from happening? Fu Sheng thought of many ways, and finally decided on Imohan. Chapter 207 Bribing Wen Qian, who has never seen the world. The biggest reason why the higher-ups chose Bincheng is because of Imohan. They valued Imohan's ability and believed in his strength. So they came up with such an unrealistic plan. If Imohan died, the official base would definitely be in chaos, and the combat power would be greatly reduced. At that time, whether Fu Sheng wanted to annex that place or do something else, he would have a chance. In short, Imohan is an obstacle. As long as he is removed, everything can be done smoothly. But the biggest problem now is how to kill him. Fu Sheng has been dealing with Imohan for such a long time. Although he has not fought him directly, he knows that Imohan is amazingly powerful and cannot be killed by ordinary people, and let alone killing him. People who are not familiar with him may rarely have the opportunity to see him. So if you want to take action against him, you can only bribe the people around him. Fu Sheng thought about the group of idiots in Bincheng base. From his many years of business experience, this group of overly enthusiastic fools is difficult to be bribed. But apart from them, who else could get close to Imohan and possibly kill him when he was off guard? Fu Sheng quickly thought of Wen Qian. The last time Imohan came here, he only brought Wen Qian with him. And I heard that he took that woman with him when he went abroad a while ago. This shows that Imohan really likes that woman. So there is nothing to blame for dying at the hands of that woman. Fu Sheng thought of a breakthrough, smiled triumphantly, and immediately ordered his men to investigate where Wen Qian is now. The people around Fu Sheng understood his thoughts, and immediately understood what he meant. "Boss, are you planning to bribe that girl and let her do it?" Fu Sheng smiled and drank a glass of wine, but didn't say anything. But his expression had given the answer. The man smiled and flattered her, and then expressed his concerns a little. But Imohan seems to be very good to her. Didn't he build a base for her? The relationship between the two is so good. Can this woman listen to us? If we find her and she informs Imohan, wouldn't it be a warning to him? And it will be difficult to do it to him in the future? Fu Sheng listened to his subordinates patiently. He touched the woman's head in his arms, and said faintly, if Imohan really liked her, he would not take her to his side, but keep her outside? Do you know who has the final say in the official second base now? The man was stunned and shook his head. I don't know. It's Shen Yu, Shen Jing's granddaughter. I heard a long time ago that Mr. Shen intended to marry his granddaughter to Imohan, and he personally sent his granddaughter here. Shen Yu has been in Bincheng for so long, which is enough to prove the authenticity of this matter. That little girl named Wen Qian is at most someone Imohan keeps for fun. Maybe he really likes her, so he is willing to spend more time and effort to coax her. However, no matter how much he likes her, he can't be with her openly. Imohan wants to get close to the Shen family, so he doesn't dare to make Shen Yu unhappy. Maybe he will dump Wen Qian after a while. Women are jealous. Wen Qian must be worried about Shen Yu's affairs now. But I think Wen Qian is also arrogant, and will not be moved by a few words from us. So, after you find her address, let me know, and I'll go there in person. What was the name of the base that Imohan built for her? Fu Sheng tried to recall, and it took him a long time to remember. Yes, Xiaobai Base. Damn. What is that name? Isn't it obvious that Imohan is mocking her for being an idiot? The little girl has been deceived and hasn't reacted yet. After all, she is young and has little experience. Fu Sheng couldn't help laughing as he spoke. Wen Qian's eyebrows and eyes appeared in his mind. He had to say that the little girl was really pretty and could not be forgotten once he saw her. Fu Sheng has already thought about how to talk to her when he goes to see her. Maybe Shen Yu doesn't know the relationship between Wen Qian and Imohan. But Wen Qian must know about Shen Yu. Shen Yu is now the executive officer of the official second base. And what about Wen Qian? There is only a small base of 40 or 50 people. And the gap in her heart must be very big. When the time comes, Fu Sheng can promise her to make her the second in command of the West City base. Second only to him. In this way, she will have enough status and face. And after coming to the West City base, her life will definitely be better than now. Imohan is so poor that he can't give her too many supplies. She may not go hungry for 3 meals a day, but she won't eat too well. Also, Fu Sheng can give her a lot of crystal core potions. A little girl can't have much ability, so she will definitely be attracted by so many potions. After all, if you can become stronger, who would be willing to rely on others? In this way, he can definitely give her more status and wealth than Imohan. As long as she is not stupid, she will know how to choose. The more Fu Sheng thought about it, the more he felt that his plan was right. He would start with Wen Qian, who had never seen much of the world. After getting her here, he could also taste her. Fu Sheng smiled and drank another glass of wine, urging his men to check the location of Wen Qian's base immediately. Wen Qian didn't know that she had been targeted by Fu Sheng. She was still lying on the bed counting sheep. But the more she counted, the hungrier she became. She was so greedy for the mutton skewers that her mouth was watering. So she simply ran into the space and went to the kitchen to eat secretly. After eating and drinking, she felt sleepy and fell asleep quickly this time. Wen Qian slept until 9 o'clock the next morning. She was awakened by a knock on the door. She yawned and got up, stretched, ran to the window, opened it, and looked outside. Very good. No wind or rain. Bright moon and sparse stars. It was a good weather. I could go out to fight zombies. Wen Qian's mood immediately improved. She hummed a song, cleaned up, changed her clothes, and went to the restaurant for dinner. Now that Qichen was at home, it was more lively. Wen Qian quite liked the feeling of everyone gathering together for dinner, especially after the end of the world. She liked the atmosphere of being popular and lively at home more. She thought of the 2 big tables at the Jingcheng base, and thought about making her own dining table bigger. Wen Qian drank the preserved egg and lean meat porridge, looked at the dark circles under her brother's eyes, and asked in confusion, "Do you have such a quick reaction time? We have been back home for many days, but your biological clock has just reached the point of going abroad? You have been upside down and didn't sleep last night?" Wen Rang glanced at this idiot who liked to talk nonsense. "What do you know? I worked overtime." Wen Qian had several question marks on her head. "What kind of work are you doing? Are you working for Mohan for nothing again? He is such a piece of shit. It's not good to let him take advantage of you all the time. Do you have any leverage over him? Then tell me about it, and make me happy too." After Wen Qian finished speaking, Qichen next to him was almost choked to death and started coughing violently. Wen Rang looked at the poor child with pity and asked Wen Qian, "Does Imohan know that you said that about him behind his back?" Chapter 208. You are so daring. Do you know what will happen? I dared to say that to his face. Wen Qian naturally brought up the topic about Imohan, and others joined in, echoing from time to time. Wen Chengming still remembered the hatred of Imohan entering this space and destroying his cornfield, thinking that he would ask the kid to farm for him next time he saw him. Qichen sat on the side, the only one who did not join the chat. He was stunned, looking out of place, listening to everyone talking, and couldn't help thinking in his heart, now he really believes that this family has lost their memory. Otherwise how dare they do it? If there were any memories of Imohan, he wouldn't be so reckless. Qichen sighed helplessly, and the sigh attracted the attention of others. Wen Qian tilted his head to look at him. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I just think you have a good relationship with Chief Imo. And you dare to say that about him? I dare not. Shi-Chen was careful with his words. But a few smart people immediately heard his subtext. You are so bold. Wen Chengning knew that he used to be Mohan's subordinate. So he asked with a smile, why? Does your chief Mo have a bad temper? Shi-Chen didn't know the situation. So he didn't think much about it, and answered according to Wen Chengning's words. It can't be said that it's very bad. But people with ability have tempers to some extent. Isn't it normal? In addition, the superior is in a high position and has great power. So we usually don't dare to say anything about him in private. After hearing this, the smile on Wen Chengning's face faded a little. He glanced at Wen Qian, who was concentrating on eating beside him. Thinking that a bad temper is not good. His daughter is not the kind of person who can bear it. Shi-Chen didn't know what he had done invisibly. As a young man who was just starting out and didn't quite understand the dangers of the world, he simply didn't want his idol to anger his superior and cause any conflicts between the two. Wen Rang was watching the fun, listening to the conversation between the two with a smile, and did not forget to add fuel to the fire. Who said that people with ability must have a temper? Look at this one. He raised his hand and nodded at Wen Qian. He has such great ability, but his temper is still very good. Wen Qian smiled at him with a fake smile, and stepped on him hard under the table. Shi-Chen did not dare to speak, and buried his head and stuffed his mouth full, so that he had no chance to speak. After a meal of fear, Shi-Chen burped after eating and drinking. And suddenly a light bulb flashed at his head, and proposed, I'm going out to get some information today. I haven't worked seriously in Bincheng for so many days. Wen Qian felt that he was mocking her for being lazy and not doing her job, because he had been with her these days. She frowned slightly and looked at this energetic little brother, and asked, what information are you going to get? Just the basic situation of other bases, and gossip and so on. This is what I do abroad. Okay. Then you go. Do you want me to accompany you? Or do you want someone else to accompany you? No. I can do it by myself. Then I'll go now, and come back before dinner. After saying that, Shi-Chen turned around and ran back to his room. After a while, he came out with a small school bag on his back. After saying hello to Wen Qian and the others, he went out happily. Wen Qian looked at his back, slumped on the sofa and yawned, saying, I'm going out too. Although Wen Rang stayed up late again last night, and only slept for 3 hours. But he didn't want to make up for the sleep during the day, so he decided to go out with his sister, so that he could sleep until dawn when he came back at night, and his biological clock would be adjusted. The two of them left Gu Ran at the base, and took Xiaobai and the 4 dogs with them. Xiaobai and the dogs hadn't been out for a long time, and before they knew it, they had evolved to a somewhat exaggerated level. Needless to say, Xiaobai was the first of the war pets to evolve. Now it weighs more than 200 pounds, and its size is so large that Wen Qian can ride on its back without any problems. And its 4 little brothers, from the little dogs that could even stagger when walking and whose legs could be slapped away by it, have become majestic large dogs now. The 4 puppies Wen Chengning bought were German shepherds. Now they are no longer puppies. Each weighs more than 100 pounds. And they are like little zombies when they are angry. Moreover, they are still evolving and growing. Wen Qian took them out, and they were so excited that they almost tore the car apart. Finally, she couldn't help but threaten, if you don't behave, I will throw you into the space, and don't even think about coming out today. And they hummed and lay down without moving. Wen Rang drove the car and asked, where are you going today? Although zombies are everywhere now, except for the early stage of the apocalypse, they generally do not attack near the base. Wen Qian thought for a while, and said, let's go to the university town. I haven't been there specifically, so it must be a severely affected area. The university town of Bincheng was newly built a few years ago. Many universities in the city have built new campuses there. However, when the apocalypse just started, it was the end of August, and the school had not officially started yet. So the students who entered the school there were basically freshmen, and there were also residents living nearby. Wen Rang drove straight there, because he didn't bring Fu Yuan, the human shield. The roar of the car attracted the attention of many zombies along the way. Soon, the zombie team behind their car became longer and longer. And then Wen Rang stepped on the accelerator and left them far behind. There was no traffic jam and no red light. So Wen Rang drove the car with the momentum of a fighter jet. In this way, they arrived at the destination smoothly. The two got out of the car and threw it into the space. then took the cats and dogs and transformed into walking chickens, and started to walk on the road. The lively atmosphere was keenly felt by the zombies nearby. Wen Qian listened to the zombies' cries that sounded like phlegm stuck in their throats, and walked slowly without changing her expression. She didn't react much, but the pets were excited. This is a buffet. Wen Qian felt that they frequently looked back at her with anxious eyes, as if saying, "Hurry up and tell us to go." Wen Qian couldn't help but laugh, and said, "Go and play. But don't run too far. You have to stay within my sight." As soon as she finished speaking, 5 figures disappeared from her side. Looking a few meters away, several zombie heads had already fallen to the ground. Under the leadership of Xiaobai, the dogs were already familiar with the key points of dealing with zombies. They attacked the head directly, and did not do anything extra. Wen Qian couldn't help but exclaimed wow when she saw their attack power. She twisted her neck left and right twice, and said to Wen Rang, "Brother, let's see who kills more zombies in half an hour." Wen Rang raised his eyebrows. "Then you are not allowed to use the attraction skill?" "Okay. Stingy guy." Chapter 209, Killing Thousands of Zombies Instantly. As soon as Wen Rang agreed, the two immediately started to move. Wen Qian didn't want to compete with him for heads, so he moved 1,000 meters away. For a moment, there were lightning and thunder, and the wind was strong. Before the zombies nearby could react, their heads fell to the ground, and they died with their eyes wide open. After half an hour of non-stop killing, the two dared not slack off for a moment. In the end, there were no living zombies in sight, which made Xiaobai and the dogs dumbfounded. "What happened? We haven't had enough fun yet. And the toys all fell down and died?" Wen Qian saw the dogs barking at her in dissatisfaction, she had no choice but to discuss with Wen Rang. "It's no use to use the attraction skill. Look, they don't dare to come here." Wen Rang sighed helplessly, and nodded in agreement. The moment the attraction firepower was turned on, the zombies from all directions rushed towards them. Under the white moonlight, the dark zombies looked like ants. Anyone with a little trypophobia would get goosebumps and scream when seeing the scene. Wen Rang didn't know whether his sister's skills had been upgraded, or whether it was because the zombies had evolved. In short, he felt that Wen Qian's current skill of attracting firepower attracted more zombies than before. Almost twice as many as before. Wen Rang took a deep breath and was about to rush up to meet the enemy, but suddenly heard several strangers' voices in the distance. "What the hell is going on? Are these zombies crazy? There seems to be someone over there. Why didn't I see them? I saw a few dogs. They were really fat, enough for many meals." Wen Rang heard it, and Wen Qian naturally didn't miss it. She frowned slightly, never expecting to meet a living person here. In order to prevent the zombies from hurting innocent people, she simply fought quickly. Countless thunder and lightning fell, and the light illuminated the dark night. At the same time, ice rain fell from the sky. If you look closely, you will find that the raindrops are needle-shaped, and the trajectory is very consistent, all rushing towards the zombies' heads. The zombies that came in groups were still going crazy and running towards the fresh meal that was delivered to their doorsteps. But the next second, their bodies fell straight to the ground, without breath, deader than dead. Wen Qian killed these evils and was about to run away with her brother, but she heard someone calling her name again. "Wen Qian?" Wen Qian looked back and saw Mu Beichuan's stupid face. The two looked at each other from a distance. Wen Qian said TSK with a disgusted expression. Mu Beichuan was stunned and ran to her quickly. "It's really you. I thought I was seeing things. I thought that big white dog looked like your Xiaobai." "Xiaobai, meow. You are the dog." Mu Beichuan and his bodyguards looked at the zombie corpses all over the ground, and they didn't know what to say for a while. They looked at each other, and then looked at the murderer in front of them, still recalling the stunned scene they just saw. The girl stood in the thunder and lightning, killing thousands of zombies instantly. The strong wind blew the tail of her hair, and the lightning made her eyes extremely bright. Their scalps were still numb, and they couldn't believe what they saw. Mu Beichuan had doubts about some of Imohan's remarks before, thinking that he was just trying to flatter Wen Qian, so he said how strong Wen Qian was. But now, he felt a little pain on his face. Mu Beichuan looked at Wen Qian and stopped talking. But Wen Qian took the initiative to ask him, "Why are you here? This place is dozens of kilometers away from Bincheng base. Why is he, a rich second-generation young master, running here instead of staying in the base? And there is no one from Imohan around him." "I'm here to kill zombies." Mu Beichuan came back to his senses and answered softly. Didn't I promise you before that I would come out to kill zombies and get crystal cores? Work hard to improve my own quality. And strive to meet your admission requirements as soon as possible. Wen Qian didn't take his words seriously. But Mu Beichuan was serious. Since he talked to Wen Qian that day, he really came out with bodyguards every day. As for why he came to the university town today, it was probably because he was still determined to kill people, thinking that there might be more female zombies here, although there is no difference after death. The body is rotten and smelly. But Mu Beichuan still subconsciously wants to get into the crowd of women. But he can't tell Wen Qian about this. So he said with a smile, "It's a pure accident to meet you. Of course, this can also be called fate." Wen Qian turned around and left. And Mu Beichuan hurried to follow. "Where else do you want to go? Take me with you? You won't improve your quality if you follow me." Wen Qian didn't pretend with him. "Did you see how awesome I was just now? You shouldn't have anything to refute when I say you're a rookie. Right?" Mu Beichuan's self-esteem was hurt a little. But only a little. He has a strong self-healing ability, and recovered immediately. "I saw it. It's really awesome. I can't compare to it. But I still have room for improvement," Mu Beichuan said good-temperedly. "You've killed so many zombies. Aren't you a little tired? Why don't we find a place to sit for a while? I won't pester you anymore. Half an hour. I'll leave when the time is up. Okay?" Wen Qian glanced at him. 10 minutes. All right. Mu Beichuan didn't dare to bargain at all. And his obedient attitude still made Wen Qian very satisfied. It happened that the zombies nearby had been almost dealt with. And it would take some time for other zombies to come over. So Wen Qian simply found a place to sit down, drink water and rest. Mu Beichuan knew how difficult it was to see her. But he didn't want to annoy her. So he just told her briefly about the situation at Bincheng Base, and some intelligence he had heard through the special passage and backdoor. Wen Qian and Wen Rang listened carefully. Mu Beichuan's eloquence was really good. So they accidentally overheard him, and let him talk for nearly half an hour. When Wen Qian found something wrong, he was interrupted by others. Wen Qian looked at the men walking in the distance, and his eyes sank slightly. It's someone from the West City base. The West City base now has a set of exclusive combat uniforms. The people Wen Qian killed last time were wearing this set of uniforms. They saw Wen Qian from a distance and whispered to each other. Wen Qian sat on the steps and was too lazy to move. She just watched them approach, then took out a photo from her pocket and compared her face with the photo. Wen Qian stood up and walked in front of them. In their surprised eyes, she reached out and took the photo from their hands. Sure enough, it was her. It looked like a screenshot from the surveillance screen. If nothing unexpected happened, it was taken by the surveillance camera in the base when she and Imo Han went to the West City base before. Chapter 210 I Have a Crush on You. Wen Qian held the photo and looked at the men, raised her eyebrows and asked, "Explain? Am I wanted by your base?" The men were slightly stunned when they heard her words. "Do you know which base we are from?" Wen Qian smiled. "I have no other advantages. But I have good eyesight." As she spoke, she pointed at the chest of the man closest to her. There were 4 letters XCJD embroidered there. The man looked down and smiled after seeing it. "So that's how it is." So what's the matter with this photo?" Wen Qian originally thought that there was a search base with her photo wandering around the streets, which was already annoying. But now there is a West City base? Now everyone has a photo of her. Wen Qian was a little angry. She looked at the people in front of her with a half smile, and her hands were itching to twist off their heads. The men didn't expect to meet her here by chance. And she was accompanied by Mu Beichuan. Although they had never seen Mu Beichuan in person before, this former popular actor was indeed too popular. So no matter whether they paid attention to the entertainment industry news or not, they had seen his face on the internet. They looked at Mu Beichuan twice more. And when Mu Beichuan thought he had met a fan and wanted to say hello, he retracted his gaze and looked at Wen Qian. They got Wen Qian's photo just a few hours ago. Not only them, but most people in the West City base currently have one. The order from above is that if you meet this person outside, you should either return to the base or track her to her base. In this case, the previous option is definitely not an option, and you can only choose to track her. As for the explanation Wen Qian wanted, the leading man smiled and took the photo back from her hand, saying, "I have a crush on you. Ever since you went to our base last time, I fell in love with you at first sight. So I took a photo and carried it with me at all times. I was so surprised to see you just now that I couldn't believe it. So I took out the photo to compare whether it was real. He put the photo back in his pocket after he finished speaking. Wen Qian sneered after hearing his nonsense. You're really good at having a crush on me. The man turned his head and looked around, changing the subject. What's going on? They were attracted by the earth-shaking thunder and lightning in the distance, and thought it was some scumbag who was going through a tribulation. But they were shocked when they got closer. Wherever they looked, there were zombie remains everywhere. In addition, there were several ridiculously large beasts, which had surrounded them at this time, as if they were ready to pounce at any time. Wen Qian really didn't expect that she would be surrounded by so many people when she let herself go for once. She turned her eyes slightly, tilted her head and pointed in the direction of Mu Beichuan, and said, "The big star is rehearsing for the concert." Mu Beichuan and his bodyguards were confused when they heard this. After seeing Wen Qian smile kindly at them, Mu Beichuan immediately reacted. "Yes, it's me," he said with a stiff face. "I was practicing a new move just now, but I didn't expect to accidentally use a big move. Sorry, I scared you." As he spoke, he walked to Wen Qian's side, looked at her and asked, "It's getting late. Why don't we go back to the base?" The men looked at each other, surprised by Mu Beichuan. They only knew that he had a complicated background, but they didn't expect him to be so strong. It was rare to run into Wen Qian today, and they didn't want to miss this opportunity. So they said, "Meeting is fate. Why don't we drive you, Mr. Mu? Give me a chance?" Mu Beichuan looked at Wen Qian in embarrassment, not knowing what she was planning. Wen Qian pondered for a moment and said, "It's still early. Why don't we go around and get some more crystal cores?" After she finished speaking, she looked at the people in the West City base and asked them with a smile, "You are right. Meeting is fate. Mr. Mu will give you a chance to get close to a big star, so you can give me all the crystal cores you collect later, just as the ticket money. How about it?" Wen Rang followed behind and almost laughed out loud. The attributes of his sister Zhou Bapi are online again, and she really doesn't want to miss any bargains. Wen Qian tricked a few people into following her and working for her for free. They walked towards the nearby university campus. Wen Qian was surrounded by a group of men and quietly used the skill of attracting firepower. Zombies were attracted to her continuously. The group of people had almost no time to stop and just killed their way through. They were in a hurry and didn't know where so many zombies came from. However, Xiaobai and the 4 dogs hadn't had so much fun for a long time. They were making a lot of noise and having fun all the way, and scared the people in the West City base again. The West City base also cultivated its own battle pets, but compared with these few, the gap was a bit too big. Wen Qian followed her brother and acted like a fool, occasionally yelling for help, which made her feel sick. In this way, she led these people to kill zombies for 2 hours without stopping. Seeing that they were all exhausted and out of breath in the end, she kindly suggested, "Let's go to that building to rest for a while." Everyone nodded repeatedly. Their throats were smoking with exhaustion, and they couldn't even speak. They soon arrived at the place Wen Qian mentioned, went upstairs and found a room with no one or a corpse. After entering, they locked the door and slumped down on the chairs. Wen Qian looked down at the handbag in her arms, which was filled with the crystal cores they had just picked up. The level was not high, but there were many of them. Moreover, she came here for free, so she had no reason to be picky. The people in the West City base saw that she looked like she had never seen the world, and they couldn't help but sneer in their hearts. This woman is really useless except for her appearance. The boss asked them to investigate her. He must have liked her face and wanted to get her by his side. Right? But isn't she a Mohan's woman? Why did she come out with Mu Beichuan today? Soon, someone asked the question in their hearts. Wen Qian, why aren't you with Chief Mo today? Wen Qian turned her head to look at the person asking the question. Just as she was about to say something, she heard Mu Beichuan stand up from his chair as if he was scratched by a cat, and asked back, "Why is she with Chief Mo?" The man didn't expect Mu Beichuan to react so strongly. After a moment of shock, he looked as if he had suddenly realized something. His eyes kept wandering between Wen Qian and Mu Beichuan, and then he smiled ambiguously. "You broke up with Commander Mo and are with young Master Mu? This woman really likes to climb the ladder." That's right. The strength and background of the Mu family are there. No matter how powerful Mo Han is, he can only be a base commander in Bencheng. There is not much future. So it is completely understandable that Wen Qian chose Mu Beichuan. Chapter 211 Ancestor. Are you happy acting? Wen Qian bit her lips in a speechless manner. What the hell is going on? Mu Beichuan glanced at her and helped her clarify. Don't talk nonsense. She has never been with Imohan. The men all had an I understand expression, thinking that Master Mu was unwilling to admit that Wen Qian had had a relationship with Imohan. So they smiled at each other and tacitly stopped mentioning Imohan's name. Mr. Mu, you have been in Binsheng for so long, and you haven't been to our base yet. Why don't you go to our base today? In this way, Wen Qian can also be invited back, killing two birds with one stone. Mu Beichuan didn't look at Wen Qian this time. He was not stupid and had seen that these people were plotting something bad. Although he had never been to the West City base, he had heard of its bad reputation. If he really went back with these people today, it would be uncertain whether he could get out smoothly. Apart from being handsome, his only advantage was that he was rich. Although money was useless now, it did not prevent others from kidnapping him and asking his grandfather for a crystal core ransom. So for his own safety, Mu Beichuan immediately refused. Not today. I have other things to do. Let's do it another day. Wen Qian and I will take the initiative to visit Mr. Fu. You can go back and say hello first. Don't refuse us at that time. The man was unwilling to give up and wanted to persuade him again. Wen Qian saw this and said, Are you all rested? Let's go out after resting. I think the zombies nearby seem to be coming again. Everyone looked at her in silence. And even Mu Beichuan couldn't help but say, Little girl, the donkeys in the production team are not used like this. Can you let us rest for a while? He didn't expect that this little girl was so evil, using several laborers to death. Wen Qian curled her lips and said nothing, handed the crystal core to Wen Rang, and stood in front of the window to observe the zombies outside. The room suddenly became quiet. Everyone breathed slowly and kept silent with their own thoughts. Mu Beichuan just sat on the table, and when he recovered, he wanted to go to Wen Qian and talk to her alone. As a result, he was scared to death by a casual glance. They ran into a classroom, and now the front and back doors of the classroom were locked, which was a relatively safe environment. Mu Beichuan's glance just happened to catch a glimpse of the back of the classroom. There was a square piece of glass on the locked door, and at this moment, a zombie's face was stuck on the glass. Because it was too close, its facial features were deformed, making it even more shocking. Mu Beichuan almost choked his breath, and just froze in place, staring into the zombie's eyes. He was not sure if the zombie was looking at him, because there was only the white part of its eyes. The two big white eyeballs did not blink, but the big mouth was wide open, almost stretching behind the ears. Mu Beichuan licked his dry lower lip and spoke in a trembling voice. Do you want to check the back door? Everyone looked over when they heard this. And then a burst of hack rang out in the house. Wen Qian leaned against the wall, watching the white shadow flashing outside the door, without much reaction. In fact, Xiaobai and the others had already noticed the movement of the zombie long before Mu Beichuan, and they were squatting at the door, looking up at its position, ready to attack at any time. This is a university town with many people, and it is normal for a few zombies of higher levels to appear occasionally. There is nothing to be surprised about. Wen Qian didn't understand what they were yelling about. They were so timid. Did they never play an escape room or enter a haunted house before? The zombies outside the door had already escaped. Mu Beichuan and others didn't want to stay here any longer, so they took the initiative to talk to Wen Qian. We've rested enough. Let's go out and get you a crystal core. Although it's not safe outside, the place is big and the view is open, so it's not as passive as it is now. Wen Qian definitely had no objection to this proposal, so he nodded. The few people instantly breathed a sigh of relief and squeezed to the door. He opened the door carefully and waited for a while before sticking his head out. Wen Qian and Wen Rang followed behind and found it funny. It has been so long since the end of the world, and they have seen all kinds of zombies. Are they so scared? If they are really scared, why do they run outside every day? Just hide in the base and wait for death. No matter if it is a zombie or a ghost. Just fight it. At worst, I will be killed and become like them. And then I will continue to fight them. Wen Qian is not a zombie. If she becomes a zombie, she will scare these cowards every day. Not only did she lie on the window to scare them, she also hid under their bed to scare them. Oh, it's really exciting just to think about it. Wen Qian happily followed them away, and ordered them to work for more than an hour before reluctantly stopping and no longer using the attraction skill. She pretended to look at the watch on her wrist and said, "It's getting late. Why not just do it today?" After she said that, she looked at the people in the West City base and said with a sincere smile, "I really want to thank you today. You are such good people. You gave me so many crystal cores for free. When I have the opportunity to visit your base next time, I will definitely say more good things about you to President Fu." Several men had no words to complain about, and they had worked in vain all day. They nodded with a wry smile, and then proposed to send them back, but was rejected by Wen Qian. "No, we have our own car, so we won't bother you." Wen Qian turned to look at a bodyguard beside Mu Beichuan and asked him, "What are you doing? Why don't you take out the car?" The bodyguard's face was full of question marks. And then he shuddered, because a commercial vehicle suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of him. "Wen Qian, that's right. You really have no sense." Bodyguard: "No. You are addicted to acting. Right? Don't you think it's a pity that you don't become an actor with such acting skills?" Wen Qian got into the car first, and Xiao Bai and the dogs followed her into the car. Wen Rang didn't say a word the whole time, and got into the driver's seat directly. The people in the West City base only regarded him as one of the bodyguards, and didn't pay much attention to him. Mu Beichuan was already numb at this time. After waving to those people, he got into Wen Qian's car with mixed feelings. The car door was closed, and Wen Rang stepped on the accelerator and drove very fast, splashing dirt on the faces of several people outside. Mu Beichuan leaned back in his chair tiredly, looked at Wen Qian, and asked her, "Grandma, are you happy with the performance?" "Not bad." Wen Qian glanced out the window, smiled, and asked Wen Rang to drive the car directly to Bincheng base. An hour later, the few people arrived at the destination. Mu Beichuan opened the window and greeted the guard at the door by face recognition. After Wen Rang drove the car in, he stopped not far away. "I'll take you here. We have something else to do. See you next time." Wen Rang turned around and ordered Mu Beichuan to leave. Mu Beichuan asked in surprise, "Just leave like this? Don't you want to meet Imohan?" "Not today. I have something important to do." After Wen Rang said that, he opened the car door, and Wen Qian cooperated and kicked Mu Beichuan down. Chapter 212. I have time to send Mu Beichuan off, but I don't have time to see Imohan. Mu Beichuan staggered 2 steps and almost fell to the ground. Seeing that their young master was treated like this, several bodyguards quickly got out of the car, fearing that they would also be kicked out. The car door slammed shut, and Wen Rang stepped on the accelerator and drove away. But he was not heading towards the exit of the base. Mu Beichuan looked at the car in confusion and frowned slightly, not understanding what the brother and sister were doing. Wen Rang had come to Bincheng base so many times and was very familiar with the terrain here. He turned around and drove towards the parking lot. After arriving at the place and parking the car, Wen Qian threw Wen Rang, Xiao Bai and others into the space, and got out of the car alone. She looked around and saw that there was no one around, so she put the car away. Then she used the ability to shrink. The people from the West City base followed them all the way here, and they must still be squatting outside. Wen Qian was really curious about why they were looking for her, so she decided to do the opposite. After shrinking, Wen Qian stood there for a long time, not really used to the perspective of the ant, and vaguely understood the fear of insects and ants when they saw humans. If he stepped on her, she would really die. Wen Qian took a deep breath and looked down at her short legs. It would take more than an hour to walk to the gate of the base in this form. Wen Qian didn't want to be tired, so she simply stacked her superpowers and used teleportation. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at the place, but was almost crushed by a brother on guard. Wen Qian dodged the man's footsteps in a hurry, and she laughed at herself in embarrassment, just as she was jumping and feeling like a flea spirit. Mu Beichuan was humming a song and walking towards the residential area happily. He was in a really good mood, looking forward to his next encounter with Wen Qian. Imohan ran into him at this time. Mu Beichuan looked at the person coming from a distance, and subconsciously thought that he knew Wen Qian had arrived. But when he saw the people around him and the expressions on their faces when they talked, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Is he going to the second base? Imohan also saw Mu Beichuan from a distance, but did not slow down until the moment he passed by him. Imohan stopped and frowned slightly. He turned to look at Mu Beichuan behind him and asked, "Have you seen Wen Qian?" Mu Beichuan: "Dog nose? Can you smell this? Mu Beichuan was surprised, and subconsciously smelled his clothes. Sure enough, he was stained with the sweet smell of Wen Qian's clothes. The little girl not only looked sweet, but also smells sweet. This made Mu Beichuan feel better. His reaction had already given Imohan the answer. Imohan looked in the direction he came from and heard him say, "Don't look. The person has already left. He said he had something to do and didn't have time to see you." Mu Beichuan's tone was full of smiles when he said this. For no other reason. Just pure happiness. Wen Qian had time to send him back to the base, but didn't have time to see Imohan. This was enough to make him happy for a year. Mu Beichuan left with a smile after he finished speaking. Imohan lowered his eyes and thought for a moment, then continued to walk towards the second base. Wen Qian had already found the people in the West City base and successfully climbed onto one of them. She sat on the man's shoulder, thankful that the polar night brought her convenience. Wen Qian was now less than 1 centimeter tall and as light as a bug, so the man didn't notice anything at all. They sat in the car, opened the windows, stared at the gate of the official base with binoculars, and chatted without any defense. It's true that the control here is really good, and there are not many zombies. I heard that in order not to attract zombies from afar, they use cold weapons when they go out to kill. And there is no movement at all. Why hasn't Wen Qian come out yet? Isn't she planning to spend the night here? It's not impossible. But do you think Mu Beichuan and Imohan will really fight? Well, why fight? She's just a woman. There's no need to be so stiff. That's right. Those two have seen all kinds of women. It's impossible for them to fall out over Wen Qian. Maybe they have discussed it privately. When Imohan gets tired of playing with her, she will be given to Mu Beichuan. After a while, when Mu Beichuan gets tired of her, he will give her to someone else. Then what do you think? Why did our boss look for Wen Qian? Could it be that everyone in our base had enough fun and wanted to change the taste? I don't think it's that simple. If it's just for fun, then why not just go and trade with Imohan? A woman can be obtained in exchange for some supplies. What other reasons could there be? Could it be that the boss is unhappy with Imohan, so he wants to steal his woman to vent and make Imohan angry? I don't know. It's better not to guess what the boss is thinking. We are just errand boys, so it is better not to ask about things that we should not know. Wen Qian's ears hurt from the shock, but she had not overheard anything useful. She kicked the man in the neck in anger, and took advantage of the time when the man raised his hand to jump onto the car window and get out of the car. The man slapped his neck, thinking that he was bitten by a bug, and quickly closed the car window in fear. Wen Qian didn't know how long she could maintain this shrunken form, so she didn't dare to follow them back to the West City base, for fear that she would suddenly turn back to her original form and face Fu Sheng, which would be embarrassing. She teleported a few miles away, restored her original state, and took Wen Rang and the car out of the space. Wen Rang drove the car and asked Wen Qian what he overheard. A bunch of meaningless nonsense. They don't know why Fu Sheng is looking for me. Now they think I am a gift to Mu Beichuan after Imohan has had enough of me. Wen Rang frowned. Let Qichan check it out later. Isn't he good at this? You'd better not leave the base before you figure it out. Wouldn't that suffocate you to death? Wen Qian is not the type who can stay at home. It's okay. I'll be more restrained next time I go out. If it doesn't work, I'll make myself smaller and lie on your shoulder like a pendant. Wen Rang glanced at her speechlessly. He had no way to deal with her. The two of them returned home smoothly, and the few people who were squatting near the Binsheng base waited until the second half of the night, but did not see Wen Qian. Their whereabouts had been discovered by the people in the base. Wen Qian and Qichan arrived home at about the same time. She had just changed into her home clothes when Qichan opened the door and entered the house. He saw Wen Qian sitting in the living room, and ran over excitedly, saying, "Captain Qian, guess what I found out today?" Wen Qian was slightly stunned by his simple yet unfamiliar name. Captain Qian. Wen Qian blinked, and inexplicably felt that these two words were very familiar, as if many people had called her that before. Chapter 213. The relationship with Imohan is average. Qichan also realized it later, scratched his head embarrassedly, and said, "Sorry. I was used to it in the team before." He couldn't keep calling Wen Qian idle, and it was even more impossible to call her by her name. So his brain cramped, and he used the most familiar way to call her. "It's okay." Wen Qian smiled indifferently, ignoring the piercing pain in her head, and asked him to wash his hands and come over to eat watermelon. Qichan hurried into the bathroom, although the water supply was cut off. Wen Qian prepared a lot of water at home every day for the convenience of the whole family. All of it was taken from the space. For example, if there was a bathtub in the master bathroom, just fill it with water. For the guest bathroom, there was no bathtub, so a few oversized plastic buckets were placed and filled. As for taking a bath at night, everyone went to the space together, washed up quickly, and went to sleep. Qi was exhausted after running outside all day. He ate 3 melons in one breath, then wiped his mouth with satisfaction and reported to Wen Qian. The West City base is investigating you. Wen Qian's expression was a bit hard to describe. Qi noticed it keenly, and lowered his voice to ask, "You know everything?" "Well, it's a bit of a coincidence. I went out today and ran into someone there, but I don't know why they are investigating me." "Hey, I know." Seeing that she didn't know as much as he did, Qi perked up again. "Their boss wants to recruit you. I heard it with my own ears. When they find out the specific location of our base, they will probably come to find you." This answer was beyond Wen Qian's expectation. She asked curiously, "Where did you hear it from?" "From the West City base. At present, besides Commander Mo's base, the West City base is the largest in Bincheng. So I thought of investigating it first." Wen Qian was surprised. "You sneaked into the West City base? How did you get in?" "I walked in openly. I caught a man on the way, beat him half to death, stripped his clothes, put on my clothes, and walked into the base openly. I was a little worried that they would use facial recognition at the gate, but they didn't. But some places inside have it set up." Qi answered calmly. And when Rang and Gu Ran, who just walked over and happened to hear this, couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. I didn't realize that he was a ruthless person with great skills and courage. Qi walked around the interior of the West City base several times and drew a map. He checked clearly which places can be entered, which places cannot be entered, and which places are heavily guarded and equipped with what devices. When Qian looked at the map he drew by hand, and secretly felt that he was indeed a talent for intelligence. No wonder Imohan dared to let him go abroad. She looked at Qi and couldn't help asking, "Excuse me, what is your ability?" "Control gravity, disguise and eavesdrop." When Qian had seen the first one before, and copied it to learn it. "But what about the latter two?" Qi explained, "I can turn into anyone I have seen within an hour, and the longest time I can maintain it is about an hour. Besides, my ears are very sensitive. I can hear anything within a kilometer." Wen Qian, "So this is a genius born to do intelligence work? This ability is too useful." "Right." Wen Rang leaned on the sofa and glanced at Qi. "Then you can't sleep at night. So you have been eavesdropping on us?" "No. How dare I?" Wen Rang's words scared the child so much that he shook his head repeatedly, and his head left an afterimage. "Using the ability is very tiring. I won't use it unless it is necessary. I was just saying it casually. Look how scared you are. Go on. What else did you overhear?" "That's about it. There aren't many people doing serious work in the West City base. When I went there today, they happened to have a party, and there was a lot of chaos. Most of the conversations were not serious, but it seems that they are doing experiments on zombies and living people in their laboratory, developing some new skills. But I only heard some data values. Nothing else." When Qian listened carefully to Qi words, and wondered why Fu Sheng suddenly came to find her. Dig her? In their eyes, she was just a vase that could be traded. Fu Sheng didn't know her strength, so naturally he had no reason to dig her. She recalled the details of her previous meeting with Fu Sheng, and then vaguely guessed a possibility. Wouldn't Fu Sheng want to use her to deal with Imohan? He had wanted to win over Imohan to do crystal core business and cheat people from other bases together. But Imohan refused. Maybe after that, he contacted Imohan again to discuss other cooperation. But Imohan never agreed. This can also explain why Fu Sheng immediately sent people to search for supplies all over the city when Imohan and his group left Bincheng. But after Imohan came back, didn't he also invite Imohan to his zombie park? It must be said that big businessmen are flexible. Even if they have torn their faces and are clearly enemies, they can still greet them with a smile, just secretly stabbing them in the back. Wen Qian probably guessed the reason why Fu Sheng was looking for her. Otherwise, apart from this, Fu Sheng really had no reason to go to her. Seeing his sister smiling but not saying anything, Wen Rang asked anxiously, "What are you smiling at, little girl?" Wen Qian raised her eyes and looked at him. "Nothing. I just thought maybe I could meet with Mr. Fu and hear how he plans to kill Imohan. The living room was in a weird atmosphere. Chi-Chen jumped up from the sofa in shock at Wen Qian's words, while Wen Rang and Gu Ran laughed softly. Wen Qian continued to eat the watermelon. She held half of the watermelon and scooped it out with a spoon, listening to Chi-Chen's trembling questions. You and Commander Mo don't have a good relationship. Didn't you help him carry out missions abroad before? Why did you listen to other people's plans to kill him? After hearing what he said, Wen Qian suddenly remembered something. Didn't the people at the search base keep reminding her that Imohan was her enemy and came here to kill her? So in their eyes, her relationship with Imohan should be very bad. Right? Wen Qian put down the watermelon in her arms, looked at Chi-Chen with a smile, and asked him, have you never heard some rumors about me and Imohan before? Chi-Chen shook his head vigorously. When I entered the main control desk, you had been gone for many years. He was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. Wen Qian saw this and quickly stopped. Okay. Sit down and eat melon. Chi-Chen felt wronged and didn't understand what she meant. Wen Qian smiled at him maliciously and threatened him. My relationship with Imohan is indeed average. The reason you came to my side is because he sold you to me. So now you have to figure out your position. You are already mine. And you can't speak for Imohan anymore. Do you understand? Chapter 214 Let the Zombies Catch the Zombies. She is really talented. After listening to Wen Qian's words, Chi-Chen couldn't nod or not nod, and the 4 words uneasy were written on his face. Wen Rang and Gu Ran watched Wen Qian bullying others with malicious intentions, just secretly enjoying themselves and not helping. Chi-Chen was numb. He looked at Wen Qian and didn't know what to say. He felt that this person was amazing because he had lost his memory and dared to say anything. Was she going to choose between her and Imohan and stand on the side? Did she know who Imohan was? Chi-Chen was about to cry. He thought for a long time before he spoke carefully. I think I need to remind you that Commander Mo is our superior. Our? Do you understand what I mean? Wen Qian raised her eyebrows, not wanting to understand, which made Chi-Chen collapse again. He could only pray to God silently, hoping that this lady would not slip up and say something she shouldn't say in front of Imohan. He also comforted himself that Imohan should have a good relationship with her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought him to see her. In fact, it was purely accidental that Chi-Chen was here. Even if he entered the main control panel, he was not one of the most powerful ones. So he was not qualified to go on a mission with Imohan. He was here because Imohan suddenly called him to the office one day and asked him if he wanted to see Wen Qian. Chi-Chen was also scared at the time and nodded reflexively. It was too late to regret it. But just when he thought he was going to be punished, he heard Imohan say, I'll take you there. Chi-Chen broke free from his memories and sighed heavily as he looked at Wen Qian, who looked like an ordinary girl, sitting on the sofa. Forget it. She'll suffer when she recovers her memory. Chi-Chen collapsed on the sofa helplessly, and then heard Wen Qian ask him, Did you hear any news about the search base when you went out today? Chi-Chen perked up a little and shook his head. The search base? Why does this name sound so strange? Do you need me to investigate it? Yes. Wen Qian nodded. Check the location of their base for me. I'll take some time to go there. Based on the current clues, the group looking for the base should also come from the main control console. But whether they are enemies or friends still needs to be confirmed. Wen Qian has not forgotten the hunt she had abroad. Now she has met Xia Ran. And the other party also knows that she and Imohan returned to China together. So those who want to kill her will definitely catch up here soon. It is also for this reason that Wen Qian hopes to add some high-powered personnel to the base. The group of old, weak, sick and disabled people living downstairs. No matter what the reason was when they were taken in, and whether they were really willing in their hearts. It's like raising a pet. Since you have raised it, you must be responsible to the end. Wen Qian doesn't want her personal grudges to involve him. She should be very busy in the next period of time. And the base needs someone to take care of it. So she didn't hesitate to bring Mu Si's group over. Speaking of the group of people in the Jingcheng base, they should have left the city now. Right? I don't know where they went to find supplies. I hope more people can come back alive. After eating the watermelon, Wen Qian rubbed her full stomach and went into the space to digest the food. I don't know if it's her illusion, but she always feels that the temperature outside is not as high as before when she goes out these 2 days. Knowing that we will face an extreme cold storm next, it's always right to make some preparations in advance. I haven't had a chance to try the cold-resistant seeds given by Mohan. If it doesn't work, there may be a food crisis at the Bincheng base. In fact, not only Bincheng base, but also Xiqing base must be worried about supplies. They have too many people and spend money recklessly. It is not a solution to live off the resources. So Fu Sheng must be anxious. When Qian sat in the field, looking at the supplies in her space, as well as these fields, orchards, and fish ponds, and she was completely wrapped in happiness. When Qian played with 10 orcs for a while in the space alone, she found something quite interesting. That is, these guys were beaten to broken arms and legs every time by her. But as long as they were returned to the transparent experimental cabin, they would all be restored to their original state after one night. These orcs have combined the advantages of zombies with the latest technology, and can easily replace real people. If Fu Sheng finds out about this, he will definitely go crazy. Right? Maybe he will do whatever it takes to build a zombie army and an orc army. The more Wen Qian thought about it, the more dangerous it was. She didn't want outsiders to discover their existence until the critical moment. It was good to just leave them in the space as sparring partners for her. It was late at night, and when Wen Qian left the space, everyone else in the family had already gone back to rest. Wen Qian also returned to her room, turned on the nightlight, and read a book in bed for a while. She soon felt sleepy. She picked a philosophy book on purpose. It must be said that reading is the best hypnotic tool for people of all ages. She slept until the early morning. After the family finished breakfast, Qichen went out to work and investigate the search base. Wen Qian had nothing to do and didn't want to run into people from the West City base. So she thought about it and asked Wen Rang and Gu Ran to take her parents, 2 children, Xiao Bai and the dogs with them. In the end of the world, you need to go out often to get familiar with the feeling of fighting. Liamo and Wen Chongning haven't left the base for a while, and Gu Wanwan hasn't been in actual combat since she got her superpowers. It's time for a 3-year-old to see the dangers of the world. Wen Qian watched them leave and went downstairs. In a small square, a dozen children were lining up, practicing shooting seriously with the crossbows that Wen Rang had given them. Wen Qian stood by and watched for a while, thinking that the flowers of the motherland who were not noisy were really cute. She originally wanted to play tag with them, but after seeing how hard they worked, she was too embarrassed to speak. When the residents of the base saw her coming out, they thought she had something to ask them, and hurried over to ask. Wen Qian smiled awkwardly, saying that she was just taking a stroll, and told them to go about their business and not to bother with her. She was the only idle person in the entire base. Wen Qian sighed lonely, turned around and walked out of the base gate, moved a small stool and sat at the door, using the summoning skill to summon 1,000 zombies. People can be idle, but zombies can't. Come on. Go out and catch zombies. No matter if it's cheating or other means. As long as you can bring back new zombies, you're great. If you don't catch 5,000 zombies in 3 hours, I'll rip your heads off. She crossed her legs and gave orders to the zombies. A breeze blew by, and the faces of the zombies seemed to twitch. Let the zombies catch zombies. She's really a talent. Chapter 215. Do you know that I like Wen Qian? Wen Qian stayed at home for 5 consecutive days. During these 5 days, Wen Rang and others continued to go out. Wen Qian ordered the zombies to work for her every day, while Qichen was investigating the base. But the more he investigated, the more annoyed he became, because for 5 whole days, he couldn't find the location of the other party's base. This made Qichen very angry. On the morning of the 6th day, he didn't even eat. He just put 2 steamed buns in his pocket and went out. Wen Qian stood upstairs, holding a telescope and watching him leave angrily, and was amused. Wen Qian turned back to the restaurant to prepare for dinner, and saw Gu Wanwan sitting on a chair, wiping her tears and drinking porridge. Gu Ran sat next to her, and refused to let her cry. No. You have to go out. 3 years old. No matter how powerful she is still a child. Going out for 5 consecutive days to face the terrible zombies is actually a bit too much for Gu Wanwan. But now is the end of the world. A chaotic world. No one can guarantee how long they can live. And Gu Ran is also afraid that one day she will have an accident and she will be left alone. So no matter how much she hated him, he still hoped to make her grow up as quickly as possible. Wen Qian understood his painstaking efforts, walked over and sat down, and Gu Wanwan's sobbing became a little quieter compared to Gu Ran. She was more afraid of Wen Qian, because she had seen Wen Qian tearing zombies apart with her own eyes. Wen Qian looked at her with one hand on his chin, thought for a while, and asked, Wan, if you can kill 3 zombies today, I will promise you that I will let you stay at home tomorrow and watch cartoons with an in. Gu Wan's eyes lit up. She looked at her, then at Gu Ran. After Gu Ran nodded, she spoke softly and said okay. After coaxing the little guy, everyone started to eat. After resting for half an hour after dinner, they set off. Wen Qian looked at the backs of everyone with envy, cursing Fu Sheng in her heart. She heard Wen Rang and Chen say last night that people from the West City base are still looking for her on the street. But what Wen Qian didn't know was that it was not only the people from the West City base who were wandering around hoping to meet her, but also Mu Beichuan. Since Mu Beichuan tasted the sweetness that day, he had more motivation to go out of the base every day. He left early and came back late, and ran to dangerous places and places with many zombies. What if he could meet Wen Qian again? But for 5 consecutive days, he was almost eaten by zombies countless times, and he didn't see the shadow of Wen Qian. On the 6th day, Master Mu was like an eggplant withered by frost, sitting listlessly in front of his dormitory door, looking up at the sky, thinking about life. When Imohan passed by him, he stretched out his long legs and tried to accidentally. He tripped the other person, and was almost kicked in the leg. Mu Beichuan jumped up from the steps and hopped a few times on one leg. He felt that he must have Mercury retrograde. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so unlucky. He turned his head to look at Imohan, who had no expression on his face and didn't feel guilty at all for kicking him, and asked seriously, "Can you be so patient?" Imohan looked at this troublemaker and didn't want to pay attention to him, but he added another sentence. "Do you really like Wen Qian? I don't think you are in a hurry at all." Under the night sky, Imohan clenched his fists and then unclenched them. Mu Beichuan observed Imohan's face carefully and asked him, "I remember that there seemed to be a man who often followed Wen Qian. Aren't you afraid that they would fall in love and something would happen?" Mu Beichuan was talking about Gu Ran. He had seen that man several times. He was good-looking and had a good relationship with Wen Qian. Imohan was busy from morning to night. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Mu Beichuan would have thought that the top leaders of each base just sat in the office drinking tea and chatting. But no matter how busy a person is, he or she still needs some private time. Right? If you don't care about emotions, what's the difference between you and a robot? Mu Beichuan ignored the pain in his leg, moved closer to Imohan, and asked him, "Do you like Wen Qian or Xinyu?" "To be honest, I'm a little unsure now. You're not anxious about not seeing Wen Qian all day, and you don't go even though you know where her base is. Who chases girls like you?" Imohan frowned slightly. "How did you know that I might like Xinyu? Don't you like him? Then you guys are together all day long. You are together with these bodyguards all day long. Do you like them? The innocent bodyguards." Mu Beichuan chuckled. "Sir, you are making a point, aren't you? Everyone knows that Mr. Shen intends to match you with his granddaughter. Even the people at the West City base know it. Not to mention our base. You said you don't like Xinyu. Then ask others. How many of them believe it?" Mu Beichuan felt that Imohan must be the same as he was before, a playboy who was always looking at the pot while eating from the bowl. But he has turned over a new leaf now. He is determined to pursue Wen Qian, unlike this person, who has no sincerity at all. After listening to Mu Beichuan's words, Imohan lowered his eyes and wondered what he was thinking. Just when Mu Beichuan thought he had acquiesced, he heard him suddenly utter 2 words. "Thank you." Mu Beichuan. "No. What do you mean?" Imohan glanced at him and said nothing else, and hurried away to get busy. Imohan hadn't rested well recently. According to the information from above, the cold wave might arrive early, and the base must stock up more supplies to prevent unexpected situations. This was within his expectations, because his appearance and many people who shouldn't appear in this world caused too many problems in this world. The zombies evolved too fast, and the bad weather conditions were also one of them. Wen Qian always felt that this life was too different from the previous life, and the difficulty increased too much. And it was also because of this reason. Imohan was busy, thinking about going to her as soon as possible. As a result, in the eyes of others, he was seen as not caring. Imohan was silent all the way. When he arrived at the meeting room and saw Xinyu, she was the only one in the room. So he leaned against the door and asked her, "Do you know that I like Wen Qian?" Shinyu was looking down at the report and was stunned when she heard this. She looked up at Imohan and saw that he didn't look like he was joking. So she answered, "You should ask. There are a few people around you who don't know. Mu Beichuan doesn't know. He just asked me if I like you." Shinyu rolled his eyes and heard Imohan say again, "When are you going to tell him that the person you like is actually his idiot?" Shinyu and Mu Beichuan were childhood sweethearts. They grew up in the same compound. But later, one of them became a star and changed girlfriends as often as he changed clothes. The other followed the rules and walked the same path as the adults at home. Shinyu threw the documents on the table, sighed, and answered Imohan's question. "I figured it out. Even if I like a zombie, I won't like his idiot anymore." Chapter 216, I Have a Date with Zombies. Shinyu had given up her thoughts on Mu Beichuan a long time ago because she was too tired. Expectations and disappointments again and again. Anyone would slowly become disheartened. Moreover, there are more important things waiting for her now. Shinyu sighed helplessly in her heart and forced a smile to look at Imohan. "By the way, have you not seen Wen Qian for many days?" "Yeah." Imohan heard footsteps in the distance, tilted his head and looked at her, thinking that not only had he not seen her, he had not even heard her voice. They agreed to call secretly after returning home, but he was completely forgotten. No one knew what she was busy with. Lin Yin and others walked in from outside with laughter and stopped talking after seeing Imohan. In fact, Imohan looked about the same age as them, but they were always afraid when they saw him. Lin Yin sat very close to Imohan, and seeing his serious look, he missed the time when Wen Qian was around. What was his goddess busy with recently? Why didn't she come to play with him? Wasn't she bored staying at home? Lin Yin was busy with two things at once. After waiting for the meeting to end, he quickly followed Imohan and said in a low voice, "Sir, can we ask for help for our next mission?" Imohan glanced at him and said nothing. Lin Yin frowned. He hinted so clearly. Why didn't he react? Lin Yin suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He spoke faster than his brain and asked reflexively, "You didn't break up with my goddess, did you?" Imohan paused, and Lin Yin was so frightened that his nerves tensed up. "I'm sorry. Just pretend I didn't say anything." He was about to leave, but was pulled back by Imohan's collar. Imohan looked at him expressionlessly for a moment and asked, "Want to see Wen Qian? Is it okay? Come to my office at 4 p.m. "Okay." As soon as Imohan let go, Lin Yin ran away. Xiaobai Base. After staying at home for a week, Wen Qian finally couldn't bear it anymore. So after receiving Musi's call, she immediately decided to pick them up in person to the base. She tossed around in the room for a while, and when she came out of the room, Wen Rang and the others in the living room were a little confused. Since the end of the world, Wen Qian basically didn't wear other clothes. All of them were dark combat uniforms. She had hundreds of the same sets in her space. So although she changed clothes every day, it didn't look any different. But today, Wen Rang silently looked his sister up and down, and couldn't help complaining when he saw the fluorescent yellow jacket on her. "What are you doing? Are you going to cosplay as a firefly?" "Yeah." "Does it look like one?" Wen Qian turned around in front of him, and casually tied her long hair into a bun. Wen Rang felt something was wrong. She changed her clothes and hairstyle. Could it be? "Are you going out on a date?" Wen Rang couldn't help asking. "Yes. I have a date with a zombie." Wen Qian glared at him. "Can't I just want to go out and play because I'm so depressed? The people at the West City base are looking for me so hard. What's wrong with me changing my image a little bit?" For so long, the impression she gave to outsiders was almost fixed. Combat uniform. High ponytail. Wen Qian looked down at her clothes and thought they were pretty good. She put on her goggles and mask and prepared to leave. "I'm going out alone today. By the way, I'll bring the people from the Jingqing base with me when I come back. You can just clean up the floors below us. I found all the sheets and bedding and put them in the study. We'll have dinner together in the evening. And we'll officially be members of the same base from now on. Be careful." Wen Rang was worried like an old father. Wen Qian waved with her back to him as a response. Leaving the base, Wen Qian pulled her mask down to her chin. She picked out a car from the space, the modified truck with a skeleton on the front, and drove towards the Jingcheng base. But she didn't go directly there, but took many detours on the way. Wen Qian insisted on going out alone today. Actually for a reason. When she was playing the radio alone, she heard a message for help. The message was sent by a woman, saying that she was trapped on a certain floor of a certain building. The moment when Qian heard it, she inexplicably remembered the special zombie that could imitate human speech that Imohan mentioned a long time ago. It had not appeared for a long time, so when Qian wanted to give it a try and join in the fun, even if the one who sent the distress signal was not that zombie, she wanted to see what kind of strange person it was, who could survive alone for nearly 4 months and didn't even dare to go out. When Qian arrived near the destination, parked the car, and quickly located the specific location of the building, she looked around, then walked towards it with a swagger. Along the way, many zombies rushed towards her frantically. To be honest, this made Wen Qian a little excited. The zombies near her base were too ignorant. Now they saw her sprinting 100 meters and running very fast. She used the summoning skill every day in the past few days to call 1,000 zombies, and then let them catch other zombies. Gradually, not to mention the area around her base, even within a radius of 5 miles, there were few zombies to be seen. Wen Qian didn't understand why, but Qichen came back last night and said he saw an interesting scene of zombies fighting. After experiencing betrayal by their companions for several consecutive days, the zombies near Xiaobai's base have understood what zombies are evil. So now they not only don't trust humans, but also don't trust their own kind, fearing that they will be captured and sent to a woman who is even less human than them. Especially since Wen Qian had a fit these days. She didn't kill all the zombies she caught immediately. Instead, she tied up some of the most cheerful ones, like walking dogs, led them around, and forced them to call the zombies in the distance. So, the zombies that were summoned by their companions died or escaped. The news spread from one person to another, and the zombies didn't dare to approach them easily, which made Wen Qian feel uncomfortable because she had nothing to do. At the moment, Wen Qian looked at these zombies with ferocious expressions, who treated her as a delicious meal, and she felt that they were much cuter. This is what zombies should look like. Wen Qian killed her way downstairs, looked back at the corpses along the way, and smiled slightly. She looked up at the 50-story building again, and was too lazy to climb up one floor at a time. So she teleported directly to the 38th floor, which was the floor she heard on the radio. She walked briskly towards room 3804. Chapter 217. I am a witch who is here to take your life. There are several zombies in the corridor, and they are level 3 and quite fierce. Wen Qian's eyes lit up when he saw them, and he killed them all neatly. The clanging and banging sounds in the corridor soon ended. Wen Qian found room 3804 with a flashlight, and symbolically kicked the door twice, which was considered a knock. Is anyone there? I heard the distress signal on the radio, and came to save you. Wen Qian stared at the cat's eye on the door, and was actually mentally prepared to be suddenly pounced on by a zombie. But after she waited for a while, the thrilling scene she imagined did not happen. Instead, the zombies upstairs and downstairs were attracted by her voice. There was no other way. Wen Qian could only get rid of these minions first. She walked to the door of 3804 again, and she was no longer as patient as before, and kicked the door open. The huge noise echoed in the whole building, but Wen Qian didn't care. She stepped into the house and searched it, but found nothing. She went back to the door and leaned on the door frame to look around. This is a commercial and residential apartment building. Some people open studios here to do business, and some rent houses here to live. So the people are quite mixed. For example, among the zombies that Wen Qian just killed, there was one wearing a suspender miniskirt and a wig, and he was obviously a good-looking anchor, although the makeup on his face is no longer visible. The false eyelashes that seemed to be welded to his eyes with 502 glue still prove that he was a decent person with exquisite makeup when he was alive. There is also a shirtless one with tattoos all over his body, but many of them have faded, and it is difficult to see what the pattern is. On his chest hangs a sign that says 9.9 free shipping. The Ball brother must be a live streamer selling goods. There was also a guy wearing a plaid shirt and glasses with not much hair. Wen Qian subconsciously thought that he was in the same business as her brother, and it was basically confirmed based on his Mediterranean hairstyle. But she didn't dare to say this to Wen Rang. Wen Qian held her hands in front of her chest and looked at another group of zombies attracted by the loud noise. This time, she didn't even move, and directly twisted their heads off with water. As the zombies' heads fell to the ground, the water flows seemed to have life, breaking through the doors on both sides of the corridor one by one. Finally, when she opened the door diagonally opposite 3804, Wen Qian heard a sound like a screaming chicken coming from inside. Ah! The sound was so sharp that Wen Qian rolled her eyes and felt a little disappointed. It's not a zombie. Zombies can't make such embarrassing sounds. She walked over and thought she would see a weak girl with a face full of tears. After all, on the radio, that voice sounded so pitiful that it made people feel distressed. She could even imagine her tearful face. But when Wen Qian saw a tall, strong, bearded man, she was stunned. The two looked at each other in silence. After looking at each other for a while, Wen Qian gritted her teeth and said, "Say ah again. I want to confirm if there is a problem with my hearing." The man coughed awkwardly and said ah softly, which gave Wen Qian goosebumps. Damn! That's the noise. This is the man who asked for help on the radio. Wen Qian took a deep breath and asked him while trying to control her temper. You sent a message for help? Yes. The man's voice returned to that of a man. Maybe it was because he hadn't drunk water for a long time. So his voice was a little hoarse. Can it be a man or a woman? From the voice? That's right. The man looked at her cautiously. So, are you a fairy who came to save me? I'm a witch who came to take your life. Wen Qian was so angry that his fists hardened. Tell me, what are you thinking? Pretending to be a woman to ask for help? Man, if you pretend to be a girl, won't you have a better chance of being rescued? Look, I caught you while fishing. What do? Man, a regular job. I'm a voice actor. I occasionally do food broadcasts. So it's been 4 months since the end of the world. And he has been able to survive until now with the food he had stored before. How can ordinary people survive longer in the end of the world? Stock up. As long as you don't starve to death. The man's stockpiling is not exaggerated. He just has the stockpiling ability that a normal food broadcaster should have. In addition, he didn't like to go out, and most of his work was done at home. He felt that there was no difference between eating takeout and fast food, so he set up a room to serve as a granary. During this period, he survived on more than a dozen boxes of self-heating hot pot, more than a dozen boxes of instant noodles, dozens of boxes of mineral water and drinks, and some snacks such as potato chips, beef jerky, nuts, biscuits, etc. Under normal circumstances, these things would not have been able to support an adult male for so long. But the situation is special now. So he only eats once every 2 days, as long as he doesn't starve to death. While Wen Qian was dealing with the zombies running over from outside, he listened to the man trembling and talking about how miserable he had been during this period. He even used a mineral water bottle to collect his end splashes of urine, thinking that if no one came to save him, he could at least rely on this urine to hold on for a few more days and not die of thirst. Fortunately, the witch came. The man watched Wen Qian kill the zombies, like cutting melons and vegetables, and suspected that the scenes he had seen from the telescope before were all fake. Are zombies so easy to deal with? After Wen Qian killed another zombie, she looked back at him. What are you still standing there for? Go pack your things. Do you want me to stay here with you? Oh! The man nodded quickly, ran back to the house, and soon dragged a suitcase out. He had a telescope hanging around his neck, just like he was going to travel. He had packed his luggage a long time ago, just waiting for the day to run away. Wen Qian looked at the telescope around his neck and couldn't help asking, why do you bring it? Although this thing is indeed useful, it always feels strange that a person would not forget to hang a telescope around his neck while fleeing. This thing is very useful. The man thought she didn't understand and explained. Before the apocalypse, I used it to watch neighbors fighting. And after the apocalypse, I used it to observe zombies outside. My spare time is enriched by it. Wen Qian turned around and walked out speechlessly. The man followed behind her, afraid that she would abandon him. Wen Qian used teleportation to bring him downstairs. The man swayed with a pale face, and the feeling of weightlessness made his heart almost jump out. Get in the car. Wen Qian nodded at the truck behind him, and the man turned around and jumped again, and jumped directly behind Wen Qian. Wen Qian looked at his useless appearance and said helplessly, you are so timid. What's the point of me saving you? Don't say that. I'm very useful. I can teach you to pretend to be a pure high school girl on the radio to deceive scumbags. Wen Qian, shut up before I poison you and make you mute. Chapter 218 I like porn. Wen Qian thought this guy was a fraud. But since he has such a strong talent for voice, can he also learn the communication method of zombies? Wen Qian was just thinking that he should catch a few zombies and lock them together with him. and give him an into-one training class. When Qian opened the door and got in the car, the man quickly followed and sat in the passenger seat, still in shock. He didn't wear a seatbelt, fearing that if something unexpected happened, it would delay his escape. Holding his suitcase in his arms, he looked at the zombies outside the car anxiously. The zombies had already surrounded him and started to pull at the car door. But the witch dressed like a fluorescent stick was still in no hurry to drive. The man turned his head to look at Wen Qian in confusion, but saw that she was staring at him lazily. She was wearing a mask and her face could not be seen clearly, but the eyes under the goggles were particularly beautiful. "What's your name? And what superpowers do you have?" Wen Qian looked at him and asked softly. "Cui Yin. What is a superpower?" Wen Qian's eyes flickered slightly, and she looked at the man meaningfully. "Cui Yin. What a familiar name." She did not completely relax her vigilance against this man. Even if she saved him, she did not think of taking him back to the base directly. It was difficult for a person to survive in the apocalypse for 4 months. Even if there were some supplies at home. Not only did he have to withstand the neighbors smashing the door to steal supplies, but he also had to withstand the zombies' capture. He lived in an apartment. Compared with normal residential buildings, the commercial and residential apartments obviously had a more mixed population. When Qian had just kicked open an apartment door and felt that the quality of the door was not very good, at least not to the point where a person or zombie couldn't break it open. Moreover, Imohan must have led people to search and rescue the area of his apartment long ago. He was busy like a dog every day. Wasn't it just to save more people? So it was also questionable that there was only one survivor left in the whole building. When Qian didn't believe everything the man said, she didn't rush to drive, but was thinking about how to deal with this person. What if he really was the special zombie who could learn human language? It would be a big trouble to take him back. Even if he wasn't a zombie, she felt that this person was unreliable. After hearing his name, Wen Qian was even more certain of this. Liar, Cui Yin. Wen Qian had heard of this name in her previous life, because he and Wen Rang were from the same base, and because he was indeed very famous. That base was called the Alliance Base, which was formed by the merger of several bases. But Wen Qian had not heard any news about them in this life, and she didn't expect to meet this person by accident today. Wen Qian had never seen him before, but Wen Rang had reminded her that if she met this person, she must not believe what he said. Cui Yin has special abilities, but his special abilities are a little different from others. He makes a living by lying. Wen Qian doesn't know the specific situation. After all, she has never met this person before. But according to her guess, this person may also be bound to some system, and then tell a lie to give a point or something like that. But she is very sure that this person is a trouble, and cannot be brought back to the base. Even if he is brought back, his loyalty will definitely not meet the standard, and he will be directly hit by the system. What to do? Or, let him harm Fu Sheng. Cui Yin didn't know what Wen Qian was thinking, but he felt that the way she looked at him was a bit like picking vegetables at the market, and she didn't look very satisfied. Soon, Wen Qian verified his idea. "I'll take you to the West City base." Cui Yin was stunned for a moment and asked, "What is the West City base?" "Well, a good place for you to level up." Wen Qian started the car, stepped on the accelerator, knocked away several zombies, and drove straight to the West City base. Cui Yin was still a little confused, and after a moment of silence, he asked again, "Are you from the West City base?" "No." "Then why did you send me there? Can't I follow you?" "No." Wen Qian refused so readily, she turned her head and looked at Cui Yin, and asked him, "Do you think I'm awesome?" "Of course. You're the most awesome of all the people I've ever met. Do you know that awesome people also have very high requirements for their teammates?" Wen Qian chuckled and said, "What do you think you are qualified to let me take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy food? Is it just your mouth?" She said it too bluntly, making Cui Yin fall silent again. After a long while, he whispered, "Then why did you save me? It's just on the way." "You mean, when I become powerful, I can follow you?" "That's about right. I don't play with rookies." "Okay. I'll do as you say." Cui Yin nodded. "I'll go to the base you mentioned to level up, and I'll come to you when I'm done. By the way, I haven't asked you what your name is yet?" When Qian lowered her eyes and saw her fluorescent yellow clothes, an idea flashed in her mind, and she said, "Just call me Xiao Huang." "Cui Yin, can you be more perfunctory? Are you so careless when you lie to people? Look at what you said." "How am I lying?" When people are out there, don't they give themselves their identities? Besides, can't you see from the clothes I'm wearing that I like yellow? So what's wrong with asking you to call me Xiao Huang? Wen Qian spoke nonsense with confidence, making Cui Yin laugh. Okay, Xiao Huang. He stared at her clothes and asked, how can I find you then? No need to find me. When you become really powerful, I will take the initiative to go to the West City base to recruit you. I'm afraid you won't want to leave that good place and follow me. No. You are my savior. When I become powerful, I will definitely repay you. Cui Yin spoke sincerely, but Wen Qian just thought it was for fun. She drove to the vicinity of the West City base, stopped the car and motioned Cui Yin to get out. Cui Yin leaned on the car window and looked at the zombies outside, shaking his head like a rattle. Wen Qian sighed when he saw his cowardly look. Don't force me to kick you. I'll kick you down if I tell you to. I'll make sure you get to the door safely. Cui Yin had no choice but to do as he was told, because he believed Wen Qian could really kick him out of the car. He opened the car door tremblingly, and got out of the car dragging his suitcase. He saw the nearest zombie was about to pounce on him, but in the blink of an eye, the zombie stopped moving again. Cui Yin was stunned. Before he could react, a large number of zombies gathered around him. There seemed to be nearly 1,000 of them. They surrounded him like that. Cui Yin was so scared that his legs were shaking. He asked Wen Qian, where are you going to send me? The king of hell? Wen Qian smiled and replied, are you so afraid of death? Don't worry. I will definitely help you with the big event when you die. I will follow the specifications today, and let thousands of zombies guard your body. What do you think? Thank you. Chapter 219, They got the golden thigh of Wen Qian. Cui Yin also saw that this little girl was just like him, and she didn't say many serious words. He took a deep breath, and seeing that the zombies really had no intention of biting him, he walked towards the gate of the West City base tremblingly. Wen Qian basically brought all the zombies nearby. As for how Cui Yin would explain to the people of the West City base, and how to gain a foothold there, it was his business. But Wen Qian felt that if he was really the person Wen Rang knew in the previous life, then this little thing would definitely not be difficult for him. Wen Qian started the car and set off again. This time she did not run around, but chose to go directly to the Jingcheng base to pick up people. She was very curious about what supplies Mu Xi and his team had found during their trip, and how much combat power they had left. It was a little far to drive there, about an hour and a half. Wen Qian played her favorite music, listened to the rhythm of the Doomsday all the way, and drove the truck with the momentum of a tank. Upstairs, the person in charge of surveillance saw a big skull rushing towards their position in the distance, and was startled. He quickly called other brothers to watch and entered a state of preparation for battle. They hid behind the curtains and watched the skeleton car brake and stop, almost crashing into the wall. Then, they saw the car door open, and a girl in a yellow jacket jumped out of the car. The clothes had reflective strips, which was as conspicuous as it could be. Where did this conspicuous bag come from? Everyone looked at each other, and then saw the conspicuous bag take off the mask and reveal its true face. The room fell into silence. Mu Xi came to his senses first, coughed lightly, and said, "Go down and open the door for her." 2 minutes later, Wen Qian was brought up. As soon as she entered the room, she saw that Mu Xi's arm was wrapped in gauze and fixed with a splint, as if it was a fracture. She walked over and asked, "How did you get hurt? Did you get an injection? Broken bone and shot? Took anti-inflammatory medicine?" "No big problem." Mu Xi asked back. "You came alone? Why didn't your brother accompany you? He thought I was embarrassed in this outfit and didn't want to go with me." Wen Qian made up a lie and glanced at the people in the room. Almost everyone had some injuries, but they were superficial and nothing serious. However, the number of people was indeed a little less than the last time she came here. But there were also new faces, and they were foreigners. Wen Qian didn't want to waste time, so she got straight to the point. "Where are the supplies you found?" "In the next room. There aren't many, but it's enough to last for a while." Mu Xi took her there, and as soon as Wen Qian entered the room, she saw potatoes and sweet potatoes all over the room, as well as a small amount of grains, mineral water, and edible salt, which filled the entire floor. These things are nothing to her. She has a lot of them in her space, so many that she doesn't like to eat them all. But for many people, this is the hope of survival, and they even sacrifice their lives for these things. Seeing that she didn't speak, Mu Xi asked her, "What's wrong?" Nothing. Wen Qian turned her head to look at him. You have worked hard. Do you mind leaving these things with me? Of course not. We agreed to go to your place and listen to your arrangements. Then pack up your things. I'll take you back. After Wen Qian finished speaking, he waved his hand and put the supplies into the space, causing Mu Xiai and the others who followed to open their eyes wide. Wen Qian, if you have any large items, I will help you carry them and return them to you after returning to the base. Mu Xiai thought for a moment and said, there are some ammunition in the next room. Do you have enough space? Wen Qian smiled. Enough? It won't be a problem to put it in this building. Mu Xiai was shocked, because he had met other space-based psychics before, but he had never seen such a large space. Wen Qian waited for everyone to pack their luggage, and then put their luggage into the space. After going downstairs, she also took away the cars they parked downstairs. Then she opened the compartment of her cool truck and said, get in the car. Brothers. Everyone got in the car one by one in silence. After Wen Qian waited for everyone to get into the cargo compartment, she closed the door, locked the door, and happily went to the driver's seat. 20 or so big men squeezed in the narrow space, looking up at the charging light stuck on the roof in a daze. They sat straight, curled up their legs, hugged their knees and calves, and swayed back and forth as Wen Qian stepped on the accelerator and brake. Fortunately, the door of the carriage was locked tightly. Otherwise, they would have been thrown out by her driving skills. Everyone was silent for a long time until someone asked, do you feel that we are like piglets about to be taken to the slaughterhouse? Everyone looked at the man who was talking, and saw him wipe his face, and asked Mu Xiai, Xiao Xiai, is this girl really your schoolmate? Why do I feel like she has a bandit vibe? She looks more like someone who trades her life for money than we do. The person asking the question had met Wen Qian once before at the port. At that time, he felt that this girl was not simple. He did not expect that after a few months, they would soon become the same base. Mu Xiai thought about Wen Qian's previous performance in school, smiled and said, she has always been like this, with a good personality. And as long as you treat her well, she will definitely treat you better. So believe me, it's right to follow her. In fact, everyone can see that Wen Qian is definitely one of the people who lives the best in the apocalypse. If nothing else, just looking at her physical condition, you can tell that she has never been hungry. At that time, everyone agreed to merge the bases just to have more reliable companions, so that they can share the joys and sorrows together, and not be unable to fight back when they are bullied by other bases. Looking back now, they realized it belatedly and wondered if they had embraced a big thigh, and it was a particularly strong one. This thought reached its peak when they arrived at the Xiaobai base. Wen Qian got out of the car, let the piglets out of the car, and took them into the base gate. The group stared at the heavy door that was more than 5 meters high. They didn't even see where the door lock was. And then they heard a beep sound. They followed Wen Qian into the base, looked around curiously, and then found that the environment here was so good that it made people feel like they were dreaming. Waves of plant fragrance came with the wind. And looking around, the fields in the yard were all lush and green, and full of crops. Several residents of the base were working at this time, and there was a group of children practicing archery in the small square in the distance. The harmonious scene made people feel as if they were in another world, as if they were still before the end of the world. Wen Qian took them to the building where they lived and introduced it to them. Most residents of the base now live in underground garages. They feel safer living together. If you want, you can. Everyone shook their heads and said that they still wanted to live in a normal house. After entering the unit door, the voice-controlled light above their heads lit up, giving them another big surprise. When they saw the elevator running normally, they were even more stunned and surprised. They didn't know what to say. Chapter 220 Wen Qian is a female god of wealth. More than 20 people turned their heads to look at Wen Qian in unison. Wen Qian felt their strange looks and said calmly, I know you are not used to moving from the slums to the mansion, but you don't have to look at me with such admiration. Except for the top floor. You can choose any place in this building. First come first served. You can arrange it yourself. Everyone looked at each other and finally decided to live in the lowest few floors, so that it would be more convenient to climb the stairs. If there is a flood or something like that in the future, they will move up again. Although the base has electricity, all energy sources are limited now, so we should save as much as possible. Wen Qian had no objection to this. During the time she was out, Wen Rang and others had already cleaned the 1st to 10th floors and predicted their choices in advance. When everyone entered the house, the living room was lit with a warm nightlight, and the bed sheets, quilt covers and pillowcases in the house were all newly changed, with the fragrance of laundry detergent on them. Even in the bathroom, bath towels and buckets filled with clean water were prepared. The apartment on the lower floor is 150 square meters, with 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms and 2 bathrooms, which can accommodate at least 4 people. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them, and remembered what Wen Qian had just said, moving from the slums to a mansion, and their tears were about to fall. Wen Rang found them upstairs, and came downstairs to take a look. Then he saw more than 20 men bowing to his sister, which made him dumbfounded. What is this? Wen Rang leaned against the door frame and asked. Mu Xi looked up at him and replied, Brother Rang, we are worshipping the female god of wealth. Wen Rang, I'll give it to you guys. Pack up first and go to building 2 for dinner in an hour. In fact, they didn't have much luggage at all. They had 2 backpacks. One with some old clothes and socks, and the other with some daily necessities. Pots, pans, toothbrushes, etc. There was also a radio station moved from their original base, some flashlights, candles and other supplies. Wen Rang, the glass in the room is not one way, so remember to close the curtains when you use the lights. I went out to see that the curtains have a good light blocking effect, as long as the flash is not too bright. It cannot be seen from outside. There are also diamond mesh on the windows. If you feel hot, open the windows to get some fresh air. Everyone nodded quickly. And when Rang said again, then you guys are busy first, and we will go to the first floor of the next building to eat hot pot later. When there are many people, and you don't know what to cook, hot pot is the best choice. Different pots are placed on the table, and several pots of vegetables, meat, meatballs, etc. are placed on the side. Whoever wants to eat can eat whatever they want. It is so convenient. When Rang left with Wen Qian after he finished speaking, as soon as they left, Mu Xi was immediately surrounded by the people in the base. You have such a beautiful junior sister. Why didn't you tell us before? Damn. If I had known that the treatment in Xiaobai base was so good, I should have run away 800 years ago. Isn't the sweet potato dowry we brought a little too little? Your junior sister won't think we are poor and drive us away. Right? No. No. I will stay here even if my legs are broken. I will never leave. Mu Xi listened to their chattering, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If he had known that his junior sister was so powerful, he would have come to hug her thighs earlier. After a while of arguing, everyone started to divide the rooms. They took their pitiful luggage and moved into their own rooms. The moment they sat down, they felt a little sour in their noses. After 4 months, they finally felt like they were living like human beings again. Mu Xi sat in the room for a long time, looking down and wondering what he was thinking. An hour passed quickly, and everyone met downstairs and walked towards the next door building number 2, and soon discovered something that surprised them. There is a well in the base. There is definitely no such thing in a normal residential area. Now, let alone in the city, even in the countryside, few people dig wells in their own yards. So, this must have been made by Wen Qian's family after the end of the world. Looking at the glass roof above their heads and the tight diamond nets around them, everyone is even more impressed. It is really clean here. Since they came here, they have not found a single mosquito. You know, in their original residence, they didn't even dare to take off their coats. Maybe a few biting insects would crawl out of the sewer drain at any time. And there were always rats running on the windowsill outside the house. Everyone sighed as they walked. When they reached the first floor of building number 2 and pushed the door open, they were stunned when they saw what was inside. During the time when Wen Qian was out today, Wen Rang and Wen Chongning had cleaned up the place and turned it into a canteen. All the things in the living room and bedroom were cleared out, and tables and long chairs were placed. In this way, it was no problem to accommodate dozens of people for dinner in one room. Seeing them do this, other residents of the base also followed suit. Now, except for the building where Wen Qian and his family lived, the first floors of all the other buildings have become small canteens. At this moment, Wen Qian's family gathered around the table and greeted them when they saw them coming. Gu Wanwan and Fu Yuan, 2 children, hid secretly at the back and looked at the faces of these strangers. On the dining table, several pots were bubbling, and the boiling soup base exuded a rich aroma that made people drool at the smell. Not to mention the enviable dishes next to them, and the boxes of beer that were steaming by the wall. Why are you still standing there? Go wash your hands and come to eat. Wen Qian was so hungry that she was waiting for them to come and eat. Everyone rushed into the bathroom and sat down one by one after coming out. Mu Xi looked at the things on the table and couldn't help licking the corner of his mouth. Then asked, "Is our base like this every day?" "Yes. I usually eat so well," Wen Qian answered in his heart, but didn't dare to say it out loud, for fear of irritating them. "Today I made an exception because I saw you guys were here. Did you see the wine over there? It's only for today." Wen Qian's answer was ambiguous, but it was not wrong, because they did not drink alcohol on a regular basis. Even Wen Chongming, who used to like to drink a few glasses of wine, quit drinking after the end of the world. What they feared was that they would fail at a critical moment and would not be able to protect their families after drinking too much. Seeing that everyone was reserved, Liamo smiled and said, "We will all be family members from now on. So don't be polite. The base's supplies are still sufficient for the time being. So don't pretend today. This is the first time we meet. And Auntie can't let you go hungry. After we have eaten and rested, we can study other things." Wen Qian bit his chopsticks and stared at the tender beef on the plate. "Anxious. If you are not active in eating, there is something wrong with your mind. Hurry up and use your chopsticks." Since the host said so, others were not polite. The fresh vegetables and meat made tears well up in the eyes of those who had been eating compressed biscuits, instant noodles, potatoes and sweet potatoes for several months. Chapter 221 being used as a spare tire. A group of people were eating enthusiastically. Chichen stared at the foreigner sitting opposite him, who used chopsticks more skillfully than him, frowning slightly. As a senior intelligence officer, he would subconsciously regard such foreigners as potential enemies when he saw them. He secretly tugged at Wen Qian's clothes under the table and asked quietly, "Why are there foreigners here?" Wen Qian looked up at the man who was toasting with his companions and replied, "Because we are a base with a pattern. Love and peace are our central themes." Chichen. I almost believed it. Wen Qian knew what he was worried about, and whispered, "Don't worry. If there is a problem, Mu Xi will not keep him until now. If you are worried, then check him. Isn't that your specialty?" Chichen nodded, thinking that it was right. It was enough for this base to have him as an intelligence person, and he would never allow anyone around his idol to steal his limelight. After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere in the house was much more harmonious and lively than at the beginning. At the end of eating and drinking, Liamo and Wen Chongming took the 2 children back upstairs, leaving a group of young people to continue to exchange feelings. Wen Qian had never drunk a drop of alcohol, but she was good at getting others to drink. Wen Rang sat aside and watched his sister play tricks, saying that this one was raising fish and that one was peeing, and he was enjoying the fun when the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Wen Rang raised his eyebrows, because there was only one person who could call him, Imohan. He turned his head to look at the crazy girl who was having fun next to him, smiled slightly, and got up to answer the phone. Wen Qian was concentrating on watching the drinking contest, and thought he was going to the toilet, so he didn't think much about it. Wen Rang left the house, answered the phone, and asked with a smile, "What can I do for you?" Chief Mo? Opened the door. Wen Rang looked towards the base gate in surprise, and asked uncertainly, "You're outside?" "Yeah." "TSK. You came so suddenly. Aren't you afraid that we're not home and you'll come empty-handed?" As he spoke, he walked towards the gate. When he arrived, he opened the door and saw 2 familiar faces. Lin Yan took the initiative to greet him and looked behind him. "Hello. Where's my goddess? Isn't she home?" "Yes. Of course." Wen Rang welcomed the person in and asked, "What do you want to see her for?" Lin Yan quickly glanced at Imohan and said, "Why didn't she answer the phone call?" Wen Rang thought about his sister's current state of having fun, and then looked at Imohan's expressionless face, and couldn't help but turned his head and smiled. "It feels like there is something interesting to watch." Wen Rang, maybe, she didn't hear it, and threw her phone upstairs. Oh. Lin Yan looked around. "Where is she?" "She's eating." Hearing the word eating, Lin Yan's eyes lit up instantly. He looked at Wen Rang and swallowed his saliva. Needless to say, his face was full of "I want to eat too" 4 big words. Wen Qian was watching the excitement in the small cafeteria, and Wen Rang was the same now. He nodded with a smile, and led the 2 of them over there. "Okay. Let's eat together." Compared with the Bincheng base, their place was simply too small, and they could reach the place by just walking around. Lin Yan was curious at first. Why didn't he eat at home today and came here? But he was stunned as soon as he entered the door. He blocked the door, looking at the group of people in the house, and his eyes were fixed on Wen Qian in horror. Qianshen, why are you dressed like a firefly? Wen Qian turned around and was surprised to see him. She answered, I want to be the most handsome guy in the polar night. Is that not okay? Okay. You can do whatever you want. But Lin Yan looked at the group of people around her again, curled his lips and said, no wonder you haven't come to play with us recently. It turns out that someone is accompanying you. Lin Yan was sarcastic. And suddenly an idea popped up in his mind. Is their boss being used as a spare tire? This idea frightened Lin Yan so much that he froze on the spot. He felt a chill behind him. Wen Qian wanted to say something, but when he saw the person behind him, he suddenly fell silent. And Mohan exchanged glances with Wen Qian, then glanced at the scene in the room, and curled his lips with a fake smile. No wonder he didn't answer the phone. It turned out he was having fun. Everyone in the room looked at the two people who appeared at the door, and gradually quieted down. After so long in the apocalypse, they must have met people from Bincheng base, and recognized their clothes. What's more, several people had met Lin Yan at the port before, and helped them rescue people. But what are they doing here? Is Wen Qian still cooperating with Bincheng base? No one spoke. Only the sound of boiling hot pot. In the end, it was Imo Han who spoke up and asked Lin Yan, who was standing in front of him. Aren't you going to eat? Oh, yes. Lin Yan came to his senses and nodded repeatedly, walked into the house and ran straight to Wen Qian, and said to Qi Chen, who was sitting next to him, please give me a seat. Qi Chen? No. There are so many empty seats next to you. Why are you grabbing mine? This is the closest to my goddess. I haven't seen her for many days. Can't I talk to her more? Qi Chen glanced at the other side of Wen Qian. There is also a seat next to you. Sit there. Lin Yan was shocked. Have you been away for too long and forgotten who you are? I sit here. Where should the boss sit? Qi Chen just drank a glass of wine secretly, and now his head is a little confused. He really forgot about Imo Han. After hearing what Lin Yan said, he sobered up instantly, jumped up from his seat, and pushed the person next to him to move. Everyone looked at Imo Han coming over, and subconsciously focused their attention on him. There was no way. His aura was too prominent. One could tell at a glance that this person must be of a special status, and he exuded the oppressive feeling of a high-ranking person. Only Wen Qian looked at him lazily and asked, why are you here? Imo Han looked at her in silence for a few seconds, then glanced at Lin Yan. He said he missed you, and had to come over. Lin Yan. Wen Qian looked at Lin Yan suspiciously, then looked at Imo Han, and then heard Lin Yan ask her, Qianshen, what have you been busy with recently? Playing? Don't you see that I'm dressed like a firefly, running outside every day? Do you like it? If you like it, I'll get you 2 sets? Then forget it. Lin Yan resisted. You look like a firefly when you wear this, and I look like a signal light for the zombies when I wear this. I can't stand it if they all come for me. After he said that, he glanced at the beer on the table. His eyes were straight. The end of the world is too bitter, and the days are like years. He felt that he hadn't drunk this stuff for hundreds of years. Lin Yan looked at Imo Han with a pleading look, and after seeing Imo Han nodded slightly. He rolled up his sleeves and drank a bottle, then looked at the many unfamiliar faces in front of him and said, although I don't know who you are, since you are my friends of Qianshen, you are also my friends. Come on. Cheers for our friendship. Chapter 222. Get her something to eat before you get angry. Lin Yan is a social genius. No matter if he knows them or not, he can quickly get along with the people around him. He is really happy. After eating this meal today, he will be able to chew potatoes with a taste of hot pot in the next month. What matters is an infinite aftertaste. Lin Yan secretly glanced at Imo Han and silently made a wish in his heart, hoping that the boss would bring him here once a month to improve the food. Then he found that his eldest brother seemed a little unhappy. Although in Lin Yan's naked eyes, Imo Han's expression now was no different from usual. They all looked like they didn't care if the sky fell. But he just felt that Imo Han was unhappy. Lin Yan was about to ask Imo Han what was wrong, but his mind turned quickly, and he swallowed the words that were already on the tip of his tongue. Is he stupid enough to ask what's wrong? Isn't it obvious? No one would be happy to be used as a spare tire. Lin Yan turned around stiffly. Out of sight. Out of mind. He is not willing to help someone who has done something for him. He is eating Wen Qiancheng's hot pot now. So how can he help Imohan to seek justice? That's right. He is a fence-sitter. And he admitted it today. Lin Yan pulled others to chat, trying to divert his attention. Most people agreed with him. But they were still secretly looking at Imohan in private. This man is very outstanding and tall. When he sits there, he is an existence that cannot be ignored. He looks like he is in his 20s. But strangely, he gives people a sense of distance and oppression. This made the old men in their 30s and 40s in the Jingcheng base feel puzzled. And they secretly complained that they dared not raise their heads in front of a little kid. To be honest, Wen Qian also felt that Imohan was in a bad mood. And she felt it as soon as he entered the door. She knew that Imohan must have come here for a reason. And it was definitely not just because of Lin Yan's words I miss her. Did he come to talk to her about cooperation? Wen Qian had a few guesses in her mind, just waiting for Imohan to speak. But this person said nothing. Just sat there, quietly, and kept washing food after taking the clean bowl and chopsticks. He looked like he was very hungry. Is there no food in Bincheng Base? Or is this person picky about food again and doesn't like the big pot dishes in their cafeteria? Or is he too busy to eat? Wen Qian glanced at the dishes on the table, thinking about getting something later, so that these two people don't have to go all the way and not eat enough. It was an insult to her to come here and still be hungry. Wen Qian stared at Imohan in silence, and suddenly found that the food he cooked seemed to be her favorite. Is it such a coincidence? Wen Qian was surprised. And then she saw Imohan push the bowl full of food in front of her. Wen Qian looked at the food in surprise, then looked at Imohan, and heard him say in a light tone, "Let's talk after we finish eating." He put the clean chopsticks next to her, and didn't even give her an extra look. He went to get the bowl and chopsticks again, and lowered his head to make food for himself. Wen Qian realized that he thought she hadn't eaten yet. There was indeed no bowl and chopsticks in front of Wen Qian, because she had already eaten around and was full. Those plates, chopsticks, and bowls would hinder her from leaning her arms on the table and watching the fun with her chin propped up. So she simply took them all away. But it seemed difficult to say this now. Wen Qian lowered her eyes to look at her stomach, silently picked up the chopsticks, and started her second round of eating. The simple interaction between the two was seen by others, and Musi couldn't help but ask softly, Qian, who is this? Wen Qian looked up at him, swallowed the food in her mouth, thought for a moment and said, my friend. She didn't dare to say that he was the executive officer of Bincheng Base. Nor did she dare to mention his name, for fear of scaring the group of people and not wanting to continue eating. Wen Qian didn't want to say more, so Musi didn't ask any more questions. Wen Rang, who wanted to watch the fun, was amused by Imohan's actions. If you're angry, then you get angry. How can I watch the fun if you don't get angry? What do you mean by coming up and giving her a lot of food without saying anything? Are you afraid that she won't be full and won't have the energy to beat you? Wen Rang stared at Imohan for a while, coughed lightly, and asked him, didn't you eat before you came? Before Imohan could say anything, he heard Lin Yan on the other side reply first, no. We are very busy recently. Busy as a dog. He had been listening to the movement here, so he was able to talk to him at the first time. Wen Rang nodded thoughtfully, and asked again, you are so busy and still have time to come to my place for a meal? Lin Yan chose to be selectively deaf and chose not to answer this question. Wen Qian pouted, thinking that her brother was ignorant. They clearly came to discuss business. Didn't they just say that they would talk after eating? Why was he urging them? If you don't know, you might think they are stingy and don't want people to eat. Wen Qian put down his chopsticks and was about to say a few words, but he heard Imohan, who was concentrating on eating and ignoring others, speak up. Well, I suddenly remembered that someone owed me something, so I came to ask her to pay it back. Oh! Wen Rang raised his eyebrows and asked knowingly, who is it? So bold. Tell me what she owes you, and I'll see if I need to help you get justice. Wen Rang was obviously trying to fan the flames, but Imohan answered seriously. A phone call. A meal. A question mark slowly appeared above Wen Qian's head, and she choked herself on a mouthful of meat that she had not swallowed properly. She turned around and started coughing violently. Her face turned red, and she felt someone patting her back. The force was just right. Not too light or too heavy, but it made Wen Qian cough even more. She coughed for a while, took the glass of water that Imohan handed over, and her breathing gradually calmed down after she drank it. She put the cup on the table, took a deep breath, stood up and looked at Imohan. Stop eating. Come out. After saying that, she walked out of the room quickly. Imohan slowly swallowed the last bite of food, put down his chopsticks and followed. Wen Rang saw this and wanted to follow, but Lin Yan suddenly rushed over and hugged his arm. My idol? Lin Yan looked at him fakely. Do you know how much I miss you? Wen Rang? I don't really want to know. No. You must know. Lin Yan glanced outside, thinking that no one should delay the reunion of my boss and his long-distance relationship girlfriend. Although they were in the same city, being in two bases was really no different from being in different places. They finally managed to sneak out today, and time was precious. He had to behave better, so that the boss could bring him over for a meal next time. Lin Yan was only concerned with stopping Wen Rang, but ignored Qichen next to him. Qichen watched the two men go out one after another in a threatening manner, and remembered that when Qian said last time that her relationship with Imohan was average. So he was very worried that they would have a conflict. Chapter 223. Like me for a bit. Okay. When Qian has lost her memory now, so she doesn't care about what she says. Chief Mo is notoriously bad-tempered. What if he gets really mad? Qichen really cares about it, so he wants to get up and follow him, so that if a fight really breaks out, he can still intervene. But as soon as he raised his butt, he felt a weight on his shoulders, and someone pushed him back into the chair. Qichen turned his head and saw that it was Gu Ran. What are you doing? Qichen asked in confusion. Gu Ran looked calm, leaned towards him calmly, and whispered, I should be the one asking you this question. What do you want to do? Go to the bathroom. It's better to do this. I'm kindly reminding you. Don't get involved in things that you shouldn't get involved in. Which of those two people do you think you can afford to offend? As a person who has experienced it, although Gu Ran's emotional experience is a mess, he still thinks he is a master and sees through it. Qichen thought about what he said and felt that it made some sense, because it was true that no one could afford to offend. Although he had heard about Wen Qian's combat power being empty before, based on his recent contact and observation, he did not feel that Wen Qian's combat power was forcibly reduced, and she was still very strong. If her current state was that her combat power was emptied, then Qichen could not imagine what she was like at her peak. And Chief Mo, that's even more unnecessary. If he was a little weaker, he would have to give up the position of the executive officer of the main control desk. Qichen could not beat any of them. If they really started fighting, he might become cannon fodder and be killed by them directly. Worried about his life, and also worried about the two ancestors really having a dispute. Qichen was extremely struggling and uneasy, twisting and turning in his seat as if there were nails on his buttocks. Then a flash of inspiration came to him, and he became quiet. Sorry. This is just the first time. There will definitely be no next time. If you really fight, I will drag everyone out to persuade them to stop fighting. There are so many people. You can't beat them all to death. Qichen shouted madly in his heart, and then used his supernatural power to eavesdrop on the corner. Outside the house, at the corner of the stairs, a beam of moonlight shone in from the corridor window, reflecting on the two people, hazy like a layer of gauze. When Qian looked up at the person in front of her and found that his hair seemed a little longer than the last time he saw him, it was rare for her to feel that he looked a little obedient. Before Wen Qian could speak, she heard Imohan ask her, Why did you call me out? Wen Qian didn't expect him to take the initiative, so she asked back, What do you want to see me for? Imohan lowered his eyes to look at her. His eyes became a little complicated, a little angry, and a little helpless. Can't I come to see you if I have nothing to do? Or are you really having fun and don't want to see me? Imohan thought of the group of people in the room. His girlfriend forgot about him, and there were more and more men around her. All ages, all types, and even different nationalities. He worked hard to help her pass the mission, and it was difficult to see her. As a result, other men could not only see her every day, but also eat with her, and even call her what? Qian. Huh. Imohan remembered the way the little brat called her just now, and laughed angrily. Imohan held back his temper and patiently talked to this heartless guy. I said I came here because Lin Yan wanted to see you. You didn't really believe it, did you? Wen Qian was sensitive to the anger hidden in his short sentence. She suddenly felt a little uneasy, thinking that she was reckless and shouldn't have called him out alone. Imo Han took a step forward, forcing Wen Qian to step back subconsciously and lean against the wall. She looked at him with a little vacancy, listening to him ask herself word by word. If I don't come to see you today, will I never see you again? Imo Han suddenly missed the time at the control center, even though they were both busy at that time. And that place was full of surveillance and restrictions. But at least he knew she would come back. And she had him in her heart. No one knew how he survived during the time she was away. Not knowing where she was, he searched day and night. How many parallel worlds are there in the universe? The answer is infinite. No one could imagine how difficult it would be to find her from among them. And to find her before she died after her battle power memory was cleared. He worked so hard for so many years and finally did it. But the result was this. Who the hell could be as miserable as him? For so long, everyone thought she was the one abandoned by the main control desk. But only Imo Han knew that he was the one who was truly abandoned. His former friends were gone, and his former lover disappeared. Only he was left, with all his memories of him. In that cold world, Imo Han suppressed the uneasy emotion in his heart, looked at the person in front of him helplessly, and asked her in an almost pleading tone, Wen Qian, don't treat me as a friend. Okay? Like me for a bit. Okay? He lowered his head, rested his forehead on Wen Qian's stiff shoulder, stretched out his hands to hold her in his arms, and greedily felt this long-lost embrace. Wen Qian stood there, not daring to move. Her nose was full of his smell, and her face and ears were red. The damn headache came again at this time, and she silently endured the pain that was stronger than any other time. Some vague pictures flashed in her mind, as if they were about to surface. The pain in her neck distracted her a little. She didn't expect Imo Han to bite her. We agreed to call you when we got back. Where's the phone? Who did you call? He spoke in a low and deep voice, close to her ear. And when Qian closed her eyes again, her whole mind was in a mess. And it was this messy mind that made her figure out some things at this time. He came to ask for an explanation. He seemed to really like her. She seemed to know what it felt like to like someone. When Qian clenched her hand slightly in the air, and let him hold her for a while, then spoke to him in what she thought was a fierce tone. If you dare to bite me again, I will. Before she finished her words, she was hit again. When Qian took a breath and reached out to push him, but was hugged tighter, which seemed like she was asking for a fight. She glanced at the door nearby in panic, fearing that someone would come over drunk, and she would dig a hole to bury him. Let me go. We can talk it out. She had no choice but to persuade him in a good-tempered manner. But she heard him say, You haven't answered my question just now. What? When Qian asked in a daze. Like me for a bit. Okay? Imo Han softly repeated the words he had just said. He felt the person in his arms stiffen for a moment, then gradually relax. He felt her fingers grab the corner of his clothes and not let go. He felt that she seemed to sigh and then gave him an answer. Okay. I promise you. Chapter 224. How long do you plan to hold her? Imo Han didn't expect her to agree, even though he asked her twice. But even so, he didn't have much hope. After all, even if she didn't agree, he couldn't do anything to her. He had even prepared himself to be rejected and to ask her a few more times the next time they met. So when he heard Wen Qian's answer, he couldn't help but be stunned, which finally gave Wen Qian a chance to escape from his arms. The embrace suddenly became empty, and Imo Han's heart was empty as well. He subconsciously grabbed Wen Qian's hand. Wen Qian's fingertips were warm. She had never felt this way before. And now her face, neck, ears, and body were all hot. She raised her eyes to meet Imo Han's gaze, and her heartbeat and breathing rhythm were all messed up. Imo Han saw her somewhat flustered and at a loss reaction, and inexplicably wanted to kiss her and tease her. But then he thought, the little girl was thin-skinned, and she might get angry out of shame. So it was the wisest choice to stop while he was ahead. When Qian thought he was going to bend down and kiss her, and her fists stiffened with fear. In the end, he just kissed her forehead and hugged her like he was coaxing a child. Imo Han used to feel that Wen Qian was soft except for her mouth when she spoke. Now that he was holding her, this feeling was even more obvious. The shower gel she used smelled of milk, and Imo Han smelled her fragrance like a cat, suppressed the desire in his eyes, and rubbed his ears with her, taking advantage of the fact that she was not too sober yet, to make a request. Then when I go back this time, can you call me? Wen Qian gritted her teeth. Call. And you promised to treat me to a meal. Wen Qian was puzzled. Didn't you eat today? You are treating others. Not me. At the critical moment, Imohan calculated more clearly than anyone else, and would never waste any opportunity to meet her. Wen Qian thought about what he said, and felt that this was not unreasonable. When he came, others had already eaten half of their meals. So he nodded and agreed. Imohan smiled with satisfaction and asked, What's up with those people in the room? They used to be from the Jingcheng base. But from today on they are officially my people. Jingcheng base. Imohan nodded thoughtfully. And then heard Wen Qian, who had come to her senses, asked, How long do you plan to hold me? Imohan chuckled. His breath brushed over Wen Qian's red ears. And he let go. Wen Qian regained her freedom. And her first reaction was to run into the house, to where there were many people. Imohan followed her into the room slowly, ignoring the curious gazes of others, and sat back beside her. After Wen Qian sat down, she realized that something was wrong in the room. She looked at the messy table and Qichen, who was lying unconscious on the table with a red face, and asked, What's wrong with him? Everyone shook their heads in unison, because they really didn't know what was wrong with this man. He was obviously fine before, but suddenly he jumped up from the chair in a panic, and even knocked over the dishes in a hurry. His face was full of a ghostly expression. He was so frightened that he couldn't say a word. When everyone asked about him, he kept shaking his head in shock and said he was fine. Then he fixed his eyes on the dozen beers that no one had touched not far away, rushed over to pick them up, and started blowing the bottles without saying a word. He drank 6 bottles without saying a word, and then fell down with a bang and was silent. He drank quickly and fainted quickly, which opened everyone's eyes. Wen Qian pushed Qichen's corpse-like body with some concern, and whispered, What's the point of being so capable if you can't drink? Imohan watched this scene from the side, and seemed to think of something, with a smile flashing across his eyes. Everyone sent the unconscious Qichen to another room to rest, and when Lin Yan, the starving ghost, finally put down his chopsticks after eating and drinking, the dinner was finally over. Lin Yan was eating happily, and after realizing it, he looked at Imohan and asked him, Boss, how was your chat with Qianchen? Not bad. Imohan answered calmly, leaving those who tried to get answers from his face empty-handed. Wen Qian was much easier to identify. Wen Rang narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at his sister's guilty look as she concentrated on eating melon seeds without even raising her head, and felt that this matter must not be as simple as Imohan made it out to be. Lin Yan was very happy after hearing what Imohan said, and said, Then when we take action next time, Qianchen can follow us? Wen Qian. She raised her head and looked at Lin Yan. What action? How come she didn't know? Where were they going to play? Why didn't Imohan tell her? Faced with the sincere questions from his subordinates, Imohan was still very calm and said back a few words. We didn't talk about the action. This time, the person with a question mark on his face became Lin Yan. So what did you talk about when you went out? Isn't this the main reason for our trip? Imohan looked at Wen Qian. The action plan has not been finalized yet. I'll talk to you next time. Lin Yan felt uncomfortable, thinking why it hasn't been finalized. Isn't it a done deal after the meeting? Why did you remove the nails one by one? But his strong desire to survive and sixth sense told him to be quiet and not to fart. Otherwise there would be big trouble. Wen Qian didn't think much about it, and she believed what Imohan said. But Wen Rang was not so easy to fool. He looked at Imohan, exchanged glances with him, sneered, and cursed bastard in his heart. A few sober people stayed in the room to pack up, and the rest went back to rest. Everyone walked towards building number 1. Wen Rang and Imohan walked at the back, talking in a low voice. Wen Qian looked back and saw that they were walking side by side in a harmonious picture, and was curious about what they were talking about. Qianchen, when are you going to come back to our base? The brothers all miss you. Lin Yan stood beside Wen Qian and asked seriously. You are also considered a non-staff member of our base. Right? You need to go home more often. How did I become a non-staff member of your base? Do you give me salary and benefits? Wen Qian did not recognize this title. Lin Yan wanted to say something but stopped, seeing that there were many outsiders around. He finally shut up and said nothing. Wen Rang went downstairs and wanted to drag Imohan upstairs to have a good chat. But this busy man looked at the time and said, Next time. I sneaked out today and I have something to do when I go back. Wen Rang knew that he had a heavy burden on his shoulders. So he nodded and said, "Okay. Then next time. I'm waiting to hear how you." A dog. Fool me. Wen Rang was talking to him unscrupulously now. Chi-Chen was dizzy at the moment. If he heard this, he would definitely rush up to cover his mouth and forcefully shut up his microphone. In this way, Lin Yan followed Mo Han and returned from heaven to hell. After leaving the gate of Xiaobai base, he finally couldn't help asking, "Boss, why did you tell Qianshan that the action has not been decided yet?" Chapter 225. What a scheming man. Does he think this operation is too dangerous and doesn't want her to participate, but is afraid that she will worry? Lin Yan speculated curiously and thought that what he said made some sense. Although in his opinion, with Wen Qian's strength, there is no such thing as danger. To be honest, where she is, the zombie should be dangerous. But she is the boss's girlfriend after all. So it is understandable that the boss is gentle and does not want her to go out and suffer together. Just when Lin Yan was moved by Mo Han's behavior, he heard Mo Han give him the correct answer. "If I finish the matter at once, how can I find a reason to bring you here for dinner next time?" Lin Yan. What a scheming man. However, he likes it, because he will be able to eat delicious food again soon. Lin Yan drank some wine, and on the way back, Mo Han drove instead. Lin Yan felt conflicted, both uneasy and happy, and felt that he had won the lottery to meet a boss like Mo Han. He was a little confused after drinking, so he leaned back in the chair and closed his eyes to rest. And soon he felt sleepy. Then, in the drowsy state, he expressed his feelings. "Boss, don't worry. You and Qianshan are so good to me. If anything happens in the future, I will protect you at the cost of my life." Mo Han drove with one hand, glanced at the drunkard who didn't know what he was talking about, and after a moment of silence, he responded in a calm voice, "Live well. I won't let you die." When Mo Han drove the car back to the base, Chi-Chen, who had passed out from drinking, also woke up. It's a physical problem. This guy faints quickly and wakes up quickly. But now, he lies on the bed and looks at the ceiling above his head. He thinks it would be better for him to faint directly. He just drank a lot of wine just now to sober himself up, because he thinks he might be crazy, or his ability might be broken. Otherwise, how could he hear such a conversation? Chi-Chen sat up and leaned against the head of the bed, rubbed his face, and doubted his life. The impact of those explosive conversations is no less than top secrets. If those two knew he was eavesdropping, they would kill him to silence him. Right? Chi-Chen covered his face and howled twice. But he didn't cry. But his mood still hit the bottom. He remembered what Wen Qian said before about her average relationship with Mo Han. He took a deep breath and felt that what he had seen in a TV series before was true. It turned out that the prettier the girl, the more likely she would lie. Chi-Chen sighed for a while, then lay back on the bed and covered himself with the quilt. In fact, when he first learned that Commander Mo was going to come out to perform a mission, he was a little surprised, because even if the number of people at the main control desk has decreased, it is still not his turn as a big boss to take action. Later, Chi-Chen followed him to this world. He felt that the difficulty of this mission was indeed different from the past, and gradually forgot his doubts. Perhaps it was because others could not do it that Mo Han was asked to come. Chi-Chen comforted himself in this way. But, when he met Xia Ran again later and heard Xia Ran say that this world was her mission, Chi-Chen was confused again. Chief Mo is here to help Captain Xia carry out the mission? I didn't see them have much contact at the control panel before. So are they so close and private? These questions have always existed in Chi-Chen's mind. Until today, he knew the truth of the matter. Chief Mo is here to find Wen Qian. And he is still pursuing Wen Qian. Chi-Chen almost smothered himself with the quilt, and he felt that this matter was more and more amazing. How could this be? Didn't the outside gossip say that the reason why Wen Qian left the control panel was actually tacitly approved by Chief Mo? Because it was during the days when Mo Han left that the entire Wen family was arrested and punished. Before that, no one had ever been punished so quickly. Before everyone had time to figure out the situation, the person was gone. Chi-Chen had heard a lot of rumors like this. After all, Wen Qian was his idol, and it was normal to find out some gossip about his idol. Although he never believed these, because he always felt that if Mo Han wanted to get rid of Wen Qian, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Moreover, shouldn't the strong be able to respect each other? What a mess the control panel has been in since when Qian left. Commander Mo will never find a legendary helper like her again. Right? Qian wrapped himself in the quilt, his brain working rapidly, thinking about these things. Then, unconsciously, he thought of the conversations he heard today, and the tone of Imohan's voice when he coaxed Wen Qian. Qian. Ah, so annoying. Someone come and strangle him with a rope. Why did he eavesdrop on their conversation? Will the truth be revealed in the future? And will they twist off his head with the doubles of men and women? Qian was in pain and despair. But vaguely, he was also a little excited. What earth-shattering secret did he know? No one knew. Only he knew. For an intelligence officer, this was such a proud thing. Who could understand? Qian just lay in the room pretending to be dead. And when Wen Qian came to knock on his door with concern at night, and asked him if he wanted to drink some honey water to sober up, Qian, who had already sobered up, had never acted so well. He spoke to Wen Qian in a voice that sounded like he had just been woken up. No. I'm still sleepy, and want to sleep a little longer. I don't have a headache. And I'm not having any random thoughts. I'm fine. I'm fine. Wen Qian. What's wrong? Wen Qian bent down and put the prepared honey water at the door of the room for him, and left after saying something to him. Qian tiptoed out of bed and walked to the door. After confirming that Wen Qian had left, he carefully opened the door and brought the cup in. Then, while drinking the sweet honey water, she thought, don't worry. I will keep it a secret, and not let anyone know about your relationship. After delivering water to Qian, Wen Qian returned to the room and sat on the small sofa in a daze. She looked at the satellite phone that she had thrown on the bed, struggled for a long time, and then lay on the bed to pick it up and dialed Imohan's number. Then, the line was busy. Wen Qian. Don't blame me for this. It's so late. Why is he still busy? 24 hours a day. All year round. Right? What exactly is the action that Lin Yan talked about today? If she guessed correctly, it should be to go out to find supplies again? Wen Qian was lying on the bed and guessing. In the next bedroom, Wen Rang was holding his mobile phone, ruining his sister's marriage, and chatting with Imohan, who was very reluctant and didn't even want to say a word to him. Imohan's mobile phone was on loudspeaker, and he couldn't help sighing while listening to Wen Rang while working. Wen Rang heard it and asked him, What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Imohan sneered and said, If you have a little self-knowledge, you won't ask such a question. Chatting with you in the middle of the night. What do you think is worth being in a good mood? Chapter 226 Gunshots outside the base. Imohan's disdain couldn't be more obvious. Wen Rang finished talking to him about the business, and now he was in a good mood. So he walked out of the room and said, Then I'll change someone who can make you feel good to talk to you. Imohan was slightly stunned. And then, he heard a brief silence on the other end of the phone. If he listened carefully, he could hear the sound of people walking. Wen Rang walked outside Wen Qian's room and knocked twice symbolically. After hearing a response from inside, he said, Someone is looking for you. Wen Qian opened the door and curiously looked behind Wen Rang. She didn't see anyone, but she saw Wen Rang holding up the phone and handing it to her. Don't look for it. It's here. Wen Qian had a guess in her mind, but she was not sure. She took the phone and turned back to the house, locking Wen Rang out. Imohan's voice came from the receiver. Wen Qian looked at the call time on the screen and was surprised. You guys talked for so long? To correct it, he is unilaterally wasting my phone bill. Imohan turned off the speaker and picked up the phone and put it to his ear. Although it was late, someone would still come to his office. Imohan was narrow-minded and didn't really want them to hear Wen Qian's voice. After all, he had finally heard her. So how could he let them take advantage of him so easily? Just like that, he took a break from his busy schedule to relax, leaning back in his chair, closing his eyes, holding the phone in one hand and rubbing his brow with the other, and asked Wen Qian, Do you still remember the call? Remember. I called. You were on the line. Wen Qian answered very loudly, and from her self-righteous reaction, it was clear that she was not lying. Imohan smiled silently, imagining her angry look. Sorry. I did listen to him talk for a long time today. I will pay attention to the time next time. He coaxed her in a good-tempered way. But before he could say 2 words, the door was knocked. Imohan opened his eyes, and a flash of displeasure flashed across his eyes. He called someone in, and asked what was going on. Seeing that it was not urgent, he asked someone to wait aside. Wen Qian heard the movement over there and whispered, "Are you going to be busy? Then hang up. No hurry. What did you want to say just now?" As soon as Mo Han opened his mouth, the person who came to report was shocked. He stood at the door, with his eyes on his nose, and his nose on his mouth. He didn't dare to look directly at Mo Han, so he could only look at the bricks on the ground. But his ears were not idle, and his mental activities were also very active. Who is the boss talking to? Isn't his tone and attitude a bit too good? Mo Han, well, it's true that it hasn't been decided yet. I'm not lying to you. About 3 days, I'll come to you again. And then we'll talk in detail? Wen Qian thought that this person was so busy, and it seemed a bit immoral to let him run to his small place. So he said, "Forget it. I'll go to your base to find you. And by the way, I'll meet Lin Yin and the others." Mo Han's lips curled up. "Okay. I'll listen to you." Wen Qian didn't want to disturb him from doing his work, and happened to hear some noise outside the window. So he simply said, "That's it for today. I'll call you if I have something. You can call me if you have nothing to do." "Got it. Bye." After the call ended, Mo Han threw his phone on the table, then looked at the person waiting at the door, stood up and left the office, and walked towards the second base. The man followed Mo Han all the way, 2 body lengths away from him, and glanced at him from time to time. Mo Han seemed to notice it, tilted his head to look at him, and asked, "What do you want to say? Who were you talking to on the phone just now?" "Sir?" The man was straightforward and asked the question that he had guessed for a long time reflexively, and it was too late to regret it. Mo Han was in a good mood, with a smile on his face, and asked back, "Who do you think I'm talking to on the phone?" The man stared and pondered for a while. He remembered the rumor he had heard before, that Mo Han had a girlfriend. At first, he didn't believe it, because at this time, if he really had a girlfriend, with Mo Han's strength, he would have brought her to the base long ago. How could he have been separated from her? But now, he suddenly felt that there was no smoke without fire. And since there were rumors, there must be a reason. So he took a deep breath and asked bravely, "Isn't it your girlfriend?" Mo Han chuckled, and the man's hair stood up. He looked at Mo Han and glanced at him again. He didn't admit it, but he didn't deny it either. He couldn't help but shout "fuck" in his heart. Mo Han didn't have the habit of chatting about private matters with people he didn't know well, and the man didn't have the courage to ask anything else. He was confused all the way until he and Mo Han separated. Question in the end times. Without the internet, how do gossip spread? Answer, word of mouth. As for how it will be spread in the end, that is beyond human control. Wen Qian didn't know what kind of gossip storm was happening in Binsheng Base. She only knew that there was a bit of excitement near her home. Since the end of the world, the residents nearby have died or left, and Wen Qian has never heard such a big noise. It seems like someone is fighting, and the battle is not small. Xiaobai Base is located halfway up the mountain. Although it will not be easily discovered, it is not a hidden paradise. Sooner or later, someone will pass by here. Wen Qian didn't want to get involved in other people's disputes, but she couldn't resist the gossip spirit in her body. So she immediately ran to the living room to find a telescope. As a result, there was already a row of people standing on the rooftop to watch the fun. Wen Qian looked at her mother, her father, her brother, as well as Gu Ran and Qi Chen, who had been pretending to be dead in the room all night, standing there one by one, each holding a telescope. She couldn't help shaking her head and laughing. Several people turned around when they heard the sound, except for Qi Chen, who looked at her and turned his head immediately, not wanting to look at her again. Everyone else shouted, "Come and watch the fun together." Invitation. What's going on? Wen Qian walked over and asked softly. The noise outside was getting closer and closer, and it felt like they were about to hit them downstairs. It seems like they are being chased. Wen Rang answered in a low voice, frowning slightly. How did they get here? The supplies here were not abundant, and there were many zombies at the foot of the mountain. But because of Wen Qian, they basically didn't dare to run near their base. So this group of people who stumbled here by mistake were really lucky to get here. Wen Qian's family was watching the excitement upstairs. Downstairs, the residents of the base heard the sound of gunfire and explosions, and immediately ran back to the underground garage, and turned into quails gathered together. Mu Xiai and others, who had just moved to the new base, were full and happy, and were planning to have a good sleep, were also awakened by the sound and stood at the window to watch. Although most of the people in this group drank, they were not so drunk that they were unconscious. So when they heard the gunshots, almost all of them sobered up. Wen Qian stared at the movement below, thinking that as long as the other party did not take the initiative to provoke and did not come to trouble her base, she would leave them a way to live. However, when she saw who was below through the telescope, her eyes flashed, and she changed her mind. Chapter 227. The base was discovered. Wen Qian saw a familiar person and 3 strangers downstairs. The familiar one was Qi Huan, who was looking for people at the base. He didn't know the name of the stranger, but Wen Qian could roughly guess their identities by looking at their clothes. They were wearing the same combat uniforms as the people who chased Wen Qian abroad. Wen Qian threw down the telescope and turned around to teleport downstairs. Wen Rang hurriedly followed him when he saw this. But unfortunately, he didn't have the ability of his sister, so he could only take the elevator honestly. After Wen Qian left the base, he stood in a dark corner and watched the fight closely. Although he didn't know what grudges they had, judging from the moves and strength of the 3 people's attacks, they really wanted to kill. Wen Qian leaned against the wall and looked at the 4 people fighting back and forth, 1 against 3. Although Qi Huan couldn't escape in time, she didn't lose too much. It can be seen that she is much stronger than the last time Wen Qian saw her. The 4 people were concentrating on the battle, so they didn't notice the elusive Wen Qian. She didn't even notice the 4 characters Xiaobai base carved on the tall wall nearby. Wen Qian just watched quietly, without any intention of helping. She thought that if Qi Huan lost, she would kill the 3 people. If Qi Huan won, she would pretend nothing happened and go back upstairs. However, the sound of the battle was so loud that it attracted all the zombies and animals nearby. Wen Qian secretly copied Fu Yuan's ability upstairs and tried to make herself a transparent person so that these non-humans would not find her. But Wen Rang's appearance made them chase after him. Qi Huan concentrated on dealing with the people in front of her and other creatures that appeared from time to time. Just when she was a little annoyed and didn't understand why she was suddenly entangled by 3 psychopaths, she saw that the 3 people suddenly distracted their attention. They looked somewhere, then froze, and Qi Huan succeeded. Qi Huan pushed them back a few steps, glanced hurriedly in the direction they were looking, and was stunned when she saw Wen Rang. Why is he here? Qi Huan had seen Wen Rang before, at the port, when he was with Wen Qian. She looked around in surprise, and then saw the logo of Xiaobai's base, and her eyes widened instantly. Wen Qian noticed her reaction, and saw the 3 people rushing towards Wen Rang in a desperate move. She sighed, and was forced to take action. At the critical moment, Wen Qian didn't want to do anything fancy. She had the skill of copying, and there were dozens of people with superpowers in her base at this time, so she could choose any superpower she wanted to use. Lightning with dazzling light appeared around the few people. The night was too dark, and they did not notice the puddle under their feet, nor the series of vine-like branches and leaves emerging from the ground. The combination of the 3 superpowers instantly burned the bodies of the 3 people who were trapped in their movements. They were like prey entangled in a spider web, unable to break free, and powerless to break free. Wen Qian leaned against the corner of the wall, and set a fire again out of concern, cremating the person on the spot. After doing all this, she walked out of the dark, looked at Qi Huan, who was injured in the moonlight, and turned to walk into the base. Wen Qian. Qi Huan called her name in a hurry. She didn't expect that she had accidentally discovered the location of her base. Wen Qian ignored her, but Wen Rang took her directly into the base. It was impossible to let her go so easily. If she left now, the group of people looking for her base would definitely come over within a few hours. Back at the base, Wen Qian saw Mu Xiai and others coming out. She whispered it's okay, and asked everyone to go back and rest. Then, together with Wen Rang, she took Qi Huan upstairs. Instead of returning home, she went to the lower floor. After closing the door, Wen Qian sat down on the sofa, folded her arms across her chest, and looked up and down at Qi Huan. Tell me, how should I deal with you? It's a bit unreasonable to kill someone like this, but I don't feel comfortable letting him go like this. Wen Qian has never been a person who would wrong herself. So she said, since you already know the location of my base, then tell me where your nest is. This is fair, right? Qi Huan was silent for a moment, then replied, I can't tell you. Then you'll be trapped here. That's not what I meant. seeing her cold and angry expression. Chi-Huan added, "The location of our base is not fixed, so I really can't tell you the exact location." Wen Qian and Wen Rang looked at each other after hearing this. What does it mean that the location of the base is not fixed? Could it be? Wen Qian asked in confusion, "Is your base a mobile convoy?" Chi-Huan gritted her teeth and nodded. She had been guessed, and she couldn't deny it. Wen Qian thought that the West City base had been looking for the human base, but couldn't find it. Even Chi-Chen ran out for many days in a row, but didn't get any useful information. She originally thought that this group of people were too good at playing hide-and-seek and hiding too well, so they were not discovered. After all, there are many mountains in Bincheng, and it is normal for them to hide in a cave or in a community. But she did not expect that they lived directly in the car. But, Wen Qian frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Haven't you merged with other bases? How can so many people fit in the car? Also, the car always needs to be refueled and moved to another place. With so many cars, there is no reason why you can't be found for such a long time." What she wanted to ask was also what Wen Rang wanted to say. A simple estimate of the number of people in the base now looking for people is at least 60 or 70. Even if it is a large bus or a motorhome, it is impossible to fit them all in one. They must have at least 3 large vehicles together. In this case, there is no reason why the West City base cannot find them. Chi-Huan listened to Wen Qian's questioning and was silent for a while. Then she seemed to have given up. She sighed and answered, "Because we don't change places often. And there are people with superpowers in our base who can keep us from being discovered." Wen Qian raised her eyebrows. This superpower is interesting. It sounds similar to Fu Yuan's. However, Fu Yuan's superpower is not to be discovered by zombies, while what she said is not to be discovered by people. Wen Qian smiled. "Contact your people. Since you are not sure where they are now, ask them, and then I will send you back personally." Chi-Huan wanted to refuse, but she thought about it and had no reason to refuse. Aren't they just looking for her? Now that they can take her back directly, what is there to hesitate about? Chi-Huan and Wen Qian looked at each other for a few seconds, and said softly, "Okay, I will contact our boss right away." Chapter 228. What have you done to make her feel sorry for you? Chi-Huan took out a satellite phone from her backpack and dialed the number. But surprisingly, the other party never responded. Chi-Huan called again, but the result was the same as last time. Wen Qian and Wen Rang watched from the side, seeing her frowning and puzzled expression. It didn't seem like she was acting. Chi-Huan looked up at Wen Qian. "I don't know what's going on." No one answered. She was a little worried because this was the first time this happened. Every day when they go out, they have to contact the people at the base in advance before going back to confirm their current location. Chi-Huan thought about it and changed the number to call. But still no one responded. She was a little anxious. Chi-Huan threw the phone back into the bag and said, "I want to go back and take a look." Wen Qian smiled. "Didn't you just say that you couldn't confirm their location?" "I didn't lie to you. When we came out today, we did plan to move to another place. But now no one answered my call, and I don't know what happened. So I want to go back to yesterday's location to take a look." "Okay, let's take a look." Wen Qian stood up and said, "I'll take you back." Wen Rang, "I'll go with you." "No, I'll take Chi-Chen with me." Mu Xi and the others were mostly drunk. "I'm afraid if something unexpected happens, there won't be enough people. You stay at home. Call me if you have anything." Wen Qian glanced at Chi-Huan and said, "Wait here for a while. I'll go call someone." Chi-Huan nodded and stayed where she was. Wen Qian went upstairs and found Chi-Chen. Seeing that his eyes were erratic and he didn't dare to look at her, he looked like he had done something wrong, and couldn't help but be curious. "What have you done to offend me?" Chi-Chen was stunned for a moment, and quickly shook his head. "I didn't." "Then why don't you dare look at me?" "Because you are not honest." Chi-Chen lowered his head, and his heartbeat accelerated when he thought about what he had overheard. Wen Qian looked at his reaction and strongly suspected that he was cursing her in his heart. But there was no evidence. Time was pressing at the moment, so she didn't argue with him for now. When the matter was resolved, she would definitely tie him up and ask him what was going on. "Forget it. I'm in a good mood today. I won't argue with you." "Are you sober?" Wen Qian asked, changing the subject, and Chi-Chen nodded. "I am sober, but I'm still a little scared." Wen Qian was puzzled. "What are you afraid of?" "I'm afraid that I will drink too much and delay my work." Wen Qian was half believing and half doubting. Then go pack your things now, and go out with me. Okay. I'll go right away. Qichen quickly ran back to his room, closed the door, and slapped himself on the face twice to sober himself up. He grabbed the backpack beside the bed, checked the things inside, put it on his back, and went out to meet Wen Qian. Wen Qian went downstairs with him, and took Qi Huan out of the base. Mu Xiai and others were not sleepy after what happened just now, and even arranged someone to watch at the window. When they saw Wen Qian leading people out of the base, they quickly contacted Wen Rang on the intercom and asked him if there was any emergency and whether they needed help. Wen Rang was staring at the surveillance screen in the study and refused after hearing it. I'm lying at home. Why are you so anxious? I'll notify you if something really happens. My sister just ate too much and went out for a walk. Don't worry. He dismissed them with a few words, threw down the intercom, and frowned slightly. Some things can't be avoided even if you want to. It seems that the people sent by the main control station have already found this area. It's easy to kill one by one. But this is not a solution. It's just a temporary solution. So, we still have to find a way to finish the mission and go back as soon as possible. But how to restore Wen Qian's memory before that has become a problem. Wen Rang carefully studied the computer he had temporarily stored with Mo Han before, and found that the problems he and his parents had were easy to solve. He had left a way out, but Wen Qian's was not. This made Wen Rang very annoyed. Wen Rang sighed, moved his chair to the side, and kept operating on the computer while staring at the surveillance. Outside the base, Wen Qian took out the car from the space. Qichen sat in the front driver's seat, and she sat in the back with Qi Huan. When Qichen was running out to search for the base, he had already run through almost all the main streets of Bincheng. With Wen Qian's electronic map, the car drove smoothly. Wen Qian sat in the back, leaning against the door, and looked at the zombies flashing by outside the window. After a while, he turned his head to look at Qi Huan beside him, and asked, "How did you find my base?" "By accident." Qi Huan answered honestly, "We haven't searched that area before, so we came here with the idea of giving it a try." As a result, she met the 3 people nearby. She was chased, and had no choice but to run in a direction with fewer zombies. There were indeed not many zombies outside Wen Qian's base. It seemed that this was not a good thing. Wen Qian sighed, and thought about going back to get some zombies to guard her house. But the zombies near her house ran away very fast when they saw her. How could she trick them so that they would be willing to stay? Could it be that she had to show some sincerity? Zombies. Nothing more than wanting to eat people and crystal cores. The former is unlikely, and the latter is even more impossible. She is such a petty person. Would she be willing to share the crystal core with the zombies? Don't even think about it. Use the summoning skill? But that skill can only be used once a day, and it's a bit of a waste to use it here. If there is a special situation when she goes out, she can't use it again. So Wen Qian thought about it, and finally decided to conquer people with virtue. She would talk to the zombies first. If the talk therapy didn't work, she would beat them until they agreed. After all, martial virtue is also virtue. Wen Qian made the decision happily, and then looked at Qi Huan and asked, "Are you still looking for me everywhere in your base?" Qi Huan nodded. Wen Qian smiled. "You still don't know why you are looking for me?" Qi Huan nodded again. "This is really interesting." Wen Qian adjusted to a comfortable position and closed his eyes to rest. Qi Huan saw that she seemed to have no defense against him, and couldn't help asking, "Aren't you afraid that I will escape halfway or attack you? You have already found me. There is no reason to escape. Then I could be lying to you. Right?" "Yes." Wen Qian didn't even bother to open her eyes and answered, "I have a lot of enemies. So you could be lying and you could attack me. But you don't look stupid. So you should know the consequences of attacking me." Wen Qian had already made up her mind when she came out. If this person did something, she would tie her to the back of the car and drag her along, whether to lure zombies or other people in the search base. After all, she would not let her die easily. Chapter 229, Looking for the Head of the Base. Wen Qian is now irritable when she meets people and things related to the main control console, and her temper is unbearable. She thought of Xia Ran again. According to the time, the man should be chasing after her. Such silence is a bit beyond her expectation. Soon, Qichen arrived at the place according to Qi Huan's instructions. Wen Qian yawned and opened her eyes. She looked at the environment outside. It seemed to be in a villa area. "Stop!" Qi Huan suddenly spoke. and Chechen stepped on the brake. She immediately opened the car door and got out, looking around. Wen Qian followed him out of the car, leaning against the door to breathe the fresh air outside, watching several zombies in the distance rushing towards her with their mouths wide open to die. Wen Qian played with them while watching Chi Huan's expression, which was not quite right. Chi Huan looked around, but could not find any trace of other companions in the base. They clearly lived here yesterday, so even if they left, they should have left some marks. But there was nothing. Wen Qian looked at Chechen, and when she saw Chechen shaking his head and saying that he didn't hear any movement of living people nearby, she pulled off the head of the zombie that had been trying to bite her but couldn't, and threw it on the ground. They are probably being chased by someone. I'm busy right now, so I didn't answer your call. But with their strength, there shouldn't be any problem. Right? The search base has been fighting against the West City base for so long, and there has been no news that the West City base has gained much of an advantage. So Wen Qian felt that they still have some skills. But Chi Huan didn't relax after hearing her words. She thought of the 3 people who chased her today and said, "The situation is different today. It seems that the people chasing us are not from the West City base." Of course not. The West City base can't find these foreign aides. Wen Qian's eyes flickered. Let's go. Get in the car. And go around. If you really can't find it, come back with me first. Chi Huan had no choice but to get in the car first and answered a few questions from Wen Qian. Wen Qian heard her say that there were more than 80 people in their base now, including the future base members they merged with. They couldn't run far with their families. So Wen Qian lowered his head and studied the electronic map. He quickly drew a few routes for Chechen and asked him to follow these places. The car went around in circles on the road, and before they knew it, an hour had passed. During this time, Chi Huan had been trying to contact the people at the base by phone, but failed. Just when they were about to give up, Chechen suddenly spoke. There's a sound nearby. At critical moments, having sensitive ears is really useful. Chechen confirmed that the sound of fighting was not far away. So the 3 of them simply got out of the car and walked to the direction where the sound came from. Chi Huan walked a little hurriedly, and Wen Qian winked at Chechen to let him catch up, while he walked slowly behind him. Not thinking of using teleportation, Chechen followed Chi Huan and ran over first. The scene was already in chaos. There were many corpses lying on the ground, some zombies and some human. Chi Huan brushed over without saying a word when he arrived. Chechen didn't rush to take action. He first observed the battle situation, because even if he took action, he couldn't tell which ones were enemies. Besides, Wen Qian didn't ask him to help, so he was too lazy to take action. However, when Chechen saw clearly what clothes the people not far away were wearing, his face changed a little. How could I meet them here? Chechen turned around and ran towards Wen Qian. He ran to Wen Qian breathlessly and said anxiously, "Don't go over there. It's someone from the main control desk." Wen Qian didn't stop because of his words. "I know. Then why are you still here? Since you're here, how can you not watch the excitement? And aren't you curious why the people from the main control desk are chasing them?" Chechen was stunned for a moment. That's right. Even if the people from the main control desk want to kill, they should kill Wen Qian. Why are they looking for these irrelevant people? Killing innocent people will be punished. No one wants to take that risk unless they are mentally ill. Chechen quietly followed Wen Qian and walked back with her. When Wen Qian went over, the battle was almost over. Only 2 people at the main control desk were still fighting. They accidentally saw Wen Qian, and their expressions were so wonderful. Wen Qian found it funny. They had never met before, but these people remembered her appearance so clearly. How big a grudge must this be? After they saw Wen Qian, they immediately changed their target of attack and targeted her first. Wen Qian was not surprised at all. But the girl who had just fought with them saw her and screamed, which scared Wen Qian. What's wrong? Wen Qian raised her eyebrows and saw that the girl came to her senses and caught up with the 2 men, cursing, "Did I let you go? Get back here." She couldn't help laughing as she stood there, watching how this man cleaned up the 2 men. There were only 2 people from the search base at the scene. One was Chi Huan, and the other was the girl. She killed the last 2 people, then turned her head to look at Wen Qian, without blinking, feeling like she was dreaming. Finally, Chi Huan walked up to her and reminded her, saying, "Boss, I found Wen Qian." She said him and sniffed. The distance was a bit far, so Wen Qian didn't hear their conversation. But Chechen heard it clearly and said in surprise, "Huh? That little guy is the boss of the search base?" Wen Qian was also a little surprised when she heard his words. "Are you sure?" "Not sure. But Chi Huan calls her the boss." It's no wonder that the two of them were suspicious. The girl had a baby face and didn't look very old, which was very deceptive. In addition, she was about 1.6 meters tall and looked cute, with the bloodstains on her body. It was quite attractive. Was she leading people to look for him? Wen Qian looked at her from a distance, trying to search for any traces of her in his mind. The girl stood there for a moment, then walked towards her. At first, she was walking normally, a little slowly, but after a few steps, she started running, and in a hurry. Wen Qian didn't move, thinking that she was not going to run over and stab her in the stomach. Right? But to her surprise, the person burst into tears after running to her, which frightened Wen Qian again. Wen Qian looked down at the girl who was hugging her and crying, feeling a little embarrassed. Chi Chen was standing nearby and was ready to fight back. He had the knife in his hand, but now it was in the air, and he could hardly take it back. In the distance, Chi Huan stopped halfway and looked at her eldest brother with a complicated expression, not knowing what to say. Finally, it was Wen Qian who broke the awkward atmosphere. She coughed lightly and said, "Don't steal my clothes to wipe your nose. I saw it. Chapter 230. You are unlucky to meet me today." The girl looked at Wen Qian guiltily and sniffed when she heard what she said. She put her hands around Wen Qian's waist and almost climbed on top of her. Wen Qian was not used to such close contact with someone she was not familiar with. In fact, the moment she jumped on him, Wen Qian had a conditioned reflex to kick her away. But when he saw the girl's red eyes from crying, he held back. Wen Qian raised his hand, poked the girl's eyebrows with his index finger, pushed her head back, and then said to her, "Stand still." The other party was reluctant, but still did as she was told. She slowly loosened her arms around Wen Qian, took a step back, and looked at Wen Qian with sobs. Wen Qian looked around again, looked at the bodies on the ground, and asked, "Did you kill them all?" "Yes." "Why did they chase you?" Wen Qian nodded at the men in combat uniforms. The girl hesitated for a moment and answered, "They have rabies and bite anyone they see." Wen Qian raised an eyebrow. "Do they bite anyone they see? Or do they only bite people coming from a certain place?" Wen Qian's words were full of meaning. The girl looked puzzled for a moment, and then her eyes lit up. "Do you know who they are?" she asked Wen Qian with a slightly excited tone. And when she saw Wen Qian nod, her eyes lit up even more. "You remember everything? Do you remember me?" "No, I don't remember. I'm sorry to disappoint you." Wen Qian turned around and walked towards the car. "This is not a place to talk. It's too noisy." When the girl heard Wen Qian's answer, she was like a balloon that was punctured, and followed Wen Qian dejectedly. Chi Huan followed from behind, repeatedly turning her head to look at the girl, wanting to say something but stopping herself. The girl sensed it and squinted at her. "If you have something to say, just say it." "Chi Huan, you don't want to hear it. Then don't look at me." "Chi Huan, you cried so ugly. I'm afraid I won't see it later." "Hiss. Forget it. I'm in a good mood. I won't bother with you." Several people got in the car, and Chi Chen quickly left the crime scene and drove aimlessly. Wen Qian sat in the passenger seat, frowning slightly, closing his eyes, and seemed to be uncomfortable. Chi Chen noticed it, so he didn't say anything to disturb her rest. Chi Huan and the other person sat in the back and talked in a low voice. "Chi Huan, where are the others? I called you, but no one answered. What happened? I asked Ji Wei and Jiang Yu to take the people away first, but they didn't answer your call?" "No." The girl's face changed slightly, and she cursed in a low voice. "These dogs are really clingy. Captain Qian, we..." She stopped in the middle of her words, and when Qian slowly opened her eyes and asked, "Where are the rest of the people? We originally planned to go to the sports new district." When Qian, Chi Chen, "Look over there." "Okay." When Qian lowered the car window halfway, blowing the not-so-cool wind outside, watching the buildings and zombies flash by, the two people in the back seat suddenly became as quiet as chickens. But when Qian could feel their gazes on him, when Qian silently endured the headache, and after a long while, asked the person behind him, "What's your name?" "Xiong Yushuang." "Come to see me?" "Yes." "How many other people?" "Did I bring them?" "A dozen or so." Xiong Yushuang leaned forward and turned to look at Wen Qian. Captain Qian, do you really not remember anything? Wen Qian glanced at her. If I remembered anything, I would have beaten you when you used my clothes to wipe your nose. You should be glad that I don't remember now. Xiong Yushuang shrank her neck, thinking that she was right, and sat back down. But she thought about it again, and felt that it was not right. So she asked carefully, then, do you know the main control desk? When she said this, Qi took a breath. He couldn't help but look back. Are you from the main control desk too? Also? Yes. Me too. Xiong Yushuang looked at his face carefully, but had no impression. Which department are you from? Special Operations. Xiong Yushuang was full of questions. Is there anyone in the Special Operations team that she doesn't know? She thought for a while, and suddenly realized. Newcomer. Right? Following Xia Ran? No. 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 I'm with Chief Mo. What? Xiong Yushuang suddenly raised her voice, and jumped up from her seat. After hitting her head on the roof of the car, she sat back down, and looked at Qi in disbelief. Then he is a spy. Are all undercover agents so blatant now? They dare to reveal their identities. Xiong Yushuang thought of the report from Qi Huan and the others, saying that Wen Qian had a cooperative relationship with the official base. She said to Wen Qian anxiously, Captain Qian, you can't believe him. And you can't believe him Mohan either. Wen Qian remained silent. Qi looked at the anxious Xiong Yushuang in the rearview mirror and thought, shut up. You can't persuade him. You don't understand. Hee. Only I understand. Qi was a little scared when he thought of Wen Qian and Mohan. But now, he just felt inexplicably happy. This feeling of being sober, while everyone else is drunk is really great. Wen Qian probably guessed what Xiong Yushuang wanted to say. She rubbed her temples, and cursed Mohan in her heart. I don't know what this bastard did in the past that made him so unpopular. He is almost to the point where everyone wants to beat him up. I have to ask him next time we meet. Now is not the time to talk about this. Find your man first and then go back to talk about his problem. Wen Qian said softly. And Xiong Yushuang didn't say anything else. He just stared at Qi who was driving, which made Qi feel uneasy. The car shuttled through the streets and alleys. And finally, Qi vaguely heard a little sound. He went over immediately after confirming the direction. And when he arrived at the place and stopped the car, he saw another chaotic scene. Wen Qian looked at the people outside and thought it was someone from the main control console again. Unexpectedly, she saw the clothes of the West City base. The West City base was also looking for her, which made things a bit troublesome. Wen Qian said tisk and opened the door to get out of the car. She was still wearing the clothes of the Firefly cosplay. As soon as she appeared, she was the brightest in the crowd and quite eye-catching. Wen Qian saw the surprised and pleasant expressions of the people in the West City base after they found her, and walked towards them. As she walked, the ground also changed. Several high walls broke out from the ground, trapping all the people and corpses present. Unable to escape, the area she blocked was about the size of 2 football fields. The moonlight above her head gradually disappeared, and was soon blocked outside by the roof covered by Wen Qian. In the darkness, both the enemy and the friend were in disarray. Soon, someone quickly took out a flashlight, and someone used the fire power to illuminate a small area around them. In this weird atmosphere, they saw Wen Qian, who had walked into the crowd, smiled and said, "You are unlucky to meet me today." Chapter 231. She is Wen Qian, the only person in the world who can save you. As soon as Wen Qian finished speaking, the remaining light sources in the closed space disappeared one by one. In the darkness, people only heard painful groans, and the sound of bodies falling to the ground. The whole process lasted very shortly, only about a minute. And then, the walls that trapped them fell back little by little. When everyone regained light, they saw that the small team of more than 20 people in the West City base was completely wiped out. And the dozens of zombies that were trapped in it also fell to the ground. The night wind blew, and the smell of blood spread. Blood flowed from the necks of those people, soaking the ground under them. Wen Qian looked around and saw that there was no fish that had escaped the net. So she retracted her sight and looked at the group of people who were looking for the base. Everyone hadn't reacted to what was going on, and they all looked at her in shock. Some of them, who had never seen her before, were even more alert and hostile. And the ordinary people hiding in the bus next to them were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe, and were all shocked by the scene. Xiong Yushuang ran to Wen Qian, looked at her with starry eyes and asked, "How did you do it?" although she didn't see Wen Qian do it herself. She was sure that it was Wen Qian who did it. And among the people present, only Wen Qian could do it. Wen Qian glanced at her sideways and didn't answer. How to do it? It's actually very simple. When she got off the car just now, she had already locked the target and fixed the water mist on those people and zombies to mark them to avoid accidental killing. The wall was just to prevent accidents, and didn't want the people in the West City base to go back alive and report the news. If Fu Sheng knew that she was colluding with the search base, there would be more trouble in the future. After setting up the cage, Wen Qian immediately used her ice ability. The sharp ice needles would either break the flashlight or pierce the hands of those who use fire abilities. As long as the force and speed were enough, this could be easily done. Because of the pain, the people who used the ability subconsciously withdrew their strength. Wen Qian took advantage of this brief darkness to start cleaning up the battlefield. She turned the water mist she had set up into water snakes, wrapped them around the necks of people or corpses, and covered their mouths to prevent them from making any sound. In an instant, the water snake turned into an ice blade and cut the throat. But Wen Qian failed to control the force well, and only a thin layer of blood skin was left on the head and neck, and she cut off the head. Wen Qian looked at those failures carefully and silently told herself to pay attention next time. She pretended to be great, and it was quite successful. She gave herself a thumbs up in her heart with satisfaction, looked at the people standing in front of the bus, and asked Xiong Yushuang, "Are they all from your base?" Yes, they used to be from other bases. That was the group of retired soldiers at the future base. From their figures and aura, it was clear that they had all received professional training. Wen Qian nodded and asked again, "So, what are your plans now?" Xiong Yushuang was a little confused by her question and didn't understand what she meant. Wen Qian added, "Are you going to continue looking for a place to stay? Or what do you want to do?" Xiong Yushuang opened her eyes wide. "I've found you. So of course I'm going with you. Wherever you go, I'll go. Don't think about getting rid of me." After she finished speaking, she rushed over and hugged Wen Qian's arm, refusing to let go. Wen Qian struggled hard to get free, but failed. This man is not tall, but he is quite strong, Wen Qian thought. Inside the bus, those people pressed their faces against the window and looked at Wen Qian curiously. Wen Qian scanned their faces one by one, and they were a group of old, weak, sick and disabled people. Wen Qian remembered what Fu Sheng said when he went to the West City base with Imohan before. The future base was originally established by several retired soldiers. They grew up eating at various people's homes, so almost all the people in the base were their former neighbors. According to the current situation, Xiong Yushuang and his group will definitely follow her, unless she takes Chichen away by teleportation. But what is the point of running away? They will continue to look for her if she leaves, and she also has questions to ask them. But taking only Xiong Yushuang and a dozen people away will undoubtedly push the people in the original future base into hell. Wen Qian stood there in silence for a long time, and finally sighed with a headache. "Let's go. To my base?" Wen Qian dragged Xiong Yushuang forward expressionlessly, and said after walking a few steps with gritted teeth, "If you don't let go, I'll chop off your arm." Xiong Yushuang immediately let go and stood up straight. Hesitating for a second longer would be disrespectful to herself. Everyone in Xiong Yushuang's group had a photo of Wen Qian, so they naturally knew her identity. But the group of people in the future base didn't know anything about her, and didn't understand why they followed this little girl who suddenly appeared. "Who is she? Where is she taking us?" someone asked. Wen Qian didn't answer after hearing it, and went straight back to her car. Xiong Yushuang followed her, opened the car door, and answered, "She is Wen Qian, the only person in the world who can save you. If you don't want to die, follow me. If you have lived enough, do as you please." After she finished speaking, she bent down and got into the car, and then heard Wen Qian ask her, "Is the hat you put on me a little high?" "Not at all." Xiong Yushuang's serious answer was very irritating. Wen Qian really didn't expect that because she watched the excitement and went downstairs. She would now go back with nearly 100 people. What does this mean? It means that people should not watch the fun. If you don't sleep at night, you will be punished. She looked at the car window in despair, and didn't say a word on the way back. Several cars drove on the deserted streets, and finally stopped outside the gate of Xiaobai base. Since Wen Qian left, Wen Rang has been working in the study and watching the surveillance. Suddenly he heard a reminder. He looked up at the surveillance screen. thinking he had seen it wrong. He rubbed his eyes and watched for a while, then got up, rushed out of the room, and went downstairs. Wen Qian led people into the gate. Before she could arrange for them, she saw her brother running out of the building and asked her in disbelief, "Did you go out to recruit people?" Others went to the vegetable market to buy goods, but she went to the street to recruit people. She was really good. Wen Qian rolled her eyes speechlessly. Just as she was about to say something, she heard Xiang Yushuang yelling, "Brother Rang." Wen Rang was stunned for a moment and didn't see who called him clearly, but saw a little guy rushing towards him. Because he ran too fast, he almost didn't stop in front of him. He swayed his body before he stabilized his feet. Wen Rang looked down at her and heard his sister say beside him, "Let me introduce you. This is the boss of the search base. Are you surprised or surprised?" Wen Rang was indeed surprised and asked Xiang Yushuang, "You are the one who let people walk around the street with my sister's photo like handing out flyers?" Chapter 232, 40 more people are needed to unlock the intermediate achievement. Wen Rang originally thought that when he saw the person who was sending out photos of his sister like a wholesaler, he would definitely beat him up. It turned out to be a little girl. How could he do that? Xiang Yushuang looked at Wen Rang, and her eyes began to turn red again, which scared Wen Rang. She quickly walked around to Wen Qian and asked in a low voice, "Why are you crying? Did you bully her? She was crying when she was talking to you. How can you blame me?" Wen Qian would not take the blame. She glanced at Xiang Yushuang, who was in tears, and sighed. Unexpectedly, the crybaby from Bincheng base was not recruited, but someone came to her door on his own initiative. It seems that she is destined to lack someone who can cry. Nearly 100 people stood in the yard, looking around curiously at the environment here. They didn't have any hope at first, but after entering this gate, they only had one thought. They won't be driven out. The environment here is so good. Will they accept anyone casually? Is there any threshold, such as those who are good at fighting or have sufficient supplies to come in? When they thought of this, the old, weak, sick and disabled people in the future base subconsciously huddled together, hiding behind the young people like a group of chickens, trying to find a sense of security. Or maybe they were lucky, thinking that as long as Wen Qian didn't see how incompetent they were, he wouldn't drive them away. Unfortunately, Wen Qian had good eyesight and saw their little movements clearly. Wen Qian looked at those people carefully. There were about 20 people over 50 years old and a dozen under 10 years old. The rest were all middle-aged and young people, including a few pregnant women, who were about to give birth soon judging by the state of their bellies. There were also a few young mothers holding babies, who, after meeting Wen Qian's gaze, hugged their children tightly, as if Wen Qian was some kind of demon who would eat children. Wen Qian suppressed the urge to teleport over and scare the children to tears, and silently told herself to be a human being. While Wen Qian was observing this group of people, the leaders of the future base were also observing her. Seeing her reaction, I thought she wanted to get rid of these burdens. So I took the initiative to say, if you don't meet the conditions, we will leave. Don't worry. We won't reveal the location of your base. Looking at the state of this base, you can tell that Wen Qian is definitely not a good person. Now the outside is in a mess, like a mass grave, with demons dancing. They have built a base before, and they know how difficult it is to maintain and operate it. What's more, there is no food in Bincheng now, so it is even more difficult to survive. But looking at Wen Qian's place, it was so quiet and peaceful, as if they had never experienced the end of the world. The fields in the courtyard were planted with fresh crops that made people drool. The combination of high walls, glass roof, and diamond nets made people feel safe. If they were not mistaken, there seemed to be a well in the middle of the two buildings in front. God knows how precious this resource is in the end of the world. Everything here seems incompatible with them. So even if Wen Qian drove them away, they had no complaints. Although, they hoped to stay here and gain this stability. Wen Qian heard the words of the leading man and asked him, "How can I believe what you say?" The man was stunned. And Wen Qian said, from past experience, it seems that only the mouths of the dead are the most reliable. What do you think? Her words frightened dozens of people, and even a few young children bit their lower lips tightly and shivered, not daring to cry out. The atmosphere became solemn for a while. Wen Qian looked at the frightened looks of these people, and then looked at the defensive postures subconsciously posed by the few men who could fight, and sneered. Wen Rang also saw it from the side, and said slowly, "If she really wants to do it, she won't give you a chance to defend yourself." He knew Wen Qian's despicable character, and she was just threatening. If she really wanted to kill him, she would have killed him halfway, and wouldn't have brought him here. While they were talking, Liemo and Wen Chongning also came down from the building. They were a little surprised to see so many people, and before they could ask Wen Qian what was going on, they saw a black shadow rushing towards them. Auntie Mo. Woohoo! I knew you wouldn't die. I miss you so much, woohoo! Xiong Yushuang ran over. She had only heard about Wen Qian and Wen Rang from her subordinates before, but had never heard of Liemo and Wen Chongning. Now that she saw them, she was finally relieved. She knew that Captain Qian was so awesome that he would never let anything happen to them. Liemo looked at the girl in confusion. Are you Qian's classmate? Have we met before? Xiong Yushuang. Yeah. That's right. No wonder. Sorry. I can't remember where I've seen you before. Liemo spoke gently, reaching out to touch her hair. You must have been hard out there. Right? Xiong Yushuang shook her head repeatedly. No. I'm glad I found you. I'm not tired at all. Liemo smiled and looked at Wen Qian. Qian. Which building will these people live in? Number 2 or 3 is fine. Whatever you like. Wen Qian replied calmly, you guys make the arrangements. I'll go upstairs and rest for a while. She left straight away, leaving everyone looking at her back. And her heart, which had been hanging in the air, slowly fell back. What she meant was, can they all stay? Can they live here in the future? Wen Qian walked a few steps and suddenly remembered something. She turned around and looked at those people with happy expressions and asked, are you willing to become residents of my base? Everyone didn't expect her to ask this, and nodded frantically. Then, Wen Qian heard the system prompt. 85 new residents have been detected in the base, and no members with loyalty below 80 have been found. There are still 40 people to unlock the intermediate prosperity achievement of the base. Please pay attention to the expansion of personnel. Wen Qian. I almost forgot about the base prosperity achievement. Last time I unlocked the primary achievement, the reward was to upgrade the base's defense system. I wonder what the intermediate reward will be. There are still 40 people missing. Where can she get 40 more people? Forget it. It doesn't matter if this achievement is not given. Wen Qian gave up. Mu Xiai and his people were already counted by the system when they came, and the heads cannot be repeated. Wen Qian didn't have the habit of catching people on the street and bringing them back to the base, so she just ignored the system's prompt. She walked into the unit door and went upstairs directly, not wanting to care about what was going on downstairs. Wen Rang and others were responsible for arranging accommodation for these people. Xiong Yushuang and the dozen people said they wanted to live in the same building as them, and the closer the better. So they lived in building number 1, like Mu Xiai and others. As for those people from the original future base, they all lived in building number 3. Chapter 233. The number of system combat members increased by 58. Wen Qian went upstairs and lay on the windowsill to watch the people downstairs line up and walk forward like ants moving house. She couldn't help but fall into deep thought. How did things come to this? Her small base suddenly became 150 people from 47 people at the beginning. Although this number is only a drop in the bucket compared to those large bases, it is enough for her. But what makes her a little happy is that the combat power that can be used now has indeed increased a lot. The dozen people Xiong Yushuang brought, plus the dozen people from the future base, and the 20 or so people from Mu Xiai. In this way, even if they need to go out to do things in the future, they don't have to worry about no one guarding the base. They can go out with their whole family. And if there are any conflicts and frictions with other bases, it is also a good thing to have enough combat personnel. In short, everything is a double-edged sword, with advantages and disadvantages. It is impossible for her to get all the good things without taking any risks. So Wen Qian was relieved soon, and she happily accepted that she was also a base leader with more than 100 subordinates. It sounds quite impressive. She turned around and sat back on the sofa, and heard the system prompt sound again. The system's combat readiness members increased by 58. The space prosperity increased by 1,000. And the reward farm increased production by 50%. Wen Qian. You know she is short of food because of the large number of people. Right? Good system. Thank you very much. Wen Qian happily accepted the reward from the system, and then bound the member information that popped up in the system one by one. 58 people, including Mu Xi's group, the dozen people in the future base, and the dozen people in Xiong Yushuang. She browsed their information one by one, and the more she read, the more she felt that she had made a good deal. Downstairs, Wen Rang took these people to building number 3. Like Musei and the others, they chose to live on the lower floors first. Building number 3 has 2 elevators and 4 units, including 3-bedroom units and 2-bedroom units. They are basically 80 to 100 square meters. Not as big as building number 1 where Wenqian lived. But for these people, it is enough. They used to live in a very old residential area in their base, without elevators, and most of the units were 50 to 60 square meters. Later, the base was destroyed by Fu Xing's men, and the rest of them were rescued by Xiong Yushuang, and they have been living in the car ever since. Although it is very hard in this situation, as long as they can survive, it doesn't matter. So, now that they have come to Wenqian's side and see these clean and bright big houses, they feel like they have won the lottery, and the goddess of luck has suddenly descended. In addition to thank you, I don't know what other words of gratitude can be said. Wen Rang settled these people, and then said to the few leaders, the first floor is the canteen, which has food stored inside. If you are hungry, you can go there to find food. The water source is between building 1 and building 2, which are the 2 buildings on the left-hand side, just after entering the gate. You can go there to get water if you need it. As for other supplies, I will send them to you tomorrow. If pregnant women and children need medicine or other supplies, you can contact me at any time. Take these 2 walkie-talkies, and have a good rest after you finish cleaning up. I will talk about the rest tomorrow. After listening to his words, the few people still didn't make any requests to them, which made them feel a little uncomfortable. So they exchanged glances and asked, what do you need us to do? All our supplies are in the car, but there are not many, and you probably don't care about them. Let's go out tomorrow and try to find more supplies. Binsheng has no supplies, and it's useless for you to go out. Rest for a few days first. The base has enough supplies now. Let's study it again after a while, and see which nearby city to go to. Wen Rang spoke calmly, and seeing that they wanted to say something, he added, you are not in the best condition now. Even if you go out, you are likely to get injured or die. You don't have to rush to repay your gratitude, Wenqian, and I don't want anyone to die in vain. I will notify you if there is a need for you. Don't worry. You will be busy in the future. Everyone finally felt relieved after hearing what he said. After Wen Rang dealt with their affairs, he went downstairs to find Xiong Yushuang and others who were waiting in the yard. While they were busy, the dozen people had already gone around the base inside and out, and felt that this was an invincible place. Seeing Wen Rang coming out, Xiong Yushuang went to greet him. Wen Rang looked down at her. The girl had been crying for several times, and her eyes were red and swollen. He suppressed his smile and listened to her ask, Brother Rang, we have a batch of supplies here. Where is the best place to put them? Give it to Wenqian tomorrow. Okay. Then I'll give it to Team Qian tomorrow. She nodded, and then asked, is everyone in the base back? No one is outside. No. Why are you asking this suddenly? We have people with special abilities, who can make the base blend into the surrounding environment and not be discovered by the outside world. I'm worried that others will not be able to find their way home after returning. So I'm asking you. Wen Rang was surprised. Can this ability be used all the time? Yes. As long as you are not in combat and use too much energy on other abilities. It will be fine if you just use it for daily life. Wen Rang was amazed and immediately asked the man to activate his special power. Then he ran out of the base gate curiously to see. Standing outside the gate, Wen Rang watched the appearance of the base gradually change, and finally turned into a group of villas. The more he looked at the villa, the more familiar it looked. Finally, he found that this was the group of villas in front of his community. Wen Rang was stunned, and then he found embarrassingly that he could not find the entrance to go back. Fortunately, Xiong Yushuang poked his head out of the door at this time and solved his problem. This is great. Wen Rang praised generously. Superb. This way, it will be even harder for others to find the exact location of their base in the future. Wen Rang was in a very good mood and returned to the building with Xiong Yushuang and others. They finally chose to live in the floors below Wenqian's house. In short, the closer to Wenqian, the better. Wenqian had just come out of the space, took a shower, changed clothes, and lay on the bed reading comics, completely unaware of what was happening outside. After Wen Rang came back, he quickly notified her. Wenqian was a little curious, so she went downstairs to take a look, and was as surprised as Wen Rang. No wonder so many people can't find the base. Who can find it? Wen Qian happily returned home and talked about this with Wen Rang. Wen Rang suddenly laughed, thinking of something. What are you laughing at? Wen Qian asked in confusion. I'm laughing. I wonder what Imohan will think when he comes here next time and finds that we have changed. He won't think that we have run away with our family. Right? Chapter 234. Wen Qian is the most useless person in the entire base. Wen Qian thought about what Wen Rang said, then shook her head and replied, I think he is more likely to throw a grenade over here to confirm whether he can see us after blowing this place up. Wen Qian stretched lazily after saying that. It's too late. I'm going back to my room to sleep. Go ahead. Wen Rang watched her go back to the room and checked the time. It was already past 1 in the morning. And he had been busy until this time without realizing it. Wen Rang was a little tired. But he went back to the study and turned on the computer. 2 bases were merged within 1 day. And the number of residents in the system increased several times. Wen Rang wanted to simply check the basic information of these people. But he unexpectedly saw more useful information. There was an additional mark behind each name, mental pollution. Wen Rang quickly scanned from top to bottom. Most of the residents had a pollution level of 0. And only a few people had a pollution level of more than 20. Wen Rang looked at their names carefully and recalled. Because Mu Si's group came early, and they had dinner together. He basically remembered everyone's name. The people with problems at the moment were not those brought by Mu Si, and most likely not Xiong Yushuang's. So, only those from the future base were left. Wen Rang remembered that Wen Qian said that the future base had traded crystal core medicine with the West City base before, but was fooled by Fu Sheng with a crystal core that was not up to standard. As a result, some people turned into zombies after taking it, because many people died in this base. So those who have mental problems now should also be the result of taking unqualified crystal core medicine. Fortunately, the value is still within the green range and can be controlled. After Wen Rang confirmed everyone's information, he yawned and went to bed. He slept until more than 10 o'clock the next morning. When he walked out of the room with a messy hair, he bumped into Wen Qian, who was sleepy. The two looked at each other and went to the bathroom to wash up in unison. They were all lazy people, and no one had the right to say anything. After quickly washing up, they walked to the restaurant, sat down and started eating. Liamo and the others had already eaten in the morning. Bread and milk, which Wen Qian had taken out from the space and placed in the kitchen before going to bed last night. Wen Qian and the others also ate the same food, holding the bread in their mouths and walking to the window, looking at the base yard in the moonlight. There were already quite a few people downstairs. This rather lively scene made the two of them a little uncomfortable, especially Wen Qian, whose expression was even more indescribable. Wen Qian placed some food on the first floor of each building, which was the canteen, as well as some pots, pans, liquefied gas tanks, and other cooking tools, so that they could cook for themselves when they were hungry. There were originally 50 people in the base, and Wen Qian was afraid that they would ask for her approval for everything. She was not the kind of person who liked to strictly control others. Although these people did survive under her protection, Wen Qian never treated them badly in terms of food, clothing, and daily expenses. Of course, their dining standards and so on were definitely not the same as her family. But it was within Wen Qian's ability to ensure that everyone in the base was not hungry. Now that the number of people in the base has increased several times, Wen Qian is even more afraid that they will come to her for trivial matters. Otherwise she will really go crazy. So she decided to let them go, leaving a week's supply in the cafeteria at a time. As long as no one went in to steal in the middle of the night, it would be enough. If there was really a thief inside, she would just throw him out of the base. And if he was bitten to death and turned into a zombie, she could still recover an extra crystal core. After Wen Qian and the others finished their meal, they went back to their rooms to change clothes and planned to go downstairs. Wen Rang saw his sister change back into her usual dark combat uniform and joked, "Why don't you continue to wear the one you wore yesterday?" "No. No." Wen Qian shook her head repeatedly. "That dress is poisonous. She brought back so many people after wearing it for 1 day. She can't stand it if it goes on like this." The two went downstairs. Liamo and others were also downstairs. Xiong Yushuang stood beside Liamo. Just as Wen Qian expected, this girl cried too hard last night, so now her eyes are so swollen that she can hardly open them. Seeing Wen Qian, she immediately ran over and said with a slightly excited tone, "Good morning, Captain Qian." Wen Qian, "Good morning." Wen Qian looked at the people in the yard a little confused and asked in confusion, "What are so many people doing? Although the base is safe, these people are still worried that they will attract zombies and beasts if they make any noise. So they walk carefully and speak softly. From a distance, it looks like a pantomime. Oh, they are moving. And there are also people competing for jobs. Anyway, they are all very busy." Wen Qian. She knew all the words in this sentence. But when they were put together, she didn't quite understand what it meant. Where do people move to in the base? Where do you have to compete for jobs? Xiong Yushuang was about to explain when she saw this. But Qichen, who squeezed in from the side, got there first. "The group of people she brought back yesterday saw the natives of our base this morning. Then they made eye contact and recognized that they were ordinary people like themselves, and quickly integrated with each other. Wen Qian, Qichen, they heard that the natives now live in the base's underground garage and think it's safer there. So you see, they all plan to move there." "Captain Qian, do we still have that big tent?" "Yes, but I didn't expect them to be assimilated so quickly," Wen Qian said with mixed feelings. "What about the competition for the job?" "Xiong Yushuang, let me tell you about that." She glared at Qichen and replied, "That guy named Musei found out that there was a security room in our base. So he gathered everyone together, made a duty roster, and took turns according to the list." Wen Qian turned her head and looked at the security room she was talking about. It was the one before the community. After the system turned this place into a base, it also retained that location. Wen Qian had been inside before, and saw that the windows of the security room were made of the same material as her home. You could only see outside from the inside, but not inside from the outside. But she had never thought of sitting inside because the base had a surveillance system, and because she was lazy and bored. The security room was about 20 square meters, equipped with tables and chairs, security cabinets, the base's internal surveillance system, and rest beds. But because of the power outage, the surveillance was not easy to use. There is definitely no problem for 3 or 4 people to sit in the room at a time, and maybe even a mahjong table. Wen Qian's thoughts went off the track, and she heard Xiong Yushuang say again, "Also, they are confirming the team that will go out to collect crystal cores every day, the team that will stay to protect the safety of the base, and the rotation list of people who will go to the cafeteria to cook. In short, well, that guy named Musei is quite good at managing people, and he has arranged almost everything for you." Wen Qian knew that Musei was capable, but she didn't expect him to be so active. Wen Qian hesitated to speak, and inexplicably felt that I am the most useless in the entire base. Everyone was full of energy, but she was the only one who just wanted to eat, drink, and have fun instead of doing real work. Chapter 335. He was also afraid of his sister going crazy. Before the apocalypse, Wen Qian and Musei were in the same club when they were in school. That's how they met. Musei was the president, and he had wanted Wen Qian to take over, but was strongly rejected by Wen Qian. Unexpectedly. Now, Wen Qian sighed. She had originally wanted to let the residents of the base go, but this group of people really pulled her scalp and made her stand up. They had done everything, and they did it quite well. Wen Qian couldn't be stupid enough to say no need. This not only ruined the atmosphere, but also disgusted people. She was not an ignorant person, so Wen Qian could only bite the bullet and roll with them, filling in her name on the form for collecting crystal cores. After finishing all this, Wen Qian went to the underground garage to take a look. Wow! There were tents everywhere, one next to the other, really huddling together for warmth. In fact, the environment in the underground garage was not that bad. It was clean and safe, with lights, and there were vents, so it wouldn't feel stuffy. The weather was still hot, but after several months of torture and evolution, these people's bodies had gradually adapted. When the cold wave hits in a while, they can build a fire here, which may be much more comfortable than living in the building. When Musei and others went down to the garage to familiarize themselves with the environment in the morning, they were surprised to find the woodpile below. They didn't expect Wen Qian to be so well prepared, and they couldn't help but admire her even more. So everyone immediately decided to go out and get some more wood today. Beicheng has few supplies now, but dead tree trunks are everywhere. They have to hurry up and get more while the West City base hasn't cut down all the wood yet. Wen Qian listened to their plan and felt that she was arranged clearly. So an hour later, she followed Musei, Qi Huan, Jiang Yu and more than a dozen people out of the door. As for Xiong Yushuang, She originally wanted to go with them, but in the end, Wen Rang kept her. Xiong Yushuang followed him upstairs and entered the Wen family. As soon as she entered the house, she took a breath of cool air. It's too comfortable here. Xiong Yushuang felt the comfortable temperature that was neither hot nor cold, and her eyes were straight. She looked at Wen Rang and said, I want to move in too. Wen Rang looked back at her and said, I don't have the final say on this. You have to ask Wen Qian. Captain Qian will definitely agree. That kid named Qi has moved in, so there's no reason why I can't. When mentioning Qi Chen, Xiong Yushuang couldn't help but say, Brother Rang, that kid is obviously a spy sent by Imohan. Don't be too nice to him. You don't remember anything. But Imohan is really not in the same camp as us. Don't believe what he says easily. When Rang saw last night that among the many people who had just joined the system, only Xiong Yushuang's loyalty had soared directly to never betray. Although the people she brought were all 100, they were still a certain distance away from this level. When Rang thought that this might be because she remembered everything, while those people had their memories erased. The reason why she was kept here today was because Wen Rang wanted to ask her some questions. When Rang sat on the sofa, looked at Xiong Yushuang and asked, Did those people you brought know us before? Of course. They all know. Brother Rang, what did you remember? Xiong Yushuang realized it later, and opened her eyes wide in surprise. No. But I left a backup plan for myself. So I know some things. But is your physical condition okay? Last time, Qi Chen fainted after talking to me about the main control console. You won't faint too? Don't compare me with that young boy. He is just a younger brother. Xiong Yushuang looked down on Qi Chen's strength. And that was the fact. Xiong Yushuang, former deputy captain of the special operations team of the main control console. After Wen Qian was dealt with, she should have taken over that position. As a result, she carefully selected a group of team members and ran away with them. Therefore, these people were put on the list of people to be hunted down by the main control station. Xiong Yushuang escaped after Wen Qian's family got into trouble. But she has not found any trace of Wen Qian and others over the years. What she did most was to take these people to various worlds to brush experience and try her luck to see if she could find Wen Qian. The system that the main control station can monitor parallel worlds is with Imohan. Xiong Yushuang knew that she was no match for Imohan, and she didn't want to get into trouble. So she kept an eye on Imohan's actions while searching for him. Before leaving, Xiong Yushuang had left an eye at the main control desk. So, when she learned that Imohan had come to this world, she immediately brought people to follow him. After hearing what she said, Wen Rang nodded thoughtfully. No wonder Imohan was not very anxious when he heard about the search for Wen Qian at the base. If he guessed correctly, he should have guessed the identity of this group of people a long time ago. Why did those people you brought with you lose their memories? Wen Rang asked again. I dealt with them, although they were all under Captain Qian's command. I was still worried that I might have made a mistake and brought a spy with me. So I simply erased their memories and fabricated a fake one. I'll help them recover after everything is settled and we go back. Xiong Yushuang's work style is completely different from her cute appearance. She is so reliable that Wen Rang is a little surprised. When Rang finished asking what he wanted to ask, he had already obtained the rest of the information from Imohan, so he didn't ask any more. But he soon thought of another person. Are you familiar with Xia Ran? Xiong Yushuang was stunned for a moment. How do you know the name of that bitch? Have you seen her? I went abroad a while ago and met her there. Xiong Yushuang, what? Then, what about Tin Qian? Did you see her too? I saw her, and I met a few people chasing us. They must have been sent by Xia Ran. TSK. I was wondering why there were so many mad dogs in the past 2 days. It seems that she is chasing us. The past events were vivid in her mind, making Xiong Yushuang grit her teeth in hatred. She couldn't sit still any longer, and said to Wen Rang, we need to inform Team Qian about this, and let her be careful. Don't worry. We are in our own territory, so we won't be bullied by those people. Wen Rang was not very worried about this. Although Wen Qian didn't say it, he could feel that her strength was much higher than when she went abroad before. When she was abroad, Wen Qian didn't tear her face with Xia Ran because of the safety of so many people. But now that he is back, if he encounters her again, Wen Rang cannot guarantee what will happen. After all, he is afraid of his sister going crazy. Wen Rang comforted Xiong Yushuang and let her go to play by herself. Xiong Yushuang stubbornly decided to sit here, on this sofa, and wait for Wen Qian to come back. Then, whether she rolls on the floor or acts cute. Anyway, she wants to move in from downstairs. Chapter 336. The land is coming to her base. Xiong Yushuang sat alone in the living room, and soon got bored. She looked around and saw Wen Rang going into the study to work. And there was no one else in the room. She had no choice but to go downstairs to find Liamo and the others. Liamo was downstairs now, examining pregnant women in the base. 3 of them were due to give birth this month. They were really amazing to be able to survive with such big bellies. Liamo gave these pregnant women some instructions. And when she turned around and walked back, she met Xiong Yushuang, who had just come out. Xiong Yushuang ran to her side with a smile, calling her Auntie Imo sweetly. She took Liamo's arm and asked her softly, Auntie Imo, when Captain Qian? No. After Qian comes back. Can you help me put in a good word and let her agree to let me move upstairs? Liamo tilted his head to look at her, smiled and nodded. Okay. I knew Auntie Imo. You are the best. Xiong Yushuang jumped for joy. But her joy did not last for 3 seconds. And she keenly heard the sound of gunfire coming from outside the base. Liamo also heard it, and was slightly startled, listening to Xiong Yushuang. Auntie Imo, I'll go over and take a look. After saying that, she let go of Liamo's hand and went towards the base gate. In the security room at the gate, Gu Ran and 2 new men were sitting inside. There were large windows on 3 sides of the security room, and the view was extremely wide. They frowned and looked out the window, and saw 3 off-road vehicles driving quickly from a distance. And they were shooting zombies along the way with machine guns. Gu Ran clenched his fists slightly, feeling a little nervous, afraid that the other party would find them. But those cars were just passing by. Although they glanced through the window, they didn't find any problems and left directly. Gu Ran and the other 2 couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then heard Xiong Yushuang, who had come in from behind at some point, speak softly. Why did you come here? The 3 of them were frightened by her and looked back at her and asked, Do you know them? Isn't there a sign of the West City base on that car? It was dark at night, and the car was driving fast, so they really didn't see where the sign Xiong Yushuang said was. Xiong Yushuang leaned against the door frame, crossed his arms, and asked in confusion, Have you noticed that the scope of activities in the West City base is much larger than before? Gu Ran didn't have much contact with that side, so he couldn't answer this question. The other 2 were different. One was from the Sincerity base, and the other was from the Future base. They had made many big and small enemies with the West City side. Su Yang, they have always been like this, relying on their large numbers to run around, arresting anyone they see, and killing anyone they don't like. The man next to him nodded in agreement. Yes, it has never changed. Maybe they have been here before, and they are just passing by today. Gu Ran, no. Today is indeed the first time. No one has ever passed by here before. Xiong Yushuang, from the map and their previous activity tracks, this should not be their activity range, because it is too far from their base. But their recent activities are indeed a bit frequent. If I am not mistaken, they should come here to explore the way and find a suitable place as a gathering point in the future. The West City base has occupied a lot of land in Bincheng and has arranged guards. Xiong Yushuang used to think that this behavior was simply insane. What's the point of hoarding land in the end of the world? But now she seems to have figured it out. I suspect that the West City base wants to fight with the Bincheng base because they have had several minor frictions recently. Our current location is between the 2 bases, so this can explain it. Hearing that the 2 bases were going to fight, the man from the Future base sneered. Gu Ran glanced at him calmly and heard him say, Then let's fight. It's best if both sides are hurt, and no one gets any advantage. Xiong Yushuang nodded in agreement. That's right. These 2 bases will be our future enemies. It's not a bad thing to let them consume each other first. Gu Ran couldn't help but remind them. Should I tell you that our base and Bincheng base actually have a good relationship? I know. I've heard relevant news before. Xiong Yushuang curled her lips and said, But that was in the past. When Captain Qian sees Imo Han's true face, the relationship will fade. Gu Ran really didn't know what to say, so he silently complained in his heart, naive. By the way, Imo Han won't come to the base again recently. If these people find out that he is here, can he still go back safely? This matter is a bit troublesome. I don't know how Wen Qian will solve it then. But how did Imo Han offend them? Why does it seem like there is some deep hatred from Gu Ran's previous experience with Imo Han? He felt that Imohan was a pretty good person. He clearly distinguished between public and private affairs, and was not arrogant. Of course, this must have been due to Wenqian. And Gu Ran knew it. But no matter what, shouldn't he offend so many bases at the same time? Gu Ran glanced at the expressions of the three people, and resisted his curiosity, and didn't ask them what grudges they had with Imohan. Wenqian didn't know what happened in the base. She went out with the others, as leisurely as elementary school students on a spring outing. More than a dozen people. Ordinary small cars can't fit them at all. Wenqian looked down on the two broken buses they drove over. So she moved a motorhome out of the space. Now there are more people in the base. And next time she goes on a long trip, she will have to pay more attention to the auto repair company and get a few buses back. This is the first time to set up a base. Although she also experienced the end of the world in her previous life, the base she stayed in did not prepare these. In summary, she was not thoughtful. But she did not think that so many people would come to her base before. Wenqian didn't hide the fact that she had a space from these people. They were all shrewd people. So it was impossible to hide it. 5 months into the apocalypse. Almost half a year. Not to mention these people who were originally smart. Even Gu Ran, the fool, is not as easy to fool as he was at the beginning after being ravaged by the dog-slash-day apocalypse. These people watched Wenqian take things from the space like Doryman. And they were all scared. They didn't know how big her space was. And it could even fit a car. Wenqian heard their discussion and pursed her lips without saying anything. She thought to herself that if you knew there were several factories in my space, you wouldn't use cars as the unit of measurement to measure the size of my space. She didn't have the habit of showing off her wealth to others. So she turned her head and looked out the window with a lollipop in her mouth. Soon, the car drove to an area with dense dead trees. Everyone got out of the car and was about to use cold weapons to deal with the zombies nearby. But they heard Wenqian say, "Wait, don't do it yet." Wenqian quickly stopped them. Keeping these zombies is useful. Everyone looked confused. Even Mu Xiai frowned, wondering what else the zombies could be used for besides killing them to take the crystal cores. Chapter 337. Zombies act as extras for her. Just as they were guessing, the zombies suddenly lined up in front of them, standing in a neat line like a military formation. Everyone. Can someone explain what's going on? Everyone looked at each other. And finally their eyes focused on Wenqian. Wenqian admitted calmly, "Well, I called them to help with the work. There is strength in numbers." They could understand the second half of the sentence, but not the first half. What do you mean she called them? Can they help with the work? Everyone looked at the zombies warily, thinking that they would pounce on people and bite them at any minute. Because since the end of the world, zombies have been standing on the opposite side of humans. And they can't do anything else except attacking humans. The result was unexpected again. They actually marched in a neat pace, one step ahead of them, and went up the mountain to pull up trees. Wenqian followed behind and nodded and praised, "Yes. That's it. Set an example for them." Everyone looked at Wenqian hesitantly. And finally Chi Huan broke the strange silence. "Compared to the last time I met you, you are becoming less and less like a human being." When Chi Huan met Wenqian before, she felt that this person was a bit too strong. But at that time, her ability was at least easier to understand. But what is this now? Ordering zombies to work. Is she going to be the boss of the zombies? Chi Huan shook her head speechlessly, and walked up the mountain resignedly. She used to think that Xiong Yushuang was outrageous enough. But that outrageous person was willing to bow down to this person. What does it mean? Is this person the outrageous ancestor? Chi Huan sighed, and prepared herself mentally, thinking that Wenqian might do something even more ridiculous in the future. Wenqian can let the zombies chop wood now. And in the future, she can let the zombies plant trees, raise pigs, and Chi Huan became more and more scared, and couldn't help but turn back to ask Wenqian, "You won't catch zombies and bring them back to the base to live with us, right?" Wenqian looked innocent. "What terrible words are you saying? Chi Huan, how can you say that?" Everyone went up the mountain to work. And soon, a small mountain of wood was piled up in the open space. The weather is dry now, and there have been wildfires in many places. The natural environment may be even worse in the future. So while conditions permit, they must store as many resources as possible to prevent the long winter from coming. Although many buildings are self-heated and can burn coal themselves, their base is not that kind. It is not impossible to go to the heating company to burn boilers for heating for these buildings. But the big chimney is whistling smoke, which is simply waving to everyone, saying, "There are living people and resources here. Come and grab them." Wen Qian was not idle either. She stood at the edge, so that if anyone attacked from the bottom of the mountain, the first person they would encounter would be her. While she was working, she listened to other people chatting quietly, talking about topics such as when the polar night would end and how cold the winter would be. Some people were worried that the wood would not be enough to support them through the winter. Wen Qian did not have as many concerns as they did, because she still had hundreds of thousands of tons of coal in her space. She had gone to Ningxing before, and found a coal yard when she and Imo Han were collecting supplies. So she was not panicked at all. But she didn't say it, because she felt that it was not a bad thing to make these people feel a little bit of crisis. Just as Wen Qian said, there is strength in numbers. In just 1 hour, with the help of zombies, they had pulled up thousands of trees. And just when they had a flash of thought in their minds about how to transport these woods back to the base, Wen Qian waved her hand again, and threw all the wood into her space as easily as throwing a piece of candy into her pocket. Her space might be a bottomless pit, everyone thought silently. However, her space function is so powerful. If she is captured and killed, won't the materials inside explode? They don't know Wen Qian's full strength yet, nor do they know the special nature of Wen Qian's space. Her space is bound to the system and locked to her. It can't be taken away by anyone, and she can't be killed by anyone. These people have been bound to the system and become Wen Qian's subordinates. Because of the system's compulsion, they always respect Wen Qian and subconsciously don't want her to be in danger. Of course, there are also very special bad guys who want to plunder Wen Qian's space. But as long as the idea comes out and is captured by the system, it will be a dead end. So, after they realized that Wen Qian was a treasure box and that her space would be captured and killed by outsiders, they immediately dragged her into the crowd. Wen Qian was surrounded by more than a dozen people and 1,000 zombies, which made her feel uncomfortable all over. She wanted to run, but was blocked by Mu Xiai, Qi Huan, Jian Yu, who she was not very familiar with, and Ji Wei. Wen Qian had seen Jian Yu before and fought with him, but she only knew the girl named Ji Wei after meeting Xiong Yushuang. Wen Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and asked them, "What are you trying to do? If you know you are a piece of fat meat, don't run around." Mu Xiai looked at her and said, "If you are really caught, you will cry." Wen Qian, "Okay, I won't run. Come on. Continue to work." Wen Qian didn't want to waste time explaining anything, knowing that they were kind-hearted and thinking about him. He didn't refuse their kindness. A group of people worked hard on the mountain for nearly 5 hours, and the mountain was almost bald. If the mountain could talk, it would definitely scold them for pulling out all its hair. Everyone stopped to rest contentedly, taking the dry food they brought from the base to solve the problem of food and replenish their energy. Wen Qian looked at the compressed biscuits, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and other things they took, and didn't expect that they were so well prepared. Everyone was eating frugally, so how could Wen Qian feel ashamed to eat the delicious food? So she also dutifully took out a small bag of compressed biscuits from the space and pretended to eat them deliciously. It took them less than 10 minutes to eat, and they sat there and rested for another 15 minutes before continuing to work. For them, this kind of physical work was much easier than running around killing zombies and fighting with people from other bases. So they didn't feel tired at all. Wen Qian was swept up by them. And finally, they and the zombies worked together to pull out all the zombies on the hill. And then they stopped and prepared to go home. Wen Qian was walking in the crowd under their protection. Mu Xiai looked back at the zombies in the distance and couldn't help asking her, "What should we do with those zombies?" Wen Qian also looked back, thought for a while and said, "Let them run back to the outside of the base to be security guards. There are not many zombies near our base, so we can get some extras to support the scene." Mu Xiai, "Forget it. Don't ask anything else. Otherwise he is afraid that he will be too shocked to sleep tonight." Chapter 338. The zombies are getting more and more excited. Everyone went down the mountain, and for the first time, they felt that it was so easy and convenient to find supplies. There was no need to drive many cars, and there was no need to worry that the supplies in the car would be found and robbed by others halfway. Wen Qian is simply a magic weapon for collecting supplies. It seems that I have to take her with me when I go out in the future. Even if she does nothing, just stays quietly aside as a walking storage box. Wen Qian didn't know what they were thinking. But she felt that it was not bad to go out with such a group of people. In the past, she was either alone or with Wen Rang and Gu Ran. Anyway, the impression she gave to the outside world was basically fixed. If you see a girl wearing dark clothes and long hair, alone or with 2 or 3 men, it is probably her. So the West City base is looking for her. Most likely based on this. Observe her from a distance first. And if she meets the conditions, go closer to compare with the photo. But now, she is standing among more than a dozen people. And there are even 2 people of the same sex around her. How rare. As long as the mask is worn properly. Even if people from the West City base come, they won't suspect her. Wen Qian was in a good mood. And then heard Mu Xiai say, "It's not easy to come out. Why don't we walk a distance first? Kill zombies while walking. And collect some crystal cores to take back? Every time they go out, they take a high risk and may die outside. So they don't want to waste any opportunity to go out." Everyone had no objection. So they did as he said. But there were still a few people who murmured in a low voice with a little frustration. "What's the use of getting the crystal core? You can't eat it raw. And it can't be used to make medicine." That's right. Besides, if you trade it with others, the medicine you get in return is also risky. It's better not to eat it. Don't mention it. Thinking of Lao San and the others. I'm still a little scared. The people who spoke came from the future base. When Wen Qian heard it, he remembered that someone in their base ate the crystal core potion given by Fu Sheng and then mutated. It seems that the incident left a big shadow on them. And they are still scared now. But although they were reluctant, they still killed zombies with everyone. Mu Xiai just heard their words and comforted them. Although no one can make a 100% harmless crystal core potion now, it will succeed sooner or later. The exchange rate will definitely be higher than the current price offered by the West City base. So we must prepare more crystal cores in advance. Otherwise we won't be able to exchange for a few bottles of medicine. Wen Qian didn't say anything. She was afraid that if she told the truth, she wouldn't even be able to go home today. And they would drag her outside to kill zombies without sleep. She looked back at the 1,000 zombies she had called over. And couldn't help but remind them. Be careful. Don't kill my zombie squad. The zombies lined up to come down the mountain. And the scene looked as weird as it could be. Wen Qian asked the zombies to walk along the main road towards her home. Because they walked slowly. So when they were done and drove back, they might run into them halfway. A group of people watched the zombie team leave with different expressions. And then went to deal with the zombies nearby who were looking for them because of the human scent. Wen Qian observed them calmly. This group of people were used to working as a team and had a set of action plans. Although everyone who went out was equipped with a gun, not everyone could use it without scruples at any time. Because guns and ammunition were also limited. They had to save them in case of any accidents in the future, and they ran out of bullets. At the moment, most of these people chose to use cold weapons or superpowers to fight zombies directly. Only a few stood a little further away and assisted them with guns. The gun was also equipped with a silencer, so the sound was not loud, as expected of the main combat force that has survived to this day in each base. They killed zombies quickly and neatly, and they were old executioners at first glance. Wen Qian watched them kill a little friend, no, a little zombie, and was a little doubtful whether there were enough zombies for them to share. Or, could she help? She secretly estimated their strength, and then secretly used the skill of attracting firepower. The sudden increase in the number of zombies made everyone a little dumbfounded, and they didn't understand what was going on. In fact, these zombies are all heading for Wen Qian. Within 3 minutes, the zombies' firepower will be concentrated on Wen Qian, ignoring others. This is originally a skill to ensure the safety of teammates. Unfortunately, Wen Qian is now surrounded by her teammates. So if the zombies want to attack her, they have to get past them first. As Wen Qian's strength becomes stronger, the strength of her various skills also increases. Just like attracting firepower, the number of zombies that Wen Qian created when she first used it was far less than it is now. When there are too many zombies, everyone can no longer leisurely chop them with knives. For a while, various superpowers were displayed. Wen Qian stood there like watching a fireworks show, and wanted to grab a handful of melon seeds to eat while watching. Water, fire, earth, wood, wind, lightning, thunder, strength, speed, and other superpowers were all gathered. Wen Qian observed carefully, and saw that the combat power of these people was indeed not good. And they were far behind the group of Yi Xinghua and Lin Yin who she disliked. but they hardly took crystal core potions. So as long as the medicine was up in the future. Then, when Qian's mouth corners slightly raised, eyes flickering, Qi Huan and Ji Wei were the closest to her, and when they saw her smile, they both felt a chill on their backs. 3 minutes, not long or short, but it made these dozen people exhausted. They didn't know what was wrong with these zombies suddenly, rushing towards them like they had mad cow disease. It was obvious that there were not so many zombies within their sight. They all rushed over from hundreds of meters, or even thousands of meters away. Although they have many living people, they shouldn't attract so many zombies. Right? If so, who would dare to go out easily in the future? When the 3 minutes were up, the zombies' movements became slow for a second. It was time for them to ignore Wen Qian. It seemed that they suddenly noticed that there were so many living targets around them, and their saliva was flowing down, making Mu Xiai and others curse. Damn! Why are they getting more and more excited? Wen Qian pretended to paddle in the crowd, but she kept observing. No one noticed that when several zombies were about to pounce on them, they stopped for some reason and fell to the ground inexplicably. When they had just cleared out all the zombies, they realized that the weather had become a little humid, and they were all shrouded in a thin layer of fog. Chapter 339. Where did this half-orc come from? Everyone gathered together and looked around vigilantly. When they were sure that there were no more zombies rushing over, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They sat on the ground and looked at the zombie corpses all over the ground. After resting for a while, they got up again to look for the crystal core. It was so hard to kill the zombies. If they forgot the crystal core, they would have to slap themselves in the face in the middle of the night when they went back today, and they would regret it so much that they couldn't sleep. However, when they searched for several corpses but didn't find a crystal core, they were dumbfounded. What happened? Everyone stood up and looked at each other. Seeing that others had not found it like themselves, they felt relieved, which meant that it was not because they were too bad, but they were also a little uneasy, because this kind of thing had never happened before. Could it be that the zombies had mutated and evolved again? Wen Qian only realized when he heard their collapsed discussion that they were already combat members bound to his system. So, after killing the zombies, the crystal core will automatically be stored in her space. What to do? Tell the truth? But how to explain it? If I mention the system to them, will they understand? Or should I change the way I put it? Wen Qian thought for a moment, raised his hand silently, and spoke. Well, the crystal core is here with me. Everyone looked puzzled. Wen Qian, I use my supernatural power. Now I am like a magnet, and the crystal cores are all attracted to me. So when you go out with me in the future, you don't have to look for the crystal cores to kill zombies. They will automatically come to me. Very good. It's okay to explain it with superpowers. Everyone was shocked for a while. They didn't expect there was such a convenient superpower. Then, a clever guy spoke. Jiangyu, then let's go to the Xiqing base. Bincheng base is also okay. Use your superpower to suck all their crystal cores over. Wen Qian looked at him expressionlessly, wanting to strangle him to death. Wen Qian, first, you can treat me as a small magnet, but you can't treat me as a superconducting magnetic field. If I can absorb the crystal cores of anyone, I will be struck by lightning soon. Okay? I will be punished by God. Jiangyu touched his nose. Oh! Wen Qian, second. It's not impossible to steal the crystal cores of the West City base. But it's not good to tell me about the Bincheng base. Right? Don't you know that their boss and I are now he hooking up with me, and I hooking up with him? We haven't confirmed the relationship, so it can't be considered a relationship. But there is definitely half a relationship. You expect me to steal his things? Is this appropriate? Wen Qian complained madly in her heart, then smiled at the audience, who were waiting for her to say the second thing, and said, It's getting late now. We should go home for dinner. It would have been fine if she didn't say it, but as soon as she said it, everyone's stomach started to growl. Wen Qian looked at their subconscious movements of touching their stomachs and expressed great satisfaction. She took out the RV from the space and was the first to open the door and go in. The others followed behind, and they felt that it was a smart move to bring her along. The super large RV didn't feel crowded even with more than a dozen people sitting in it. 2 people sat in the cab, and the rest of the people squeezed into the living room with Wen Qian. After the curtains were drawn, soft lights came on in the car. Everyone looked at the drinks in the wine cabinet and water bar, and began to swallow unconsciously, and then asked Wen Qian, Can I drink it? Yes. Drink as much as you want. she agreed, and everyone started to act. After solving the problem of thirst, Wen Qian said again, "Do you want to queue up to take a shower and change clothes on the way back? It takes about an hour to drive back from here. For these rough men, the average shower time for each person is less than 10 minutes. Which is enough. Wen Qian, the bathroom is fully stocked and has enough water. I have clothes in my space. Tell me your sizes, and I'll find them for you. No one has taken a shower for a long time. And they are wearing old clothes that have not been washed for who knows how long. In the past, people might be disgusted by their dirty and smelly appearance wherever they go. But now most people are in this state. If they can't even guarantee their daily water needs, where will the extra water come from for showering and washing clothes? There are very few people as clean as Wen Qian." Mu Xi hesitated for a moment and asked, "Won't this waste water? Don't you see that there is a well in our base? This amount of water can still be supplied." Mu Xi, "Okay. Let's go take a shower." They haven't taken a comfortable shower for a long time. Usually they just wipe their bodies with a wet towel. But in this weather it is completely useless. Wen Qian helped them find some clothes. The same combat uniform as his own, just in different sizes. A group of people holding new clothes, with worthless smiles on their faces, look easier to coax than elementary school students. They rushed to clean up their messy bodies, while Wen Qian sat comfortably on the sofa, opened a corner of the curtain, and looked at the scenery along the way. Ji Huan and Ji Wei did not join in the fun, but sat with her, not talking, enjoying this rare leisurely and comfortable time. During this period, they ran around, and every day when they opened their eyes, they had only one task, to find Wen Qian. Following Xiong Yushuang, they never went hungry, but because they had no fixed residence, they had been living on the bus for several months, so they naturally had less rest. If they knew that Wen Qian's place had such good conditions, they would have definitely tried harder to find her. They only slept 3 hours a day, or even no sleep. The sooner they found her, the sooner they could enjoy life. Wen Qian didn't know what they were thinking. She was looking for where her 1,000 zombies had gone, fearing that they had lost their way and gone in the wrong direction. The door of the bathroom opened and closed, and everyone hurriedly washed their bodies and hair, changed into clean and comfortable clothes, and came back. The speed was faster than Wen Qian had imagined. Basically one every 5 minutes, fearing that the people behind would get impatient waiting. Wen Qian watched them come back one after another, and couldn't help but wonder, if she opened a bathhouse and hired an old man to scrub people's bodies, and collected crystal cores as tickets, how much money would she make? However, considering how dirty they were, it would probably tire several old men to death. Or, let the orcs in her space scrub. It didn't seem appropriate. What if she didn't use enough strength and broke her bones? She would have to ask her mother to see a doctor, which was not cost-effective. Wen Qian gave up the idea of opening a bathhouse. She thought she could get home safely today, but she didn't expect that she would soon hear gunshots nearby. The radio in the car sounded, and the person in the cab reported the situation ahead. "There's a fight ahead, blocking the road." The car was forced to stop, and Wen Qian heard a surprised voice on the radio again. "What the hell is this thing? Is it a human? Why does it have 4 legs?" Wen Qian stood up, opened the door, and looked outside. Everyone was wearing night vision goggles, so they could see the situation outside clearly. When Wen Qian saw an orc appear in her sight, she was a little confused. It ran out from her space? Impossible. She beat them up last night. So, where did this orc come from? Chapter 240. Close the door and beat the dog. Wen Qian tilted her head to watch the fun, staring at the orc with a question mark on her face. Unlike the orcs in her space, the one in front of her was obviously more technological, like a cyber-style robot. Its entire shape was similar to that of a centaur, and its upper body was modified. Its eyes, mouth and palms were all equipped with small laser cannons, so its combat power was even more amazing. Wen Qian frowned slightly, wanting to see who was so sick that he'd brought such a thing out to cause trouble. She glanced at the group of people, and after just one glance, she was recognized by the other party. Wen Qian was still standing in the car, and she just poked her head out. Moreover, she was wearing a mask and night vision goggles. So when Mu Beichuan shouted, "Auntie, help me," she was really wondering how this person recognized her. Mu Beichuan and his group were chased and beaten by the orcs, and when he saw Wen Qian, he turned around and ran towards her without saying a word, as if he had seen a life-saving straw. Wen Qian rolled her eyes. She had no choice but to jump off the car and continue to look at the people over there. It turned out that it was the West City base that was causing trouble, and the people being hunted were from the Bincheng base. Wen Qian saw a few familiar faces. In addition to Mu Beichuan, there were Yi Xinghua, Xin Yu, and the little crybaby Lu Bai. This combination surprised Wen Qian a little. After Wen Qian got off the car, Yi Xinghua also recognized her identity and was instantly relieved. The West City base was still attacking. In addition to the half-orc, they also brought 2 mutant zombies. As for the people, there were nearly 100 of them. Wen Qian had just stood at the door of the car and had not seen everything. After getting off, she found that there were so many people on the other side, and she was a little surprised. This was a big scene. They surrounded Mu Beichuan and his group in the middle and beat them in circles. The reason why there was a gap on Wen Qian's side was because of the 1,000 precious zombies she had summoned before. They passed by here, thinking only of reporting to Wen Qian's base, ignoring anyone and anything in their eyes. The sudden appearance of thousands of zombies made the West City base confused for a while and broke the formation. It just so happened that when they killed the zombies and had not had time to plug the gap, Wen Qian appeared. When Wen Qian saw how many people there were, she immediately turned around and walked towards the car. Whoever wants to save her can save her. She is just an innocent passerby. Mu Beichuan ran very fast after seeing her, and now he has run behind her. He grabbed her collar and screamed like a groundhog. Help! 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 Why are you running back? Wen Qian was pulled back by him, staggered 2 steps to stand firm. She also knew that she could not run away, so she turned her head to look at Mu Beichuan and said unhappily, Help! 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 What are you shouting like a ghost? You're almost deafening me. Wen Qian looked at the man hiding behind her with disdain, and then looked at Xin Yu, who was pulled over by him, and rolled his eyes. Xin Yu hadn't reacted yet, and was dragged away by Mu Beichuan. This man was holding her arm tightly, and she couldn't get rid of it. It was so annoying. Wen Qian quickly looked up and down at the 2 of them. They had some skin injuries, which were not serious, but they looked very embarrassed. Wen Qian walked towards the center of the battle and asked Mu Beichuan in confusion, You didn't introduce yourself? Even if you didn't, so many people should know him. After all, he is a big star and well known. And shouldn't Fu Sheng have trained his subordinates long ago? They should know who can be touched and who can't be offended. Mu Beichuan, I reported it, but it's useless. Wen Qian was shocked, glanced at Xin Yu, and asked again, Yours is useless. What about hers? Mu Beichuan, I reported it too, but it's useless. Wen Qian, these people are crazy. They dare to fight even though they know who you are? Then it's useless for you to introduce yourself. Won't I fight more fiercely if I introduce myself? Why do you want to introduce yourself? Beat them up. Beat them to death. Mu Beichuan was written all over his body, a dog relying on the power of others. During the few minutes when Wen Qian was talking nonsense with him, Yi Xinghua and Lu Bai were leading people to kill the enemy desperately. Wen Qian casually glanced at the bodies on the ground. There were more than 20 dead in Bincheng base, including Mu Beichuan's bodyguards. It can be seen that the West City base is determined to let them die here today. In this case, none of them can think of going back. Mu Beichuan kept looking back. Qi Huan and others saw Wen Qian walking over there and followed her. Only 2 people were left in the car to watch the car. Mu Beichuan thought Wen Qian came out with her brother again, but he didn't expect to see such a group of strangers. He was about to ask Wen Qian who they were, but when he turned around, he saw several high walls rising from the ground in the distance, completely blocking this place. Wen Qian had used this trick before, so Qi Huan and the others immediately knew that it was her who did it. But everyone else was confused, not knowing what was going on. There were many people at the West City base, but not all of them left the battlefield. Most of them were sitting in the car, or intercepting and killing the zombies outside to ensure that the people inside could act safely. Now, several high walls completely blocked the zombies outside. At the same time, they also blocked their escape route. Mu Beichuan frowned and said, What does this mean? What tricks are they trying to do? Wen Qian looked straight ahead and answered, This means to close the door and beat the dog. As soon as Wen Qian finished speaking, he released the 10 orcs who had to be beaten unilaterally for 2 hours every night. Wen Rang had already upgraded their systems. Now they not only listened to Wen Qian, but also update their move data based on the experience of being beaten every day. They are much better than when they were first brought back by Wen Qian. Everyone was shocked by the sudden appearance of so many inhuman things. Mu Beichuan and Xingyu were the closest, and they instinctively tried to protect themselves, but were stopped by Wen Qian. Don't fight. We're on the same side. Two people. Wen Qian looked at the 10 orcs and said seriously, "Did you see those people with silver white labels on their chests?" "Yes. Those who look like they deserve a beating. If I don't kill them all today, I will kill you when I go back. Understand?" The orcs didn't say anything, but nodded in unison. And the frequency of their nodding was quite fast. And it was obvious how scared they were of death. Wen Qian nodded with satisfaction. "Go ahead." As soon as she finished speaking, the orcs disappeared one after another. In the distance, Yi Xinghua and others who were still fighting for their lives suddenly flew into the air. They took a breath and found that their ankles were entangled by thick vines. The vines wrapped them like mummies and sent them to Wen Qian. When they struggled out, they saw Wen Qian mocking them expressionlessly. "Can you explain to me how you have the courage to go against hundreds of people?"